Chapter 170 Secret Realm. Fortunately, the Xiao family has moved away, otherwise we wouldn't be able to stay here long. Xiao Xuan did all this with an indifferent expression, not caring at all about the comments around him. With the relocation of the Xiao family's residence, there was also a strong commotion in the star field. The family residence is most vulnerable to destruction during the migration process. But those who can move the family's residence must be strong at the quasi-emperor level. Therefore, the relocation of the Xiao family's residence has attracted the attention of countless forces. But no one dared to come forward and disturb. Then the Xiao family's residence appeared in the sky above Wenjian Valley. Xiao Xuan found an open space, and then slowly put down the Xiao family's station. Although this is an open space, this area is larger than any state in the vast world. As for the entrance to Wenjian Valley, I don't know when it changed. On the huge mountain gate, the word Xiao family suddenly appeared. As soon as the Xiao family stationed on the ground, everyone in the Xiao family felt this strong spiritual energy. In the past, Wenjian Valley was regarded as the back mountain of the Xiao family, and non-children of the Xiao family could not enter. At this moment, a mechanical sound came from Xiao Xuan's mind. Ding! The top 10 geniuses all returned to their positions, and the host once again took over the position of head of the Xiao family. I have met the promotion conditions and successfully promoted to a lower level. Wealthy family. The reward has been distributed. Do you want to claim it? Xiao Xuan was stunned when he heard this. In the heavens, families are divided into low-level wealthy families, middle-level powerful families, high-level noble families, and top-level holy families. Besides, others are inferior. A low-level wealthy family needs to be the most powerful force in one star. A strong mid-level clan not only needs to have at least 3 ancient stars, but also needs a full luck bonus. And there is at least one Dao Tai level person in charge, otherwise he will not be able to advance. A high-grade noble must not only have stars in the 10 directions, but also a series of star fields. Not only that, its strength and influence must be very famous, and it must have an emperor sitting in charge. Otherwise, it will not be recognized by other forces if it is forcibly promoted. Not only cannot it be upgraded, but it will also be annexed by other forces in the world. As for the top saints, one was added under these prerequisites. You must have your own family. Even Dadi is just a high-level power within the family. In addition, there must be a titled emperor. Even the quasi-immortal was in charge, and he was recognized just now. Originally there was another level clan above this. It's just that it's been too long, and the quasi-immortal drinking emperor has disappeared. That level of race also disappeared. If the family is powerful enough, it can become the legendary Supreme Royal Court. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan directly chose to receive it. Ding, the family has been promoted to a low-level wealthy family, and the host's cultivation level has been promoted to the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. Sutra Collection Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Wanjian Cave. Demon Locking Tower, Trial Tower. The Dedication Room, Enlightenment Monument, Ancestral Tombs, Library, and family residence have all been upgraded to the spiritual level. Reward 4 million redemption points and a family legendary genius. Obtain 10 drops of Tianling water. Obtain 3 holy spiritual veins, various holy seeds *100 units, holy mineral veins *10, top holy seeds *100 units. Family buildings, all buildings in the family unlock spirituality. And on the original basis. After the family's children break through, they can receive generous rewards and obtain corresponding magic weapons. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 171 Xiao Palace, Taoist Hongjun, preached. The endless terror momentum can't stop the riots. A desolate atmosphere instantly enveloped everyone. The endless breath of law continues to flow in the void. There is no light, no image, no form, no name, only the flow of void. This is. Everyone in the Xiao family felt the difference and asked questions one after another. Even Xiao Tianyun and others felt the oppression brought by this secret realm. Just like it was at the beginning, everything was in a blurry state. The breath, the air, and the sound of the wind contained within. All mixed with a suffocating sense of fear. Even though they were separated by endless space, they couldn't avoid the oppressive feeling brought by this breath. Xiao Xuan put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance with deep eyes. This is chaos. Chaos. Everyone in the Xiao family exclaimed. This is the first time they have heard this word and the first time they have seen such a world. As Xiao Xuan's voice fell, a desolate atmosphere hit his face. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. It seems that the soul has fallen in love with this breath to another level. Xiao Xuan nodded slowly. In this chaotic world, even immortals can only be annihilated. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked. I just felt a desolate and majestic atmosphere rushing towards my face. The immortals in the true fairyland are existences that are like the rulers of the heavens and the world. The only chance here is to be annihilated. How powerful this chaotic world must be. At this moment, a terrifying chaotic fire suddenly appeared. Wherever the flame passed, the laws and the power of the void were all swallowed up and annihilated. Everyone gasped when they saw the scene. This thing is chaos fire, one of the four evils of chaos. No one can defeat it except the powerful ones of Hunyuan. After everyone was shocked, their eyes turned to a burning rock next to the chaos fire. This stone is called the Chaos Stone. It is one of the four evils of chaos. And is also a treasure. Since its birth, no one has been able to refine it, and Haotian God was transformed from it. The new generation of Xiao family children may have doubts about this. The older generation of Xiao family children were even more shocked when they heard this. Who is Emperor Haotian? That is the Lord of Heaven. It turned out to be just a piece of stubborn stone. Xiao Tianyun was moved and asked quickly, Uncle Xian, where did you bring us? Xiao Xian smiled slightly. This exploration of the secret realm is to let you understand the style of Daozu, the master of the six saints. Master of the six saints. Everyone was immediately shocked, and their feelings could not be expressed in words at this moment. Daozu, the master of the six saints, what an invincible existence he must be. At this time. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 172, the sermon begins. However, Xiao Xuan was very indifferent. Keep zooming in on the picture. Gradually, a majestic palace appeared in front of everyone. The endless light of Taoyun continues to emanate. An unprecedented sense of oppression came instantly. Xiao Palace. Everyone exclaimed. They are obviously separated by countless galactic years. But they still felt the oppression brought by this palace. Just take a look and feel the atmosphere. All of them have made their realm and perception reach unprecedented heights. What if you were immersed in this situation and lived in that environment at that time? Everyone was suddenly shocked. That must be beyond words. And this also made everyone in the Xiao family respect Xiao Xuan to a higher level. At this time, an extremely majestic voice came from a distance. With the endless Taoist charm, everyone's hearts were shocked. This voice is like a singer singing the Great Road. The boundless spirit of Tao can't help but impact the depths of the soul. Lying on 9 layers of clouds, the truth lies on the futon. One teaching teaches 3 friends, and 2 teachings explain the divisions. The leader of Xianmen City, Wen Qi, transforms into Hongjun. This is the closing poem of Patriarch Hongjun. It was also these 3 sermons that taught 6 saints and many great gods to the world. When everyone in the Xiao family heard this speech, they couldn't help but feel relaxed. This sermon is very important, please remember it carefully. Even just one word can benefit you a lot. Xiao Xuan's voice slowly reached the ears of everyone in the Xiao family. After everyone in the Xiao family heard these words, they remembered them seriously. However, these words were very clear in my mind. But it slowly became very blurry and gradually disappeared in my mind. Therefore, everyone remembered these words more carefully. But he couldn't catch the speed of these words. In the end, only a few words remained in my mind. As the picture continued to get closer, the words in everyone's minds even disappeared. That's when an old man with a mortal demeanor appeared in front of him. The aura exuding from the old man. It was exactly the same as the Dow Jones I felt just now. Even if you just stand there quietly. The Taoist aura on his body was also constantly dissipating. As the figures of the crowd continued to approach, the old man's appearance gradually became clearer. It's obviously a very ordinary face. But he couldn't remember him in his mind. It was as if something had erased their memories. This man's name is Hongjun, the ancestor of all ways and the master of the 6 saints. He is worthy of his name. Xiao Xuan slowly opened his mouth to explain to everyone. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked. They didn't expect such an ordinary old man. It turned out to be the ancestor of the 6 saints. The 6 saint capitals are already so powerful. How powerful must the master of the 6 saints be? The moment Xiao Xuan looked at Daozu Hongjun, I just felt a flash of images flashing through my mind. This person felt so familiar to him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 173, The Art of Converting 3 Pure Things into One Spirit. New Harvest. Xiao Xuan stepped out of Xiao Palace first. It also caused him to miss the answer he had been seeking. After everyone in the Xiao family heard these words, my heart can no longer calm down. Regarding Xiao Xuan's true identity, they were extremely surprised and shocked. Song and Tao coexist. Only the creation of the world can compare with it. This character is really beyond their scope of cognition. Although Xiao Xuan never gave them a clear answer. But from the powerful behavior of these strong men in the prehistoric times, they can be regarded as touching a little bit. But just this little bit shocked their hearts to the extreme. Xiao Xuan looked at everyone in the Xiao family with different expressions. Although I don't know what kind of words they heard. But he also knows that if he wants to know his true identity, you must constantly break through yourself. More than 40 million exchange points were exchanged for only 100 years of listening time. But it also brought great improvement to everyone in the Xiao family. Now, Xiao Tianyun's cultivation level has broken through to the level of Tianzuan. Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Qingyun were second. Xiao Qingyun originally relied on the Nanming dynasty to advance through the ranks. But now, the Nanming dynasty has become her fetters. But fortunately, he was by Xiao Xuan's side. With his help, the Supreme Court will be successfully established. Xiao Jianxin fell into a bottleneck. It takes a while to break through and advance. Xiao and Xiao Yi also reached the peak of the God Emperor. The 9 elders are following closely behind, and they will soon be able to attack the saint. Xiao Xuan sighed slightly. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar chaotic world in front of me. Then he left with everyone in the Xiao family. As everyone left, the secret realm also gradually showed signs of fragmentation. Pieces of secret realm fragments kept falling down. Everyone in the Xiao family turned back to look at Xiao Palace behind them. The faces are different and the eyes are complicated. When they returned to the cave, the secret realm also fell apart. Everyone looked at Xiao Xuan's figure. Recall Hong Jundaozu's description of his identity. All of them have a deep sense of admiration for them. Xiao Tianyun saw that Xiao Xuan had fallen into deep realization. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone in the Xiao family away from here. And at this time, the mechanical sound of the system also came from Xiao Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exploring the secret realm. Obtain the art of converting 3 pure things into 1 spirit. Huang Tingjing, Hongjuan's feedback from 10 years of preaching, chaos. Cultivation techniques, chaos sword techniques. 1 ginseng fruit seedling, 3 10,000-year-old ginseng fruit. 1 qi transforms 3 pure ones, can summon 3 clones of the same realm. As the host at the same time, you can fight enemies at the same time. Huang Ting Sutra, it evolved from 3,000 sermons. You can get great blessings from it whenever you read it. It can help improve your talents and realize the great truth. It is the most precious treasure on the path of spiritual practice. Ginseng fruit tree seedlings can grow into ginseng fruit trees, congenital. Spiritual root fruit trees. Ginseng fruit can help improve mana and consolidate the realm of cultivation. Chaos sword technique, the sword technique learned by a mysterious strong man in the chaotic world and practiced to perfection. Even without any weapons, you can still use chaos sword qi. Feedback on Hongjuan's sermons over the past 10 years, containing the essence of Hongjuan's sermons over the past 10 years, you can quickly understand the great truth. Although there are few opportunities this time, they all contain huge opportunities. Especially the technique of converting 3 pure things into 1 qi. It's more terrifying than the other forms of freedom. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 174, It's time for us to leave. Xiao Tianyun looked at him with a calm expression. Although Xiao Yenyao already has the cultivation level of the supreme realm, but he was still a little worried. Are you sure? Xiao Yenyao held the chiefing spear tightly. His eyes are firm, his face is resolute, and his body is bursting with overwhelming momentum. Spirit sword sect, I can destroy it with just a snap of my fingers. If it weren't for the support of the Tianfan Xiao family behind him, how could I have fallen into that situation? Now that the head of the family has returned, it's time for the bad breath in my heart to come out. Otherwise, the inner demons will be hard to get rid of. Finished. Xiao Yenyao stopped talking nonsense and walked directly out the door. Xiao Tianyun and others did not do much to stop him. When Xiao Xian set foot in the heavens, being targeted by several major forces. Although they couldn't do anything to Xiao Xian, but they became the targets for those forces to vent their anger. Things have not been easy for them over the years. And because of this, Xiao Yenyao was recognized by the dog-legged spirit sword sect of Tianfan Xiao family. The task of chasing and killing was directly issued. The Lingjian sect not only has several supreme realm powerful men and women sitting in command, there is even a deity. As for the Tianfan Xiao family, they are the established force in Taiku Star. Not only does it have a huge spiritual domain area, there are even many quasi-emperors in the clan. Xiao Yenyao was afraid of bringing irreparable disaster to the family. For so many years, I had been unable to return home. Now Xiao Xian is back. They also have great confidence. Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao looked at each other. They stood up together and looked at Xiao Tianyun. It's time for us to leave. Xiao Tianyun looked at the two of them with very complicated eyes, but still didn't say much. The enemy of the two of them is a demon clan with the title of Great Emperor. The demons and demons are not only their enemies. He is also an enemy of the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family has increased in strength, but he has not yet reached the ability to fight against the titled emperor. Xiao Yan naturally knew what Xiao Tianyun meant. He grinned and held Gu Qingyao's hand tightly. I know what you are thinking. Now that the head of the family is back, the family will get better and better. Those years were so difficult, but we have all come through, let alone the future? I believe that in the days to come, our Xiao family will once again become an unshakable family for others. Then he looked at Gu Qingyao affectionately, and gently brushed her face with his hand. What's more, when Yao Yao and I were together, we already knew what we were going to face. Now that I have made my choice, even if the road ahead is full of dangers, I will never look back. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 175, The Strongest Villain. Time flies, time flies. It's time to open the Sutra Pavilion once a year. Since the Sutra Pavilion was established in the family, only the top 10 geniuses entered it and were recognized. Others are not qualified. Since Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others were recognized by the Sutra Pavilion, it was Xiao Zongtian in the following years. Only Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yi were selected by the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, approved by Xiao Xiao's peerless martial god. Since reading the books, Xiao Xiao's attainments have also improved to a higher level. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, became more terrifying than before. The fate and opportunities of Xiao Tianyun and other 8 geniuses. Let everyone in the Xiao family realize that the Sutra Pavilion is extraordinary. Therefore, one about being recognized by the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. In the future, there are rumors that he will not be inferior to the 8 great geniuses. It also spread like wildfire among the Xiao family. The opportunity of Xiao and Xiao Yi. It attracted the attention of countless people. Despite this, since Xiao and Xiao Yi, no one is recognized by the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. So much so that everyone in the Xiao family began to doubt whether the Scripture Collection Pavilion was still the legendary Philosopher's Stone. This time, the Sutra Pavilion is opened. Once again attracted the attention of countless people. All children of the Xiao family have 3 opportunities to enter the Scripture Deposit Pavilion. After 3 chances, if you haven't been selected, you can no longer step into it. Tens of thousands of years have passed since Xiao and Xiao Yi. Today, the number of family members in the Sutra Pavilion has reached 1,000. Xiao Jianfeng is their guide. What Xiao Xuan said to Xiao Jianxin back then. It also became Xiao Jianfeng's words to guide the disciples who entered the Sutra Pavilion. Although the Sutra Pavilion is opened once a year, each person only has 3 opportunities in his lifetime. After 3 times, if it is not recognized by the Sutra Pavilion, there will be no chance to set foot there again. Therefore, you need to seize every opportunity. Jiaozhu once said. Although there are thousands of books in the Sutra Pavilion, if you want to find the most suitable book for you in a short time, you don't get it by looking for it. You need to follow the guidance of your own heart, and those who are destined for you will appear. Okay, the time has come, you go in. Xiao Jianfeng had just finished speaking. A young man in the realm of supreme dominion appeared in the crowd. Compared to the hustle and bustle of others, he seemed a little too laid back. Because of this, Xiao Jianfeng looked at him differently. Since the most mysterious head of the family said that if you respect your true heart, you can find books that are most suitable for you, I can try it. 2. The young man held his chin with one hand, looking thoughtful. Then he closed his eyes and felt every breath of the Sutra Pavilion with his heart. At this time, a majestic atmosphere spread from all directions. All the books in the Sutra Pavilion surrounded him as if they were spiritual beings. Gradually, a golden light appeared in the sea of thousands of books. The appearance of bright light made all books eclipse. Gradually, a glorious road appeared under his feet. The young man followed Guanghui's guidance. Head towards that bright light. Finally, in a dusty, inconspicuous summer vacation corner on the first floor. See the book that glows with golden light. The young man frowned slightly and gently brushed away the dust on it. Reveal book synopsis. The most powerful villain in all worlds. The young man never expected that this book would find him. Since this book can be published among thousands of books, choose yourself to be its master. Then this is the fate between them. Then he slowly opened the book. In an instant, countless rays of light rushed into the sky. It instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Many people have entered the Sutra Pavilion before. Therefore, they know very well that they need to be recognized by the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion. And how difficult it is to find books that fit you. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 176. I thought you were not worthy of me at first. Xiao Xuan has been recognized by Zongjing Pavilion. The level of cultivation has become even more advanced. Coupled with his super talent, it took just a few decades. Then he spread his reputation. With Wenjian Valley as the center, there are hundreds of stars in a radius. In the same realm, you can defeat all invincible opponents. And his reputation is still spreading. At the same time, the Morong family has also undergone changes. Morong Wanqing is the most talented person in the family. Since birth, he has been born with a vision and is different from others. Plus she's talented and smart, so she doesn't need anyone's guidance. He became the first genius in the family. But this also became a point where she was targeted. Her father for her personal safety. So it's not far away, tens of thousands of miles. She went to Zhang Mingzhao's house and got engaged to Xiao Xuan, who was born with the same vision as her. Although the other party is not as powerful as her, he is not bad either. The head of the Xiao family at that time was Xiao Tianyun. The strongest member of the Xiao family is not only making breakthroughs. It also has the combat power of leapfrogging and killing. Therefore, the marriage between the two parties went very smoothly. With this marriage relationship, her cultivation path has also become broader and her resources are better. It even made some unconvinced people in the family shut up. With the double blessing of these resources, her talent was noticed by the top sect Sword Sect, and personally sent someone to invite her to participate in the test. And she also became one of the top disciples by virtue of her talent. If she continues to develop like this, she will have a bright future. But there are unforeseen circumstances. Just when she broke through the bottleneck, his cultivation suddenly dropped to the body refining stage. And she also went from being the favored child of heaven to being a useless person. The clan didn't give up at first. Constantly provide her with resources and help her find solutions. But every time I reach a breakthrough, I can no longer advance. Finally, after her nemesis broke through to the divine realm, the clan chose to give up on her completely and expelled her from the clan. She returned to the Morong family. Because the Xiao family has become stronger. Plus the mysterious family leader Xiao Xuan appears. After almost killing the emperor at the quasi-emperor level. No matter it is the Sword Sect or the Morong family. No one dared to embarrass her. He even received help from resources with the help of his father. But there is no exception. At the moment of breakthrough, they all failed. Morong Wanqing smiled bitterly. Throw all the fish feed in your hand into the pond. Watch the fish leap out of the water to grab food. Even fish know that natural selection is the only way to get food. Look at the face reflected in the water. Morong Wanqing smiled bitterly. I thought you weren't good enough for me at first, but I never thought that. My life today depends on you. She was grateful to the husband she had never met. These few attempts of practice were unsuccessful. It had already dealt a huge blow to her spirit. Maybe she would have thought about what realm she would break through in the future. Now. Miss. At this time, a little girl dressed as a maid waved to her happily. He ran towards her while running. Behind her was a handsome man in servant clothes. It's just that the man's appearance is too inconsistent with the servant's outfit. Morong Wanqing walked forward happily, with a smile on her eyes and brows. But after seeing the slave behind her, her smile froze instantly. This scene also made the man pause, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. What happened? You look so happy that you don't look like a girl anymore. Morong Wanqing held her hand and fixed her messy hair. There was a trace of guilt in his eyes, if it weren't for her. This girl should be a first-class maid now. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 177, Xiao Zhiqiu comes to decide whether to break off the engagement or not. Morong Wanqing looked at Fangling indifferently. Fangling saw her like this. I knew I could never speak again. Miss Wanqing, I'll leave first. Fangling bowed stiffly and then left. However, Morong Wanqing's voice came from behind. Also, from today on, please call me Mississippi. I don't care what your previous status was. Now that you have entered my Morong family and become my slave, you should remember your identity. In addition, starting from today, you won't be able to use my yard anymore. Just let Xiao Xuan take care of it alone. After Fangling heard this, he paused for a moment, then acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He left Morong Wanqing directly, watching the other person's back leaving indifferently. Morong Wanqing smiled bitterly. It's really not as good as before. Even a slave dares to point fingers at me. What is Fangling thinking? How could she not understand? No matter how downcast she is. Nor will I be reduced to falling in love with a slave. But after settling on this marriage with Xiao Zhiqiu, as Xiao Zhiqiu's reputation and strength increased greatly, even though she has become a useless person, it also resulted in a lot of benefits. She was very grateful to him for this. Therefore, she can also understand the reason why the other party came to break off the engagement. After all, the two have never met. Marriage is the attitude of the elders of both parties. For the person you want to spend the rest of your life with, neither of them has any emotional basis. In addition, she is now an ordinary person who cannot practice. If it were Xiao Zhiqiu who was in her state, she would also choose to break off the engagement without hesitation. The new generation of Xiao family's legendary genius, born in a quasi-emperor family, invincible in the same realm. Haha. A he brought endless loneliness and bitterness. When Fang Kuling returned to the room, he was full of anger. His body erupted with a terrifying aura belonging to the realm of gods. Even the strongest person from the Morong family is only at the venerable level. Damn it. I have been dormant in Morong's house for so many years, just for the sake of Morong Wanqing's heavenly tribulation Dao body. However, all the previous efforts were wasted because of Xiao Zhiqiu. If it weren't for the fact that you are a rare for 1,000-year-old calamity body, why do I need to stay humble here and endure the humiliation for so many years? Fangling's voice was particularly terrifying, and his expression was extremely cold. Humph, I want to see what you have to be stubborn about after Xiao Zhiqiu came to break off the engagement. At that time, as long as I give you a little sweetness, I won't just give in. If Morong Wanqing heard these words, then you know the identity of this person. What is the purpose of coming here to approach her? In the days when Xiao Zhiqiu is coming, Xiao Xuan took care of Morong Wanqing's daily life as always. But only a little. Anything that mentions Xiao Zhiqiu, she will choose to escape. Morong Wanqing couldn't do anything to her. Xiao Xuan has been dependent on her since childhood. The two said that the relationship was that of slave and master. Rather, they are sisters. Therefore, she takes special care in her own affairs. Xiao Zhiqiu is the only person who can save her. Xiao Xuan, who pinned all his fantasies on him, would naturally not be able to bear it. Perhaps we have to wait until Xiao Zhiqiu proposes to terminate the engagement in person. Only then will Xiao Xuan wake up completely. Originally, my father could live a stable life in this family. But he got a lot of resources for her several times. Being ostracized by the family. In this family meeting, the elders of the clan even intended to depose him. And the courtyard where she lives now. It is also something that all the female relatives in the family miss. Wait until Xiao Zhiqiu comes. Her father's position as head of the family and her residence will become someone else's. Even if she doesn't want to admit this fact. It is also something that must be faced. In this world, the strong have always survived. Miss, your fiancé Xiao Zhiqiu has arrived in the hall. Grandpa invites you to come over. At this time, a middle-aged male servant came over. Although he was respectful on the surface, there was nothing wrong with his etiquette. But his expression was full of sarcasm. Morong Wanqing knew whose person this was without even thinking about it. Therefore, he did not give him any good looks. Go straight past him. The middle-aged manservant was not unhappy at all. Still looking respectful. Looking at Morong Wanqing's leaving figure. The footman sneered. Even if he is disrespectful to Morong Wanqing now. In her current situation, she really can't touch him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 178 The Great Witch Hui. The Contest of the Sons of Destiny. Everyone in the Morong family was stunned. Why doesn't this follow the routine? Xiao Zhiqiu, a proud man born into a quasi-emperor family. Shouldn't it be that condescending and arrogant attitude? He is not only courteous and kind. He even showed concern for the useless Morong Wanqing. If it were an ordinary person, he would have insulted her, broken off the engagement, etc. This is beyond imagination. This, Zhiqiu, do you know? Morong Wanqing recovered from his shock, and just as he spoke, he was interrupted by Xiao Zhiqiu. Uncle, Wanqing and I are an unmarried couple. No matter what happens to her. They are all my future wives, and you are my future father-in-law. Xiao Zhiqiu's words were like thunder on the ground. Let everyone be stunned. Even Morong Wanqing's face was full of shock and disbelief. My dear nephew, you mean that you want to marry Wanqing? Morong Wanqing's voice was trembling. Xiao Zhiqiu smiled and nodded, as my uncle said, I am here to fulfill my engagement. No matter what happens to Wanqing's sister, and the marriage contract is approved by both parents. It was my uncle's father who stamped it on his own, so how could he break off the engagement at will? Sister Wanqing is just hindered in her cultivation. Is it possible that someone is bullying Sister Wanqing? Or, my coming this time may mislead someone with evil intentions into thinking that I am here to break off the engagement. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Zhiqiu's whole body instantly exploded with powerful momentum. I saw his eyes looking around fiercely. The person he stared at was as heavy as carrying a boulder and couldn't breathe. Even the elders of the Morong family could not bear it. No way, let's wait for Wanqing to be as good as ever. Those who were being pressured quickly waved their hands with smiles on their faces. Some people who can observe words and emotions have already seen the clues. He had already ducked into the crowd to hide. Those who couldn't avoid it ran to Morong Wanqing's side and hugged her closely. Morong Wanqing's eyes were cold. But there was no malice whatsoever. Xiao Zhiqiu naturally knew what the other party meant. Then there was a bright smile on his face. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. And everyone in the family was originally planning to divide the resources of Morong Longqing and his daughter. Then he looked at the smiling Morong Longqing with different expressions. In the living room of the Morong family, Xiao Zhiqiu and Morong Longqing chatted casually. Morong Wanqing sat beside him. This is treatment that I have never had before. Therefore, the female family members looked at Morong Wanqing with great jealousy. Uncle, elders, Zhiqiu is here to take sister Wanqing to the Xiao family. After a brief greeting, Xiao Zhiqiu then stated his purpose. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Want to take Morong Wanqing to the Xiao family? Uncle and elders, please rest assured. Although our Xiao family is only a quasi-emperor family, but the family's power is still quite strong, and even the powerful emperor does not dare to attack easily. Sister Wanqing will definitely not be bullied by others when she goes to the Xiao family. Xiao Zhiqiu took in all the different expressions of everyone. Although his words were courteous, there was a hint of arrogance in his words and demeanor. What did my nephew say? The head of the Xiao Xuan family is very powerful, and he defeated the powerful emperor with one sword. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 179, The Contest of the Sons of Destiny. Fang Ling stretched and then walked out of the yard, heading towards Morong Wanqing's yard. But when he walked out of the yard, he noticed something was wrong. The servants who originally spoke coldly to him, now they are all complimenting him. Even the housekeeper came to please him. This is something that has never happened before. Fang Ling was suddenly shocked. A bad feeling passed through his heart. Then he ran towards Morong Wanqing's courtyard with long strides. At this time, Xiao Xuan was surrounding Morong Wanqing with a smile on her face. Miss, I told you that Master Zhiqiu is not that kind of heartless and unjust person, but you still don't believe me. Yes, you are right. Morong Wanqing looked at her lovingly. Xiao Xuan's words also made her heart warm. The other party said that it doesn't matter what she becomes. They would marry her as promised, which really touched her heart. It was impossible for her to say such words to a Taoist monk who had become a useless person. When Fang Ling rushed over, I happened to see the master and servant coming out with their bags. It looks like her engagement has been broken off. Morong Wanqing was kicked out of her family. Otherwise, why would she come out of the yard with her luggage? Then he hurried forward. His face was full of worry and blame. How could they do this? Even if the engagement is annulled, even if they can't practice, they can't kick you out either. Miss, don't be afraid, I will always be with you. Fang Ling thought he had expressed his sincerity. You will be moved by Morong Wanqing. However, both the master and the servant looked at him with livid faces. Xiao Xuan even scolded him angrily. Fang Ling, what do you mean? Do you really want the young lady and uncle to break off their engagement? Fang Ling's heart skipped a beat. But I still didn't think much about it. Xiao Xuan, I'm just afraid that you don't want to accept this fact, but things have happened and we must face it. Xiao Xuan was even more furious when he heard this. However, before she could speak, Morong Wanqing's voice came over. Her voice was as cold as frost. Fang Ling, I'm afraid you will regret it, but I have not broken off the engagement with Xiao Zhiqiu. Exclamation point. Fang Ling suddenly felt a blow to the head. At this time, there were footsteps behind me. Xiao Zhiqiu's hearty voice also came. Sister Wanqing, have you packed your things? We are ready to leave. Who is this? Fang Ling turned around and saw a man who looked like a noble man slowly walking towards him. Who are you? He asked loudly. How dare you? How did you talk to my uncle? Xiao Xuan immediately took a step forward and shouted angrily. Uncle! Fang Ling was shocked. He never thought that Xiao Zhiqiu was not here to break off the engagement. Morong Wanqing stepped forward to explain. This is Fongling, the slave in my yard. He and Xiao Xuan have been taking care of me in the past few years. It turns out he's a slave. Xiao Zhiqiu looked at him with a half-smile. This smile made Fongling feel uncomfortable all over. But due to his status, he suppressed this dissatisfaction. But there was a hint of uneasiness in his heart. Then he began to figure out the ins and outs of this incident in his mind. The original development of the incident was that Xiao Zhiqiu came to break off the engagement. Since then, the two have had no contact. But Xiao Zhiqiu appeared here. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 181. Finger hits you hard, one strand of hair destroys you. The giant palm fell. A huge pit appeared in the ground. However, everyone's eyes were attracted to the moving corpse. At this time, Fongling seemed to be a different person. He looked at Xiao Zhiqiu with fierce eyes and murderous intent all over his body. Xiao Zhiqiu, you are digging your own grave. Xiao Zhiqiu didn't take it seriously. Even if the other party's cultivation level is higher than your own, he is also fearless. Hey, this is a strange thing in the world. A person in the realm of gods can only be a small slave. Is it because the level of cultivators has become lower, or your level is not enough? Those who can achieve the realm of gods are no ordinary people. Its strength can be described as a giant in a star. But we don't rule out evil heretics who can't stand the beating. Everyone present was shocked by Xiao Zhiqiu's words. Fongling turned out to be a cultivator in the realm of gods. You dare to talk nonsense in front of me even if you are a mere god. You don't overestimate your ability. You will die to me. Fongling was completely angered by these words. Without saying a word, he went to kill Xiao Zhiqiu. Suddenly, a terrifying momentum swept the entire place. However, Xiao Zhiqiu didn't care. I saw him throwing the wooden sword in his hand into the air. Aha! The moment the wooden sword was released, the sword energy breaks through the air. An unparalleled sword energy instantly suppressed the entire audience. Fongling's blow just now was completely destroyed by the impact. Then the sword energy cut through the sky. He stabbed towards the opposite direction. The wooden sword passed through the chest. Kill him on the spot. Fongling's eyes widened in disbelief. You! Qinglong Yanue style. How could you do this? Until his death, he could not figure out what it was like to be a cultivator in the realm of gods and humans. How to develop such a powerful swordsmanship. Xiao Zhiqiu curled his lips disdainfully. He looked at the corpse on the ground with disdain. Who said I was the one who used this sword? Xiao Zhiqiu took back the wooden sword as he spoke. This was given to him by Uncle Xiao Tianyun when he came here. Let alone a cultivator in the realm of gods. Even the supreme realm cannot take this move. Subsequently, Fongling's luck was sucked into Xiao Zhiqiu's body. All this cannot be seen by others. The content in the book in the library is actually true. Xiao Zhiqiu was surprised by the power of the library. In my heart, I admired the mysterious and powerful head of the family even more. Morong Longqing also hurriedly stepped forward at this time. Express thanks to Xiao Zhiqiu. My dear nephew, if you hadn't been here today, the Morong family, would have been dead. Xiao Zhiqiu waved his hand. It's just a piece of cake. Besides, I'm here for my uncle and sister. Wanqing. These words directly gave everyone in the Morong family a warning. Also tell them. There is no father and daughter Morong Longqing. It was not Fongling who fell to the ground today. The elder of the Morong family smiled bitterly. But he didn't dare to say anything. Morong Longqing felt warm in his heart. Xiao Zhiqiu's behavior. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 181, Hurt the genius of the Xiao family and die. But Xiao Xian just shook his sleeves. Then a blasting sound was heard. The giant palm was broken by this flick of the sleeve. This scene is so shocking. Xiao Xuan, do you still want to defeat this emperor with a shadow? The Black Mist Emperor stared at Xiao Xuan's phantom with gloomy eyes. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly. Defeat you? Oh, I want you to die. If you hurt me, the genius of the Xiao family, you will die. Then Xiao Xuan looked at the Black Mist Emperor. Then point a finger. I saw a stream of brilliant lights appearing out of thin air. Turned into strips of golden light, shining in the stars. All of a sudden, endless roars continued to come from all directions. Gradually it gathered into a golden-purple sword light. Wherever the sword light passes, there was a burst of explosions. The stars all around were attracted by it. Then it exploded and turned into flying ash. Countless people were shocked, beyond words. The power of the quasi-emperor. So scary. Suddenly a dull voice sounded. I saw that sword light directly penetrated the chest of the Black Mist Emperor. Not only did it break his space barrier and hit him hard. This moment, the endless air of void continues to vent. Countless amounts of spiritual energy are constantly being absorbed. It turned into attack power and continuously impacted the chest of the Black Mist Emperor. Cause him a second degree of harm. Just one finger. Just inflict heavy damage on the Black Mist Emperor to this point. I don't know how many people this scene shocked. The Black Mist Emperor had long heard about Xiao Xuan's defeat of the Great Emperor. Therefore, he is also very afraid of him. But when he really faced it, still deeply shocked by it. Xiao Xuan, as long as you hand over Murong Wanqing, this emperor will no longer care about you. And quickly exit from here, and the grievances with the Xiao family will be wiped out. How? Even if what stood in front of him was just a shadow, he still chose to submit. Emperor Black Mist's soft submission once again shocked everyone. But everyone is more concerned about it. It's how Xiao Xuan will make the decision. Xiao Xuan disagreed. In front of me, you are not qualified to bargain. Xiao Xuan, do you really think this emperor is afraid of you? The Black Mist Emperor laughed in anger. Pointing at Xiao Xuan, he was full of arrogance. Do you really think that the person standing in front of you is the true body of this emperor? Huh. This is just an incarnation of this emperor. The true body of this emperor is the core of the giant spirit galaxy. Coexist with the Jin galaxy. As long as the giant galaxy is immortal, this emperor will not die. Even if he is a titled emperor. You can't be the emperor at all, not to mention you are just a quasi-emperor. Speaking of which, the Black Mist Emperor's eyes were full of arrogance. This is his background. It is also an important reason why he can travel across the heavens. Subsequently, the Black Mist Emperor looked at Xiao Xuan with a half-smile. Xiao Xuan, I admit that I am not your opponent, even if it is just a clone. But so what, even if your true body is here, can you still destroy the Jin galaxy? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 182. With one glance, the 5 great emperors were destroyed. Chapter. In the picture, the incarnation of Xiao Xuan, whose hair was transformed, stood in the hiding place of the Black Mist quasi-emperor with an indifferent expression. What was in front of him was the true form of the Black Mist quasi-emperor. Xiao Xuan, I want to see how you destroy my true body. The Black Mist quasi-emperor laughed loudly without restraint. The ghostly laughter seemed to come from an ancient golden bell. Gradually spread in all directions. Release your fear completely. Xiao Xuan slowly stretched out his hand. Then point a finger. Suddenly there were gusts of wind. At his fingertips, a cluster of flames ignited instantly. The wind swayed. The flames fell like sparks on the Black Yaojing mountain. Under the arrogant laughter of the black mist quasi-emperor. Burning deeper. It's so naive to want to destroy my true body with just a little power of fire. The black mist quasi-emperor didn't care about the impact of this flame. But the next scene. But the face of black mist quasi-emperor changed drastically. The blazing fireworks gradually retreated from the fiery red coat into 3 colors. As 3 colors of flames appear, all the vitality on the surface of black Xiao Xuan was also swallowed up one by one. This. What is this? The roar and wail of the black mist quasi-emperor came from the core of black Xiao Xuan. The true fire of Samadhi can burn nothing, and nothing can be extinguished. If it is burned, it will never be extinguished. Xiao Xuan put his hands behind his hands and responded lightly. Xiao Xuan, as long as you take back this flame, I can let the Xiao family go. The black mist quasi-emperor looked horrified and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Xiao Xuan was unmoved. The anxious black mist quasi-emperor roared angrily. Since you won't let me go, let everyone be buried with me. A terrifying momentum burst out instantly. The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. The black mist quasi-emperor is going to die together. Faced with this operation of the black mist quasi-emperor, Xiao Xuan stretched out his hand and pressed down the terrifying momentum of the original riot. It's like being imprisoned in a cage and unable to be released. Xiao Xuan's joking voice also came at this moment. Don't you want to see how this emperor's clone destroys you? Just watch carefully. The black mist quasi-emperor was extremely panicked. He tried his best to get out. However, this cage seemed to be tailor-made for him. No matter what method he uses, he can't shake it. With an unwilling wailing sound, the black shining gold mountain has also turned into a barren star. And the body of the black mist quasi-emperor also turned into a black radiant golden stone essence. Xiao Xuan gave it to Murong Wanqing without thinking. Let this be a meeting gift for you. Murong Wanqing was flattered. I didn't know what to say for a while. Xiao Zhiqiu put his arm around her shoulders. Why are you so stunned? This is a gift from the head of the family. It means that you are recognized as the daughter-in-law of our Xiao family. Murong Wanqing's face turned red. Thank you quickly. Xiao Xuan waved his hand. No need to be polite, there are still important things to deal with in the clan, please come back as soon as possible. Then it turned into a wisp of smoke and attached itself to Xiao Zhiqiu. The people around him were even more shocked when they saw this. The quasi-emperor they thought appeared. It turned out to be just a ray of clone. No wonder this young man dared to challenge the black mist quasi-emperor. This is a protective stone on the body. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Xiao Zhiqiu also realized the seriousness of the matter. After saying goodbye to everyone in the Murong family, he hurried back to the Xiao family. At the same time, the 3 forces of Tianfan Xiao family, Wanxiang Heavenly Palace, and Demon clan are all rushing towards the Xiao family. They have to be wary of the growing strength of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan's terror, and the growth of the Xiao family's genius. It has become a taboo object for them. If they cannot be defeated at this time, they are the ones who will disappear into the long river of history in the future. Several quasi-emperors of the Tianfan Xiao family had long been discussing in the secret room the specific attack strategy for this encirclement and suppression of the Xiao family. I have been following the Xiao family for 100,000 years, but I didn't expect it to be right under our noses. You can really hide. The person who spoke was the quasi-emperor at the level of the ancestor of the Xiao family in Tianfan. The Xiao family has only been established for more than 1,000,000 years, but it can develop to such an extent. Not only are there many talented people in the family, the head of the family Xiao Xuan, is even more mysterious. It takes 100,000 years to break through to the quasi-emperor. Even defeated the emperor. This has never happened before. The other emperor was amazed again and again. Even the titled emperor can't be like him. There must be some kind of opportunity. Regardless of whether he has a chance or not, this Xiao family must be eliminated. Otherwise, we will be the ones who suffer. At this time, Emperor Tingfeng, who had been a bystander, spoke. Not long ago, I received a secret letter from the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the demonic demon emperor's palace. They all intend to join forces with my Tianfan Xiao family to destroy the Xiao family. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. There is the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace joining forces. The Xiao family is naturally likely to perish. If the Demon Emperor hadn't gone into seclusion, Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family would have died. Emperor Tingfeng looked at everyone. In this siege, the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace will send out 2 great emperors and 7 quasi-emperors. The 2 chief and deputy masters of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace will also come forward in person, demanding that we also go all out. Another quasi-emperor heard this and sneered. It's really easy to take advantage of this person. Emperor Tingfeng pursed his lips in disdain. Let us take the lead, while they drink and eat meat behind. There is nothing so easy to do in the world. Emperor Tingfeng sneered, you should be the first to fight and gain something. The Tianfan Xiao family is weak? Ha! In this encirclement and suppression operation, I have contacted Emperor Baiyun. I will join forces with him. Even if the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace join forces, they cannot shake it. After saying that, he directly exploded with his own terrifying momentum. Everyone was very happy to see this. Emperor. Breaking through the Great Emperor also means that they are a family of the Great Emperor. After arranging everything, Emperor Tingfeng issued the order. Soon, the 3 forces gathered together and headed towards Xiaoxian Station. The mighty team instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. 3 major forces appeared at the same time. Even Emperor Baiyun is here. The Demon Claw Emperor of the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace. The Great Emperor Wan Yun of the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. They are heading towards the Xiao family. How did the Xiao family provoke these 3 terrifying beings? I'm afraid you don't know that the Xiao family and these 3 major forces have an unending blood feud. Now that the Xiao family is getting stronger and stronger, it is a big threat to them. Yes, if he is really allowed to grow up, we don't know who will be destroyed. As the teams of the 3 major forces continue to approach, Xiao Xuan also felt the fluctuation of this power. And he is waiting for the arrival of these 3 forces. When everyone in the Xiao family received the news, he never showed any panic. And at this time, just when the 3 parties were preparing to come in, an old man in Taoist robes appeared in the sky. Everyone, please stay. A quasi-emperor from the Vientiane Heavenly Palace heard questioning the other party. Who is here? How dare you block our way? I am a poor Taoist Yuqing. Everyone listened to his voice. There was actually a feeling of relaxation and joy. The blood demon only felt that something was wrong. A black mist fell down. The mighty terrorist offensive made everyone look horrified. However, Taoist Yuqing smiled slightly. A casual wave. Then this terrifying offensive was resolved. This is not enough. The residual power brought by this wave of sleeves, heading directly towards the life gate of the Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor had to sacrifice his own body protecting energy. Only then could he catch this move. People from the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and Tian Fan Xiao family saw this. Rushed to help. Is it okay? The Blood Demon Emperor waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Then he thought again. Just hold on here for a while and wait until I take care of the Xiao families. Base camp in Songming. After speaking, the Blood Demon Emperor rushed directly towards the Xiao family. But then another Taoist appeared and blocked his way. I am a poor Taoist, a Taoist from the Shangqing dynasty. This road is blocked. After saying that, with a swipe of his fly whisk, the Blood Demon Emperor was directly knocked out by Taoist Shangqing. Upon seeing this, everyone from the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the Tian Fan Xiao family rushed forward to help. However, their actions have not yet begun. He was forced back by Taoist Tai Ching, who just appeared. Emperor Baiyun couldn't help but take action anymore. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 182, Quasi-Emperor Family. Unimaginably cruel competition. In the picture, the incarnation of Xiao Xuan, whose hair was transformed, stood in the hiding place of the Black Mist Quasi-Emperor with an indifferent expression. What was in front of him was the true form of the Black Mist Quasi-Emperor. Xiao Xuan, I want to see how you destroy my true body. The Black Mist Quasi-Emperor laughed loudly without restraint. The ghostly laughter seemed to come from an ancient golden bell. Gradually spread in all directions. Release your fear completely. Xiao Xuan slowly stretched out his hand. Then point a finger. Suddenly there were gusts of wind. At his fingertips, a cluster of flames ignited instantly. The wind swayed. The flames fell like sparks on the black Yaojin mountain. Under the arrogant laughter of the Black Mist Quasi-Emperor. Burning deeper. It's so naive to want to destroy my true body with just a little power of fire. The Black Mist Quasi-Emperor didn't care about the impact of this flame. But the next scene. But the face of Black Mist Quasi-Emperor changed drastically. The blazing fireworks gradually retreated from the fiery red coat into 3 colors. As 3 colors of flames appear, all the vitality on the surface of Black Yaojin Shan was also swallowed up one by one. What is this? The roar and wail of the Black Mist Quasi-Emperor came from the core of Black Yaojin Shan. The true fire of Samadhi can burn nothing, and nothing can be extinguished. If it is burned, it will never be extinguished. Xiao Xuan put his hands behind his hands and responded lightly. Xiao Xuan, as long as you take back this flame, I can let the Xiao family go. The Black Mist Quasi-Emperor looked horrified and couldn't help but beg for mercy. Xiao Xuan was unmoved. The anxious Black Mist Quasi-Emperor roared angrily. Since you won't let me go, let everyone be buried with me. A terrifying momentum burst out instantly. The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. The Black Mist Quasi-Emperor is going to die together. Faced with this operation of the Black Mist Quasi-Emperor, Xiao Xuan stretched out his hand and pressed down the terrifying momentum of the original riot. It's like being imprisoned in a cage and unable to be released. Xiao Xuan's joking voice also came at this moment. Don't you want to see how this emperor's clone destroys you? Just watch carefully. The Black Mist Quasi-Emperor was extremely panicked. He tried his best to get out. However, this cage seemed to be tailor-made for him. No matter what method he uses, he can't shake it. With an unwilling wailing sound, the black shining gold mountain has also turned into a barren star. And the body of the Black Mist Quasi-Emperor also turned into a black radiant golden stone essence. Xiao Xuan gave it to Murong Wanqing without thinking. Let this be a meeting gift for you. Murong Wanqing was flattered. I didn't know what to say for a while. Xiao Zhiqiu put his arm around her shoulders. Why are you so stunned? This is a gift from the head of the family. It means That you are recognized as the daughter-in-law of our Xiao family. Moro Wanqing's face turned red. Thank you quickly. Xiao Xuan waved his hand. No need to be polite, there are still important things to deal with in the clan, please come back as soon as possible. Then it turned into a wisp of smoke and attached itself to Xiao Zhiqiu. The people around him were even more shocked when they saw this. The quasi-emperor they thought appeared. It turned out to be just a ray of clone. No wonder this young man dared to challenge the Black Mist quasi-emperor. This is a protective stone on the body. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, Xiao Zhiqiu also realized the seriousness of the matter. After saying goodbye to everyone in the Moro family, he turned around and left. The pulling momentum of the 9 magic dragons is very strong. In addition, Xiao Zhiqiu looks handsome, hence attracting blockbuster exposure. Moro Wanqing stood beside him, looking at Xiao Zhiqiu's profile, thinking back on everything he did for himself in the past 2 days. A look of shyness appeared on his face. Are you fascinated by your husband? After getting married, won't you be unable to walk? Xiao Zhiqiu teased and touched the tip of her nose. Moro Wanqing's face turned red. Busy changing the topic. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 183 Danger. 3 major forces encircled and suppressed. Xiao Zhiqiu handed over the mission for this outing. Then he took Moro Wanqing to look for Xiao Xuan. Ask the entrance of Sword Valley. The roaring dog lay lazily on the ground. Put 1 foot on the dog bowl in front of you. He glanced at Xiao Zhiqiu with half-drooped eyes. Exclamation point. Moro Wanqing looked at the giant beast in front of her in surprise. I feel a helpless feeling of insignificance. Xiao Zhiqiu on the side stepped forward with a smile on his face. He greeted it with a very respectful clasped fist. Hello, Senior Roaring Sky Dog, look what I have brought to you. Say it. He accurately threw a dozen monsters into its basin. It also includes the star beasts in the ancient road of stars and rivers. The huge monster didn't even occupy 1/3 of the space in its food bowl. Look at so many bones. The roaring dog then flicked its tail in satisfaction. Then he took a monster beast into his mouth and started to eat it. Upon seeing this, Xiao Zhiqiu pulled the confused Moro Wanqing towards Wenjian Valley. The moment you enter the cave, Moro Wanqing couldn't help but look back at the roaring dog behind her. This Xiao family simply subverted her knowledge. Xiao Zhiqiu is the proud son of heaven. Not only was he not treated like a proud son, he even had to give a senior salute to a dog. Xiao Zhiqiu naturally noticed the surprise on Moro Wanqing's face. He smiled slightly. Even though Senior Roaring Sky Dog is just a dog, his level of cultivation is beyond the reach of you and me. Moro Wanqing was shocked again. Is it possible that this dog's strength has reached the level of a venerable? Or the realm of Heavenly Lord? But Xiao Zhiqiu said that there is only one person in the Xiao families. Tianzuan realm. Without waiting for her to speak, Xiao Zhiqiu explained. Senior Roaring Sky Dog's strength has broken through to the quasi-emperor level. The words just fell. Moro Wanqing almost stopped walking. Quasi-emperor. Sky. When did the quasi-emperor become so easy to break through? Xiao Zhiqiu was amused by Moro Wanqing's appearance and laughed. Senior Roaring Sky Dog not only has quasi-emperor strength, but it is also very easy for him to challenge the powerful emperor. In a short period of time, Moro Wanqing has been shocked countless times. The ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan, broke through to the level of quasi-emperor in 100,000 years. She could talk herself into it. After all, geniuses are different from ordinary people. But who would have thought? The Xiao family's gatekeeper beast actually has quasi-emperor level strength. But what shocked her was more than that. Just stepped into the Valley of Asking Swords. Morong Wanqing felt a spiritual energy coming to her face. The intensity of the spiritual energy has become atomized to the point where it is visible to the naked eye. When I was in it, I felt that everything around me became lighter. The moment he entered the Xiao family, she knew that the Xiao family's spiritual energy was so rich that it was unmatched by the outside world. But after entering the Wenjian Valley, she just discovered what horror is. This is simply the birthplace of spiritual energy. The aura here seems to flow endlessly. Birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, and fish are jumping on the water. The monkey planted a tree and brought them wine and fruit. A peaceful and warm look. And Xiao Xuan was dressed in white, sitting cross-legged on the futon. There are 2 spiritual rabbits crawling beside him. A quiet and peaceful scene. It made Morong Wanqing feel like she was in a paradise. Wait until you get closer. Only then did Morong Wanqing feel the changes in Xiao Xuan. The surrounding auras gathered around him. But it also expanded outward with him as the center. Form a cyclic pattern. It gives people the feeling that this is the beginning of all things. The moment Morong Wanqing saw Xiao Xuan, my mind was shocked beyond description. This was the first time she saw Xiao Xuan in person. She had never seen anyone so otherworldly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 184, Destroy the Xiao Family. It takes 100,000 years to break through to the quasi-emperor. Even defeated the emperor. This has never happened before. The other emperor was amazed again and again. Even the titled emperor can't be like him. There must be some kind of opportunity. Regardless of whether he has a chance or not, this Xiao family must be eliminated. Otherwise, we will be the ones who suffer. At this time, Emperor Tingfeng, who had been a bystander, spoke. Not long ago, I received a secret letter from the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the demonic demon Emperor's palace. They all intend to join forces with my Tianfan Xiao family to destroy the Xiao family. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. There is the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace joining forces. The Xiao family is naturally likely to perish. If the Demon Emperor hadn't gone into seclusion, Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family would have died. Emperor Tingfeng looked at everyone. In this siege, the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace will send out 2 great emperors and 7 quasi-emperors. The 2 chief and deputy masters of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace will also come forward in person, demanding that we also go all out. Another quasi-emperor heard this and sneered. It's really easy to take advantage of this person. Emperor Tingfeng pursed his lips in disdain. Let us take the lead, while they drink and eat meat behind. There is nothing so easy to do in the world. Emperor Tingfeng sneered, you should be the first to fight and gain something. The Tianfan Xiao family is weak? Huh. In this encirclement and suppression operation, I have contacted Emperor Baiyun. I will join forces with him. Even if the Vientiane Heavenly Palace and the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace join forces, they cannot shake it. After saying that, he directly exploded with his own terrifying momentum. Everyone was very happy to see this. Emperor. Breaking through the Great Emperor also means that they are a family of the Great Emperor. After arranging everything, Emperor Tingfeng issued the order. Soon, the 3 forces gathered together and headed towards Xiaoxian Station. The mighty team instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. 3 major forces appeared at the same time. Even Emperor Baiyun is here. The Demon Claw Emperor of the Demon Clan Demon Emperor Palace. The Great Emperor Wan Yun of the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. They are heading towards the Xiao family. How did the Xiao family provoke these 3 terrifying beings? I'm afraid you don't know that the Xiao family and these 3 major forces have an unending blood feud. Now that the Xiao family is getting stronger and stronger, it is a big threat to them. Yes, if he is really allowed to grow up, we don't know who will be destroyed. As the teams of the three major forces continue to approach, Xiao Xuan also felt the fluctuation of this power. And he is waiting for the arrival of these three forces. Just in time. Then he paused. Then disappeared on the futon. The Tianfan Xiao family actually sent out so many powerful men. Even the emperor was sent out. Look. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace is also out. There are also demons. What is the reason that causes the three major forces to move out at the same time? Even Emperor Baiyun of the Tianfan Xiao family has invited us out. It looks like you are heading to Wenjian Valley. Isn't Wenjian Valley the residence of the Xiao family? Is it possible that you are looking for trouble with the Xiao family? Why do the Xiao family have a grudge against this giant Buddha? An insider revealed the grievances between the Xiao family and the three major forces. Don't you know this? Before the Xiao family entered the heavens, they were jealous of the three major forces. And Xiao Xuan, the ancestor of the Xiao family, entered the heavens and broke through to the quasi-emperor level in just 100,000 years. Did he defeat the great emperor as a quasi-emperor? It was the title of the great emperor who came forward to prevent the great emperor's death. The speed of the Xiao family's rise has made too many forces jealous. If we don't eradicate him now, they will be the ones eradicated in the future. What a pity. The crowd couldn't help but lament after hearing this explanation. When everyone in the Xiao family received the news, never showed any panic. The three major forces are invading. You don't need to worry. Just do your part. The head of the family will solve this matter. Xiao Tianyun held a family meeting to appease everyone. Xiao Zhiqiu took Murong Wanqing's hand to comfort her. There is no need to worry. With the head of the family here, there is no crisis that cannot be solved. Murong Wanqing nodded heavily. She has seen how powerful Xiao Xuan is. But can he really defeat those emperor-level figures? How powerful is he? And at this time, just when the three parties were preparing to set foot on the edge of Wenjian Valley thousands of miles away. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 185 Three Taoists, 6 Great Emperors, A Duel of Strength. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. I saw a Taoist in green robes, long beard and black hair appearing in the air, with an upright look on his face. The sword in his hand faintly revealed a murderous aura. The Taoist just now claimed to coexist with heaven and earth. Now this man says that he is the ancestor of chaos. Good guy. Each one is more powerful than the other. The master of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace took a step forward. Who is coming? I am a poor Taoist, a Taoist from the Shangqing dynasty. This road is blocked. Master Shangqing smiled slightly. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, he forced himself towards Emperor Wanxiang, the master of Wanxiang Tiangong. Upon seeing this, Emperor Wanxiang hurriedly revealed his original form. I saw a huge four-legged elephant looking up to the sky and roaring. The elephant's trunk is in the shape of a hook. However, such resistance was defeated by Taoist Shangqing. It is simply vulnerable. Knocked back with just one collision. Emperor Wanlong saw this and stepped forward to help. At the same time, he did not forget to give instructions to the team behind him. You continue to move forward without any delay. After saying that, he joined the battlefield and fought against the Taoist Shangqing with Emperor Wanxiang. At this time, the team became panicked. The appearance of the two Taoists delayed the 4 great emperors. But they can't stop there. Therefore, he continued to move forward under the leadership of Emperor Baiyun. However, their actions have not yet begun. It was interrupted by a piece of poetry in the air. This voice is extremely old. But it revealed a more powerful momentum than the previous two. Chaos never keeps track of years, Hongmeng cuts me off first. Referring to the Xianhuang theory of the same heaven and earth, you can look through the door and see through it. Infinite Heavenly Lord, Taoist Tai Ching is so polite. Emperor Baiyun couldn't help but take action anymore. One is to coexist with heaven and earth. One is an ancestor from the chaos period. Now here comes another one. You really think they are easy to bully? It doesn't matter whether the Xiao family can handle the confusion today or not. Emperor Baiyun will swallow him in one gulp. Death to this emperor. At the same time, there was a roar. The great emperor's momentum from the 5th level also burst out. Taiching Taoist smiled slightly. Raise your hand gently. A ball of spiritual power condensed in his palm. Then he flew towards Emperor Baiyun. Between 3 breaths, Emperor Baiyun fell into a disadvantage. Emperor Tingfeng, who had been hiding among the team, saw this. Jump out of the queue and join them. If you can, don't come out. Let's see if I want to get involved in this muddy water. Emperor Baiyun cursed loudly when he saw him. Emperor Tingfeng showed up quickly because he was afraid that he would throw away his sleeves and leave. The two then joined forces to attack Taoist Tai Ching. So, very good. Tai Ching Taoist shook his fly whisk and smiled. The appearance of Emperor Tingfeng. The hearts of the Black Demon Emperor and Wansheng Emperor suddenly sank. Good guy. 3 old Taoists trapped 6 emperors. The Xiao family is really well hidden. The 6 great emperors are all trapped here. The military morale of the team suddenly weakened. Upon seeing this, Emperor Tingyu led everyone to Zhao's house. Vow to annihilate the Xiao family in one fell swoop. As long as the Xiao family is destroyed, all of these will be vulnerable. Keep moving forward and destroy the Xiao family with me. He didn't believe there would be any Taoist blocking the way. But they haven't stepped into the field yet. I saw a 3-legged firebird covered in fiery red. And a giant black dog blocking the way. And the aura erupting from them belongs to the quasi-emperor level. Good guy. Another blocker. The momentum of the 3 parties suddenly surged. Kill directly towards Roaring Sky Dog and Bai Fengniao. How could Roaring Sky Dog and Bai Fengniao be afraid of these characters? Waves of majestic momentum burst out. Kill everyone directly. Emperor Tingyu was the first to react. Hurry up and trap them with formations. Wait for the emperor to come. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 186, The Disappearance of Taoist Sanqing, the Xiao Families. Last trump card. At this time, Xiao Xuan was already in the void. The invisible Taoist rhyme flows throughout the body. Under the eyes of sword eyebrows and stars. Just like the banished immortal in ancient legends. The Xiao family of Tianfan has been destroyed, and the hatred of Wansheng Heavenly Palace has come to an end. A strange color flashed deep in his eyes. Move with your mind. In one breath. Xiao Xuan appeared on the sky of the Vientiane Heavenly Palace. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace is millions of years earlier than the establishment of the Qilin sect. It is a well-deserved large sect with tens of millions of years. There are several great emperors within the sect. His ancestor even practiced in seclusion. Prepare to attack the titled emperor. The waning moon sword floats in the air. The sword is sonorous and majestic. The sword cannot stop flowing. Even if there is just a hint of leakage. It's enough to shatter a star. The sword kept shaking and expanding. There were bursts of sword sounds. Xiao Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Go. The waning moon sword shot out suddenly. Wherever the sword passes, the void trembles and the air currents separate. One after another, the rhymes of sword energy swallowed up everything. The ancient stars exploded. The power of the world's laws is broken. Go straight to the heavenly palace of Yantian. This anomaly attracted the attention of countless giants. I saw a golden sword flying across the sky. A blood-red curve snakes along the sword body, exuding bloodthirsty light. On the left and right sides are mountain and sea mythical beasts, ancient, ferocious beasts. The soul appeared as the sword roared. An ethereal chirp. A suffocating and terrifying pressure. All presented one by one at this moment. Countless people gasped when they saw the scene. They looked at the terrifying sword intent in horror. These ferocious beasts existed before the ancient wars. It would appear in front of them in this way. What kind of magic weapon is this? It can actually trap ancient, ferocious beasts. What a terrifying artifact. Just a hint of sword intent makes me feel like I'm on the verge of death. What kind of terrifying giant has the Vientiane Heavenly Palace provoked? The power of this sword is so powerful that even the great emperor will have to use his full strength. See this scene. Everyone looked horrified. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace is a large sect of an established power. Not only does the emperor sit in command, the sect-protecting formation can even withstand the full blow of the titled emperor. There are dozens of venerables and powerful men in the heavenly realm within the sect. Even the forces at the same time dare not take action easily. Who is it? How dare you take action against the Vientiane Heavenly Palace? How dare you show off all kinds of tricks? A disciple of Wanxiang Heavenly Palace asked. It's Xiao Xuan. One of the young men saw the sword itself clearly. He recognized it as Xiao Xuan's weapon at a glance. He had seen Xiao Xuan's terror. He immediately showed a frightened expression. This is Xiao Xuan's waning moon sword. How could he appear here? Now the palace master and the elders have gone to the Xiao family inn Kangmang, and there is no one in the sect to take charge. He actually wants to take advantage of the absence of the palace master and elders to take action against the Wanxiang Palace. The giant sword broke through numerous barriers. Break through the protective formation. Falling straight into the heavenly palace of all things. The boundless flow of sword energy. The sword's will is violently unleashed. The sword surged down onto the ground. This sword. No spells or defensive magic weapons can stop it. Even the titled emperor is afraid of it. The void trembles. Stars explode. Smoke was flying everywhere. All things are annihilated. Everything. All turn to ashes at this moment. Wait until all is said and done. Only then did everyone realize that the void had already broken. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 187, The Battle Between the Great Emperors, Who is the Strongest King? Time flies. Time flies. The battle between Sanqing Taoist and the 6 great emperors continues. The figure of Taoist Sanqing also feels almost transparent. But no matter what tricks the 6 great emperors used, none of them can shake Taoist Sanqing in the slightest. This gave them all a sense of helplessness. This area has been turned into a vacuum. There are faint fluctuations of true energy and spiritual power. The two sides competed fiercely. It attracted the attention of countless forces. Even existences like ancient giants are paying attention to this. A key battle related to the rise of one party's power. Who is this Taoist Sanqing? How can he be on par with the 6 great emperors? Their aura seems to be transcending the world, yet blending in with the world. How strange. How strange. No matter who they are now running out of ammunition and food. This war is going to end. I don't know what other trump cards the Xiao family can use to resist the 3 major forces. The other side. The 6 great emperors seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. They looked at each other and smiled proudly. The Dark Emperor roared angrily. A spear stirred up the air current, causing the void to tremble continuously. Stab towards Taoist Yuqing. Die to me. The Blood Demon Emperor followed closely behind. The two hammers in his hands turned into two long knives. Point directly at Taoist Yuqing. Old Taoist, let's die. The great emperor of Vientiane conquered mountains and rivers. The terrifying momentum of the great emperor erupted. Emperor Wanlong sacrificed his true form, the roaring black dragon. The world is in turmoil. The dragon roared. Gather together to attack the Shangqing Taoists. What a Taoist Shangqing. Let you try our combined attack skills. Die. Emperor Baiyun and Emperor Tingfeng also launched a riot. The wind raged. Things are changing. He kept killing Taoist Taiqing. The originator of the world? Humph. As you wish. The entire battlefield was cleared by a huge spell. Like a vacuum. The terrifying killing moves surrounded the Sanqing Taoists. Emperor Tingfeng and Emperor Blood Demon laughed maniacally. It's time to end. Then he hit Taoist Taiqing with a palm. The 6 great emperors saw this scene. The feeling of helplessness and unwillingness in my heart swept away in an instant. I just feel so happy. Looking at the signs of fragmentation that continue to appear on his body. Taiqing Taoist said calmly, yes, everything should be over. Not only Taiqing Taoists. Neither Taoist Yuqing nor Taoist Shangqing ever fought back. Just when the Blood Demon Emperor was confused. The body of Taoist Sanqing gradually disappeared before their eyes. Can't even find a trace of breath. It was as if the 3 of them had never appeared. The 6 great emperors felt something bad at the same time. But I can't tell what caused it. At the same time, the whole earth made a violent rumbling sound. A majestic momentum instantly suppressed him. The 6 great emperors felt extremely suffocated. Emperor. It turns out to be the aura of the great emperor. Who will break through the great emperor at this time? I'm asking about the direction of Sword Valley. Could it be Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family? Impossible. He has only broken through the quasi-emperor for a long time. How can he sprint towards the great emperor? The people around looked in the direction of the Xiao family's residence with great shock. The secret of Xiao Xuan's rapid improvement. It is also remembered in everyone's heart. Countless strong men are looking this way. Even the figure of the ancient giant is looming on the edge of Wenjian Valley. Obviously the secret of Xiao Xuan's rapid improvement attracted them. The eyes of the 6 great emperors also shone. They can't wait to wipe out the Xiao family. Use this to obtain all the resources of the Xiao family. Especially this method that can improve quickly. The first ones to bear the brunt are Roaring Sky Dog and Bai Fangniao. Search these 2 beasts first. The 6 of them can become the great emperor. It's not just about strength. Since the 3 hostile forces can join forces to deal with the Xiao family. They have no way out. Xiao family must die. Emperor Tingfeng and Emperor Baiyun launched attacks at the same time. The eyes are full of vicious and cheerful feelings. Roaring Sky Dog looked at the terrifying killing move. Eyes showing tension. Although he is tied to Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm. But Xiao Xuan just broke through. He, Bai Fang and other divine beasts have never turned around. What's more, he is not Xiao Xuan. Not as evil as him. Facing the simultaneous attacks of several great emperors. How can he be an opponent? Just when Roaring Sky Dog thought he was going to die here. A sword light flashed. The sword light struck from the Sword Valley. A great breakthrough. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 187, The Battle Between the Great Emperors. Who is the strongest king? Time flies. Time flies. The battle between Sanqing Taoist and the 6 great emperors continues. The figure of Taoist Sanqing also feels almost transparent. But no matter what tricks the 6 great emperors used, none of them can shake Taoist Sanqing in the slightest. This gave them all a sense of helplessness. This area has been turned into a vacuum. There are faint fluctuations of true energy and spiritual power. The two sides competed fiercely. It attracted the attention of countless forces. Even existences like ancient giants are paying attention to this. A key battle related to the rise of one party's power. Who is this Taoist Sanqing? How can he be on par with the 6 great emperors? Their aura seems to be transcending the world, yet blending in with the world. How strange. How strange. No matter who they are now running out of ammunition and food. This war is going to end. I don't know what other trump cards the Xiao family can use to resist the 3 major forces. The other side. The 6 great emperors seem to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. They looked at each other and smiled proudly. The Dark Emperor roared angrily. A spear stirred up the air current, causing the void to tremble continuously. Stab towards Taoist Yuqing. Die to me. The Blood Demon Emperor followed closely behind. The 2 hammers in his hands turned into 2 long knives. Point directly at Taoist Yuqing. Old Taoist, let's die. The great emperor of Vientiane conquered mountains and rivers. The terrifying momentum of the great emperor erupted. Emperor Wanlong sacrificed his true form, the roaring black dragon. The world is in turmoil. The dragon roared. Gather together to attack the Shangqing Taoists. What a Taoist Shangqing. Let you try our combined attack skills. Die. Emperor Baiyun and Emperor Tingfeng also launched a riot. The wind raged. Things are changing. He kept killing Taoist Taiqing. The originator of the world? Humph. As you wish. The entire battlefield was cleared by a huge spell. Like a vacuum. The terrifying killing moves surrounded the Sanqing Taoists. Emperor Tingfeng and Emperor Blood Demon laughed maniacally. It's time to end. Then he hit Taoist Taiqing with a palm. The 6 great emperors saw this scene. The feeling of helplessness and unwillingness in my heart swept away in an instant. I just feel so happy. Looking at the signs of fragmentation that continue to appear on his body. Taiqing Taoist said calmly, yes, everything should be over. Not only Taiqing Taoists. Neither Taoist Yuqing nor Taoist Shangqing ever fought back. Just when the Blood Demon Emperor was confused. The body of Taoist Sanqing gradually disappeared before their eyes. Can't even find a trace of breath. It was as if the 3 of them had never appeared. The 6 great emperors felt something bad at the same time. But I can't tell what caused it. At the same time, the whole earth made a violent rumbling sound. A majestic momentum instantly suppressed him. The 6 great emperors felt extremely suffocated. Emperor. It turns out to be the aura of the great emperor. Who will break through the great emperor at this time? I'm asking about the direction of Sword Valley. Could it be Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family? Impossible. He has only broken through the quasi-emperor for a long time. How can he sprint towards the great emperor? The people around looked in the direction of the Xiao family's residence with great shock. The secret of Xiao Xuan's rapid improvement. It is also remembered in everyone's heart. Countless strong men are looking this way. Even the figure of the ancient giant is looming on the edge of Wenjian Valley. Obviously the secret of Xiao Xuan's rapid improvement attracted them. The eyes of the 6 great emperors also shone. They can't wait to wipe out the Xiao family. Use this to obtain all the resources of the Xiao family. Especially this method that can improve quickly. The first ones to bear the brunt are Roaring Sky Dog and Bai Fangniao. Search these 2 beasts first. The 6 of them can become the great emperor. It's not just about strength. Since the three hostile forces can join forces to deal with the Xiao family, they have no way out. Xiao family must die. Emperor Tingfeng and Emperor Baiyun launched attacks at the same time. The eyes are full of vicious and cheerful feelings. Roaring Sky Dog looked at the terrifying killing move, eyes showing tension. Although he is tied to Xiao Xuan's cultivation realm, but Xiao Xuan just broke through. He, Bai Feng and other divine beasts have never turned around. What's more, he is not Xiao Xuan. Not as evil as him. Facing the simultaneous attacks of several great emperors, how can he be an opponent? Just when Roaring Sky Dog thought he was going to die here, a sword light flashed. The sword light struck from the Sword Valley. A great breakthrough. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 188. In the realm of the Great Emperor, I am invincible. The Emperor's anger even sucked the void back. Tremendous pressure and riots. It was about to kill Xiao Xuan on the spot. It has taken me millions of years to become the Great Emperor, but you just became the Great Emperor and yet you dare to utter such arrogant words. Die. Endless thunder and fire all erupted at this moment, rolling towards Xiao Xuan. If you were the second-level titled emperor, I might still be a little afraid of you, but you have just made a breakthrough. Emperor Baiyun shouted loudly. Heaven and earth trembled. The sky is shattered. The other three great emperors also exploded their power, launched an attack towards Xiao Xuan. Emperor Wei stared. The earth realm is locked. 5-star encirclement and suppression. If you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it even if you practice for a million years. Xiao Xuan, today is your death day. Kill. The 5 great emperors launched an attack on Xiao Xuan at the same time. Xiao Xuan didn't change his expression. The voice is as calm as water. So what if we all attack at the same time? In the great emperor's domain, I am invincible. Xiao Xuan just raised his eyes. The waning moon sword in his hand was suspended in the air. The sword roared. The sword power swept through the golden sword brilliance and swept everything. The space is torn apart wherever it passes. The void shattered. The prohibition of heaven is useless in front of this sword. The sword light circulates. The 5 great emperors were forced to separate. The emperor's domain firmly envelopes it. The power of the sword is terrifying. Even the ancient giants don't dare to accept the move easily. The sword is powerful. All the killing moves of the 5 great emperors were shattered at this moment. Xiao Xuan slowly pointed his finger. Like a jade-faced Shura. Kill. Sword light circulates all over the sky. The boundless sword is raging. Endless sword intent swept around. The sword light was so powerful. No one dares to compete with it. The expressions of the 5 great emperors suddenly changed in shock when they saw this. They finally realized the horror of Xiao Xuan. Look at each other. The determination and viciousness in his eyes flashed away. At this moment, they must kill with one blow. The great emperor's treasure, blood demon dragon slaying. The great emperor's treasure, the sky-swallowing demonic python. The ethereal nothingness of the great emperor's treasure. The great emperor's treasure devours everything. The great emperor's treasure technique, thousands of dragons enter the sea. The terrifying killing move belonging to the great emperor swallows up the world in an instant. The situation suddenly changed. The terrifying great emperor's treasure technique directly kills Xiao Xuan. In an instant, bursts of riots broke out in the void. The deafening sound attracted countless strong men to avoid it. The catharsis of the emperor's breath. As a result, the suction force of the void continues to increase. The power of law turned into particles and was swallowed up by it. The pressure of the emperor and the suction of the void were raging at the same time. It also failed to stop the onlookers. Battle of the Emperor. This is an eternal masterpiece. If you miss it, you will never see it again. If it is not an absolute battle of interests, the Emperor will never fight against the Emperor. The 5 great emperors joined forces. Trapped Xiao Xuan in many areas. Endless pressure tore through the void. Destroying a small world. Destroy one space-time intersection after another. At this time, Xiao Xuan's figure moved. The waning moon sword exudes dazzling ultimate sword light. The terrifying power of chaos poured out instantly. The power of the void was counterattacked by it. The Emperor's pressure turned into a base point. The sword of chaos swallows the sky and the earth. The terrifying chaotic swordsmanship breaks out instantly. Directly attack the 5 great emperors with their killing moves. The 5 great emperors looked sinister and vicious. The killing move in his hand is extremely vicious. Die. Imperial power riots. The void trembles. Xiao Xuan looked indifferent. The waning moon sword trembled slightly. So what if the 5 emperors joined forces? If I achieve the throne, everything is just an ant. You guys are vulnerable. The cold voice echoed ethereally throughout the void, impacting everyone's mind. Even if he only has the strength of a first-level heavenly titled great emperor, it can also kill all the powerful men in the realm of the great emperor. Even if the other party is just one step away from being named the great emperor, just be in front of him. There is only one way to die. The realm of the great emperor. Xiao Xuan calls him invincible. This is his innate confidence. It is also his powerful ability and strength. Countless people were deeply shocked by Xiao Xuan. Don't wait for their reaction. Xiao Xuan took action again. Pointed out. The waning moon sword comes out. The power of chaos in the eyes blessed the sword. Complements the chaos swordsmanship. Terrifying sword movements erupted one after another. It is bound to open up the world again. The power of the laws of the heavens. Void suction. They were all turned into nourishment by this sword. The kendo cuts through the air. Everything is falling apart in its path. The sky shook. Cracks in the ground. Mountains collapsed. Spiritual energy rages. The void barrier was also completely broken at this moment. Countless space channels were forced to close. The small world in Fangfang keeps collapsing. The terrifying magic of the great emperor. Under the power of this sword. Become vulnerable. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 189, Xiao Wushi, The Fear of the Titled Emperor. The moment when Emperor Wanxiang and Emperor Wanlong blew themselves up. Open the intersection of time and space. This also gave the Black Demon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor a chance to escape. The two of them worked together to open one of the time and space intersections. Take the opportunity to escape to the small world to save your life. However, under the waning moon sword, are there any deserters? The sword fell. A terrifying sword light came flying towards me. Close the intersection of time and space directly. The Black Demon Emperor and the Blood Demon Emperor were shocked, while his face was full of fear. The body is also trembling slightly. This is a deep-seated fear. Xiao Xuan, do you know the consequences of killing us? The roaring voice of the Black Demon Emperor actually came out with a hint of fear. No matter what the consequences are, I can bear them. Xiao Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, suspended in the air. The power of chaos flows throughout the body. White clothes are better than snow. Black silk flutters. What a peerless immortal. The Dark Lord was furious. He even moved out the Demon King, the Demon Son, to suppress Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan, I am the right-hand man of young Emperor Mozi. Now he is practicing in seclusion. If you let him know that you are going to kill me, don't you be afraid of being killed by him. He has tens of thousands of years of cultivation higher than you. As soon as these words came out, countless people have chosen silence. It took tens of thousands of years for the young Emperor Mozi to achieve the title of Great Emperor. But he is the demon emperor recognized by heaven. And the methods of the demonic young emperor are even more vicious. Fighting against it is tantamount to digging your own grave. Xiao Xuan undoubtedly hit the iron plate. However, he is a man of influence that others fear. In Xiao Xuan's eyes, it was not worth mentioning. He looked at the embarrassed black demon emperor indifferently. He spoke disdainfully. The grudge between me and the young emperor is already in a state of never ending. I will let you two go. Will the hatred between me and him disappear? It's just new grudges added to old grudges. Then he smiled evilly. A ray of chaos power blessed the sword body. This emperor killed his son 100,000 years ago, ruining his plans. Let alone just killing two capable generals? Xiao Xuan's words made the black demon emperor and the two of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Cold from head to toe. The feeling of despair swept over his whole body instantly. The two of them looked at Xiao Xuan, coming with a sword in horror. You, the young emperor, will not let you go. The demons will not let you go. What greeted the unwilling roar was Xiao Xuan's cold eyes. The waning moon sword fell. The heads of the two great emperors fell to the ground. The boundless sword energy split the void section into two. Xiao Xuan waved his hand. The divided void. Collapse of heaven and earth. Everything stops at this moment. Then he put away the two great emperor bodies without changing his expression. But he didn't just leave. But it is suspended in the air. The waning moon sword faintly exudes the terrifying aura of chaotic power. Xiao Xuan looked around indifferently. Those places swept by his eyes. All the strong men hiding in it have nowhere to hide. Then his plain voice echoed throughout the void. I know that you are very interested in and want the secrets about me. As long as you can defeat this emperor, you can reveal the secret and obtain the treasure. But if you don't have enough ability, don't come looking for death. Everyone was shocked when they heard these words. Looking at the figure in white, a feeling of fear flashed in their hearts. When you first join the great emperor, you can defeat the 5 great emperors. Xiao Xuan's fear silenced the giants who wanted to know his secrets. Wherever Xiao Xuan's eyes passed, no one dares to look him in the eye. Secret? No. They just want to survive. Whoever wants this secret wants it. The secrets in Xiao Xuan can indeed help them improve quickly. But Xiao Xuan was not someone they could afford to offend. Therefore, after the 5 great emperors fell, countless giants who coveted secrets have since withdrawn. As for challenging Xiao Xuan, that's something I don't even dare to think about. Xiao Xuan swung his sword. The sword light flows. The sword was raging. The sword intent sweeps across the void. Even the strongest person at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. I don't dare to accept it easily. The sword energy drew a sword path gully here. It also blocked the exploration of spiritual consciousness in Fengyun Galaxy. Anyone who wants to pry into the divine thoughts within, you must cross this ravine first. The strong men around him were struggling greatly when they saw this. Then choose to leave. The barrier is easy. The opponent is invincible. The secrets and treasures in Xiao Xuan are certainly important. But you have to have this ability. The most precious treasure has always been the home of the capable. After doing all this, Xiao Xuan returned to Wenjian Valley. Today's him. It has become a favorite in the eyes of countless people. It doesn't matter whether it's the emperor or not. Even the title of great emperor. Everyone wants to know the secret about him. But now except for the quasi-immortal. He, Xiao Xuan, is no longer afraid of anyone. Even if he has to face more difficulties than now. He won't regret it either. Quasi-immortal. Xiao Xuan looked at the sky and pondered. The story of Xiao Xuan's killing of 6 great emperors soon spread throughout the star territory, even heading towards the heavens and the core. Everyone who heard the news was deeply shocked. There are many galaxies in the sky. Galaxies loom beneath the starry sky. The stars are shining brightly. The sky galaxy is mainly about calculating heavenly secrets. One of the places has the most spiritual energy. Among the largest ancient stars, there is Tianji Pavilion that has existed for tens of millions of years. The current master of Tianji Pavilion looked at the results he had just calculated. He shook his head slightly and sighed. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 190, The Role of the Human Race in Becoming a Quasi-Immortal. Xiao Wusher's figure immediately disappeared into the hazy starry sky. A battle for the title of emperor is about to break out. So we stopped here. Xiao Wusher's appearance appeared silent. And he single-handedly scared off a group of titled emperors. It was as if it had never happened. At the same time, Xiao Xuan also received some kind of induction. Look up at the stars. Just saw a purple stream of light flash past, accompanied by disappearance. There is also a strong sense of crisis that oppresses the heart. Now it can bring him a sense of crisis. There are only titled emperors. But who can stop a powerful man like the titled emperor? Think about it for a moment. Xiao Xuan thought of that figure. Xiao Wusher, the uncle he had never met, helped him through the difficulties several times. Except for this mysterious being, Xiao Xuan couldn't think of anyone else. I can't find anyone who has the ability to force the titled emperor back. His secrets are enough to drive the titled emperor crazy who knows about it. What kind of person are you? From the moment of awakening memory. It is an extremely mysterious existence. When he stepped into the heavens, he was nowhere to be seen. But it can help the Xiao family resolve the crisis. Something strange flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes. But he didn't dwell on it. Now the Xiao family crisis has been resolved. He must also seize the time to improve the overall strength of the family. Since you don't have to deal with the titled emperor, then the exchange points in his hand can be exchanged for a good secret realm. Then I searched for a suitable secret place in the Secret Place Mall. Prepare for your next secret trip. At the same time, Black Dragon Valley. The 8th elder Mo Wudao was rescued from Xiao Xuan by the patriarch. At this time I woke up leisurely. After being severely injured by Xiao Xuan, he has been concentrating on practicing to recover from his injuries. It's pretty good now. But whenever he thinks of Xiao Xuan's humiliation to him, he wished he could cut Xiao Xuan into pieces with 1,000 swords. The majestic emperor was actually severely wounded by a quasi-emperor. If the clan leader hadn't taken action in time, send a ray of clone to save him. I am afraid that he will be the first great emperor in the world to be killed by the quasi-emperor in the first level. Even in the Black Dragon Valley, he could also feel the unexplained smiles in the eyes of other elders and disciples. He knew that smile all too well. He used to do this to others too. Contempt, disdain, disdain. What a humiliation. Mo Wudao thought of this every time. There is shame and anger in my heart. But Xiao Xuan is powerful and terrifying. He experienced it firsthand. That feeling of powerlessness and suffocation. Even in the past 100 years. It was like he was in the same situation again. Revenge? Mo Wudao smiled helplessly. Even the clan leader never mentioned this matter. Not to mention him? A ripened emperor? Think of this. He clenched his fists angrily. He walked out unwillingly. At this time, a long river of time and space appeared in the starry sky. Emma Wudao was taken away in an instant. Following closely behind was a figure with Emma Wudao's aura. Flashed out of the cracks in time and space. Appeared in the gate of Emma Wudao courtyard. The other side. The leader of the Black Dragon clan also felt something strange. His eyes opened slightly. There are clear signs of the opening of the long river of time and space in the starry sky. But it only stayed for a few breaths. After observing Emma Wudao for a long time, he attributed the aura just now to a fellow traveler passing by. Then he continued to practice with deep eyes. After Emma Wudao was picked up by the river of time and space, a chaotic world appears. Emma Wudao looked at the scene in front of him. I was immediately shocked. Someone who could calmly take him away from under the eyes of the clan leader. There are not even 10 people in the whole world. I wonder what the senior brought the junior here for. Emma Wudao gave the other party a big gift directly. If it offends such a being, not even the patriarch can save him. This emperor just wants to see what the great emperor who was defeated by the quasi-emperor first level looks like. There was only a burst of teasing laughter in the air. Emma Wudao suddenly felt ashamed and angry after hearing this. If the seniors just bring the juniors here to humiliate them, it would be too much trouble. A hearty ha-ha sounded in the air again. The black dragons are indeed the most violent race, but they became so angry after just a few teases. At the same time as the sound sounded, a black figure gradually appeared in front of Emma Wudao. Saw this look. The anger in Emma Wudao's eyes dissipated instantly. A surprise flashed through his eyes. Finally, he looked at the other party in shock. Ye Emperor! It turned out to be that powerful existence. He is only one step away from the quasi-immortal realm. No wonder he was able to take him away from the clan leader silently. Even the clan leader is no match for him. You are quite knowledgeable, and you actually know this emperor. A hint of appreciation flashed in Yidi's eyes. His name is taboo. Even the titled emperor may not know. Junior Emma Wudao has met Yi Emperor. Please forgive me for my lack of etiquette. Emma Wudao hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Yidi doesn't talk nonsense either. Get straight to the point. This emperor has a way to help you get revenge. Do you want it? Emma Wudao was stunned. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 191 A New Secret Realm Opens. He is a man of great achievements. Yidi nodded with great satisfaction. Then he took out a countercurrent fruit and handed it to Emma Wudao. This is the fruit of the countercurrent. The countercurrent transformation of the Tao body can help you break through the current bottleneck. Emma Wudao's eyes shone. I'm so happy. He witnessed the breakthrough of the 2 titled emperors of the Fox clan in the picture just now. Thank you, Emperor Yi. This is your reward as a member of the Human Slayer Alliance. Do it well and I won't treat you badly in the future. Yes. Junior, no, I will definitely do a good job. Emma Wudao even changed his identity directly. Emperor Yi was very satisfied with Emma Wudao's realization. After you go back, you just have to abide by your duties and do your own thing well. You can't even mention joining the Human Slayer Alliance. Once it is leaked, even if you are a quasi-immortal, let alone the Emperor, you will only die. Since you are invited by me to join the Human Slayer Alliance, you only need to follow my instructions. I will teach you when I need you. Emma Wudao nodded. Yes, I understand. Yidi turned around and was about to leave. Then he looked at Emma Wudao. The Human Slaughter Alliance was founded during the Heavenly Court period. It covers a wide range of secrets and has personnel spread all over the heavens. Not to mention Tianji Pavilion, even the core of the heavens also has our members. Even if you just say the words Human Slayer Alliance, they will also trace the source and kill the leaker. Emma Wudao was shocked when he heard this. I didn't expect the other party's penetration to be so terrifying. Then I thought about it. Since the other party can survive from the heavenly period to this day. Needless to say, its scale of strength is huge. I'm afraid the Black Dragon clan also has their people. Think of this. A fear welled up in his heart. Then he asked Yi. What is my subordinate's mission this time? What should I do? To recruit people to deal with the Xiao family, didn't Xiao Xuan just break through from the quasi-emperor to the first level of the great emperor? I remember that he had just broken through to the quasi-emperor, and his strength was truly terrifying. Emma Wudao is clear in his heart. Speaking of Xiao Xuan, Emma Wudao recalled that the clan leader had not mentioned a word about revenge on the Xiao family. After I was severely injured by Xiao Xuan, the clan leader has been preparing for revenge. Recently, for some unknown reason. Not a word was mentioned about this matter, and he even asked me not to worry about it anymore. I wonder if Yi knows the reason? Emma Wudao was very confused about this matter. Yi sneered. Your clan leader made the right choice. If he seeks revenge from the Xiao family, I'm afraid your clan leader's life will also remain there. Emma Wudao was shocked. Then Xiao Xuan is so powerful. Yi scoffed a little. How can a mere Xiao Xuan make the leader of the Black Dragon clan afraid? What really makes him afraid is Xiao Wushi. Xiao Wushi? Emma Wudao was shocked. This was the first time he heard this person's name. Speaking of Xiao Wushi, a hint of appreciation flashed in Yi's eyes. Xiao Wushi is the best among the titled emperors I have ever seen. When he first joined the title emperor, he could kill the powerful ones in the later stage of the title emperor. Our Slayer alliance has lost a general. Even on his own. Stop those titled emperors who are attracted by Xiao Xuan's secret. Without him, Xiao Xuan's secret would no longer be a secret. Emma Wudao couldn't help but gasp. Such a terrifying and powerful existence. It's no wonder that the clan leader is unwilling to help him take revenge. But he also had to thank this person for his appearance. Otherwise, he wouldn't get this opportunity to be reborn. See Emma Wudao looking like this. Yi comforted him. Xiao Wushi can be dealt with by this emperor. You only need to recruit people to entangle Xiao Xuan. I believe there are many people who are interested in Xiao Xuan, please. Remember not to reveal your identity. Hearing what Yi Emperor said, Emma Wudao was relieved. Then Emperor Yi sent him back again. This time, even the leader of the Black Dragon clan didn't notice anything unusual. This shows the terrifying power of Emperor Yi. Emma Wudao took out the countercurrent fruit. The pictures Yi showed him just now were still vivid in his mind. Then swallow it in one gulp. Emperor Yi did not leave immediately after sending Emma Wudao away. Instead, he bowed towards a darker place. I have seen the Thunder Sea quasi-immortal. The words fall. An ethereal aura came over him instantly. Waves of white smoke filled the air. A boundless and eternal aura rushed towards his face. Then a young figure appeared in front of Yi. His appearance caused the entire void to tremble. He is one of the quasi-immortals in the world, Thunder Sea quasi-immortal. Quasi-immortal Lei Hai, why did you choose Emma Wudao? Yi was very confused about this. Emma Wudao is not a titled emperor. It's just a half-emperor body. Choosing such a person has no effect at all. Quasi-immortal Lei Hai smiled slightly. His qualifications are indeed the worst, but he is an excellent candidate to deal with the Xiao family. The humiliation Xiao Xuan brought him, even if he became a quasi-immortal, he would still be ridiculed by the world. This is one of them, and giving him the countercurrent fruit will help him break through to the title of Great Emperor. As a half-emperor, he is already an insulated and titled emperor. This fruit is what he dreams of. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 192 6 Paths of Reincarnation, I'm waiting for you. Xiao Xuan was unmoved. The law of the jungle was the order of the day. If you don't have the ability, you will only be bullied. Look at the soul floating in the air. What you see now are all human souls. Because there is no place to store them, they can only float on the ground. Then Xiao Xuan waved his hand. The picture has not yet changed. A disgusting and thick smell of blood came over. At this time, they are in a sea of blood. Terrible blood filled everyone's minds. This place makes me feel suffocated for no reason. This place is so depressing. It's like being in a blood purgatory. Which place in the ancient world is this? And which powerful force caused this? Everyone couldn't help but started talking. This place is called the Sea of Blood. Xiao Xuan spoke calmly. Sea of Blood. Everyone was very surprised. Said in unison. The Sea of Blood is the place where blood gathers after every great battle. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This place is like a bloody purgatory. It turned out to be the gathering place for the blood of all races in the entire prehistoric era. This is simply unimaginable. At the same time, they were also curious about why Xiao Xuan let them come here. What is the purpose of coming here? Xiao Xuan naturally knows what everyone is thinking. Then he waved his hand. The screen changes again. Everyone just felt a burst of sadness coming from them. A burst of women's sad cries reached everyone's ears from far and near. Not only everyone in the Xiao family felt the same way. Even Xiao Xuan was touched by the woman's crying appearance. His heart vibrated like a harp string. This surprised him. This woman actually gave him an extremely familiar feeling. The woman covered her face and cried. All the way to the Sea of Blood. Her eyes were determined. But there is a hint of reluctance. No matter how reluctant I am to give up, this is what I have to pay. Everyone was shocked when they saw his appearance. It turned out to be her, the Hotu ancestral witch, one of the 12 ancestral witches. At this time, Hotuzuwu looked at the Sea of Blood and pondered without saying a word. At this time, the calm Sea of Blood erupted in waves of riots. The endless bloody energy is raging in all directions. The terrifying momentum is terrifying. It's him. An old man wearing a bloody red robe appeared in the Sea of Blood. They had met this old man during Patriarch Hongjuan's sermon. This person is the ancestor of Mingi. Because of his founding name, he kills heaven, earth, and all living beings. Also known as the ancestor of the Styx cult, he is one of the innate demon gods. Wherever the Sea of Blood spreads, they are all his dojo. It can be said that here, he is invincible. Since the creation of heaven and earth, a blood stain has fallen, which is the Sea of Blood in the underworld. In the Sea of Blood in the underworld, there is an embryonic disc, which is the ancestor of Styx. He was born with 2 swords, named Yuan-Tu and Abi. The placenta turned into the 12th-grade blood lotus, also known as the 12th-grade red lotus of karma. Later, he found the Shanyuan water-controlling flag, one of the 5 directions flags, and the ancestor of Styx, who had many magic weapons. Even if Dong Huangtai comes here holding the Dong Huang bell in his hand, he is no match for him. Then Patriarch Styx imitated the great power of creation and created the Azura clan. The Azura ancestor was a great ancestor in the prehistoric times, and the Azura clan in the heavens evolved from this. Then he founded the Azura sect, condensed the blood droplets, and refined 480 million blood god sun clones. His 4 demon kings and thousands of Azura clans will form a blood river formation, and because they have the 2 divine swords Yuan-Tu and Abi. Therefore, killing people will not be stained with cause and effect, and there is also a legend that the Sea of Blood will never dry up and the river of Styx will never die. Xiao Xuan explained the origin of the other party to everyone in the Xiao family. Everyone in the Xiao family listened to this explanation. Shocked gasps. They didn't expect this old man in a bloody red robe. It's so powerful. However, he is such a terrifying strong man. After negotiating with Hutuzuwu, he actually chose to compromise. This shows how terrifying and powerful the witch clan is today. Later, ancestor Styx even allocated a huge piece of land to the witch clan. After looking at it, Tuzuwu left unwillingly. But there was no hint of joy on Hotu's face. Rays of light that were holy enough to refine the soul lit up. At the same time, it also illuminated Xiao Xuan's eyes. Every expression on Hutu's cheeks. They are all deeply engraved in his mind. Now let's talk about enlightenment and only talk about its confusion. Therefore, we know that ordinary people follow delusional thoughts because they are ignorant of the source of their minds, create bad deeds and suffer retributions in vain. Not relying on the great compassion of the Holy One can understand the extreme suffering of hanging upside down. The 6 paths of reincarnation stand blessed by the Taoist rhyme that fills the sky. Hotu's true identity gradually emerged, with a ray of light falling from the sky, reflected on Hotu's body. Hutu's ancestral witch body also began to disintegrate. Dots of brilliance floated in all directions. 6 paths of holy light continued to evolve into 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of gods, human beings, asuras, hells, hungry ghosts, and animals emerged directly. A huge realm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Guimen Pass, Huangquan Road, Sanqing Stone, Wangxiang Terrace, Wangchuan River, Mingpa Tang, and Naiha Bridge emerged one after another. Everyone in the Xiao family was completely shocked by this scene. The gods, humans, and asuras will rise to the top according to their good deeds. The evil ghosts in hell will sink and fall due to their bad deeds. The evil spirits that fall are classified into serious and serious ones. And sinking into hell, there is no difference between great and small. It is always the confusion caused by ignorance that leads to the positive side of the prison. Waves of murmurs reached everyone's ears. Countless creatures seemed to be guided to the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, a figure slowly floated out from Hotu's body. From now on, there will be no shame in the world, only peace of mind. As Ping Xian's voice sounded, Xiao Xuan waved his sleeves. The scene changes again. Pingxin holds yin and yang, nurtures all things, and is also the mother of the earth. People in the world also call her Pingxin Empress. Xiao Xuan's explanation just started. Everyone heard bursts of worship sounds. Greetings to the most kind Empress, Pingxin. One after another, the mighty and mighty men from ancient times knelt down and worshipped on the ground. The continuous sounds of worship shocked everyone in the Xiao family. It's actually the Demon Emperor Dijuan. Demon Emperor Dijuan is actually kowtow to Hotu. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 193 Golden Light comes to the world, and a new battle begins. Time flies. The exploration of the secret realm is coming to an end. Xiao Xuan stood above and overlooked the entire sea of blood, watching everyone in the Xiao family looking for opportunities. Every time I see the place where the 6 paths of reincarnation evolve, the figure of Hotu will appear in his mind, and the look of love on her face. At this time, he was already involved in the relationship between himself and Hong Huang. After system upgrade, the time limit for exploring secret places has also changed from months to years. Even the number of people has increased to the current 3,000. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. But it was impossible to search the entire sea of blood. Even so. But everyone in the Xiao family still gained a lot. Xiao Zhiqiu and Morong Wanqing opened their eyes together. The aura unique to the realm of gods and humans exploded instantly. Not only that, they also received hibiscus flowers. I understood a hint of the artistic conception of Bana flower. It laid a solid foundation for the two's later breakthroughs. The two looked at each other. They all saw deep shock in each other's eyes. Look at Xiao Xuan's figure floating in the sky. And the holy figure of the Pingxin Empress. They were even more curious about Xiao Xuan's mysterious identity. At the same time, Xiao Yi found mandala. After understanding the artistic conception, breakthrough directly to the realm of the great sage. Xiao was not to be outdone. Where the 6 paths of reincarnation evolve. Understand the artistic conception of reincarnation. And he practiced samsara kendo. Xiao Zongtian took the Zongtian coffin to the path of reincarnation. Realize the true meaning of reincarnation. This time the secret exploration. The gap between him and other geniuses has been greatly narrowed. Sanqing Stone, Naiha Bridge, Meng Patang, and 18 Hells. These are buildings from the underworld. It was as if I had become one with him. Entering it, there are rich Taoist charms blessing him. It's as if this is his home court. He was born to belong to this place. At this time, a terrible momentum could not help but riot. The whole underworld was shaking. Somewhere on the path of reincarnation, a thunder sounded on the ground. There was constant thunder and thunder. A figure rose into the sky. Purple-black thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc on the underworld. Immediately afterwards, a figure rose into the sky. Ming Lei, you are really overbearing. Jamal Xiao held a purple-black thunderbolt in his hand. The thunder and lightning balls kept exploding sparks in his hands. Blessing on Mjolnir. A huge power suddenly erupted. At this time, a terrifying fist struck from behind him. Take a big punch from me. Xiao Junlin shouted loudly. An extreme punching wind hit him instantly. Drink. Jamal Xiao shouted loudly. A thunder fist met him. The two collided together. Exploding terrifying power. The entire underworld was shaken at this moment. The progress of the two of them can be said to be very great. Xiao Anlin felt the changes in herself. Nodding with satisfaction. The arrogance on his face could not be concealed. This Hutu is really a strange person. Just a drop of ancestral witch essence. Blood can make me advance by leaps and bounds. Now that I have obtained your essence and blood, I will definitely surpass you and become an invincible existence in the world. Xiao Anlin is very confident in her own strength. In the near future, he will be otherworldly. The Qifeng gun also became riotous. As if responding to him. Xiao Yan and Gu Qingyao were swimming in the sea of blood. Found a red lotus karma fire. Although countless galactic years have passed, but still extremely domineering. Xiao Yan merged it with himself. Waves of terrifying flame power instantly rose into the sky. The immeasurable fireworks are burning brightly. Gu Qingyao also understood the laws of ancestor sticks in the sea of blood. The realm of cultivation has been greatly improved. At the same time, a powerful sword intent soared into the sky. Endless sword energy is raging across the entire sea of blood. The white sword shadow cuts across the sky. Two auras, one white and one red, constantly impact everyone's vision. Terrifying and domineering. Xiao Jianqin. What a terrifying sword intent. Gu Qingyao murmured to himself. Xiao Jianqin is the most terrifying swordsman of the Xiao family. Not only did he get the true biography of Xiao Xian, he is even more invincible in the field of swordsmanship. I originally thought that Xiao Yan was already an invincible being. But she found out when she came to Zhao's house. Xiao Yan was in front of Xiao Jianqin and the others. Nothing at all. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Qingyun, and Xiao Jianqin are three geniuses. In the vast world, it is an object beyond the reach of all cultivators. After coming to the heavens, even if Xiao Yan got several great opportunities, I still can't catch up with the cultivation pace of these people. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 194, The Battle Over Destiny. The Evolution and Rise of Tribes. Golden light shines down on the earth with sacrosanctity. Practitioners throughout the heavens felt this light. A series of golden-shaped characters appeared in front of everyone. The Battle of Luck. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Even Xiao Xuan's first reaction was to fight for the list. When you see the text behind it. Only then did we know this time's Tiandao game. I saw the corresponding rules below the 4 characters' strategy of destiny. The battle for luck is a battle for luck between every ancient star. Tiandao will choose a representative character from the ancient stars to go to the Tiandao stars to experience. Each representative character gains resources and treasures through experience. Even a big opportunity. It will be doubled and fed back to the corresponding ancient stars in the same way. The death of every character will be counterattacked by heaven. Ancient stars will also be deprived of their luck. The beginning of this experience of heavenly stars. Divide regions by star system for regional promotion battles. Every 5 galaxies constitute a region. The top 100 in each region start the regional battle. The top 1,000 people start the promotion battle. The forces on the list each time. You can get a lot of resources with generous rewards. The ancient stars behind them can also receive resource rewards and luck. But each force can only send and have only one quota. Xiao Xuan looked at the deed-shaped characters on the way of heaven. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The battle of destiny and destiny. Each star can only have one quota to enter it. There is anything in the heavenly stars that is not found in the heavens. Even the spiritual energy resources are unprecedented. This time the battle of destiny and destiny. What kind of bloody storm will be set off again? All the living beings in the heavens are already boiling. Even some big-name and old forces have come out. Seize this opportunity to strengthen yourself even more. This time I will take the clan to an unprecedented height. The battle of luck is simply tailor-made for me. The sect has been stuck in a bottleneck for many years, and there is only one chance to make a leap. Although everything must follow the rules when entering the heavenly stars. This is also my chance to make a comeback. I will definitely seize this opportunity. Countless forces emerged one after another. Many elders of ancient sects are determined to win this fate battle. Just when the heavens were boiling, another golden light came from heaven. This golden light was transmitted to the most powerful forces in the heavens. For a time, the entire sky was covered with golden light. A golden light also appeared on Xiao Xuan's hand. Then he directly used the Eye of Insight to view. Key to the road to the heavenly Dao stars. With this object, the holder can enter the heavenly Dao stars, which are all given by the heavenly Dao. The key to Tiandao star. At the same time, a mechanical sound also came from Xiao Xuan's mind. Ding, the battle of destiny has begun and the mission has been released. Hosts who enter the top 10 will receive rewards. Get into the top 5 and get tons of rewards. Winning the first place will get you good luck, good fortune, and other generous rewards. Xiao Xuan listened to the system's task announcement. Lost in thought. 5 galaxies constitute one area. There are at least thousands of ancient stars in each area. In other words, he has to compete with millions or even hundreds of millions of people. You also have to get first place to get considerable rewards. This is forcing him. But Xiao Xuan thought of a way. Soon thousands of years passed again. Xiao Xuan also broke through to the 7th level of the Great Emperor. One pass is needed to break through to the 8th heaven. At this time, the battle of destiny and destiny also began. With streaks of golden light falling. The hands that hold the keys to the Tiandao star shine brightly. Immediately, all the representatives of the ancient stars were picked up. Xiao Xuan is also among them. As everyone was led away, a huge picture also appeared above the heaven. The screen is divided into countless small windows. Represents each ancient star, respectively. Those who are led away are like drops of water drowned in the sea. He disappeared in an instant. Xiao Xuan also appeared in one of the tribes. That's when the rules of heaven also appeared in front of everyone. Once participants enter, just ordinary people without spiritual power. Everyone has 60 years to develop. Lead the development of the tribe as the leader. Anyone who participates in tribal conflicts can only stay behind the scenes. And the side that loses in every tribal war. The representative person who is the leader will also die. The ancient stars behind you will also be counterattacked. Xiao Xuan looked at the plants and trees in front of him. They were almost the same as the primitive people he knew before traveling through time. I've met the clan leader. At this time, one after another primitive men wearing animal skins came up to him. Xiao Xuan looked at them. He said with a calm expression, "From today on, I am your clan leader, and my name is Shantian." As an ordinary person in the new century, he knows very well how to develop and expand a primitive tribe. The fight was in full swing in other tribes. I wish I could defeat all the tribes. Xiao Xuan led everyone into the mountains. It feels like living in seclusion in the mountains. Although Tiandao Xingchen is a galaxy where ordinary people live. But there is everything. Xiao Xuan spent nearly a month leading everyone to find the grains and transplant it over. This day. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 195, The Rise of the Wilderness Tribe. Under the leadership of Xiao Xuan, the tribal agricultural industry has developed on a huge scale. The surrounding wasteland for hundreds of miles has been cultivated. Rice is grown twice a year. Seasonal fruits. The fragrance of tea tree. A prosperous scene with abundant harvests. In the 3 years since Xiao Xuan came here, there are also nearly 100 more newborns in the tribe. This does not include the dozens of mothers who are expecting to give birth. The original tribe of 100 people is about to exceed 1,000 people. Besides, they also took in surrounding refugees and victims fleeing from other tribes. Now the tribe's residents have reached tens of thousands. The hundreds of people who originally followed Xiao Xuan. They have also become the best marriage candidates for all the women in the tribe. Anyone given a name by Xiao Xuan becomes extremely powerful. Either smart or as strong as an ox or as beautiful as Panin. Li Yuanba, Di Renjia, Bailey Xuanza, Lu Chan, Zhuge Liang, Yuaning, Dian Wei, Confucius. Everyone is the best in the tribe. Zhuge Liang is known for his wisdom. Confucius is famous for his benevolence. The prosperous scene in the tribe did not attract praise from everyone in Fingpa Star. They even felt that Xiao Xuan was wasting his time. If it were any one of them, they would choose to attack other tribes. With this free time to open up wasteland, I don't know how many tribes I have conquered. The heat is coming. The first season of rice is also ready to be harvested. Looking at the golden rice fields, Xiao Xuan had a happy smile on his face. This is a good harvest year. Then the report from the tribe members came from behind him. The rice manager is here to report. The rice production value per mu reaches 1,000 caddies. The army training officer is here to report. Thousands of soldiers from the tribe have been trained. The breeding manager is here to report. The total output value of the livestock industry this year has exceeded 10 million. Among them, domestic chickens have exceeded 1 million. Sheep reached the goal of 900,000, exceeding 1 million, pigs exceeded 500,000, and cattle exceeded 800,000. The cumulative number of other poultry species reaches 600,000, and the aquaculture industry exceeds 10 million. The urban construction workers are here to report. The construction of the first town has been completed. Please come to the clan leader for inspection and acceptance. Listen to everyone's reports. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, Funpa Star also underwent tremendous changes. A red notice suddenly appeared in the sky. This is a general announcement that only occurs in major events. Therefore, it attracted the attention of countless people. Regional General Announcement: Fangpoxing represents the tribe to achieve a bumper harvest and obtain feedback. The intensity of the spiritual energy of the entire Funpa Star increased by 1%, and the Xiao family of Funpa Star increased by 1/10. The first well-trained army appears, feedback is received, and the perception of the entire Funpa Star increases by 1,000th. The Xiao family of Funpa Star has improved by 1/10. The enlightened person has an increased chance of getting sick. The livestock industry has exceeded 1 million, and there is a chance that Funpa Star livestock can be converted into spiritual beasts. The chance of Funpa Star's Xiao family's livestock getting transformed into spirit beasts is 10/1000. Everyone in the heavens was shocked by this announcement. What? Funpa Star actually received such a generous reward. The last time I went there, Funpa Star had no rewards at all. Even the worst Southeast Star is better than them. I didn't expect their reward to be the best. The head of the Xiao family in Funpa Star is indeed no mortal. It seems we all made a mistake. For a time, the Xiao family once again became the object of everyone's attention. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 196, When I had the ability to love you, you had already left me. 60 years passed in a blink of an eye. Xiao Xuan looked calmly at the men in front of him who had followed him for 60 years. From blowing hair and drinking blood to forming a tribe. Then the great wilderness kingdom was later established. They followed him to the battlefield. Although it is just a trial. But there are also feelings. Looking at the reluctant eyes of everyone. His figure gradually disappeared from everyone's eyes. And Fangpoxing also became the #1 in this battle of destiny. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the first place in the battle. For luck. Distribute rewards now. Babies in the clan are born with the body of God of War, cubs are born and transformed into spiritual beasts, and ordinary fields can be transformed into spiritual fields and spiritual minerals. Upgrade to the first level of the Great Emperor realm and get 4 million redemption points. Xiao Xian's clone just came back. The system prompt sounded. 60 years in exchange for 4 million exchange points is not bad. Especially changes within the family. These are enough to make the family stronger. Coupled with the cultivation realm of the Great Emperor's first level. Let his strength break through to the 8th level of the Great Emperor. Time flies by. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. After all, Xiao Tianyun couldn't resist the longing in his heart. Appear again in this ancient galaxy. Came here last time. He is still just a saint. Now he has finally broken through to the 8th level of heaven. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene in front of me. The figure of that girl couldn't help but appear in Xiao Tianyun's mind. When he came to the place where the two met. Only to find that the building was already empty. How could this happen? Where are the people? Where have they gone? Xiao Tianyun was extremely panicked. Even Edgeworth rummaged through the galaxy. But the man was still nowhere to be seen. Mu family. Mu Yu. Where have they all gone? They both had feelings for each other at that time. There's just one last step left. However, at that time, his heart was with the Xiao family. Xiao Xian is not here. The other geniuses of the Xiao family are scattered all over the place. The fragmentation of the family makes him unable and afraid to speak to the other party. The Vientiane Heavenly Palace, the Xiao family of Tianfan, and the young emperor of the demon clan. They are all searching for the whereabouts of the Xiao family. We must annihilate them in one fell swoop. Afraid that I can't give her a bright future. Xiao Tianyun chose to bury this feeling in his heart. It wasn't until Xiao Xuan came back that he dared to confide in Xiao Jianxin and prepare to bring him to propose marriage. But when he came here, but the building is already empty. He also wanted to come and look for it at first. But they learned that Muyu was engaged to a quasi-immortal family. And she is even more of a fairy marrow system. Therefore, her husband's family also attaches great importance to her quasi-immortal family. Even if Xiao Xuan comes forward, it is impossible to resist them. Xiao Tianyun's heart suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. He didn't even dare to see the girl he loved. Later time. He practiced day and night. Just to make myself stronger. Being able to stay together with the girl I love for a long time. However, when he is strong enough, the one I love is gone. Unwilling to be reconciled, Xiao Tianyun began to search in this galaxy. Although the Mu family was not a big family back then. But he has the backing of a quasi-immortal family. Therefore, many people are familiar with it. Soon, Xiao Tianyun found out about Muyu's deeds. At that time, the quasi-immortal family learned that Muyu had an immortal marrow constitution. Therefore, special care is taken of him and his family. She was even given a lot of good resources to practice. However, although Muyu was born with a constitution of immortal marrow, but it's also impossible to practice. Therefore, the quasi-immortal family proposed to continue the engagement. But Muyu's immortal marrow needs to be transplanted to his husband. In this way, the Mu family can continue to be protected by the quasi-immortal family. However, Muyu rejected the marriage. And on this condition, asked to break off the engagement. The quasi-immortal family agreed for the sake of the immortal essence in her body. After successful transplantation. But he attacked him. Unlike other heavenly bones, the immortal marrow can be forcibly plundered. Without the consent of the transplant recipient, it simply cannot perform its function. Therefore, the quasi-immortal family chose to attack after the fact. Without the protection of the quasi-immortal family. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 197 Uncontrollable Anger. Mu Yun looked at Xiao Tianyun, who was filled with regret. I didn't know what to think for a moment. At first, my aunt broke off her engagement with the quasi-immortal family on the condition of transplanting immortal marrow. It's because of Xiao Tianyun. She even ran away from her family to become a shepherdess. At that time, she didn't understand why her aunt did this. You are willing to give up everything for the promise of a so-called man. It even affects the family. But from the moment she saw Xiao Tianyun, suddenly, I understood why my aunt was waiting so persistently for his return. There is an irresistible sense of trust in Xiao Tianyun. He can give people a sense of reassurance even without speaking. And he is the most perfect man he has ever seen. None of them. If my aunt had never passed away. What a good couple they must be. With your arrival today, I don't know whether my aunt's waiting is worth it. Or not. Mu Yun looked at Xiao Tianyun with a bitter smile. Xiao Tianyun knew that he was wrong first. Even if Mu Yun scolds himself, it is natural. Since my aunt was transplanted with immortal marrow, she has never been able to practice again. She often looks at the sky in a daze. Sitting there all day long, I often asked my aunt what she was looking at and what she was waiting for. With a happy smile on her face, her aunt said she was waiting for the one she loved until she died of old age. She is looking at the grassland. With your arrival today, I understand why my aunt is so persistent. It's a pity that you came at the wrong time. My aunt has died of old age. Even if you love her, no matter how much you love her, you have nowhere to put her. The belated sincerity is worse than grass. Xiao Tianyun, I hate you, but I can't scold you on behalf of my aunt. Mu Yan's words were sonorous and powerful. Every word stuck in Xiao Tianyun's heart. I'm sorry, it's my fault, it was my hesitation that hurt her. It's my fault. Xiao Tianyun covered his face and cried bitterly. He hates. I hate myself for being indecisive. I hate myself for not being brave enough. I hate my own cowardice even more. Only then would Muyu pass away. If only he had come earlier. Muyu will not die. But now. But there is a separation between yin and yang. When Mu Yan saw this, he turned his head away unbearably. At this time, there was a burst of conversation outside the tent. It was agreed that there would be 150,000 sheep and 300,000 tons of fresh goat milk every 10 years, but why did it triple? Even if the sheep keep giving birth to babies day and night, they can't keep up with the speed of your tribute collection. An old man's roar of grief and anger came in. It's up to us how much we charge. In the past, Mu Yu, a saint, was still in charge. We can still give you some thin noodles, but now that Mu Yu is here, you really think you have the strength to challenge us? The man laughed extremely arrogantly. Don't take that old man seriously at all. The tone was very powerful and overbearing. It won't be long before this grassland no longer has the surname Mu. It belongs to us. But if your Mu family, Mu Yun, is willing to marry the son of our city lord as your concubine, we can consider paying tribute as usual. How about it? Such a great thing. You can't even ask for it. How many people have begged to marry the son of our city lord, but they still can't get it? How presumptuous. Mu Yun is a direct descendant of our Mu family. Will she be your concubine? You deserve it too. Bah. The old man's voice was firm. Even if you haven't seen it, you can still imagine what he looks like at this moment. Don't be so shameless. How dare a rag to be called a legitimate lady? Letting you be my concubine is a compliment to you. He didn't take off her clothes in public, and it was a great kindness to her to make her obey. Do you really think you are still the Mu family who was protected by the quasi-immortal family thousands of years ago? Bah. Now anyone who comes can catch you all in one fell swoop. If Mu Yu hadn't died, even though you have settled down, you are worthy of our smiling faces. Just Mu Yun. If it weren't for the freshness of the city lord's son, I wouldn't have known whose crotch slave it was. With Mu Yan's beauty, she must be in ecstasy when she screams. Maybe I can have some fun too. Speaking of which, the man's voice also had a hint of threat. Presumptuous. The old man directly attacked the man without saying a word. But how could he be the opponent of a young man who practiced martial arts all year round? Only a muffled sound was heard. The old man was injured and fell to the ground. You immortal thing, don't dirty my hands. Bah. Mu Yun couldn't listen anymore. That old man has been with her since her aunt's time. They are half of her family. After a quick glance at Xiao Tianyun, he hurried out of the tent. As soon as I left the tent, I saw an old man with a bloody mouth. Uncle Ray. Mu Yun hurriedly stepped forward to help him. He glared at the fat man in front of him with eyes filled with resentment. The man's eyes widened when he saw Mu Yun come out. TSK, you look so beautiful. It's my fault that my young master thinks about you day and night. Just one look at it can captivate people. The man showed his lustful gaze without any concealment. Miss Moo, let's go, my young master is waiting for you. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to grab Mu Yun's shoulder. Lei Bo suddenly pushed Mu Yun away. Miss, run. The man stared at Lieber with vicious eyes. Court death. Then the hand moved toward Lieber's chest in a claw-like shape. The moment he was about to meet Lieber, the man's body suddenly became unable to move. First he was surprised. Then there was great panic. Who dares to stop me? Do you know that my city lord is at the supreme realm? The man moved directly out of Tianlu City Lord. The supreme realm may not be enough to see in Fingpa star. But in a small galaxy like theirs, in even smaller galaxies, the supreme realm is already a powerful one. There are even places where there is not even a single powerful person in the supreme realm. Not to mention the emperor realm and the great emperor realm. Therefore, the man confidently conveyed his reputation as the lord of Tianlei City. As expected, the strength that controlled him suddenly disappeared. As soon as he stabilized his body, he saw a young man walking over. Xiao Tianyun gave Lei Bo a pill. His injuries recovered in just one breath. Thank you for saving my life, kid. The old man stood up and saluted Xiao Tianyun with clasped fists. Xiao Tianyun said you're welcome. After all, this is what he owes them to the Mu family. The man saw that the old man had such an attitude towards Xiao Tianyun. Seeing him so young again, then you know that his level of cultivation is not high. He's just a nosy knight. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 198 Xiao Tianyun's anger and Tianyun's death. The lord of Tianlei City was confused when he saw this. I don't know where my son provoked you, and you actually made you fight against my city lord's mansion. There was no intention of blaming his son in his words. On the contrary, I felt that Xiao Tianyun was making a big deal. In addition, he is at the supreme level. He even ignored Xiao Tianyun. Xiao Tianyun snorted coldly. A mere supreme being is not qualified to sit on an equal footing with him. Then there was only the roar of thunder. Endless devouring breath rushed towards his face. Xiao Tianyun's white robe encouraged him. He looked at the lord of Tianlu City with an expressionless face. Next moment, a 5-finger palm print appeared on his body. Vomiting blood at the mouth and being repulsed, it hit the city lord's mansion hard. Most of the entire city lord collapsed instantly. The lord of Tianlei City looked even more pale. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. So scary. It turns out to be the realm of Heavenly Lord. Still the peak Heavenly Lord. Countless exclamations sounded one after another. Who would have thought that the young man in front of him would have such terrifying strength? How did this arrogant son of the city lord get into trouble with others? Generally, strong people like this are powerful. Unless it's a life and death feud. Otherwise, we will never take action easily. This time he was really dead. But when I think about how the city lord's son behaves in daily life, I felt so happy again. Finally, someone came to teach this arrogant and domineering young master a lesson. In recent years, he has done so many evil things based on his status as the son of the city lord. However, the 5-finger palm print did not disappear when the city lord fell to the ground. Instead, it turned into a giant palm at this moment. Push him directly towards the ruined city lord's mansion behind him. The entire city lord's mansion was in panic. It will never return to its former glory. And the figure of the city lord disappeared from everyone's eyes at some unknown time. When they see it again, he showed up as an absolute weakling. I don't know how the child offended the senior. If the senior is willing to let the dog go, I am willing to give you all the savings of the city lord's mansion over the years, and even send you a beautiful woman to accompany you. The city lord's submission surprised everyone. Xiao Tianyun was unmoved. The giant palm kept attacking, devouring everything in the city lord's mansion. The lord of Tianlu City only felt that the giant palm was like a reminder. The whole person was shaking. He looked at his son in front of him. "Look at everything behind you and your own life," he shouted. "Senior, if you still don't feel relieved, you can do whatever you want with the dog. I just ask you to spare my life. My son can die. Death can be reborn. If he died, all is gone." The son of the city lord's eyes widened when he heard this. His face was full of disbelief. He could never imagine his father, who loved him so much, he would actually say such a thing. "Dad, save me. I am your son." However, Xiao Tianyun snorted coldly. "Even if the entire city lord's palace is razed to the ground, it won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. No more nonsense after that. Directly launch an offensive against the city lord's mansion." The city lord was shocked. He quickly shouted, "I am the disciple of great heavenly Lord Yunhai. If you kill me, the great heavenly Lord Yunhai will definitely not spare you. Just now, I contacted his old man. If you don't want to die, leave here quickly, otherwise, there is only one way to die." "Great heavenly Lord of the Sea of Clouds? Ah. So what?" Xiao Tianyun looked at him disdainfully and sneered. Then he pointed a finger. A majestic and terrifying momentum descended from the sky, heading straight for the Lord of Tianlu City. Along with the roaring sounds, the wailing of the city lord was also covered. The smoke cleared. Only a remnant remains. The city lord's mansion, with a population of millions. It was razed to the ground. It will never return to its former glory. The young city lord was so frightened that his whole body trembled. Even if it is supported by Xiao Tianyun's magic power, he couldn't control his weak body either. "Kill me. Please kill me." He couldn't imagine what kind of torture he would suffer after being taken away by Xiao Tianyun. That must be life worse than death. However, Xiao Tianyun sneered. "Then you died too lightly." Then he knocked him unconscious with a palm and put it into his treasure bag. About to leave, waves of terrifying aura belonging to the great god came from the sky. "Kill my apprentice, destroy the city lord's palace, and just want to walk away so happily?" The old man was wearing a green Taoist robe. The crane-haired childlike face looks like a fairy. Xiao Tianyun sneered again and again. "Okay, very good. Great heavenly Lord Yunhai is here too. It seems you guys know that I need an outlet. A mere heavenly lord dares to shout in front of me, seeking death. Draw out with one finger." The endless momentum of the great heavenly lord rushed into the sky. The boundless aura of terror swept across all directions. "Okay. Very good. Old man. Die. Please, log in to continue reading." Chapter 199 Reincarnation, Descendants of the Emperor of Heaven. After consuming 10,000 redemption points, Xiao Xuan got the result he wanted. Then he knew how to deal with Xiao Tianyun's matter. Xiao Tianyun is the last direct bloodline of his branch. Whether it's as an uncle or a clan leader, we can't just sit back and watch his affairs. A terrifying aura instantly burst out from him. Although he doesn't remember what happened in the prehistoric times, but from Wang Shu and Hutu's feelings for him, he could guess the general reason. He might have been very powerful in the prehistoric times, but he is not strong enough to protect his lover. He even asked his lover to make sacrifices for it. Xiao Xuan's heart couldn't calm down every time he thought about it. What's more, Xiao Tianyun still practices the Tao of Huang Tian with the will of Huang. What we will face in the future is not only the separation of wives and children, and the family is broken. He himself had experienced both kinds of pain. Therefore, he didn't want Xiao Tianyun to follow his old path. He entered his own cave world without hesitation. There are many treasures rewarded by the system here. Many spiritual trees with spiritual roots also take root and grow here. Xiao Xuan's figure appeared directly on the hibiscus tree. Although there is only a hint of the aura of hibiscus wood. But the spiritual energy contained in it cannot be found in the entire heaven. What's more, it is an immortal level spiritual root. Even if only one of its branches appears in the sky. It can also attract the covetousness of the titled emperor. Even quasi-immortal. Xiao Xuan directly spent 500,000 exchange points. And drop a drop of his blood. Infused into hibiscus wood. Although the hibiscus branches are not as strong as the main trunk in the prehistoric times. But there is also a possibility of going against nature. But this probability is too slim. It's not worth fighting for Xiao Xuan. What he has to do is to refine it into his own clone. So I once again spent 2 million exchange points. Help hibiscus would further solidify. Thousands of years passed quickly. After thousands of years of refining by Xiao Xuan, Fuso trees burst out of the ground. A powerful momentum instantly broke through Wenjian Valley. This momentum is even worse than Xiao Xuan. The surging momentum directly broke through to the first level of the titled Great Emperor before it stopped. Then a man who was 78% similar to Xiao Xuan appeared in front of him. Surprisingly, it is Xiao Xuan who has entered the Golden Body realm for the first time. Xiao Xuan looked at the clone refined from Fusang wood and nodded. With the innate spirituality of hibiscus wood, coupled with the realm of cultivation of the first level of the titled Great Emperor. Even at the peak of the titled Emperor. Even a quasi-immortal. He has the strength to fight. This exchange point is worth it. The dog system is a bit of a trap. But it's actually true. I've seen this person. The avatar stepped forward and kowtowed to Xiao Xuan. Although the other party is stronger than Xiao Xuan. But he also created it. Since he has the ability to create him. Then have the same ability to destroy it. Xiao Xuan nodded. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be polite. I created you because I want you to do something for me. The clone smiled. You and I are one body. Although I am only transformed by a drop of your essence and blood, I have all the thoughts you had when you created me. Xiao Xuan nodded. Then he took out the little 6 paths of samsara and handed it to him. You have to do this. This is the small 6 paths of reincarnation. You take it to the underworld of death. Create the underworld and create the 6 paths of reincarnation. When you first came to the world, you were created for reincarnation, so you are called reincarnation. Another thing is to find a girl named Muyu. The clone reached out and took it. He was very satisfied with the name Xiao Xuan gave him. I have seen this deity in reincarnation. When the 6 paths of reincarnation are created, it will be the time when your niece-in-law returns. The voice of reincarnation is extremely dull. But he has endless confidence. Xiao Xuan is still very relieved about samsara's strength. Time flies by. Sharp sword energy continued to come from a vacuum zone. The boundless sword energy continues to wreak havoc on this area. Endless sword intent strikes in all directions. Even the vacuum zone was stirred up by waves. The roar of sword energy kept coming from the sky. Wait until the sword energy dissipates. A man of the same age as Xiao Jianxin appeared in front of him. This person's name is Xing Xiaoshu. He was a good friend he had made when he was in the heavens. Calculation time is hundreds of thousands of years. Xing Xiaoshu stepped up to Xiao Jianxin. The folding fan in his hand opens and closes. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 206 Paths of Reincarnation, Li. He even stood up uncontrollably. Can't imagine what the process is like. Only then can good people turn into monsters. This is simply appalling. Xiao Jianxin's tone revealed deep disbelief. Xing Xiaoshu was not surprised by this. This is just a normal operation. There are several bloodlines left in heaven. And mine is the purest, direct bloodline. Even the old ministers of the heavenly court need to address me as your Highness when they see me. Xiao Jianxin was even more shocked when he heard this. Hundreds of billions of years passed. Heaven can actually preserve pure direct bloodline. And can be called His Highness. His status is even more noble. Xiao Jianxin once read books about the heavenly court era in the library. The Emperor of Heaven recorded in the book is extremely majestic. The leader of the immortals with thunderous means. Just one word from him. Even a quasi-immortal is willing to die. Xing Xiaoshu saw the confusion in Xiao Jianxin's eyes. He smiled slightly bitterly. It's hard for you to imagine that the age of heaven has collapsed and fallen apart. Why is it that after hundreds of millions of years, the purest direct bloodline can still be preserved? Speaking of which, Xing Xiaoshu's face turned ferocious. To keep the bloodline pure, my father fell in love with his biological sister, my mother. Xiao Jianxin was surprised when she heard this. He had thought it was just a consanguineous marriage. I never thought they were brothers and sisters. Absolutely appalling. This is going against heaven and will be punished by God. How could Xing Xiaoshu not know this? So in our group, there are only 2 or 3 normal people in each generation, and those who have complete intelligence. There is only one person. The rest are either monsters or downright evil. And they are all candidates with the qualifications of the Emperor of Heaven. And I am one of them. Is this kind of luck a blessing or a disaster for me? My compatriots throughout the ages have either become slaves to murder, or they have become victims of resisting the condemnation of heaven. And those with complete spiritual intelligence, although they have the qualifications of a heavenly emperor, must break through the quasi-immortal restriction within 1,000,000 years. But since the collapse of the heavenly court era, the person who violated the ban on quasi-immortals has been unable to be found. Already with the disintegration of the heavenly era, he stayed in that legendary world. Xing Xiaoshu described the incident as lightly as a bystander. Have you never resisted something that goes against the laws of nature? Xiao Jianxin asked in disbelief. Xing Xiaoshu smiled sadly. The smile was mixed with helplessness and contempt. Resist? How come we have never resisted? But do you know what the result of resistance is? Do you know how cruel those people are to the rebels? How did my father fall in love with his biological sister? It's because he is the most fierce person among the rebels, and he wants to change this terrible trend. Although they vowed to bring the family to another prosperous scene, those old thieves did not stop them. But it guided him to another path and met the girl who he fell in love with. At first sight, the two were in love with each other and had many similar views. My father thought he had found true love. Until my birth made him completely obsessed, his lover, my mother. She is actually his only biological sister. Since then, he has changed. He not only kills all those who resist. Even I became the target of his calculations. For so many years, I have been afraid to be emotional. I'm afraid that I will become like him, and I'm even more afraid that my so-called true love. It's just a game of chess planned by others. Xiao Jianxin, do you know? So many years. This is the first time I have confided my feelings to others. I am overwhelmed by such a family. Speaking of which, Xing Xiaoshu's face turned pale. That family. It was an existence that made him unable to breathe even mentioning it. Xiao Jianxin could not imagine a knight who was going to change the world. but was changed by the world. Even worse than those people. You can resist. Xiao Jianxin encouraged him. Why have I never thought about it? But do you know? People like me have. Always. They will all choose to resist, but what will be the final result? All. Assimilated like my father. Even more terrifying than those performers. And their thoughts in the heavenly era were severely damaged. The poisonous spirit is so powerful that even if I, the emperor, are smart, I can't possibly shake such a powerful being. What I'm more afraid of is that if I fail to resist, I will end up like them. Zhang Xiaoshu's tone was filled with a strong sense of powerlessness. Even his energy and spirit became decadent. Don't be afraid, I will help you. No matter how difficult the thing you have to do is. I will support you unconditionally. So, be bold and do what you want to do. Xiao Jianxin looked at him firmly. Zhang Xiaoshu's eyes flashed brightly when he heard this. Then it became dim again. No, it will hurt you. Even the quasi-immortals in the family can't do it, let alone you and me? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 201 Fight. The quasi-immortal has a severed finger. Only you? You also want to create 6 paths of reincarnation. Huh. What a fantastic idea. A terrifying emperor suddenly appeared. Suddenly, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. The blood-stained energy caused countless creatures to wither in an instant. In the shocked eyes of countless people, the true face of the great emperor also appeared in front of everyone. It's actually him. The blood-robed emperor. He has already exceeded the title of great emperor for 7 million years. He is even a hair's breadth away from being a quasi-immortal. The blood-robed emperor is one of the giants in the heavens. Even the great forces in the heavens dare not offend him easily. Countless people were shocked and talking. After the appearance of the blood-robed emperor, 4 or 5 great emperors appeared one after another. Reincarnation, this emperor gives you a chance to remove the 6 paths of reincarnation, otherwise, you will only die. This sounds. Even the earth made a sound. The boundless aura of the emperor swallowed up the eternal stars. The vast stars also became dim at this moment. Although the great emperors behind him did not speak. But they just exploded with this momentum. It's enough to destroy a galaxy. The terrifying great emperor's domain locks reincarnation tightly. It seemed like he was going to kill him on the spot. Emperor Samsara remained calm. Not affected by their momentum at all. When will this emperor interfere with you when I am doing something? Do you deserve it? Presumptuous. I don't know what's wrong. Die. The pride of the titled emperor cannot be insulted. Not to mention. Or an enemy who violates his own interests. Several great emperors launched an offensive at the same time. The boundless terrifying momentum swept across the sky. In an instant, huge waves of stars arose. The endless power of the emperor shocks the soul. The true bodies and magic weapons of the great emperors continue to appear in the sky. Demons and monsters appeared one by one, devouring the sky and the earth. Anger breaks the mountains and rivers. With the imperial power that swallows the stars, he launches an attack on Samsara. All the gods raised their heads in shock. Samsara smiled with a calm expression. The attack power is good, but it's a pity that it can't do any damage to me. Samsara looks down upon the earth. Looking at the rotating 6-way roulette wheel. I have created the 6 paths of reincarnation, and they have been unparalleled throughout the ages. You are blocked by your own desires. How can I do what everyone wants? Today, I will use your blood to open the wheel of reincarnation. The calm voice kept echoing in everyone's ears. The terrifying attacks of the 5 great emperors turned into streams of light and struck directly Samsara looked at the grinning people indifferently. It's like watching a clown. Rise. Pointed out. A huge shadow stretches across the void. It caused the void to make a shattering sound. Fall. Press down with one palm. An ancient and eternal land roared. There were constant sounds of shattering and destruction. One palm, destroy nothing. The words of reincarnation shocked countless people. Facing the attacks of 5 great emperors at the same time. How dare you say such arrogant words? Is he really that scary? The 5 great emperors were completely angered. All of them were furious. An extremely terrifying power erupted. You're still talking nonsense here even when you're about to die. Reincarnation, there is a way to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, so you force your way through it. Since you have decided to die, we can only fulfill it. Take your life. If you create the 6 paths of reincarnation and create the underworld, I will let you be the first person to enter reincarnation and go to the underworld. Reincarnation? Huh. Why don't you go explore the way for them first? Xiao's nonsense, suffer death. The 5 great emperors took action at the same time. The boundless power made the heavens tremble. The battle between the great emperor is not terrible. The endless riots are frightening. Gunshots and thunder. Blade light and blood shadow. The sword pierces the sky. Fist splitting mountains and rivers. Blood spilled in the sky. 5 terrifying attacks were launched simultaneously. A duel between titled emperors is enough to create a new world. At this moment, I am so angry. Face this blow. Samsara looked calm. I saw him wave his hand. The phantom gradually merged with the 5 killing moves. The boundless emperor's true intentions collided at this moment. The long river of time and space is also being opened and closed at this moment. The sea of stars boils. Time and space intersect. Countless small worlds were hit by the aftermath of the attack. The emergence of the long river of time and space. It means that the carrying capacity is close to the limit. With the grasp of the big palm of reincarnation, the long river of time and space finally could not withstand such a terrifying attack power. Suddenly burst. The killing moves of the 5 great emperors were defeated one by one at this moment. Hiss. All the creatures in the world couldn't help but gasp. All the living beings in the death realm and the ghost clan were shocked when they saw this scene. The Samsara Emperor fights against the 5 great emperors on his own. Unexpectedly, he was not damaged at all. What a horror! However, the aftermath of that palm was still impacting the surrounding stars. I saw the destruction of galaxies within 1,000,000 miles. Stars explode. A huge mushroom cloud, nearly 1,000,000 feet high, suddenly appeared in front of us. Wait until the smoke clears. Everyone discovered that the 5 great emperors actually showed a strong fear of the Samsara Emperor. How shocking this is! The 5 great emperors were silent at the same time. The look in their eyes towards Emperor Samsara showed disbelief. Samsara slowly retracted his hand. He looked at them with a calm expression. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 202 Tianqi Holy Emperor. Titled Emperor comes out. Everyone couldn't help but be curious after hearing his words. The young Emperor Mozi was named the Demon Emperor by heaven. And the Samsara Emperor is more terrifying than the Demon Sun Emperor. So what title will he get? Samsara fell into silence listening to the quasi-immortal's words. He also wants to know what kind of title his strength can give him. Time flies by. The 6 paths of reincarnation are completely formed. Reincarnation traces the origin and finds Muyu's soul. Then she was handed over to Xiao Xuan. Another 3,000 years passed slowly and leisurely. A colorful rose exudes a faint fragrance. It's like a girl's body fragrance. The fragrance curled up and turned into a woman. I'm alive? The woman murmured in disbelief. Then he looked at Xiao Xuan, who was aside. Excitedly, he knelt on the ground and thanked her. Junior Muyu, thank you Senior for your rescue. I will never forget your kindness. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly. There is no need for such courtesy between you and me. My resurrecting you is not a temporary act of kindness. You will know the reason after 1,000 years. Although Muyu didn't know what Xiao Xuan meant, but he still obeyed his words and practiced in Wenjian Valley. Having lived for thousands of years, she is no longer a little girl. You can tell which one is good or bad at a glance. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jian found Xiao Xuan anxiously and brought him big news. As expected, Xiao Xuan felt angry after listening to Xiao Jianqing's story. What a member of the Slayer Alliance! He has repeatedly hurt my children of the Xiao family. Mo Wudao, you are really good. For nearly 1,000 years, the children of the Xiao family were either seriously injured or died when they went out for training. A seemingly normal death. But because it was too normal, it aroused Xiao Xuan's suspicion. He always felt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this matter. And this conspiracy is aimed at the Xiao family. The man behind all this. Probably because he was afraid of Xiao Wushi. Otherwise, we would have taken action against the Xiao family long ago. Xiao Xuan's eyes flickered. Able to disintegrate the human Slayer Alliance in the heavenly era. Its strength and means cannot be underestimated. He glanced at Xiao Jianqing. Then he said, tell that friend of yours that I, Xiao Xuan, owe him a favor. A glimmer of light flashed in Xiao Jianqing's eyes. Then he nodded and left. When he passed through the grassland halfway up the mountain. When he saw the woman, he couldn't help but froze. And Xiao Xuan also appeared behind him at this moment. Everything Xiao Tianyun experienced outside appeared before his eyes. Xiao Jianqing's heart throbbed hard. He has suffered so much outside. For a moment, a look of perseverance flashed in his eyes. As brothers who have lived and died together. How could he tolerate his best friend being so wronged? It seems it's time to prepare to break through to the quasi-emperor. Xiao Xuan looked at the smiling face of the woman halfway up the mountain. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Alliance of human slayers. No matter how deeply intertwined you are. It hurts the children of my family. They all have to pay a heavy price. Hundreds of years passed by in a flash. Xiao Xuan's understanding of the art of converting one qi into 3 pure states has also reached a higher level. Mysterious and mysterious, the door to all mysteries. Wonderful. Wonderful. One qi transforms into 3 pure states, describing the continuation of Tao. The evolution of Tao. The formation of the Tao. In other words, the Tao is everywhere. Tolerant of all things. Tao gives rise to all things. The cycle of all things is Tao. Xiao Xuan couldn't help laughing heartily. He might be able to imitate Taisheng Laojun. Create a 3-purity body. At that time, the body of Sanqing will break through to quasi-immortal. This is when he merges with the body of the 3 pure ones. Achieve true immortality. A clear process appeared in Xiao Xuan's mind. Then he spent another 2 million exchange points. Refining 2 spiritual roots into clones. The clone has seen me. The 2 clones were exactly the same in appearance and age as Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan nodded when he saw this. From today on, one of you is Mu Tian, and the other is Tathagata. One of you is in charge of the heaven, giving orders to all the ministers. The second person in charge of Buddhism is the head of all Buddhas. Save the common people. Mutian, Tathagata has seen me. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 100 years passed in a blink of an eye. A huge white teleportation array suddenly appeared on the mountainside of Wenjian Valley. Xiao Tianyun's figure slowly appeared among them. The colorless realm, the perfect method that covers the sky, the method that connects all things in the world. Quasi-Emperor, break it. Xiao Tianyun's momentum exploded instantly. I saw him breaking through many shackles. The Quasi-Emperor's shackles shattered like tofu in front of him. This experience of covering the world. Not only has his strength been greatly improved, even his spiritual world has been improved. I also gained a multifaceted understanding of cultivation. This also made his spiritual path smoother. At this time, Xiao Jianxin appeared behind him. Looking at Xiao Tianyun's changes, can't help but sigh. This experience has greatly improved you. You must have experienced hardships that ordinary people cannot accept. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 203, The Tathagata Comes to the World. Jade Emperor. This is the first time I have seen that the title and the self-proclaimed are the same. Does he have anything to do with the Emperor of Heaven? Perhaps, a new era of heaven is coming. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd instantly became excited. Strange gazes kept flowing. An ancient giant hidden in the sky also appeared at this moment. There is even a looming and misty feeling. Jade Emperor. Humph. You are not overestimating your own abilities. What a Jade Emperor. So what if you are the next Emperor of Heaven? The Emperor of Heaven also won the title of Jade Emperor back then, but he was still destroyed by our human slaughter alliance in the later stage. A new era of heaven is coming? Since the Emperor of Heaven can be destroyed by us, why not have another Jade Emperor? The leader of the immortals? Humph. The Human Slayer Alliance will never allow such a person to appear. Jade Emperor? Humph. I will make you a veritable hell. Send the order and use all your strength to kill this masked Jade Emperor. So what if you had already planned it? The Human Slaughter Alliance will not let go of anyone who threatens our power. Tide Emperor? Just another dead soul. A series of terrible sounds passed through the sky. The boundless momentum continues to flow in the void. Mu Tian looked at the people below with cold eyes. Like an emperor who rules over the world. Everyone who was staring at him couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. The lips were not opened, but the sound came out. This emperor, who is respectfully called the Jade Emperor, wants to create a heavenly palace and an alliance of human slayers. It's time to clear up the grievances between us. The calm voice instantly caused an uproar in the heavens. Create heaven. With his strength? How powerful is that? Heaven is an existence that is opposed to all races. The alliance of human slayers? This is the first time we have heard of this force. It seems that the scene from that year is about to happen again. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Those ancient giants that have lived for eons and eons. At this moment, everyone closed their eyes and meditated. Others may not know about the Human Slayer Alliance, but they are very clear about it. They even witnessed what happened back then. The Emperor of Heaven was attracted by the conspiracy of the Human Slayer Alliance. Although there is a great opportunity to become an immortal. But whether he became an immortal or died is unknown. Now the Jade Emperor has announced that he will open heaven. It is equivalent to standing on the opposite side of the Human Slayer Alliance. Mu Tian couldn't help but burst out with momentum. Ignore the surprise, shock, and horror in everyone's eyes. Then he disappeared from everyone's eyes. Just when everyone thought everything was over. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 204, Kill the Jade Emperor with all your strength. The birth of 3 titled emperors in one day. It made the whole world boil. The birth of the 3 people also seemed to tell everyone. The world is about to become unstable. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Qingyun and other great geniuses. They all smelled a familiar smell from these three titled emperors. But they all remained silent in a tacit understanding. A wave of terrifying energy kept rioting. Xiao Xuan looked at the changes in the sky unmoved. One qi, transforming into three pure states, is also the formation of Tao. Sanqing is also called Sankai. They are genius, talent and local talent, respectively. It also corresponds to the mathematics of heaven, personality, and earth. Therefore, Xiao Xuan borrowed the technique of converting one qi into three pure states. Created Mutian, Samsara, and Tathagata, corresponding to the three talents of heaven, earth and Buddha respectively. The moment when the three clones were given titles, his cultivation level directly broke through to the 9th level of the great emperor. This breakthrough did not cause any abnormalities. Tathagata looked around solemnly. Then it turned into a ray of Buddha light and flew into the sky. Wait until he appears again. Xiao Xuan and the other two are already waiting. Although the four of them were silent. But they all know their own thoughts. All of a sudden, tens of thousands of masks leaped out from the Xiao family and were scattered in all areas of the heavens. These masks contain various characters, or ghosts and monsters, or the thousand-faced Buddha, or gods from all walks of life. The mask in the reincarnation hand of Tianqi Holy Emperor. It contains the 10 palaces of Yama, the judge of the underworld, the city god, Pamang, the impermanence of black and white, and the bull-headed and horse-faced. The Jade Emperor Mujia's mask depicts the 4 spirits and 28 constellations, 6 Dingliujia, Santai Xingjuan, etc. On the Tathagata's Buddhist mask are the 4 great bodhisattvas, the 8 great Vajras, the 500 eris, and the 3,000 enlightenments. Each mask has a trace of the original image. Not only that, the mask also contains methods of practicing heaven, earth, and Buddhism. Anyone recognized by the mask. Not only can you become one of the 3 forces, you can also get the corresponding practice methods. The birth of these masks. First, to help them practice better. Second, to hide their true identities. The Human Slayer Alliance has existed in the world since the days of heaven. It's so intertwined. Although the Xiao family is powerful, but it didn't reach the strength to compete with it. Unless Xiao Xuan can break through the quasi-immortal, crush them with absolute strength. But obviously, he does not have this strength now. The appearance of the mask caused fear in the Human Slayer Alliance. In an area where spiritual thoughts gather, there are countless ancient giants hidden inside. Even just a wisp of breath is enough to destroy a star. Even if you reach the realm of the great emperor, you will not be able to escape death. Damn Jade Emperor. I think he had a premeditated plan to go to the emperor. Hang Monument. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 205, The Mystery of the Mask. The quasi-immortal is unpredictable. The mask of the Dragon King of the West Sea is really a good thing, but I wonder what its relationship is with the Jade Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor carefully looked at the mask in his hand. There are various runes engraved inside. At first glance it looks unremarkable. After injecting a trace of spiritual thought, there is another world inside. There is a treasure exchange area among them. Not only can you use magic weapons to exchange for items and points, you can also exchange points for treasures. These treasures cannot be found even in the heavens. Look at these heartwarming treasures. The Black Dragon Emperor's hands couldn't help but tremble. His heart was like a plucked string. Quasi-immortal. This mask can help him break through to the quasi-immortal realm, even reaching the legendary realm. Then he took out several quasi-emperor treasures that he had collected. Exchange for redemption points. It has been detected that there are 10 quasi-emperor magic weapons and 8 great emperor treasures. Should they be converted into exchange points? The Black Dragon Emperor hesitated slightly. Withdraw 5 pieces of the Emperor's treasure. Then click on the page and select Redeem. 10 quasi-emperor magic weapons and 3 emperor treasures can be converted into 120 redemption points. Do you want to redeem them? The corners of the Black Dragon Emperor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These treasures were accumulated by him over the years. It can only be exchanged for 120 points. Try it. You have to know the truth and the lies. The Black Dragon Emperor gritted his teeth. Exchange these magic weapons directly. The next moment, all the treasures, elixirs, exercises, and martial arts that he could redeem appeared before his eyes. Emperor Pill, an exclusive elixir for the titled emperor. Taking it can help break through the shackles of many years. Redemption points, 1,980. The Black Dragon Emperor looked at the column of his exchange point that showed 520. I can't help but feel pity. Ding, it has been detected that the Dragon King of the West Sea is a newcomer. You can buy it at half price. Do you want to spend 490 to redeem it? The Black Dragon Emperor's heart moved. Then consume the previous emperor's treasure in exchange for a great emperor pill. Looking at the almost weightless elixir in his hand, afraid of disappearing the next moment, he quickly covered it with his hands and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of majesty burst out from his body instantly. Time passes by another 100 years. The cultivation level of the Black Dragon Emperor has also been raised to the 8th level of the titled emperor. I didn't expect that my cultivation, which was stuck in the 6th level of the titled emperor, would break through at this moment. It's a pity that this elixir can only be taken once in a lifetime. And because he is a newcomer, he also received a newcomer gift package. With the help of the elixir and the big gift package, he broke through to the 2nd level. This mask is so powerful that even the Emperor of Heaven couldn't do it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 206, The Kowtow Ceremony of the Mysterious Titled Emperor. Palace Master. Pure-blooded Black Dragon Clan leader Mo Wudao is suspected of joining the Human Slayer Alliance and is now issuing an investigation mission. You can get 300 redemption points for investigating and confirming your identity, and you can get 2,000 redemption points for killing. The Black Dragon Emperor couldn't help but sink when he saw this. He saw Mo Wudao's changes. As a half-emperor, there is no possibility of him breaking through to the title of Great Emperor. However, during this time, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. He even broke through the title of Great Emperor. Recently, they have been constantly plundering the powerful emperors of the human race. After each raid, his cultivation level has improved to a higher level. He had seen this secret method in ancient books. It's the secret method of the Human Slayer Alliance. Non-senior personnel cannot teach it. He couldn't help but snorted when he thought of this. I hesitated to click to receive the mission. The Dragon King of the West Sea collects and investigates the identity of the leader of the Black Dragon clan. Unless the other party shares it or gives it up voluntarily, others cannot collect it again. The Black Dragon Emperor directly locked his consciousness on Mo Wudao. At this time, he was converting the techniques on the human emperor. He was now certain that Mo Wudao was a member of the Human Slayer Alliance. I just don't know how to submit the task. I looked through the page and couldn't find the relevant taskbar. At this time, a cold voice sounded again. Ding, it has been detected that the Dragon King of the West Sea has confirmed the identity of Mo Wudao and is confirmed to be a member of the Human Slayer Alliance. Choice 1, get 300 redemption points. Option 2, kill it and get 2,300. Redemption points. Mo Wudao, the leader of the Black Dragon clan, the Night Emperor preached and joined the Human Slayer Alliance, codenamed Wudaoji. With the confirmation of Mo Wudao's identity, his relevant information was also released one by one. Mo Wudao chose the second option without hesitation. Then he put on the mask of the Dragon King of the West Sea and left. At the same time, Mo Wudao also received a new task. At this moment, he is rushing to the mission destination. At this time, suddenly there was a strong wind in the sky. Dark clouds cover the sun. A majestic and terrifying momentum continued to sweep over. Then a vacuum zone appeared in front of him. They are both titled emperors. But only the old and powerful can have such strength. Mo Wudao is the best at assessing the situation. He quickly clasped his fists and saluted. Junior Mo Wudao is paying tribute to Senior. I wonder if Senior has something important to do when he stops him? Then a man in black wearing a heavenly mask appeared in front of him. The terrifying aura emanating from the other party made him tremble with fear. At least the titled Emperor Eighth Heaven. These people wearing masks. Not only against their alliance of human slayers. They even went so far as to kill every member of their human slayer alliance. The alliance of immortal human slayers will not give up. Mo Wudao continued to speak without waiting. What the other party said made him frightened again. The leader of the Black Dragon clan, Mo Wudao, is a subordinate of the human Slaughter Alliance, Emperor Yi, codenamed Wudaoji. Mo Wudao was even more panicked after his identity was recognized. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 207, The Empress Past and Present Life. Xiao Qingyun looked at her with emotion in his eyes. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Time is really worthless. I have only been reincarnated for one life and even you have become the title of Great Emperor. Xiao Qingyun looked at the woman in front of him and couldn't help but recall what happened back then. Palace Master. Yuer misses you so much. The woman looked at her with eyes filled with longing and tears. Back then, she was rescued by the palace owner and brought back to Yaoyue Palace, where she stayed by her side and taught her carefully. Yaoyue Palace was created by Xiao Qingyun. When she was still the great emperor, she had already become an object of awe by everyone. After breaking through the title of great emperor, no one dares to rival him. It was originally thought that Yaoyue Palace would enter the era of heavens under the leadership of Xiao Qingyun. However, the appearance of a book called The Supreme Court of Gods attracted her attention and fell in the competition among many titled emperors. Qin Yuer took over the position of palace master as her confidant. However, his own talent and strength were far different from Xiao Qingyun's. After taking over as the palace master, he had no choice but to live in seclusion. Looking at Xiao Qingyun's face, she felt so ashamed that she could not face the cultivation she had made of herself. Palace Master, Yuer is sorry for your failure to carry forward Yaoyue Palace. Xiao Qingyun shook his head lightly. It is not easy for you to continue Yaoyue Palace. Qin Yuer breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up excitedly and was about to leave. Palace Master, I will bring everyone from Yaoyue Palace right now. They will be very happy to see you return. Xiao Qingyun stopped her in time. No, don't disturb others with my appearance this time. Now I will break into the Nanming royal court again. But it can't be exposed easily when the time comes. I feel relieved to leave Yaoyue Palace to you. It doesn't matter if we talk about the return in the future. Qin Yuer nodded, but she still had doubts about Xiao Qingyun's death that year. Palace Master, why did you suddenly fall when you were competing for the Supreme Divine Court? With your resources, those people can't kill you even if they join forces. Why? Come back to life again? Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but sigh slightly when he recalled the battle that year. It's a long story. Now that I have recultivated my life, even though my qualifications and strength are stronger, but I am still in the growth stage, and I have accumulated too many enemies in these lifetimes. Yaoyue Palace cannot protect me at all. Therefore, my existence cannot be exposed yet, and you continue to preside over Yaoyu Palace as the Moon Emperor. After you and I meet this time, please don't come again, so as not to implicate the sisters of Yaoyu Palace. Qin Yuer nodded. He bit his red lips lightly, and then took out the mask in his hand. Buddhist Guanyin Bodhisattva? Xiao Qingyun was surprised when he saw this. Qin Yuer was surprised by Xiao Qingyun's appearance and couldn't help but said, Palace Master, do you know the Guanyin Bodhisattva in Buddhism? How could Xiao Qingyun not know? Xiao Xuan is planning this incident and releasing the masks of the three forces of heaven, hell, and Buddhism. They all involved the genius of the Xiao family, and these were just the smallest moves on the chessboard. Then she took out the mask in her hand. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 208 Nuwa's Secret Realm, The Birth of Humanity. This secret place had a strange feeling from the first moment he saw it. He didn't understand this feeling until he met Wang Shu and Ho Tuesday. As soon as the secret realm was formed, Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Qingyun and others arrived. You little bastards, you're pretty fast. The master of the house has spoken, we must come quickly. Xiao Qingyun made fun of Xiao Xuan as soon as he arrived, and the words came out of his mouth. Not only did the people around her look at her in surprise, but she herself was also shocked. It's so out of control. Xiao Xuan smiled calmly and waved his hand, the secret realm we are going to. This time is where Nuwa creates humans. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they heard this. Create a human being. How much supernatural power does this have to create a human being? Everyone was extremely excited, wanting to see what other ways humans could create besides the union of men and women. As the picture continued to fragment, waves of rich fresh spiritual energy continued to fill the tip of the nose. It makes people feel comfortable all over their body. In a lush forest, a beautiful woman has her long hair hanging loose. With a loving smile on his face, he was holding a clay figurine in his hand. There are various small clay figurines placed beside her, and with the completion of the last clay figurine, the woman took out a jade vase with several fairy branches in it, and at the moment she was waving the fairy branches, 2 drops of blood also dripped down, the combination of fairy water and blood. It emits a faint golden color and reflects the colorful rainbow under the sunlight. When he saw the 2 drops of Nuwa's blood, Xiao Xuan clearly felt that the blood in his body was churning. It's like this blood comes from the same origin as the one in your body. Xiao Xuan did not dare to suppress this feeling that was about to come out, and could only calm down slowly. The moment Xiao Xuan saw Nuwa's face, a scene also appeared in his mind. Besides Nuwa, there was another person, but that person's figure was blurry. That familiar feeling came over me again. Nuwa fabricated more and more humans, and they were all over the ground in the blink of an eye. Even taking root and growing in the forest, Nuwa looked at the human being she created with a happy smile on her face. Human beings are carefree. It's a pity that humans born in the mire can escape from the mire without being stained. A man in black clothes stood behind her, with a hint of contempt in his words. Just when everyone was confused, Xiao Xuan's explanation sounded at the right time. This is Nuwa, the great creator of human beings. Standing behind her is her brother Fushi. The jade bottle of pure water in her hand can make flesh, white bones, and the living dead. Everyone looked incredulously when they heard Xiao Xuan's words. Flesh and bones of the living dead. Even just one drop. It can allow them to save themselves at the critical moment of life and death. It's hard to find even a drop of this divine water in the heavens. How powerful is Nuwa? She is as powerful as Dong Huang Tai. Just when everyone was talking about it, Xiao Xuan's eyes were firmly fixed on Nuwa. However, Nuwa's happiness did not last long, as humans grew. They are also coming into contact with more and more, and there are many uncontrollable factors. Everyone in the Xiao family also discovered that there was a trace of black energy lingering on these human beings. The black air connected to the soil beneath their feet. This is the evil spirit, which is closely connected with the netherworld. Under the earth, man is created from water and lus. The lus is also infiltrated by the netherworld, so it has its own hostility. Under the catalysis of the netherworld, it can amplify people's desires and do whatever it takes to achieve benefits. Finally, go to destruction. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 209. Nuwa created humans and killed each other. The emergence of spirits has turned humans, who had no power to fight back, into meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. The other saints and gods also ignored this. In their eyes, monsters eating people is just like people eating pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep. It doesn't matter whether it's good or evil. Nuwa's energy was exhausted, and the net originally used to control demons and monsters was torn apart. For a time, the world was like purgatory, and Nuwa found the demon calling flag to control the demons. But they couldn't get rid of all the demons and monsters, so they had no choice but to separate the human world and purgatory. However, the greed of the immortal cultivators has filled the entire world with a strong aura of hostility. The Emperor of Heaven couldn't help but sigh deeply when he saw Nuwa's helpless appearance. Since you don't want to destroy mankind, then use your soul to fill the void. Seeing the children she created living in dire straits, Nuwa finally made the final decision. She came to the split between upper and lower alone, looking in the direction of Xiao Xuan with tears in her eyes. The face was extremely desolate, but also had a hint of ferocity. Xiao Xuan also looked at her intently. Nuwa seemed to be able to feel his gaze, and couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. Even heaven and earth cannot bear the tears of a saint. In an instant, a storm broke out and strong winds swept across. After the heaven and earth trembled, Nuwa also disappeared from sight. Xiao Xuan was also deeply shocked. Everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help themselves for a long time. By the time Xiao Xuan came to his senses, the secret realm was about to end. With a wave of his hand, the scene in front of him was frozen at the moment. Nuwa disappeared. Looking at the crowd, he couldn't help but sigh. With the demise of Nuwa and Fushi, the Emperor of Heaven also left the human world alone. The demon clan also regards humans as their own food and keeps them in captivity, without Nuwa's protection. The other saints also ignored this, and the demon clan even massacred people and used humans to refine secret techniques. Humans can't tolerate monsters either. Before Fushi disappeared, Nuwa allowed him to be reincarnated as a human. In order to help mankind, the two paid a huge price, and they will never be reincarnated again. Help mankind get on the right track. At this time, the human race found that it needed the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to suppress luck. Later, powerful men such as the human Emperor Shenong, the Great Emperor Shan Yuan, and Emperor Yan appeared. But in the end, the destinations of these great powers are not much different. And they have made huge sacrifices for the sake of the human world. As Xiao Xuan waved his hand, the picture continued to change. Everyone in the Xiao family was deeply shocked again and again. Compared to the previous secret realm, this secret realm makes them want to explore even more. Therefore, as soon as the secret realm ended, everyone was eager to prepare to Explore. Even Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Tianyun and others can't hold back their desire for knowledge. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 210 Generous Rewards, Nua's Artifact. Just when everyone was about to leave, Xiao Tianyun suddenly came towards Xiao Jianqin with a long sword in hand. The sword is ruthless and shows no mercy. Xiao Jianqin was naturally unwilling to be outdone and took out his half-life divine sword to fight with him. The long sword in Xiao Tianyun's hand is completely golden, with a red blade and a golden sword glow with every swing. The moment the light suddenly appeared, those who looked at it were blinded. Even Xiao Jianqin was dazzled by the sword light. Xiao Xuan was also surprised. The Xianyuan sword that had been covered in dust was actually found by Xiao Tianyun. Although it has been baptized and corroded by the prehistoric years, it has long lost its previous spirituality and strength. But it is also a rare divine sword in the heavens. Even a quasi-immortal will be moved. And since this sword has appeared in the world, it means that it has a probability that is incredible. Just when the two were about to decide the winner, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. It's Xianyuan sword. I saw it when I was searching for opportunities. But because it was sealed, I couldn't get it, so I gave up. The Xianyuan sword is Emperor Xuanyuan's magic weapon for enlightenment. Anyone who possesses it in the human world will be the next emperor. One side is printed with stars, and the other side is engraved with the sun and moon. Yes, it's the Xianyuan sword. When Xiao Jianqin heard that it was the Xianyuan sword, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he fought with Xiao Tianyun even more energetically. If Xiao Xuan hadn't taken action, the two of them would have fought for hundreds of years without stopping. Qin Yuer, who had gained a lot, walked out with a face of joy. Seeing Xiao Qingyun not far away, he was about to step forward with joy, but was stopped by Xiao Qingyun's eyes. Then she looked at Xiao Xuan, who was dressed in white, and then understood what Xiao Qingyun meant. At the same time, I am also upset about my gaffe. He hurriedly stepped forward to greet Xiao Xuan, Master Xiao. Xiao Xuan nodded, without any expression on his face. Get up, we'll talk about anything later. Qin Yuer walked to Xiao Qingyun's side in small steps, her eyes shining like a little girl who was inexperienced in the world. He is completely different from the Yu Emperor, the decisive and ruthless master of Yaoyu Palace. She was eager to share the treasure she obtained inside with Xiao Qingyun. But Xiao Qingyun looked aside with cold eyes, and Qin Yuer could only suppress her joy. Xiao Xuan glanced at everyone indifferently, and then waved his hand. Seeing only a puff of thick smoke, everyone returned to the back mountain. Again. This time Nua's secret realm of creation contains many heavenly and earthly treasures, which are richer than the previous secret realms. There are many treasures that have been baptized by the ancient times. Although their spirituality is not as good as before, as long as they are treated well, there is also the possibility of overtaking in the future. You all should disperse now. Qingyun girl stays. When everyone heard this, they looked at Xiao Qingyun with envy. Being able to be talked to by the owner alone proves that the owner wants to improve the weak areas. Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Zongtian, Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Yan and other talented people all made rapid progress after the guidance of their family master. Xiao Qingyun knelt on one knee and spoke with a determined expression. Please give me punishment, master. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 211 Who is the clown behind the scenes? The rewards this time are all Nuwa artifacts. Just right for him. If used, even the quasi-immortals of the human slayer alliance can be easily killed. Time flies by in a blink of an eye. Xiao Xuan is only one step away from breaking through the title of Great Emperor. Xiao Tianyun also impacted the quasi-emperor third heaven in these 10 1,000 years. Xiao Jianxin followed closely and broke through to the quasi-emperor. Xiao Qingyun hit the quasi-emperor second level. In an ancient forest, a man in black robe stood suspended in the air with his hands behind his back. At his feet knelt a masked man. You only need to go to the Xiao family to inquire, and I will give you the countercurrent fruit that can break through the half-emperor body. The masked man's eyes lit up. Such a good thing could happen. When has anything this emperor ever said been false? He was still hesitant at first, but after hearing these words, he agreed. Without hesitation. Then disappeared from sight. Ding, the main mission is released. It is detected that a foreign enemy is coming to test, and the host detects the incoming information. Confirm his identity and the person behind it, kill him, and get generous rewards. Xiao Xuan, who was practicing, suddenly received a task from the system. Just in time. The corners of Xiao Xuan's lips raised slightly, and then he used his exploratory eyes to check. A masked man was rushing to the Xiao family's residence, but the opponent's strength was only that of the quasi-emperor 9th level. If you haven't touched the sect-protecting formation, you will be killed too. Ashes become the nourishment of the family. The masked man concealed his aura and entered the Xiao family's residence, without even alerting the barking dog outside. It is said that the Xiao family's residence is the most terrifying. If you don't think about hiding your aura, it will be useless. The masked man felt a little relieved and immediately started to investigate the Xiao family's residence. All he had to do when he came in this time was draw a map of the Xiao family and hand it to that person. At the same time, Xiao Tianyun was standing in the air with his hands folded on his chest and his expression indifferent. From the moment this man entered the Xiao family's residence, everyone in the Xiao family was acting with him. I just don't know why the head of the family didn't kill him directly, but let him sneak in instead. When he saw the map in the man's hand, Xiao Tianyun immediately understood. However, when the masked man sneaked into Xiao Junlin's yard, he showed a ferocious expression. Millions of years have passed, and you are hiding here. If it weren't for you, how could I have become a half-emperor? The masked man suddenly burst out with an emperor's aura and killed Xiao Junlin, who was practicing in the yard. Now Xiao Junlin is attacking the quasi-emperor. If he is disturbed, it will cause unimaginable consequences. Suffer death. Emperor Morong-yi. A majestic momentum burst out instantly. A long dragon with sword energy rushed toward Xiao Junlin. Just when Xiao Junlin thought he was about to be reincarnated again, a golden longsword fell from the sky. The boundless sword energy can't help but impact the sky and clouds. The terrifying sword force lifted the entire ground instantly. Even if they break into my Xiao family's residence, they still want to kill my own people and seek their own death. Xiao Tianyun's cold voice came from above his head. Who are you? How dare you stop this emperor? The man was furious, and his majestic aura was rioting. A mere quasi-emperor of the 3rd level dares to stop this great emperor. You are simply overestimating your own capabilities. In an instant, a fierce offensive headed towards Xiao Tianyun. Xiao Tianyun's expression remained unchanged, and he used the Shangyuan sword to resist. A sword slashed through the air, and boundless sword energy swept over him. Instantly, countless rays of golden color can't help exuding the cold sword light. The sword's power flowed uncontrollably, and its sword intent swept across all directions. After thousands of years of accumulation, Xiao Tianyun's understanding of Shangyuan sword has become more thorough. When the two sides collided, a huge wave instantly set off. It caused the residents of the Xiao family to tremble. The endless momentum instantly raised the entire yard to the ground. The man did not expect that a quasi-emperor of the 3rd level would be able to catch his blow. You have strength, but you're still a little behind when it comes to facing the great emperor. Suffer death. The man shouted loudly, and a black dragon crescent knife appeared in front of him instantly. The countless swords could not help but impact the sky. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 212 Recruitment. Someone from the Human Slayer Alliance is coming. A quasi-emperor with a first-level cultivation level can kill the emperor. This level of strength is terrifying. Xiao Junlin clasped one hand behind his back, and the aura of a quasi-emperor couldn't help but explode. He looked at the body of Emperor Daolong with an indifferent expression. Although his strength was only the quasi-emperor first level, but he has the ability to leapfrog challenges and even kill. Plus the last exploration of the secret realm. It allowed him to gain more treasures and insights, and it can be said that he is almost invincible at the quasi-emperor level. Of course, except for those geniuses from the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan also fell from the sky at this moment. He looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently. At this moment, the system's cold prompt sounded in my mind. Ding, the identity of the detected intruder has been confirmed, and the main mission has been released. Destroy the Human Slayer Alliance branch base and kill the mastermind behind it. Complete the mission to get generous rewards. Xiao Xuan sneered in his heart. He came just in time. He stretched out his hand, and a family head token appeared in his hand. Find out the driving force behind this person. Find the base of the Human Slayer Alliance branch and destroy it. The owner's token cannot be given out unless it's a big deal. You must complete the instructions as soon as you come out. It can be seen that this incident completely angered Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan spoke angrily, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. At the same time, a certain vacuum zone continuously erupted with terrifying momentum, and bursts of turbulent momentum rushed into the sky. What an Emperor Murong-yi! He can kill the great emperor as soon as he breaks through the quasi-emperor. Good. Very good. Excellent. The endless momentum of the titled emperor continued to explode. I originally thought that I would let Daolong go to the Xiao family, to explore the terrain map, so that we can also have a targeted strategy. Who knew I would fall into their trap from the beginning? Damn it. This Xiao family is so cruel. Xiao Xuan has a secret method to break through and advance, and the Xiao family's geniuses are so powerful that it's better to destroy them one by one. No, I have a plan. Why not recruit him? At this time, a man in gray robe stepped forward, his whole body filled with thick black mist. Recruitment? Yes, since the genius of the Xiao family is so powerful, promotion is not as fast as the reverse flow fruit. You mean? Yes, it's better to use the countercurrent fruit to attract them and use these geniuses for your own use. Okay. Wonderful. Wonderful. But even the quasi-immortal would be severely damaged by the Xiao family's sect-protecting sword formation. How can we get there? He who wishes will take the bait. The man in gray robe sneered with a confident look on his face. At the same time, Xiao Xuan is checking the basic information of the family. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, the head of the Xiao family in Zishanfeng Poxingwen Sword Valley. Cultivation realm, the pinnacle of the great emperor's 9th level. Magic weapon, Imperial Divine Weapon Waning Moon Sword. Martial skills, Tianyu Xian Feng Sword Technique, Jin Zhan Wu Dragon, 8. Stage / Exotic treasures, Jade Pendant and Ring of the head of the family. Family buildings, Sutra Pavilion, Enlightenment Room, Jingshi Hall, Family Station, 10,000 Sword Cave, 1000 Buddha Hall, Enlightenment Sky. Monument, 10,000 Zhang Medicine Peak, Family Ancestral Tomb, Wenjian Valley. Supernatural powers, Baizhong, sword domain, Poji, power breaking 10. Thousands, aurora, invincibility, extreme speed, critical hit. Xiao Xuan nodded with satisfaction. Now the Human Slayer Alliance has sent people to inquire about family information. He can no longer sit still and wait for death. Just when Xiao Xuan was about to think of something, Xiao Jianfeng's knock came from outside. Master of the family, someone from the Human Slaughter Alliance is here too. Ask to see the master of the family. They are two great emperors at the peak of the 9th level. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Human Slaughter Alliance actually sent two great emperors from the 9th level to meet? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 213. With one glance, the peak emperor dies. Play the long game to catch big fish. Not only the 8 elders were shocked by these words. Even Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianxin were surprised. This was the first time they heard someone speak ill of the head of the family. It's really novel. Xiao Tianyun didn't show any expression in comparison, just looked at him indifferently. So what Emperor Strange is saying is that as long as we join the Human Slayer Alliance, we can get the countercurrent fruit? That is, Emperor Strange said with confidence in his voice. The alliance of human slayers has existed since the Heavenly Court era. Whether it is resources or magical weapons, they are all much stronger than the Xiao family. As long as you join the Human Slayer Alliance, all resources will be directed towards you, including countercurrent fruits. They are also provided regardless of quantity. It is even possible to become a disciple of a quasi-immortal. Get cultivated by quasi-immortals. Help break through the shackles and reach the legendary realm. The words of Emperor Qi are heart-moving. Even the rest of the Xiao family found it too tempting. Xiao Bang and other elders frowned when they heard this. Is the purpose of Emperor Qiji's coming here really just to recruit people? But since the countercurrent fruit is so powerful, why is he still at the peak of the 9th level of the Great Emperor? Why not cultivate all the other members of the Human Slayer Alliance? But come here to recruit people? I agree. At this moment, Xiao Tianyun spoke firmly. Everyone in the Xiao family immediately exclaimed when they heard this. Even the 8 elders were surprised. The Human Slayer Alliance has been established for hundreds of millions of years and has huge resources. Even if it is just a branch, there are also countless resources. Why don't I want this resource? Emperor Qi sneered in his heart. As expected, humans are all selfish. A little sweetening and provocation will make you ungrateful. Now that the genius of the Xiao family agrees to be recruited, it will become easier to control the Xiao family. Without the help of these geniuses, even if Xiao Xuan has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will not be enough. Sure enough, you are so courageous and courageous. If you dare to break it, you will break it. Once you join the Human Slayer Alliance, even if you are a member of my staff, as long as you complete the task on time, I will recommend you to the quasi-immortal. By then. However, Xiao Tianyun interrupted him and spoke coldly. Wrong, I agree that all the resources of the Human Slaughter Alliance will be incorporated into the Xiao family and become the best training for the Xiao family's children. The Human Slaughter Alliance will be razed to the ground by the Xiao family. From now on, there will be no more Slayer Alliance in the world. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Qi's face instantly turned livid. The expressions of the great emperors and quasi-emperors behind him also froze. Instantly, the elders behind Xiao Tianyun were relaxed. They forgot who Xiao Tianyun was. Xiao Xian's only nephew and the future heir of the Xiao family. Emperor Qi looked at Xiao Tianyun with a strange look on his face, and even gritted his teeth. You mean, you want to destroy the Human Slayer Alliance? Xiao Tianyun nodded. That's natural. Emperor Qi traveled thousands of miles to deliver resources from the Human Slayer Alliance. How can I have any reason to give up? Naturally, I took it all. Uproot it. After speaking, he looked at Emperor Qi with a grateful look on his face. Since the establishment of our Xiao family, I have seen everything, but I have never seen anyone actively giving resources to destroy a family. The Human Slaughter Alliance is the first of its kind. Emperor Qi's body instantly erupted with a terrifying aura, and he looked at Xiao Tianyun with an angry face. I sincerely invite you, but you treat me like a monkey. If that's the case, then you risk your life. The boundless emperor's aura instantly killed Xiao Tianyun. At this moment, a sword light rose into the sky, like a golden dragon leaping towards him. Annihilate this terrifying momentum instantly. The terrifying sword intent forced Emperor Qi back several steps. Have you ever asked this emperor if you hurt me, a descendant of the Xiao family? The golden light dissipated, and Xiao Xuan's figure appeared in front of everyone. Xiao Xuan's appearance made Emperor Qi's behavior somewhat restrained. Master Xiao, today I am here to invite you to join the Human Slaughter Alliance. But you, a descendant of the Xiao family, insulted me with your arrogant words. Since the head of the Xiao family is reluctant to teach me a lesson, let me do it for you. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 214. Leave no one behind. Kill the genius of the Xiao family. Xiao Xuan smiled lightly and spoke slowly and unhurriedly. The Human Slayer Alliance is indeed powerful, but it is not that there are no strong people left in the heavenly age. If they could really completely annihilate the Xiao family without exposing themselves, they would not choose to come here today to recruit people. After hearing Xiao Xuan's explanation, Xiao Tianyun and others suddenly realized. Seeing that everyone's doubts had been resolved, Xiao Xuan continued to speak. I let those people leave, it was just a branch base for the alliance to pursue human slayers. From the moment they stepped into the settlement, the Xiao family's unique tracking star powder was left on their bodies. What the master means? Xiao Jianfeng couldn't help but exclaimed. As you think, if you mess with Chenglong, if you dare to act recklessly in the Xiao family, I, Xiao Xuan, will not let them off so easily. Having said this, a cold light flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes, and then he stood up. Since the founding of our Xiao family, we have adhered to the family rule of not fearing power and not bullying smaller ones. Today, there is an intruder from other places. If we cannot punish them severely, we will not be able to calm the hearts of the clan. Establish. Majesty. Send the order, track down the 3 people from the Human Slayer Alliance, and directly destroy the base of the Human Slayer Alliance branch. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Tianyun and others indifferently, and spoke calmly. Xiao Qingyun, take the Buddhist disciples to the base of the Human Slaughter Alliance branch, and try to save them as much as possible. Xiao Zongtian, along with a group of disciples from the underworld, went to the base of the Human Slaughter Alliance branch to be responsible for liquidating the dead souls. Help Xiao Qingyun clean up the wreckage. Xiao Yan and Xiao Junlin lead everyone in heaven to destroy the base of the Human Slayer Alliance branch. Xiao Yanyao and Xiao Jiamian are responsible for encircling and suppressing the remnants. Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianxin will follow the instructions of our master at any time. I will obey the master's instructions. Everyone replied in unison. At the same time, a shocking conspiracy is quietly being laid out. Above the cloud tops, colorful clouds chase the moon, the mountains are green, and the rich spiritual energy is mixed with a trace of fairy energy. This is almost another replica of heaven. It is also the base of the old heavenly palace. Several titled emperors came here, and the one standing at the forefront was a powerful emperor who was a half-step quasi-immortal. This person is Xing Xiaoshu's father, Xing Buwei. The eyes of everyone looking at him were filled with endless heat. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Help His Majesty to transcend. As soon as possible. Enter the fairyland. Relive the era of heaven. Everyone shouted in unison. Xing Buwei stretched out his hands calmly, as if he was the only immortal in the world. Get up. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but stand up cautiously, not daring to look directly into his eyes. Where is the Holy Sun? Xing Buwei said indifferently. One of the titled emperors took a step forward and spoke cautiously. My subordinates failed to keep an eye on the Holy Sun and allowed him to escape. Xing Buwei didn't say anything when he heard this. He knew that Xing Xiaoshu was resisting him. No, he is rebelling against the rules and regulations of heaven. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw that he was not angry. Are you sending people to chase the Holy Sun or? Xing Buwei sneered. No, he is not included in this plan. It would be better if he could find his way back. If not, kill it directly. All those who stand in the way of the restoration of heaven must die. Several people nodded in surprise when they heard this, obviously agreeing with these words. This time, I have called you here to start a massacre of people in heaven. Xing Buwei's voice made everyone feel excited. This is the moment they have been waiting for a long time. Once upon a time heaven was glorious. Their time coming soon. The war between the Heavenly Court and the Human Slayer Alliance was a war between the Heavenly Court era and the Human Slayer Alliance hundreds of millions of years ago. The Emperor of Heaven was transferred away by the transcendent guidance of the Human Slayer Alliance. The remaining members start a battle with the Human Slayer Alliance. The war lasted for 30,000 years. In this battle, almost all the quasi-immortals from the Heavenly Era perished. Even the 10 elders had to choose to escape in order to conserve their energy and wait for the opportunity to fight again. Under their protection, the bloodline of the Emperor of Heaven could be continued. It's a pity that the quasi-immortal who led them to escape died millions of years ago. In order to continue the bloodline of the Emperor of Heaven and recreate the glory of the Heavenly Era, they have never relaxed for hundreds of millions of years. Today we finally have this glorious moment. The massacre in heaven. The massacre in heaven. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 215. Three parties confront each other. Who is better? The Dark Knight Emperor broke through to the pseudo-immortal state after swallowing the pill given to him by the quasi-immortal. Although the pseudo-immortals cannot attack the quasi-immortals, they are already the strongest in the world. He cannot be killed unless he is a quasi-immortal. With his current strength, even Xiao Xuan can break through the title of Great Emperor. He has the super strength to surpass the challenge, but in front of him, he is just like an ant and can be pinched to death. In 100 years, the strength of the members of the Human Slayer Alliance branch base has increased to such a terrifying level. Even the established forces in the world would not dare to cause trouble for them without a quasi-immortal in charge. Dark Knight Pseudo-Immortal is already 100% sure of taking down the Xiao family. Coupled with the secret massacre of the Xiao family's geniuses over the past 100 years, their strength has been damaged to a certain extent. The Xiao family can no longer be in his eyes. Otherwise it cannot be exposed. The pseudo-immortal Dark Knight wants to kill the Xiao family immediately. And he only needs to complete this mission and swallow another countercurrent fruit. With the help of the quasi-immortal, you can attack the immortal. Become a real strong man. How could he not be excited? The elders who followed him also broke through too. The late stage of the title of Great Emperor. There are even thousands of half-emperor bodies. So many top powerhouses. The genius of the Xiao family is still willing to die. Send the order, and without exposing yourself, use all your strength to kill. The Xiao family's genius. The Dark Knight pseudo-immortal shouted loudly. Kill the Xiao family's genius. Kill the Xiao family's genius. Under the influence of the Dark Knight pseudo-immortal, the entire human slayer alliance became enthusiastic. At the same time, great changes have also taken place in the heavens. The powerful men of the Xiao family are dispatched, causing the eternal galaxy to boil. The three forces came out together, attracting the attention of the entire heaven. The three forces of heaven, underworld, and Buddhism came out together. Guanyin Bodhisattva. It is said that she has made several disciples of titled emperors who cultivated themselves by devouring their own kind. The 18 arhats are also taking action. Look. Those are the 4 heavenly kings. There are also 4 marshals, Ma, Zhao, Wen and Guan. It is said that Marshal Zhao is as black as iron and Marshal Guan is as red as blood. It is true. It is said that there are bull heads and horse faces in the underworld, black and white are impermanent. Just think of those people. I didn't expect that in less than 100 years, the 3 parties would become so powerful. The combined forces of the 3 parties only amount to 10,000 people. Where are we going? Everyone was confused about the location of everyone in the Xiao family. When they saw them approaching the base of the Human Slayer Alliance branch, they were all shocked. They actually went to the base of the Human Slayer Alliance branch. What? It's the alliance of human slayers that has existed for hundreds of millions of years and disintegrated the heavenly era. It is said that 3 pseudo-immortals have appeared in the human slaughter alliance for 100 years. Although they are not as powerful as the immortals, they are already the strongest in the world. Not only that, there are dozens of titled emperors in the Human Slayer Alliance branch, not including the powerful emperors. The 3 parties have only 10,000 people, not to mention some of them are only in the realm of Heavenly Lord. How can we resist so many strong men from the Human Slaughter Alliance? But why did the 3 parties move out at the same time? At this time, someone in the crowd raised doubts. The grievances between the 3 parties and the Human Slayer Alliance have been accumulated for millions of years. Not to mention the grievances between the Heavenly Court and the Human Slayer Alliance in the past life. So, one of the 2 must die. Although the 3 parties are powerful, they are still new forces and cannot compare to the Human Slayer Alliance. But the 3 parties have only been established for 1,000,000 years, and they are already so powerful that they should not be underestimated. It would be great if we could get rid of the Human Slayer Alliance, but I'm afraid we can't completely eradicate it. Just as everyone was talking about the forces deployed by both sides, the people from heaven, hell, and Buddhism all stopped. Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Zongtian, Xiao Jingyan, and Xiao Yan stepped out in one step and headed to the top of the Human Slayer Alliance branch. Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. Is it possible that they want 4 people to fight against the entire Slayer Alliance? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 216 The War Begins, Who Wins and Who Dies? Even if Xiao Xuan doesn't like him, poaching people should at least wait until he enters reincarnation. This move of Dark Knight pseudo-immortal is undoubtedly announcing to the world that the Xiao family is about to fall. For a moment, everyone's eyes were all turned to Xiao Xuan. Facing everyone's gaze, Xiao Xuan's expression was indifferent from beginning to end. And the Dark Knight pseudo-immortal doesn't put Xiao Xuan in his eyes at all. Who is only at the peak of the 9th level of the Great Emperor. Even if he breaks through the title of Great Emperor, it is impossible to kill a fake immortal. So the Dark Knight pseudo-immortal is not afraid of Xiao Xuan at all. So what if he is dissatisfied? Snort. An ant-like existence, you will die if you reach out. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Xiao Jianqin. How is it? What do you think about my words? However, what greeted him was a sword light from Xiao Jianqin. The alliance of human slayers? Huh. They are just pests that feed on humans too. Survive in the world. In my place, there is only the alliance of human slayers. And did not add this statement. Even a mere fake immortal dares to call himself an immortal. It's really overestimating one's abilities. Don't say it's you. Even if the quasi-immortal in this world is here, I still don't take him seriously. Among the heavens. Except for the owner of the family, Xiao Xuan, no one can truly convince me. You? What a fart. After saying that, he looked at the people of the Human Slaughter Alliance with contempt on his face. In his heart, Xiao Xuan is an irreplaceable comprehender. Whether it is guidance on the path of cultivation, or enlightenment for those who are new to sword cultivation. Xiao Xuan is a well-deserved strong man. It is the belief in his heart. Bastard thing. A terrifying power belonging to the pseudo-immortal burst out instantly. The long river of time and space was also opened up by this majestic momentum. This terror has an ethereal terror that scares everyone. Seeing that Xiao Jian's heart was unmoved, the 5 powerful emperors behind him took a step forward. The terrifying emperor's aura locked him instantly. Then 10 powerful half-emperors moved out to cover them within their attack range with the realm of divine consciousness. Xiao Jianqin sneered coldly, 3 powerful emperors and 10 half-emperor emperors want to kill me? An angry shout sounded. A sword light burst out from him instantly. Man and sword unite. The sword's will is hard to overcome. An invincible majesty swept across all directions in an instant. The accompanying divine sword in your hand exudes the ultimate sword energy. Thunder and explosions kept coming from the sky. A terrifying swordsmanship that is magnificent and unparalleled. The boundless sword intent is raging across the entire land. Instantly turned into a vacuum zone. One sword falls, and the people are afraid. Retreat. The expressions of the 3 great emperors of the Human Slaughter Alliance suddenly changed. The other party was just a quasi-emperor, but it brought them such huge pressure. The appearance of this scene reminded them of the scene with Xiao Xuan back then. What followed was a flash of cruel eyes. It is enough for Xiao Xuan to appear in the heavens. Suddenly, dozens of half-emperor emperors behind him launched an attack. Together. Boom. Under the collision between the 2 sides, a huge explosion suddenly appeared. The world is spinning, the sky is dark and the earth is dark. Flying sand and rocks, swirling smoke, and a sense of coercion that is terrifying to the people are coming towards your face. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 217, Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha. Immediately, killing people invisible. Jamal Xiao struck the air, and a terrifying blood shadow of thunder suddenly appeared. Dozens of powerful people in the heavenly realm instantly turned into streaks of blood mist spreading across the sky. With the power of thunder and lightning, I will be the supreme. A half-emperor stepped forward and was about to get rid of Jamal Xiao. But he was instantly swallowed up by Xiao Yan's power of flame. Countless people stared at this scene blankly. They thought this was a battle between 3 parties. Who would have thought that the 3 factions of heaven, hell, and Buddhism would actually reach some kind of agreement with the Xiao family? At this moment, join forces to fight against the Human Slayer Alliance. And only the stronger members were dispatched. Neither the Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, nor the Renqing Emperor of Tianqi took action. Just these few people can make the Human Slayer Alliance lose its armor. And the Xiao family only dispatched 2 people. The other geniuses have not yet appeared. Dark Knight Pseudo-Immortal trembled with anger when he thought of this. Get rid of it. Must be eliminated. No matter the Fangpoxing Xiao family or the 3 sects of heaven, hell, and Buddhism, none of them can stay. Come on. He directly issued instructions to the 3 titled emperors behind him. These people were all trained by spending a lot of resources to deal with the Xiao family. Whether it is a magical weapon or a state of cultivation, all of them have absolutely crushing strength. This shows how powerful the Xiao family is in front of the human slayer alliance. The 3 people who received the order immediately took a step forward. However, he didn't wait for them to take action. A sword flew across the sky, a ray of Buddha's light, and a stream of darkness descended from the sky, blocking the way of the 3 of them. The Jade Emperor held a long sword and looked at the titled emperor in front of him. It's nothing to bully a junior, I'll fight you. The titled emperor was angry and furious, and his target was the 2 geniuses of the Xiao family. This Jing Yao Jin, who came out halfway, is really not easy to mess with. Jade Emperor, right? Look how I will kill you. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. The long river of time and space appears, the sea of stars boils, and the stars explode. An ultimate sword light appeared across the sky. Resist this terrifying attack. The remaining power exploded the stars hundreds of miles away. He didn't expect that the Jade Emperor's strength was so terrifying. And he is also a titled emperor of the second heaven. Which one will win or die will be known in one battle. The Jade Emperor smiled slightly and pointed the tip of his sword directly at the forehead of the titled emperor. Without saying a word, he thrust his sword into the air, and the terrifying sword energy frightened everyone. The boundless sword energy swept across the sky, the stars shattered, and the starry sky shook. He had just entered the realm of the titled Great Emperor, and he was already invincible in the same realm. What's more, tens of thousands of years have passed. A mere 4th-level titled emperor was not worth mentioning in front of him. At the same time, Tathagata sat cross-legged in the air, bursts of Buddha light emitted from behind. A huge swastika loomed in front of him. They are just some frivolous intestines, but they dare to be called Tathagata. Today, I will let you see who is the strongest. The titled emperor glared at Tathagata with an angry grin. Then he swung a long sword with endless black mist. As soon as the long sword came out, a boundless and suffocating aura of death instantly filled the air. It's the undead emperor. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Tathagata chanted the Buddha's name softly, Ba. The word came out of his mouth, and golden light instantly illuminated the entire heaven. A sense of holiness arises from the hearts of all the gods. A wave of guilt came over me. The huge swastika contains the power to transform the soul. Instantly dissipate the black mist that is so strong that it can cause death. The face of the titled emperor changed drastically, this Buddha light was too strong. The dance of the dead is dispelled the moment it touches. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 218. One finger, the false immortal, is destroyed. But an incredible scene happened. The soul of the undead emperor instantly turned into a huge black shadow and jumped out of the abyss. The dead souls that originally restrained him also became the nourishment for him to strengthen himself. Emperor Tianqi Rensheng. No, I should call you the great emperor of reincarnation. But it's thanks to you that I became the immortal undead. Samsara turned a deaf ear to his words, and his eyes were dull from beginning to end. I saw him looking at the undead emperor indifferently. Then he stretched out a big palm, and the bottomless abyss appeared in the palm of his hand, including the soul of the undead emperor. This scene completely shocked everyone. This is the first time in the world to hold a 6th-level titled emperor in the palm of his hand. Even the undead emperor looked horrified, his eyes wide open with disbelief. Then the big palms of reincarnation gradually closed, and the undead emperor was completely imprisoned in hell. This scene made everyone in the world see the horror of reincarnation. The Jade Emperor's sword, Tathagata's name, and the giant palm of the abyss of samsara are all telling everyone how powerful they are. Reincarnation. Jade Emperor. Tathagata. Go to hell. The Dark Knight pseudo-immortal can no longer hold back, the undead emperor is a veteran emperor. Its strength is considered average in the Human Slayer Alliance. But he was easily imprisoned by reincarnation. How could he endure this? However, the moment he took action, the Emperor of Heaven suddenly changed. A huge tornado quietly formed in the sky. Hail fell from the sky, the earth trembled, and the sky shattered. Waves of terrifying momentum came from the sky. The boundless Taoist aura hits his face. The majestic momentum makes everyone frightened. This is the titled emperor. Is there someone rushing towards the titled emperor? No, this is fusion. The fusion of the titled emperor. He is a titled emperor, but he is stronger than the titled emperor. Once the fusion is successful, he will be invincible to the quasi-immortal. The fusion of the titled emperor means absorbing the destiny of heaven and converting it into one's own strength at the moment of breakthrough. After the breakthrough, you will be invincible among the same level. If you encounter a legendary genius, you can kill him by leapfrogging. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The boundless momentum keeps rolling in the void. At this moment, the sky shattered, and the majestic momentum overwhelmed one side. Countless small worlds are constantly being destroyed, and the ancient road of the galaxy is being repainted. The giant beasts of the galaxy and the remains of the strong men were all washed away at this moment. The eyes of the pseudo-fairy in the dark night are shining brightly. The next moment, a golden light swept across. The titled emperor comes out. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. In order to avoid future troubles, Dark Knight pseudo-immortal directly unleashed his killing moves to kill Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan became the titled Great Emperor for the first time. Even if he was just a fake immortal, he could be killed easily. The next moment, a spear appeared in his hand. The boundless power of the gun keeps roaring into the sky. Facing this blow, Xiao Xuan looked calm. I saw him point his finger, and a golden light suddenly appeared. Point out the sword. A terrifying sword force surged across the sky. When the two sides collided, the power of Xiao Xuan's finger hit him. He actually defeated the Dark Knight pseudo-immortal with all his strength. The Dark Knight pseudo-immortal even retreated in embarrassment. The overwhelming pressure forced him to use all his strength to resist. Hateful. Dark Knight pseudo-immortal originally planned to kill the opponent within 3 moves. But now it seems that Xiao Xuan is not easy to bully. He had already struck with all his strength, but the opponent didn't even draw his sword. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 219 Help. Xiao Xuan's interests. Outside the family camp, a man covered in blood was struggling to enter the camp. However, his way was blocked by the roaring dog at the door. The man did not hesitate to use his strongest power to fight with it. Just when the roaring dog was about to swallow him in one gulp, a man in white appeared in front of him. The roaring sky dog keeps people in its mouth. Xiao Jianxin was seen rushing over, but luckily he saved the man at the moment. He was swallowed. Senior roaring sky dog, this person is my good friend Xing Xiaoshu. I hope Senior will let him in. Roaring sky dog snorted when he heard this, and seeing that it was Xiao Jianxin who came to save people, he stopped bothering him. Thank you, Senior roaring sky dog, for showing mercy. Xiao Jianqin took out a few ancient galaxy beasts from the treasure bag and threw them to it. Then he gave Xing Xiaoshu a piece of fairy grass. This was the fairy grass he found from Yua's secret realm last time. But the flesh and bones of the living dead. In one breath, Xing Xiaoshu's injuries recovered instantly. What happened? How could you end up like this, with your cultivation? Xiao Jianqin couldn't help but ask. Xing Xiaoshu felt very lonely after hearing this, his eyes filled with powerlessness and hatred. My father has started a massacre in heaven. In order to prevent him from causing destruction to all living beings, I conspired with the young people in the clan to sabotage the plan, but was discovered by the Great Elder. The others who tried to escape to protect me were all killed. And I can only escape by relying on the treasure you gave me. What? Xiao Jianqin was horrified. There was a massacre in heaven. Xing Xiaoshu once told him that the human slaughter battle in heaven was a battle with the human slaughter alliance. But there are countless humans involved. Because human flesh and blood can improve the level of magical weapons and quickly improve the level of cultivation. Therefore, once the massacre begins in heaven, the world will become a purgatory-like existence. Xiao Jianqin, I have known you for so many years, and I have never begged you. Today. Before Xing Xiaoshu could speak, Xiao Jianqin interrupted him. Since it is an important matter concerning the common people in the world, how can I, Xiao Jianqin, have no reason to ignore it? Xiao Jianqin's firm eyes made Xing Xiaoshu feel warm in his heart. I'll take you to find the head of the family. As long as the head of the family takes action, there's nothing that can't be accomplished. Xing Xiaoshu came here to see Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, hoping that he could help him. Therefore, when Xiao Jianqin opened his mouth, he nodded without hesitation. Then they took Xing Xiaoshu to the back mountain of Wenjian Valley. As soon as he stepped into Wenjian Valley and passed through the transparent barrier, Xing Xiaoshu was shocked by the scene in front of him. I thought that the heavenly court, which was modeled after the old heavenly court, was already the best in the world. I never thought that I would not be able to defeat even 1/10 of the people here. Qianglu Jade Pavilion is surrounded by spiritual energy, cranes are flying, and spiritual pets are playing. The peaceful scene made him mistakenly think that he had arrived in a real fairyland. Spirit flowers and herbs can be seen everywhere, and the aura is so rich that you can feel it with your hands. The waterfall flew down, the fish leaped from the water, and the monkey climbed the tree branch. Everything shocked him. It's the ancient jade rabbit. Since the collapse of heaven, the jade rabbit has become extinct. I never thought there would be one here. Xing Xiaoshu cried out in horror. Even though he had seen all kinds of miracles, he was still amazed. The further inside he went, the richer the spiritual energy became. In just a breath, his injuries were completely restored. Soon the two came to the mountainside, where a man in white sat. His detached and ethereal appearance actually made Xing Xiaoshu lose his mind. For a moment, the image of that man comes to mind, is it him? But then he shook his head, that man had long since disappeared from the world. It's impossible to appear here. Xiao Xuan already knew the moment the two came. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 220 Possessed. Not connected with cause and effect. After that war, both humans and the Human Slayer Alliance suffered heavy losses. The strong human race found Xingbue. He hoped that he could invite a quasi-immortal from his clan to completely defeat the Human Slayer Alliance, but Xing kept his promise. In fact, the powerful human race was led into the ancient abyss, causing the opponent to perish here. Because at that time Xingbue had been reformed by the rules and systems of heaven, which caused huge changes in his body and mind. At that time, he no longer wanted to revive heaven, but wanted to take the entire world into his own hands. Xiao Xuan told Xiao Jianxin and Xing Xiaoshu what happened back then, which instantly caused a burst of exclamation. Not even Xing Xiaoshu knew about this. The clan's record of this incident is that he was killed by the human slaughter alliance. I have read the records at that time and it was not like what you said, but he was killed by the human slaughter alliance. Xiao Xuan was not angry when he heard this, but asked him, when did the record begin? Or, was your mother still alive when the record was recorded? Xing Xiaoshu's heart skipped a beat, and countless images suddenly flashed through his mind. You mean? I was both excited and unbelievable. You already have the answer in your mind, so why bother asking me again? Xiao Xuan drank the tea lightly. Xing Xiaoshu collapsed on the ground in disbelief. The beginning and end of everything comes to mind. After my mother died, her body was missing, and my father even locked himself in the door of his room for 10,000 years. When he came out after 10,000 years, his whole person had undergone earth-shaking changes. Maybe he was forced to breathe by the rules of the clan, or maybe his mother's death made him unable to accept the facts. So he chose to become possessed. Becoming a demon is different from cultivating a demon. This is making a deal with the demon with your soul in exchange for mother's resurrection. But since ancient times, no one has been able to resurrect the dead. Once a human being dies, his soul will be managed by the ghost world and the underworld, but the soul of a cultivator will disappear into ashes at the moment of death, even if the 6 paths of reincarnation appears. This fact cannot be changed. But why did my father start a massacre in heaven? Now he has become a demon. No shackles at all. Why still let mankind fall into dire straits? Xiao Xuan looked at him indifferently. Do you know what the countercurrent fruit of the human slayer alliance is made of? Human flesh and blood. Xing Xiaoshu said without thinking. The massacre of people in heaven has begun, countless small worlds have been opened, and the human beings who have been tortured will have resentment. The former demon king had a precedent of using human hatred to resurrect love. Xiao Jianxin couldn't help but said, I saw this record in the scripture collection pavilion. But that time humans were almost extinct. The entire world has turned into purgatory, and human souls have nowhere to rest. The wailing and moaning continued, and the resentment was born. Although the demon king resurrected his beloved, but it is a body without a soul. In order to reshape his soul, the demon emperor even went to the Shura tribe to find the spirit cultivation grass. In the end, he was devoured by the quasi-immortal of the Shura tribe. His soul was also imprisoned by heaven. Xiao Xuan nodded, yes, your father was hit by the pain of losing his wife. And the demon king took advantage of it. So he made a deal with him, but in the end, everything he did was not to resurrect your mother. After hearing Xiao Xuan's explanation, Xing Xiaoshu's expression became depressed. In other words, half of his father's consciousness has been occupied by the demon king. Please, Master Xiao, save my father. Xing Xiaoshu knelt down without thinking. Xiao Xuan shook his head. I can't show up, the cause and effect involved is too great, I can't get involved. Xing Xiaoshu instantly became frustrated. He thought that if he asked Xiao Xuan for help, this matter would probably be solved. But everything is in vain. Xiao Xuan handed him a calligraphy and painting. Although I can't come forward, it doesn't mean I can't help you. You are good friends with Xiao Jianxin and you are kind to him. Even for Xiao Jianxin Sake, I will help you. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 221, the 8 diagrams formation comes out and is immortal and unbreakable. I saw a long white dragon figure suddenly appearing in front of me. The whole body exudes a white gold light, and a general's aura explodes. Several people stopped immediately. This was Xiao Xuan's true body. There was also a strong look of fear in his eyes, although Xiao Xuan's strength was far inferior to them. But he is the most talented among the clan. He is also recognized by the clan as the next emperor of heaven. If he hadn't been so stubborn, maybe it was Xiao Xuan who was ordering them at this moment. But Xiao Xuan was not something to be afraid of, but Xiao Jianxin, who was holding a long sword beside him. The last time Xiao Jianxin fought against the Human Slaughter Alliance, he could clearly remember how he killed the great emperor with his quasi-emperor. Second level cultivation level. Therefore, several people were extremely fearful. At this moment, Xiao Jianxin rose into the sky, and a golden sword energy burst out instantly. The boundless sword energy and Xiao Xuan's power complement each other. If it is a combined attack skill, I'm afraid that anyone below the title of Great Emperor will be invincible. Several people were even more afraid because of this. However, before they could take action, Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Xuan launched an attack. No. To be precise, it was Xiao Xuan. No. Impossible. Several people stared in disbelief. He actually hit his own strength. Now, his cultivation level has reached the level of the Great Emperor. I saw Xiao Xuan's true body rushing into the sky, erupting with a terrifying momentum. An endless white gold light instantly surrounded them. A ball of white gold flame engulfed them instantly. The moment the wailing sound dissipated, everyone's figures also disappeared from sight. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Jianxin and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Xiao Jianxin. This was Xiao Xuan's secret. He didn't want to know and had no right to know. The darkness in Xiao Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. As a descendant of the Emperor of Heaven, he has an unchangeable destiny. The greater the ability, the greater the appetite for devouring it. Only detachment can change it. And at this time, the massacre of people in heaven has also begun. The forces of all clans came out in full force to resist this war with all their strength. If we fail to go all out, the disasters hundreds of millions of years ago will happen again. Therefore, the Taoist cultivators were the first to stand up and lead the cultivators to fight. They have even developed a pill that can extinguish life-threatening fire. Use this to prevent your body from being used as medicine. This remnant of heaven is so ambitious. They want to rule mankind, but they also want mankind to pave the way for them. Now we, humans, have already developed countermeasures. Even if we lose our souls, we can't let them succeed. Let us take revenge on the human cultivators that the Human Slaughter Alliance has captured over the years. Not bad. Kill one to protect your capital, kill a pair to earn one. Yes, kill the other side. Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Xuan have arrived at the headquarters of Heavenly Court to start the massacre. Standing at the door were two tall and mighty monsters, both of which were above the level of the Great Emperor. Even if Xiao Jianxin killed him, it would still take a lot of effort. But Xiao Xuan knew the weaknesses of these monsters. I saw him taking out a bamboo slip from the treasure bag, which was filled with light white smoke. This is the sole smoke that can control them. Just a little bit can make them controlled by me. As Xiao Xuan cast the spell, the smoke gradually enveloped the entire headquarters. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xuan took a step forward, raised the knife in his hand, and a monster's head fell to the ground. These monsters have been unable to control their lives since they were born. They are not on the road to murder. Even on the way to being manipulated, death is also a relief for them. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 222 Pseudo-Immortal Treasure, Blank Picture Scroll. The Emperor's combined attack skill is really rare. Although he has a way to deal with it, it will take some time. I saw the boundless terrifying momentum above the sky constantly impacting the void. The terrifying Great Emperor's domain locked him instantly. This scene made the onlookers all around couldn't help but be horrified. The combined attack skill can resist the Supreme Realm even if it is practiced by the God King. Not to mention the combined attack skills of the 5 Great Emperors. Xiao Jianqin is bound to die. However, facing this blow, Xiao Jianqin looked calm. The combined attack skill is certainly powerful. But it's not without any flaws. The head of the family allows the family's children to better protect themselves by practicing outside. Therefore, they are allowed to get involved in both military and political affairs. And he is particularly interested in the battle method. He even developed his own sword formation. He was wearing a green shirt and his face was as calm as water. The sword in his hand kept roaring, and the sky suddenly changed color. God-eating sword formation. Boom. In an instant, the understanding of the swordsmanship and the formation of the formation burst out. The boundless momentum shook the sky forever. Billions of galaxies destroyed. All the surrounding galaxies. The terrifying sword formation caused countless people to change their expressions. Even the strong swordsman couldn't help but fall into enlightenment the moment this sword formation appeared. In an instant, sword lights filled the sky, falling from the sky. Disintegrate the formations of the 5 Great Emperors. The strong smell of blood filled the entire sky, attracting countless onlookers to grab it. The next moment, the bodies of the 5 Great Emperors were swallowed up by a white gold flame. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Looking at the Emperor's essence and blood in his hand, he didn't know whether to save his life or give up the essence and blood. I saw a man in white and a man in green standing side by side on the sky. It's daunting. Who would have thought that the combined attack skills of 5 Great Emperors would be cracked by a quasi-emperor? Even kill it. The genius of the Xiao family is extremely terrifying. Xiao Jianqin stood with his hands behind his hands, looking indifferently ahead. I wonder who else dares to come forward. He stood proudly among the great emperors. For a moment, all the great emperors did not dare to step forward. A quasi-emperor brought them an overwhelming sense of oppression. A titled emperor stepped out directly and looked at Xiao Jianqin indifferently. Something can defeat 5 great emperors by itself. It's really amazing. You have been planning for so long, aren't you just waiting for us to come to your door? How can you dare to go through this alone without any strength? Xing Xiaoshu stood beside Xiao Jianqin with a smile, and both of them had a strong fighting spirit in their eyes. Seeing this, the titled emperor sneered, "Your strength is indeed outstanding. But it's a pity that the titled emperor is not something you can easily surpass." A spear appeared in his hand and headed towards Xiao Jianqin in an instant. The majestic momentum of the titled emperor resounded throughout the sky. Seeing this, countless people couldn't help but retreat. God-eating sword formation, God-eating sword technique. Xiao Jianqin is not afraid, even if he is a titled emperor, he is not afraid. A terrifying sword energy burst out instantly. The two sides collided together, and instantly the earth shook violently, and the starry sky shook. A powerful sword intent burst out from his accompanying divine sword. It was actually Xiao Xian's heaven-swallowing sword technique. Xiao Jianqin was greatly surprised. The head of the family actually expected that he would suffer such a disaster. If you can block this emperor's blow, you can't stay. The titled emperor's eyes burst out with murderous intent. The terrifying aura belonging to the titled emperor instantly rioted. The spear continued to rotate in the sky, and the surrounding space barriers shattered. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 223 Massacre in Heaven. Two false immortals actually fell like this. That is a blank picture. For a moment, the entire battlefield fell into silence. Even Xiao Xuan was shocked by this scene. He didn't expect that Xiao Xuan could kill two fake immortals with just a calligraphy and painting. What if the true body comes? Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan couldn't help but shudder. This is the first time he has had such a great fear of a person. Xiao Jianqin also knew at this moment why Xiao Xuan asked him to come to practice. Because he has already calculated everything. He even knew what he was about to face and left him with a solution. Xiao Jianqin was extremely shocked at this moment. Xiao Xuan's unsmiling look appeared in his mind again. From then on, Xiao Jianqin respected Xiao Xuan even more. Xiao Xuan was also shocked. He finally understood at this moment. Why did Xiao Xuan give him a picture scroll, and why didn't he worry about Xiao Jianqin's safety? Because all this was within his expectation. The terrifying head of the Xiao family far exceeds what the world thinks of him. At this time, the divine sword fell down instantly with the power that looked down upon the world. Thousands of sword lights continued to strike and wreak havoc on the sky. In an instant, a man in dragon robe fell from the void. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. This person is clearly the ruler of the old heaven, Xingbu Biao. That's true. It is said that he now claims to be the emperor of heaven. The old heaven has been disintegrated for hundreds of millions of years. Who would have thought that there is still a direct bloodline to pass on? Xingbu is the most promising being in the old heaven to break through to the quasi-immortal realm, and he also has an unshakable position in the old heaven. And he himself is one of the strongest. Although he doesn't often take action, there are always legends about him in the heavens. If Xingbu takes action, his opponent will definitely die. It's just that the Xiao family is not easy to mess with, since they can kill 3 fake immortals with a blank scroll. His strength is definitely not what it seems. Xingbu met a strong opponent. This time, I wonder if Xingbu can withstand the power of this sword. Keep reading. Maybe Xingbu has some quasi-immortal treasure. After all, the fake immortals have been invited out. Everyone was talking about it. Those who can watch this war are not ordinary people. Even the ancient powerful ones. Xingbu looked at the hanging divine sword indifferently, with fear on his face. I didn't expect you to invite such a powerful person. Since you want to help my son, why don't you dare to show up? If he hadn't dodged the sword just in time, he might have been among the people who died right now. But how could Xiao Xuan pay attention to Xingbu's question? All he saw was the sword light surging. A boundless Daoyun momentum instantly rioted. Infinite calamities and the aura of destruction continued to fill the sky. Wherever the sword light passed, pieces of void exploded. When the sword energy blows by, everything will be destroyed and all life will be annihilated. Xingbu was surging with the terrifying peak aura of the titled emperor. I want to completely resist it, but the power of this sword. Not that he, a mere peak-level titled emperor, could resist. Drink. I saw a wave of demonic energy rising into the sky instantly. The sky full of magic mist completely enveloped the entire battlefield. This scene caused the onlookers to retreat one after another. Anyone who inhales the magic mist will have their minds devoured. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 224 A New Secret Realm Opens. Gongong's anger touches Mount Buzhou. Congratulations to the host for gaining all the luck from the human slayer alliance. The chance of enlightenment among family members increases. The probability of converting family livestock into spiritual pets increases. The family spiritual mine and spiritual field are upgraded. This time the massacre in heaven did not trigger a system task, and the rewards obtained were only so many. At this moment, Xiao Jianxin brought Xing Xiaoshu to Wenjian Valley to look for him. Master Xiao, Xing Xiaoshu kowtowed to Xiao Xuan as soon as he stepped forward. Thank you so much to the Xiao family for producing a good son. Only in this way can I win victory in this war. Thank you, Master Xiao. Xing Xiaoshu originally wanted to thank Xiao Xuan for his help. But I thought that Xiao Xuan said that there was a huge causal relationship between this. Therefore, Xiao Xuan was not involved when thanking him. Today's kindness will never be forgotten by Xing Xiaoshu. If Xing Xiaoshu's service is needed one day, I will definitely do whatever it takes. Xiao Xuan looked at him indifferently, then shook his head. The person who helps you this time is Xiao Jianxin. It has nothing to do with me, Xiao Xuan. What kind of disputes will arise in the future is also a matter between the two of you. Xing Xiaoshu wanted to take this opportunity to get in touch with Xiao Xuan. Although I can't help him much, I have the relationship with Xiao Jianxin. There are no pros or cons to him. But Xiao Xuan's words wiped out all his plans. Having learned from past mistakes, he naturally didn't dare to pester him any more, so he had to turn around and thank Xiao Jianxin. After the two left, Xiao Xuan entered the system to check the exchange points he had obtained. Then I chose the Lich's first battle in the secret realm. Now the Xiao family can be considered to have a firm foothold in the heavens. But it is far from enough. The first battle with the Lich can not only help the children of the family improve their combat effectiveness. The opportunities are also huge. If you can gain insights, it is not difficult to break through to the first level of heaven. Therefore, Xiao Xuan exchanged the Lich's first battle secret realm without hesitation. A new number of talented people on the dragon and tiger list appeared, and this time the number of people doubled to a total of 6,000 people. Then a group of people appeared in the back mountain. As soon as you step into the back mountain, the scene around you is moving rapidly. However, when they saw that scene, they were so frightened that they turned pale. A monster with a human face and a snake body and red hair appeared in front of them. This is... Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Xiao Xuan waved his hand, zoomed in on the screen, and then explained to everyone. This man's name is Gong Gong. He is vicious and murderous. Behind him is Xiang Lu, with a human face and a snake body and 9 heads. He has a cruel and greedy temperament and only takes pleasure in killing. Another one with a ferocious appearance is Fuyo, who is the same as him. These people are all members of the Gonggong clan. The leader of the Gonggong clan is named Kong Hui. He has a handsome body and red hair. She had iron arms and sinews, was more than 10 feet tall, and was extremely powerful. After Fuxi left, the people of China worshipped Nuwa. Kong Hui was jealous of this and relied on the dangerous terrain of his fiefdom to cause huge floods to harm the central plains. As a result, there was a vast ocean in Huaxia, and he instigated Gonggong and the god of fire Zhurong to compete for the throne. As Xiao Xuan waved his hand, the scene in front of him began to change. At this moment, Kong Hui looked at Gonggong with a look of pity. Now that Fuxi has passed away, humans respect Nuwa as their master. Fire god Zhurong has become the Lord of Light, and is even expected to become an emperor. But I think you are no worse than him. The throne should belong to you. When Gonggong heard this, his heart moved. He and Zhurong were equally powerful. Why can he become the object of people's respect? Just because he can control fire? But there is only one emperor. Before Gonggong finished speaking, Kong Hui looked at him seriously. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 225 Patriarch Hongjun praised. The war ends. Gonggong's anger touched Buzhou Mountain, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split and the river to tilt. Nuwa spent 10,000 years repairing the sky and exorcising demons, and the peaceful days of the human world could not last 10,000 years. The emperor's 10 sons traveled together across the ancient and primitive land, causing a loss of life. The great witch Quafu was dissatisfied and did what Juri did, but was sunk to death by his 10 sons. After the death of the great witch Quafu, his friend Hoi was furious and searched for the extreme cold magic weapon to forge the magic arrow. Kill the 10 sons and kill the 9. But he was killed by Zhuanti's plan. The conflict between the witch and demon clans intensified day by day. Luya. The 10 sons of Emperor Jun took the essence of Quafu and Hoi. Practiced the immortal killing flying knife. The remaining 10 ancestral witches of the Wu clan, as well as a large number of great witches from the ancient times, went to the ancient and ancient heaven together to kill them. When everyone in the Xiao family saw this scene, they couldn't help but sweat. For the Wu clan. I can't wait to join in and help the Wu clan fight against the heaven. The scene continues. After the Wu clan attacked the ancient heaven, they used the 12 gods and evil formations to defeat the demon clan, and Emperor Jun Tai was seriously injured. Everyone in the Xiao family was shocked, speechless by this scene. Even a strong man like Emperor Shun Tai can severely injure him. How terrifying is this formation? Xiao Xuan waved his hand, and the screen paused at the moment when Jun Tai was injured. The 12 capital gods evil formation, formerly known as the capital gods evil formation. It is a formation in which the 12 ancestral witches gather Pangu's true body to prove the Tao. It requires the joint activation of the 12 ancestral witches. Or refine the evil flag of the 12 capital gods, and activate it by the 12 ancestral witches to condense Pangu's true body. But because Ho-Tu suddenly realized that he transformed into the 6 realms of reincarnation and created the underworld, this formation could only give them a draw. Pangu's true form. Such a terrifying formation can only lead to a draw. But that great power created the world. Xiao Tianyun was impressed by Pangu. There was it in Uncle Xian's small world of the cave. Xiao Xian nodded and then continued to tell everyone. The 2 tribes of lich and demons are fighting. The witch tribe has the upper hand and pursues the victory, hoping to completely eradicate the demon tribe. However, at this time, Patriarch Hongjun intervened, forcing the war to be suspended. In the picture, an old man wearing white Taoist robes and an immortal spirit appeared in the sky. I saw a majestic and terrifying aura erupting from him. The battlefield that was originally filled with blood was frozen in an instant. Xianming took a step forward, his face full of resentment. Ancestor Hongjun came at the right time. The 2 clans of Lich and Demon are fighting. The Witch clan is only a little bit close to destroying the Demon clan. It doesn't make sense that you are asking us to stop fighting at this moment. The death of the great Witch Quafu and the great our compatriots from the Wu clan cannot die in such a wronged manner for no reason. In this battle, the demon clan will surely perish. Ancestor Hongjun looked at Xianming indifferently. The war between the 2 lich clans can easily lead to a loss of lives and rivers of blood. If we stop in time, you can also take less account of the cause and effect. The body and soul of the witch clan will be destroyed. You are still strong, but what about the witch clan behind you? With just these words, everyone in the Wu clan fell into silence. No matter how wrong the demon clan is, they have suffered heavy losses now. If the conflict is not resolved after 1,000 years, when you start a war again, I will not intervene again. When the two Lich clan heard this, they fell into silence. The Witch clan could have taken this opportunity to wipe out the Demon clan in one fell swoop. But the appearance of ancestor Hongjun made them miss the best opportunity. Let the Demon clan take a breather. In this way, there will be no war for 1,000 years. Ancestor Hongjun said bluntly, the demon is in the sky, and the witch is in the earth. The scene almost ends here. The demon tribe was hit hard and returned to heaven to rest and recuperate. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 226. A lot of feedback, Xiao Yanyao's troubles. This time's exploration of the secret realm has greatly improved the strength of the Xiao family's children. Xiao Tianyun's cultivation realm has broken through to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Emperor 9th level. Xiao Qingyun was related to the Nanming dynasty and was involved with the Yaoyue Palace, controlled by Qin Yuer. Although this breakthrough is not big, the overall strength can challenge the Third Heavenly Emperor. It even only needs to be consolidated a little more to attack the Nanming dynasty. This time Xiao Jianqin got the opportunity to directly break through the shackles of the Quasi-Emperor 6th Heaven. In addition, the cultivation realm of Xiao Zongtian, Xiao Yanyao, and others also broke through to the 4th level of Quasi-Emperor. The 9 elders have also come to the realm of Heavenly Lord and can break through to Great Heavenly Lord at any time. But the most unexpected thing this time is Xiao Zhiqiu. As the villain template, the genius of the Xiao family actually got the opportunity left by ancestor Hongjun this time. Found a fragment of a jade dish of good fortune. Although there is only one fragment, the powerful aura contained in it is incomparable to all the divine weapons in the heavens. The jade disc of creation is the most precious treasure of ancestor Hongjun, who attained the Tao. He used his body to conform to the Tao and achieved great achievements. The jade plate of creation records 3,000 principles of heaven. If you can understand it, it will be of great help to improve your strength. This made Xiao Xuan also amazed. As expected, the villain and protagonist are not foolproof. He can find such a distant opportunity. No wonder the villain is not favored by the Son of Destiny. With his physique, who would be happy for him to appear? Xiao Xuan glanced at this familiar yet unfamiliar world, closed his eyes and sighed. The long sighs are long and continuous in this area. Then he waved his hand, and the screen began to fragment. Frame after frame, the images began to shatter like lenses, turning into rich spiritual energy and dissipating. Everyone in the Xiao family also found that they had reappeared in the back of the Xiao family from unknown time. Finally, when everything in front of them turned into nothingness, they stood up reluctantly. This time's exploration of the secret realm is an excellent opportunity for them. Even the Xiao family's genius, who is at the bottom of the dragon and tiger list, has received an opportunity that cannot be underestimated. The overall strength has been improved by at least 2 small realms. Just as they were immersed in the breakthrough of the secret realm, Xiao Xuan was standing in front of them with his eyes closed. A terrifying aura continued to erupt from his body. Everyone thought of what Patriarch Hongjun called him and all the things they had encountered in these secret realms. I became more interested in Xiao Xuan's identity. At the same time, I admire the terrifying strength of this family leader even more. Xiao Tianyun slowly stretched out his hand and motioned for everyone in the Xiao family to follow him down the mountain. When everyone felt that Xiao Tianyun was about to break through to the realm of the great emperor, I couldn't help but be shocked. Even Xiao Jianqin and others cannot achieve such terrifying strength. The sun had just risen at this time under the fish-belly white sky. Xiao Xuan's figure also looked a bit like an immortal. At this time, the mechanical sound of the system was constantly popping up in Xiao Xuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exploring the secret realm. and obtaining the immortal killing flying knife. Nuwa means the sky stone. 12 capital gods and evil formations, the essence and blood of the two lich clans, and the fire of Zhurong Vulcan. Immortal killing cultivation method. Immortal killing swordsmanship. Immortal killing flying knife, an artifact made from the condensed energy of Kwafu and Hoi, transformed into an immortal killing flying sword. It complements the immortal slaying cultivation method and the immortal slaying sword Dao. With great practice, you can kill the immortal. Nuwa Skymending Stone contains a trace of Nuwa spiritual power, can resist the fatal blow of the quasi-immortal, absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can transform into a human body. The 12 capital gods and evil array, the witch clan's secret magic array. The formation can reveal Pangu's true form. Used for clan and family station protection formations. Even if a quasi-immortal offends, he will die. Witch and fairy blood, after fusion and absorption, it can strengthen the physique and forge the body. The physical strength can break through the realm of the great emperor. Zhurong Vulcan's fire seed can be swallowed and can be designated for family members to absorb. After being swallowed, it can help fire attribute cultivators improve their cultivation to the second level of the small realm. Immortal killing swordsmanship, the swordsmanship learned by the strong men in ancient times. It can be practiced together with the chaos swordsmanship. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 227, Create an alliance of self-made human killers to deal with the Xiao family. Since coming out of the secret realm, Xiao Yinyao's strength has continued to make breakthroughs. He even surpassed Xiao Tianyun and broke through 6 small realms in succession. There is only one heaven left to attack the quasi-emperor. Therefore, he also really wants to know what his current strength is. He doesn't like the geniuses outside. Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others are so incredible that it is impossible to compare their strength. Therefore, he directly set his sights on Xiao Jingyan, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Zongtian, who were at the same level as him. However, Jamal Xiao received the mission to investigate the escape route of the remaining members of the Human Slayer Alliance. Xiao Zongtian also went to the underworld to take charge of related matters. Only Xiao Yan stayed in the Xiao family temporarily. Therefore, the entire backyard of the Xiao family was burned by the power of flames. There are still waves of flirtatious talk coming from the air. I, Xiao Yanyao, will kill the emperor with one move. I, Xiao Yanyao, am invincible in this world, who can suppress me? Red Peak Spear, Immortal Shield, kill all the immortal kings and destroy Jiutian. I, Xiao Yanyao, am invincible in the world. Xiao Yanyao's fearsomeness made all the geniuses of the Xiao family show admiration. But his voluptuous remarks made people disgusted. After Xiao Yan swallowed the Vulcan fire seed this time, his strength increased significantly. The degree of control over flames has been perfected. Just as the two were fighting, a terrifying aura of desolation instantly enveloped the two. Xiao Tianyun appeared in front of the two of them with a calm expression. As soon as his body moved, a desolate aura locked Xiao Yanyao and Xiao Yan. Now he is only half a step away from breaking through to the realm of the Great Emperor. This scene shocked everyone in the Xiao family. Who would have thought that Xiao Tianyun's talent would be so incredible? In just one breath, the 3 figures disappeared here. At this moment, the 3 of them were kneeling and admitting their mistakes. In front of Xiao Xian. Master, I was wrong. I just wanted to compete with brother Xiao Yanyao, and I couldn't control myself for a while. Master, although I have made mistakes, with my talent, I will definitely aspire to be the immortal in the future. You have earned my apology. As soon as Xiao Yanyao said these words, he immediately regretted it. He just wanted to apologize, but Emperor Domination's physique made him talk. Nonsense. As expected, when Xiao Xuan heard this, he immediately became angry. Xiao Yanyao and Xiao Yan violated family rules and were punished by planting spiritual grasses and flowers, cultivating spiritual fields, and carefully cultivating their innate spiritual roots for thousands of years. When the two heard this, they were immediately stunned. Master, you can punish us whatever you want, just don't let us take care of the flowers and plants. That's right. I'm an immortal. How can I do these chores? I'm overqualified and underqualified. Xiao Xuan waved his hand directly, and the two of them disappeared from sight. The head of the family has taken great pains to let the two of them go and hone their character. Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but speak when he saw Xiao Yan and Xiao Yanyao's miserable expressions on the screen. The two of them are indeed very good, but it's a pity that they have unstable minds and lack the endurance and control. Cultivating spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs and cooking innate spiritual roots is a test for them. Xiao Tianyun nodded. I hope to see them again in 1,000 years. They have already transformed. At the same time, an ancient deep mountain valley full of evil spirits. At this time, the terrifying aura belonging to the titled emperor continued to erupt. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 228. Xiao Xuan sat down and attacked from all sides. Everyone was immediately puzzled when they heard this. Ways to deal with the Xiao family. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan, who has the title of Great Emperor, can kill false immortals at the first level of heaven. The three forces of heaven, underworld, and Buddhism. However, after being created for hundreds of thousands of years, you can kill the headquarters of the Human Slayer Alliance. I'm afraid your method won't work. Wang Jun's nephew, although your father, Emperor Duobao, is extremely powerful, the Xiao family is not something we can touch now. Everyone was talking about it, and their words were full of disdain and ridicule. Wang Jun was not angry and explained quietly. The head of the Xiao family is indeed powerful, but there have been rumors in the world for a long time that his cultivation realm is just a catalyst. That being the case, does it really have no side effects? Why did he no longer appear in the public eye after killing the false immortal? Is he practicing in seclusion, or is he suffering a serious injury? If it's the former, why is the person in charge of the Xiao family now his nephew? As soon as these words came out, everyone present fell into silence. All signs are telling everyone that Xiao Xuan may be going to die. After hearing this, everyone was not calm. If Xiao Xuan is really going to die, then the resources of the Xiao family will be coveted by countless people. One of them couldn't help but show a greedy look. Wang Jun nodded. According to my investigation, Xiao Xuan possesses the Qilin sect's most precious treasure, and there are no restrictions on breaking through the realm. In addition, there are many talented people in the family. If we can obtain such a treasure, the Human Slaughter Alliance will be unbeatable. After hearing the words, everyone thought for a moment, then stood up and bowed. I wonder when we will start setting off. Wang Jun smiled calmly. Just wait until I send you the secret message. Then everyone left here together. At this moment, a half-faced man walked out from behind the main seat. I saw him looking at the leaving people with long eyes. Will they sincerely be the scapegoat? Half of the man's face was festered, and the other half was just a skeleton. Wang Jun looked at the leaving figures of those people with contempt on his face. In the face of interests, there is nothing to be unwilling to do. What's more, they are just ants. As long as you give them enough benefits and make them think they are important, everything will be fine. The half-faced man snorted coldly when he heard this, as expected of Emperor Duobao, who personally trained him, he is ruthless and decisive enough. At the same time, after the group left, they did not disperse. Instead, they sat down cross-legged in a desolate place. I specially sent someone to find out, and what Wang Jun said is true. Since Xiao Xuan's battle with the pseudo-immortal, he never appeared in front of the world again. The person in charge of the family was his nephew, Xiao Tianyun. Everything is under the jurisdiction of the chief elder of the clan, and Xiao Xuan seems to be. When the others heard this, they had different thoughts. As a newly rising force, the Xiao family has developed so much in just a million years. There are many talented children in the family, and even the established forces cannot do what he does. Xiao Xuan's terror and improvement in realm made even the titled emperor jealous. How many people have focused their attention on the Xiao family? But I'm not the only one who knows that Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, is about to pass away. When Wang Jun summoned us to create the Human Slayer Alliance this time, could it be that he wanted us to be the unjust ghosts who opened the way? One of them raised his question, and the rest fell silent. But the strong man with the beard immediately denied it. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 229, Hunting Time. Asking in the Valley of Swords. The geniuses of the Xiao family gathered together and waited quietly for Xiao Xuan to give instructions. The first to arrive were Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, Xiao Qingyun, and others. Samsara, Mutian, and Tathagata followed closely behind. Xiao Zongtian, Xiao Yan, and other geniuses arrived almost at the same time. When they all gathered together, Xiao Xuan was still fishing in the creek behind him. It seems that this time the war has no impact on him. But the genius of the Xiao family was already impatient. This time the Human Slayer Alliance is looking for trouble. It is a perfect opportunity for them to stretch their muscles. In the last development, some talented people from the Xiao family were sent to the human world to help. Therefore, I missed the wonderful hunting moment and felt regretful. This time even Xiao and Xiao Yi, who were practicing millions of stars away, hurried over. I'm afraid of missing this hunting moment. This is not only a verification of their strength, but also a way to benefit the people. Why is the head of the family still fishing? People outside think that our Xiao family is easy to bully. Xiao couldn't help but be a little anxious, fearing that he would not be brought with him in this battle. The head of the family has been rumored to have died. This tone is really intolerable. Although everyone knew that Xiao was deliberately irritating the generals with his words, none of the Xiao family's geniuses made it clear. Instead, he continued following Xiao's words. Yes, the head of the family is so powerful and mysterious, yet he is rumored to be the enemy. Xiao Jianxin looked at the Xiao family's genius with a smile on her face. Soon the genius of the Xiao family responded to Xiao Jianxin's words. Even Mutian, Tathagata, and Samsara couldn't help laughing. Since the last war, they all went to the secret realm to practice again, and not only did they greatly improve their strength, even the perception and artistic conception have been promoted, so there is no opportunity to verify it. And this time the Human Slayer Alliance is coming to attack, which is an excellent opportunity. Alas, although I am a quasi-immortal, my master is worse than me. It is really heartbreaking to encounter such a thing. Xiao Yanyao's words made everyone in the Xiao family completely unable to hold back. Just as they were preparing to discuss, a majestic momentum gradually approached. Everyone looked up and saw a white figure slowly appearing in front of them. It was Xiao Xuan. In an instant, the genius of the Xiao family looked serious. Xiao Xuan was also very helpless towards these geniuses. This time the Human Slaughter Alliance has been hyping up the news of attacking the Xiao family. I'm afraid it's not as simple as it seems. Xiao Xuan looked at the Xiao family's genius with an indifferent expression. Xiao Tianyun and others looked at each other and looked at Xiao Xuan with doubts on their faces. What does the head of the family mean by this? The remnants of the human slaughter alliance are not enough to cause trouble. We can completely eradicate them as long as we attack. Yes, patriarch, now that the quasi-immortal has been targeted by those people from heaven and unable to move, why is patriarch still worried? Xiao Jianxin couldn't help but step forward to echo Xiao Tianyun's words. The other geniuses of the Xiao family obviously feel the same way. But Tathagata, Mutian, and Samsara smelled something different. The Tathagata took a step forward and chanted the name of the Buddha. Ba, it has been many years since the Human Slaughter Alliance was founded. Even though it is dead, it is as skinny as a camel and is bigger than a horse. With the accumulation of the Human Slayer Alliance, it would not be difficult to fight to the death with others. Mutian has always been keen on this kind of thing. Since the Human Slaughter Alliance has launched a war this time, it must be able to catalyze or strengthen its strength in the short term. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 230. The quasi-immortal realizes that he doesn't play by the rules. He also didn't expect that the rewards given by the system would be so generous this time. The top leaders of the Human Slayer Alliance have been restrained by the quasi-immortals from heaven. There will be no problems with their actions this time. Even this catalyst is not something to be afraid of in front of him. Ding, it has been detected that the quasi-immortal of the Human Slaughter Alliance has been restrained, and we will now reward the quasi-immortal with insights. There is a 20% chance that the newborn baby in the family will be born with innate immortal roots. Xiao Xuan curled his lips and smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Tianyun is the only one in his family who has the aptitude for immortal bones. And it's acquired. As for the innate immortal root qualification, this is the first of its kind in the family. Sure enough, the higher your strength, the more advanced rewards you will receive. Time flies, and hundreds of years pass in the blink of an eye. The three forces of heaven, Buddhism and hell issued a wanted order. Make every effort to track down the location of the remaining members of the Human Slayer Alliance. Anyone who finds any clues and reports them will be rewarded with a large amount of resources. And the identity is kept confidential. When necessary, the three parties will also ensure personal safety. Under this premise, the Human Slayer Alliance changed several times and finally launched a war 100 years later. The king's army issued a general order in the heavens and agreed with the three parties to fight in 10 years. Heaven, Buddhism, and the underworld readily responded to the challenge. However, at the same time, the general's order was issued. Wang Jun led a group of members of the Human Slayer Alliance to the Xiao family on Fengpa Star. This scene instantly attracted the attention of all the forces in the world. Didn't this king's army agree to fight against the three parties? Why attack the Xiao family first? The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan, has passed away. The Xiao family is already a headless bird. No matter how terrifying the Xiao family's genius is, it is not worth mentioning. By taking down the Xiao family, you can get the secrets of the Xiao family and the treasure of Xiao Xuan's breakthrough. I didn't expect that he would come up with this idea. I'm afraid this wishful thinking won't work. This fat piece of Xiao family is closely watched by countless people. Although Xiao Xuan is said to have passed away, there is no real evidence. Otherwise, those established forces would have left in full force long ago. Is it his turn? Not necessarily. Since Wang Jun dares to come to attack the Xiao family, it proves that there is a quasi-immortal behind him. So, the Xiao family is already in Wang Jun's pocket. All the beings in the world are constantly discussing this. Wang Jun, who led everyone to the Xiao family, was staring into the distance with an indifferent expression. How much time and effort have I spent over the past 100 years to get the remaining members of the Slayer Alliance together? But the Xiao family and the three parties have repeatedly blocked my plan, causing my plan to be postponed again and again. Even most of it went down the drain. Xiao family. Heaven. Hell. Buddhism. Just wait for me. Although Wang Jun didn't show any signs of anger on his face, he was already filled with anger in his heart. At the same time, the Xiao family also sent Xiao Yuanyao to lead a group of Xiao family geniuses to fight. As long as I live in this world, I am invincible. If you come here, I'm afraid you won't lose your life. After hearing Xiao Yuanyao's words, everyone in the Human Slayer Alliance showed hatred. One of them stepped forward and uttered wild words. Xiao family, please listen to me. If you take the initiative to seek peace, we will keep your whole body. If you don't underestimate your own strength and fight with us, you will only die. When Xiao Yuanyao heard this, he immediately raised his head and laughed. It's just you? You're not qualified. No matter how powerful the Human Slaughter Alliance is, it can't defeat the Xiao family in the slightest. The Xiao family only existed for a short million years. It can kill the headquarters of the Human Slayer Alliance, and its strength is far superior to them. What's more, there is a mysterious and extremely powerful family leader Xiao Xuan. Even a powerful person like Patriarch Hong Jun has to respectfully call him Taoist friend. How could the minions from all over the world get into his eyes? The man snorted coldly, completely angered by Xiao Yuanyao's gesture. His power suddenly exploded. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 231 Housemaster, help. Just an afterimage. The black mushroom cloud gradually dispersed. A burst of angry sneer came from it, making people shudder. Ha 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 ha. Everyone turned their attention to the figure behind the black mist. I saw Wang Jun's whole body exuding black mist, and his body size instantly increased several times. At this time, Wang Jun's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his whole body was bursting with a terrifying aura that soared to the sky. Xiao Yuanyao, put yourself to death and live again. Thank you for allowing me to be reborn. Over the past 100 years, Emperor Duobao, Emperor Fengyun, and Emperor Calling Rain have continuously helped him break through. Finally helped him break through to the peak of the titled Emperor. Only half a step away from reaching the quasi-immortal. However, his original physical body could not bear his power, so he needed a chance to be reborn. Hey, I thought that the catalytic titled Emperor only existed in legends. I never thought I would see it with my own eyes. It seems that I am indeed invincible. Even the titled Emperor has to rely on me to kill him in order to break through. Xiao Yuanyao's words made everyone in the heavens laugh. It was also the first time for them to see the catalytic titled Emperor. But the strength it catalyzes is terrifying. It is no less than Xiao Xuan's fusion back then. Without saying a word, Wang Jun was so angry that he came towards the sky with a strike. You dare to be so arrogant as a quasi-emperor, die. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Wang Jun and pointed directly at Xiao Yuanyao. However, Xiao Yuanyao didn't care at all, and a peachwood sword flew out from his body. An unparalleled courage was released instantly. Wang Jun's terrifying blow was gone. Then a terrible blow went directly towards Wang Jun's body. An accurate and peak sword attack? Humph. You are not overestimating your own abilities. Wang Jun's eyes focused on the peachwood sword. The peachwood sword instantly turned into a stream of flying ash. Wang Jun looked at Xiao Yuanyao with angry eyes, and a terrifying aura fell from the sky instantly. The next moment, the faces of the onlookers suddenly changed, and they looked towards the sky with shocked eyes. The peak of the titled emperor. Countless people exclaimed that in a short period of time it catalyzed a great emperor from the 8th level to the peak of the title of great emperor. This is something unprecedented. As the only son of Emperor Duobao, Wang Jun's strength and talent far exceed those of his peers. Even the quasi-immortals of the Human Slaughter Alliance look upon him with special eyes. Presumably the catalysis this time also had the help of the quasi-immortal. Otherwise how could I have thought of putting myself to death and surviving? It is said that Wang Jun is more ruthless than his father, and he will use any means. This Xiao family's genius may not die happily. Without Xiao Xuan in charge, the Xiao family is really vulnerable. For a time, the eyes of countless people flickered. Everyone expressed regret towards Xiao Yenyao. Xiao Yenyao's expression also changed drastically, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. The top of the immortals, proud of the world, beheaded by the invincible hand. In the world. Take my shot. The constitution of the emperor's holy body prevented him from even escaping. The main purpose of Wang Jun's invasion of the Xiao family this time was to get the Xiao family's treasure. Emperor Duobao and the other 2 great emperors helped him reach the peak of the title of great emperor. But it stopped there, so they asked the quasi-immortal above and learned that they needed to put themselves to death and live. The most important thing is the lack of a medium. A medium that can help him transcend. It happened that the master of Tianji Pavilion killed the intelligence traitor and obtained a hexagram. Give it to the media in the Xiao family. According to the tips from the master of Tianji Pavilion, Wang Jun and Emperor Duobao made plans overnight. Finally found out what the master of Tianji Pavilion meant when he said that the medium was in the Xiao family. Since the founding of the Xiao family, the family's fortune has been extremely great. Even when the Human Slayer Alliance was first founded, it was not 1/10 as good as him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 232, The Conspiracy Behind It, The Blessing of the Quasi-Immortal. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jun even sneered, Xiao Xuan, since you have already passed away, why should you let your soul suffer like this? If the Xiao family is gone, it will be gone. Why bother letting yourself be remembered by others? To know this ray of your soul. It is excellent nourishment for titled emperors and even pseudo-immortals. At this moment, his eyes showed a strong look of greed. At this point, he stood up proudly. Today's emperor is already a half-step quasi-immortal. He only needs a medium. Then you can break through the shackles and become an immortal. By then, among all the heavens, I will be the strongest. Even if the quasi-immortal comes, I am no longer afraid of his existence, let alone the titled emperor. Speaking of this, his eyes showed strong arrogance. This is his heritage. It's his confidence. Then Wang Jun looked at Xiao Xuan with a half-smile, but not a smile. Xiao Xuan, I admit that even if you were just an afterimage, with my current strength, I am no match for you. However, after I break through the immortal, you are just an afterimage. How can you defeat this emperor? If you stop here, this emperor may also consider leaving the whole body of everyone in your Xiao family. You can also choose to continue to fight against me. You are not afraid. After all, you are just a ray of soul. But you have to think about your descendants and don't do bad things out of good intentions. Having said this, Wang Jun looked at the other party with contempt, waiting for his compromise. For a moment, everyone's eyes stopped on Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan is now a remnant soul, no matter how powerful he is. He can't withstand such a powerful enemy, not to mention that there are millions of descendants behind him. However, everyone in the Xiao family looked at the sky with a joking look on their faces. At this moment, Wang Jun was like a clown. The head of the family is so powerful, how could he be manipulated by you like this? Does this Wang Jun really think that the head of the family has passed away? It's really ridiculous. If you don't want to know where his hiding place is, why would the head of the family waste so much energy confronting him? For a moment, the entire Xiao family's genius wished that Xiao Xuan would kill this arrogant person immediately. At this moment, Xiao Xuan's figure moved. He looked at Wang Jun coldly and spoke calmly. Since they are descendants of my Xiao family, their purpose is to die strong and not live in humiliation. Hearing this, all the creatures in the heavens were stunned. No one thought that Xiao Xuan would really not care about the life or death of his descendants. I never expected that the Xiao family's rules would be so strict. Xiao Xuan, it seems that you really want the genius of the Xiao family to be buried with you. In that case, I will grant you permission. Wang Jun looked at Xiao Xuan with a gloomy expression, gritted his teeth and said, Emperor? So what if a catalytic entitled emperor becomes an immortal? But it's something that can't be put on the table. Xiao Xuan said lightly. Then he continued, what is standing in front of you is just a thought of this. Emperor. But a thought makes you so afraid. Even if you become an immortal, you are just an ant under my feet. Wow. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Obviously, no one expected that Xiao Xuan did not die. What? No. You think a few lies can scare me away? Wang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, with deep astonishment in his eyes. If you haven't died before, why don't you fight with your true body today? It's just a tactic to scare people. Xiao Xuan smiled faintly, to kill you, I only need the power of a single thought from this emperor. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 233, The Pseudo-Immortals Plan. Boom. The next moment, the two forces are ready to make a move. There are two pseudo-immortals in the Human Slayer Alliance, and they possess the power of a quasi-immortal thought. Can resist all attacks below quasi-immortal. Those who resist will be killed if touched. Therefore, even if Xiao Xuan can kill the pseudo-immortal, he cannot resist the power of a quasi-immortal's thought. Looking at Xiao Xuan's figure in front of them, their eyes showed a proud look. Their faces were even more arrogant, as if they were the final winners of this war. The leading pseudo-immortal raised his head and laughed, looking at Xiao Qingyun, who was wearing a mask. With an obscene glint in her eyes, Qing Feng Immortal, this Buddhist female master is really an icon. Even if I can't see the appearance, this eye-catching figure still makes my blood boil. Hey, such a hot little lady, I'm afraid I can't bear it. The other pseudo-immortal couldn't help but licked her lips. This is the Namo Medicine Master Glazed Light King Buddha of Buddhism. He has the ability to save all living beings. If there is no difficulty in conquering him, how could that deserve her title? I wonder if it will make people want to stop. After being stripped naked, the greed in the words of the pseudo-immortal is even more naked. When the person next to him saw this, he couldn't help laughing. For a moment, the entire members of the Human Slayer Alliance threw their heads back and laughed. He even used words to insult Xiao Qingyun. Even Qin Yuer next to her will not let go. It is said that Guanyin Bodhisattva has the ability to give birth to children. I wonder if it can be enjoyed by the boy under me? Xiao Qingyun's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, she couldn't help but want to fight them. At this time, an ultimate sword light burst out from Xiao Xuan's body instantly. The expressions of the two pseudo-immortals on the opposite side changed when they saw this sword light on Xiao Xuan. There is a faint aura of quasi-immortal Although they are just pseudo-immortals, they still know the threshold of meeting quasi-immortals. So I am very familiar with this breath. That's the kind of momentum that can only be unleashed after gaining the quasi-immortal enlightenment. Xiao Xuan has already achieved quasi-immortal enlightenment. As long as there is an opportunity, you can transcend immortality. Quasi-immortal enlightenment. The two of them couldn't help but widen their eyes and looked at each other in horror. They are not afraid of any powerful enemy below the level of quasi-immortal. But you can't be careless about a titled emperor who has a quasi-immortal understanding. At this moment, the terrifying sword power instantly turned into two extreme colors that merged together. At the same time, the two pseudo-immortals on the opposite side also erupted with terrifying momentum. The two of them did not dare to be careless with Xiao Xuan, so they were ready to release their quasi-immortal telepathy at any time. The momentum of the two locked Xiao Xuan into the field. And this aura is vaguely connected, as if he has practiced some combined attack skills. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan understood why the two of them spoke so boldly. The two of them joined forces, even if they are rivals of pseudo-immortals at the same level, they will not get any benefit at all. Just when Xiao Xuan was thinking deeply, the two people above the sky burst into laughter. I have long heard that the master of the Xiao family has great skills. It is a blessing for my two brothers to be able to compete with you today. Xiao Xuan gathered his thoughts and looked over. The man had a sallow face and thin muscles, but his eyes were bright and lively. If it weren't for the vulgar words spoken by the two of them just now, no one would be able to associate them with treacherous people. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 234, Enter the Xiao family and give me support? You do not deserve. When Xiao Xuan heard this, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. You said that the titled emperor dispatched by the Human Slaughter Alliance this time. The lowest level of cultivation also has the fourth level of heaven? Is this true? Could it be possible that I still lied to you? If you regret it now, it's still too late. The man smiled lightly and glanced at Xiao Xuan proudly. In his heart, as long as Xiao Xuan chooses to surrender, he will be there. Subordinate in the future. I have to say, it feels so good to step on a strong man who has made all the strong men famous in the world. Seeing him like this, Xiao Xuan suddenly looked angry. Who gave you the courage? Even a mere false immortal dares to talk to this emperor like this. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words, the man's expression changed drastically. You mean you won't cooperate? Who do you think you are? How dare you ask this emperor to cooperate with you? After saying that, Xiao Xuan didn't waste any time and pointed out. In an instant, a sword light burst out. The boundless sword energy went directly towards the throat of the two of them. This change really surprised them. Xiao Xuan actually dared to take action against them in this situation. You, the Human Slaughter Alliance, will not let your Xiao family go. Xiao Xuan, if you act like this, you are not going to let your Xiao family's genius survive. One of the pseudo-immortals had a sullen face, asked coldly, and his eyes became unkind. Another quasi-immortal locked Xiao Xuan in his own domain. Xiao Xuan turned around indifferently, his eyes falling on the two of them. When will I ask you to interfere with my actions? You don't need to worry about my genius. At this moment, Xiao Xuan let them know what it means to be strong. The momentum of one of the pseudo-immortals rose, murderous intent emerged from his eyes, and he came directly to face Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan remained unmoved and stood quietly, as if waiting for the other party to come. At this moment, another pseudo-immortal took a step forward and looked at Xiao Xuan with a strange expression. Master Xiao really has to make this choice in today's world. Although we serve the Human Slayer Alliance, But he has the ability to make us live in peace for the rest of our lives. Nowadays, the quasi-immortal aura keeps emerging. The heavens will once again fall into a whirlpool, and only the mainstay can avoid it. Could it be that the head of the Xiao family has a better plan? In other words, the head of the Xiao family also wants to participate in the battle. He looked directly at Xiao Xuan, seemingly asking, but in fact he was affirming. The thin-faced pseudo-immortal suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. Obviously he didn't expect Xiao Xuan to have such a plan. Xiao Xuan became slightly interested in this fat, big-eared pseudo-immortal. Tell me about it. The man smiled slightly. Firstly, rumors in the heavens say that you are sitting in the body, and you are like a god. But not only you, but also the genius of the Xiao family. No one refuted the rumors. From this, it can be seen that reputation is not important to you. Secondly, when you heard that Wang Jun led his troops to invade the Xiao family, but you chose to let the genius of your family fight, and even responded with a ray of thought, making your death a reality. It seems that he is dealing with the king's army and the human slayer alliance, but he is actually waiting. When Xiao Xuan heard this, he couldn't help showing an expression of appreciation. Seeing this, the other party continued, I didn't know it at first, but when you are willing to come to Tianwei with me, I just realized that you are waiting for the top leaders of the human slayer alliance to reveal their true colors. With the current strength of the Xiao family, it may not be able to compete with the top leaders of the human slayer alliance, but it can prevent its development. Wang Jun is the best example. If you succeed in blocking this time, with the temperament of the top leaders of the human slayer alliance. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 235, The Arrival of the Quasi-Immortal, Xiao Xuan's Plan. The next moment, the two people's bodies were filled with cold light that could not help but vent. The Hunyuan formation is interesting. Xiao Xuan was proficient in various formations, and he could tell as soon as the two formed in formation. Kill. After forming a formation, the aura of the two men surged. Waves of pseudo-immortal aura instantly shook the sky, and the boundless immortal realm enveloped the sky. This blow is so terrifying that even a quasi-immortal would not dare to be careless. Call out. A sword energy flew past instantly. Cutting through the sky, the sword intent swept across the sky. The boundless momentum rages across the eternal starry sky. A majestic momentum rioted in the air, and a long sword with an immortal aura pierced the sky. Wherever it passes, the stars are shattered and the starry sky is shattered. The sky was shaking, as if it was going to destroy everything. Boom. The sword light fell, and everything became dim. A terrifying sword that makes everyone fear. Boom. The formation formed by the two men broke apart immediately, and they retreated continuously in no particular order, looking at Xiao Xuan with a look of horror and shock. At this moment, their fear of Xiao Xuan arose spontaneously. The meaning of the immortal sword. You actually have a magical weapon that can kill the immortal. They looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. The immortal slaying divine sword can kill immortals from above and all monsters from below. Even just a sword intent can severely injure the immortal. Even the immortal may not be able to understand the meaning of the immortal sword. And the Xiao Xuan in front of him was only at the peak of the 9th level of the titled Great Emperor, and he understood it. How is this not shocking? A sword intent. Just a sword intent caused their combined attack skills to break through. If the two of them didn't dare to think deeply. Master Xiao is really powerful. My two brothers have seen it today. One of the fake immortals could not help but clasp his fists and salute. Yes, in today's competition, my brothers were defeated. Another pseudo. Immortal agreed. Xiao Xuan looked at them indifferently. The emperor, did not say that I was competing with you. The expressions of the two men suddenly changed. I have the power of a quasi-immortal in my hand, but you still want to kill me. Xiao Xuan looked at him indifferently. Do you think the power of a quasi-immortal's mind is useful in front of this emperor? As soon as these words came out, the two pseudo-immortals were instantly horrified and quickly used the quasi-immortal's telekinesis power. At this time, a force of chaos spread instantly, covering the entire sky. The ethereal fairy aura hit his face. The two ultimate auras merged together, like a dragon. Cutting through the sky, he faced the two pseudo-immortals with an unparalleled attitude. The two pseudo-immortals immediately used their own defensive moves. I saw a two-colored dragon transforming into a long sword above the sky. With the sound of dragon roar, it sank into the bodies of the two pseudo-immortals. This scene completely shocked countless people. At the same time, everyone in the dark forest looked at the scene in Tianwei and were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. The head of the Xiao family is actually so powerful. That's a pseudo-immortal blessed by quasi-immortal thoughts. I can't even take a single move under Xiao Xuan's hands. The titled Great Emperor at the 9th level has the strength to kill two pseudo-immortals. It's simply unbelievable. For a while, the entire members of the Human Slayer Alliance were discussing. Xiao Xuan looked at all this without any change in his expression. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 236 Who will win, the titled emperor with 10,000 years of magic power. Everyone was shocked by the scene. He was actually able to withstand the shadow of a quasi-immortal with the level of cultivation of the titled Great Emperor 9th level. Emperor Huanyu looked at Samsara and the others with a sinister look on his face. Although the quasi-immortal cannot come, but it allows me to contain you. Reincarnation, today is your death day. Samsara raised his eyebrows slightly. A phantom dares to speak arrogantly in front of this emperor. Suppressing you can only be done within 3 moves. Humph. If you are so brazen even when you are about to die, then I will let you enter reincarnation completely. The rain-calling emperor raised his brows and sneered, and the quasi-immortal's power directly locked the reincarnation. A terrifying axe light instantly split the sky, broke through the mountains and rivers, and faced reincarnation. At the critical moment, Samsara pointed out a finger. The 6-way wheel of reincarnation appeared under his feet, and the endless power of reincarnation blessed him. An ethereal aura of immortality burst out instantly. What? Countless people were so horrified that they could not speak for a long time. Reincarnation was able to temporarily increase his strength to a quasi-immortal level. Even the rain-calling emperor looked frightened. Immediately afterwards, a golden power of reincarnation turned into a golden light and instantly sank into the body of the rain-calling emperor. Directly killed the rain-calling emperor on the spot. When the peripheral vision faded, Samsara threw his body into Xiao Zongtian's black coffin. In a short period of time, Xiao Zongtian's cultivation realm was promoted to the 5th level of quasi-emperor. When the remaining members of the Human Slayer Alliance saw this, they retreated. However, they were blocked by a fat man behind them. Kill them. Anyone who takes a step back will die. In a great battle, the 3 forces of the Xiao family crushed the Human Slayer Alliance with their absolute strength. Go directly into the core of the dark forest. Windslope Star. Wang Jun couldn't bear it any longer, and instantly exploded with his own power, killing Xiao Xuan. They all held their breath for a moment and couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. Xiao Xuan remained indifferent, and in his eyes, thousands of dazzling lights flowed in all directions. Don't overestimate your capabilities. The next moment, the wind is raging and the situation is changing. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying power of flame burned out of thin air. Then the flame quickly rose and touched Wang Jun's body. The next moment, fire spread all over the body, and the raging fire devoured every bit of Wang Jun's body. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Xuan, is this all you have? I tell you. A mere flame can only burn my body. This emperor's soul is as powerful as an immortal. In just a few moments, I will break through the immortal. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jun frantically opened his arms and raised his head and laughed, with a ferocious look on his face, and his words were full of disdain for Xiao Xuan. Do you think this emperor is doing all this just to destroy the Xiao family? Then you are totally wrong. With my current strength, how can I be no match for you? It's just delaying time. In order to achieve immortality, in order to dominate the heavens. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Wang Jun's face was ferocious, his eyes were red, filled with terrifying greed. I should thank you. Without you burning my body, how could I have attained the enlightenment of quasi-immortality? Don't worry, after I transcend, you, the Xiao family's genius, will definitely be worse than dead. Your soul will also not be reincarnated. Wang Jun's voice kept shouting. Xiao Xuan's expression remained indifferent and he remained silent. He watched coldly as the flames on Wang Jun's body grew stronger and stronger, slowly turning into a burning man. At this time, a three-color flame appeared in the center of the flame, and this was also the core of the flame. The fireball spread quickly and engulfed Wang Jun's body. It directly swallowed his body completely. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 237-99 Heavenly Tribulation, Breakthrough. In an instant, the long sword and the long knife collided together, and endless majestic power rippled, sweeping in all directions. The boundless sword intent and gun power continuously impacted the void barrier. Above the sea of stars, a bright light appeared, instantly splitting the sky into two. One is a long sword and the other is a long knife. Xiao Xuan and Emperor Duobao each occupy one side. The robes were fluttering, and the eyes were filled with a sense of murder. At this moment, all creatures from all over the world were attracted. Originally, they wanted to see how Xiao Xuan was killed on the spot when the two sides fight. But everyone discovered that Xiao Xuan's strength was no worse than Emperor Duobao. At this time, Emperor Duobao's eyes were condensed. Obviously, he didn't expect Xiao Xuan to have such strength. The strength is good, but it's a pity that you only have the blessing of 1,000 years of mana. The gap of 10,000 years of mana. It's not something you can imagine and compare with. So what if I can leapfrog the challenge? In front of this emperor, there is only death. Boom. A golden sword suddenly appeared in the void. It exudes bursts of chaotic aura, as well as an ethereal state visible to the naked eye. An aura of eternal desolation suddenly hit his face. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. It's the immortal slaying sword intent. He actually understood the sword intention of killing the immortal. That is something that even the immortal may not be able to do. This scene was completely shocking. The next moment, the starry sky shattered and the galaxy flowed backwards. The ultimate sword light headed towards Emperor Duobao with the power to destroy the world and devour the world. A sword fell. Boom boom. The whole starry sky was trembling. The stars in the entire galaxy also changed places at this moment. The stars are so bright that it makes people feel like they are on the sea of stars. However, every star is transformed by Xiao Xuan's sword intention. The power contained makes people's hearts tremble involuntarily, and they are frightened. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Duobao didn't even have time to react. These stars contained him like a huge force. No matter how much I struggle, I can't move at all. The sword light was like a swimming dragon, carrying the endless bright starry sky towards the face. Under this sword, the bright stars exploded and time stopped flowing. The world entered a state of silence, and the entire battlefield turned into a vacuum. In an instant, he sank into Emperor Duobao's body. Emperor Duobao looked at the long sword that penetrated his body in astonishment. Looking at Xiao Xuan in disbelief, how could he, who had thousands of years of magic power, be killed by Xiao Xuan? The next moment, the blood and essence of the titled emperor filled the sky. The entire sky was filled with rain of blood, which made people sigh. Countless people stared at the scene in front of them in confusion. They were so frightened that they could no longer describe their feelings at this moment in words. No one could have imagined it. Xiao Xuan actually has the ability to ignore the limitations of realm and strength. After several reincarnations, he killed a titled emperor with 10,000 years of power. At this moment, Xiao Xuan looked down at the four directions indifferently. Standing with his hands behind his back, exuding an ethereal aura. Dressed in white clothes, with her hair slightly raised, she looks like an immortal who is not stained by the world. He looked at the blood rain in the sky indifferently. You are seeking your own death. After saying this, Xiao Xuan disappeared in front of everyone. All the creatures in the sky stared blankly at Xiao Xuan's leaving figure. No one expected that Xiao Xuan had such terrifying strength. At the same time, the battle in the dark forest continues. The three forces continued to attack, and the two pseudo-immortals, the Rain Calling Emperor and the Duobao Emperor, fell successively. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 238 Promotion to the Nanming Dynasty, Xiao Xuan's Terror. The great changes in the Nanming Dynasty attracted the ancient powers of the heavens to come and check it out. It's actually the 99 heavenly tribulation. It is said that only breaking through the immortal realm will lead to the 99 heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone is attacking the immortal? The Nanming dynasty is headed by Xiao Qingyun of the Xiao family. She is known as the Empress. Could it be her? Hiss, how can the Xiao family's genius be so terrifying? This little girl wants to break through the immortal. No, it's not a breakthrough, but promotion. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Only the king of a country can cause such a celestial phenomenon. It was under this vision that the original Emperor of Heaven created the era of heaven. Could it be that she wants to create a new heaven? Does she have the strength? Let's not talk about creating a heaven. She may not be able to survive even the 99 thunder tribulations. If it were really that easy. Aren't all those titled emperors attacking the immortal? Although it is necessary to experience a thunder tribulation to attack the immortal, you also need to have a quasi-immortal understanding. Only by understanding the artistic conception of the immortal, only then can you ascend to the immortal, achieve transcendence and immortality. At this time, Xiao Qingyun was about to face the last thunder disaster, and this was also related to her final outcome. In her previous life, she transcended after experiencing the 4-9 thunder tribulations, but she died before the 9-9 thunder tribulations came. If she can't survive this life, then she will never have another life. Thousands of sky thunder condensed into a purple-black thunder and lightning above the head. This thunder and lightning is enough to make a powerful man named the Great Emperor feel frightened. Hit by thousands of lightning strikes, her body was already covered in blood and flesh. The clothes were even more tattered. Although the thunderstorm was terrifying, it could not defeat the perseverance and determination on Qingqing's face. At the same time, a golden light suddenly emitted from her feet. It instantly rushed into the sky and turned into a natural barrier. This last thunderstorm was beyond what her body could bear. Therefore, at the moment she broke through the great emperor, she set up a barrier to help herself reduce the power of the thunder tribulation. At this moment, it seems that there is not much power to resist the thunder and calamity. Suddenly, a strange color flashed across her eyes, above the barrier. It actually contains a trace of Xiao Xuan's sword intent. The white figure suddenly appeared in her mind and broke into her vision. Break through with all your heart, and my master will protect you. Xiao Xuan's voice reached Xiao Qingyun's ears, and in an instant, she gathered all her strength to resist this thunder disaster. Thank you, master. Xiao Qingyun, as the genius of the Xiao family, naturally attracted Xiao Xuan's attention. But he did not show up, and the 99 thunder tribulation was not a fear to him at all. But for Xiao Qingyun and other geniuses, even if she is the reincarnated empress, it is impossible to shake the rules of the game of heaven. Just like him in the prehistoric times. Exclamation point. Xiao Xuan was stunned for a moment. Why did he have such an idea? Then he pointed a finger, and a misty breath followed his sea of consciousness and entered Xiao Qingyun's body. Run your dantian and welcome this thunder and lightning with your physical body. This breath can help you reborn. Xiao Xuan's indifferent voice surrounded Xiao Qingyun's ears. Not daring to show any slightness, Xiao Qingyun sat cross-legged. In an instant, purple-black thunder and lightning came straight towards him, carrying a destructive momentum that would destroy all living beings. When the two sides collided, a huge mushroom cloud exploded. The peripheral vision swept across all directions, causing countless stars to explode. The residual power of thunder and lightning sank into Xiao Qingyun's body. In an instant, electric current surged through his limbs and bones. And the shackles that had imprisoned Xiao Qingyun for many years were completely released at this moment. Broken! She shouted violently. A powerful might of the emperor burst out instantly. A long golden dragon jumped up from behind her, and its long roar echoed through the sky. This scene shocked countless people. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 239, Son of Heaven, Darling of Heaven. Looking at the heavenly destiny that has not yet dissipated in the sky, Xiao Qingyun jumped forward, intending to borrow the hand of heaven. Promote the Nanming dynasty to a dynasty. Once you have the blessing of heaven's luck, it is equivalent to being designated by heaven and irreplaceable by extraordinary people. Secondly, use the power of heaven to consolidate the luck of the dynasty and lay a solid foundation for later promotion. I saw her rising into the sky. A look of scorn on the world appeared on her beautiful face. I saw lotuses growing under her feet, and her body was glowing with golden light. A 10,000 feet long golden dragon hovered over her body. A powerful imperial threat came. The power of heaven above the sky gradually gathered together and entangled with the golden dragon. A bright light exploded, and the fate of the power of heaven was introduced into the southern Ming dynasty by the golden dragon. In an instant, a strange phenomenon occurred, the wind and clouds surged, and the sky collapsed. Streams of golden luck burst out from the ground, turning into golden brilliance and rising into the sky. Under the blessing of the power of heaven, the brilliance is dazzling and the golden dragon roars. The surrounding luck coefficient is closer to the southern Ming dynasty. After the light passed, colorful auspicious clouds floated in the sky, fairy clouds appeared again, and 3 or 2 flying cranes flew by. The Nanming dynasty was shrouded in a golden halo, exuding an imperial aura from the inside out. Everywhere in the southern Ming dynasty, strange phenomena abounded, and generals and prime ministers had numerous talents. The number of emperor-level spirit beasts doubled in an instant, and the Spirit flowers, spirit grass, spirit mines, and spirit mountains doubled in number. The Nanming dynasty was successfully promoted to the Nanming dynasty. Everyone looked at this scene with shocked expressions. Nanming dynasty. When a dynasty is promoted to a dynasty, the territory, people, and even the flowers, plants, and trees within its jurisdiction can be promoted. Accordingly, even a mortal without any cultivation talent may still be able to give birth to heaven-level spiritual roots. I have stayed in the realm of Tianzuan for many years. I moved out half a month ago to find a way to break through. Who would have thought? I regret it. I regret it. After the promotion of the Nanming dynasty is completed, it will definitely be coveted by many forces, but Xiao Qingyun can avoid future troubles forever. Use the power of heaven as a barrier. Anyone designated by heaven, even if it is death. Everything he owns cannot be plundered by others, even his body. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Qingyun slowly opened her eyes, and an imperial thing flashed across her eyes. Then she stretched out her hand, and a black and yellow aura appeared in her hand. There is a faint hint of heavenly luck. The black and yellow energy is released. This is the standard configuration of only the Son of Heaven. The Son of Heaven is the Emperor appointed by heaven. It also means that he is a lucky child favored by heaven. Among the emperors of all dynasties, only the Emperor of Heaven had such a strange phenomenon. Since the collapse of the heavenly era, no more sons of heaven have been born in the heavens. The promotion of the Nanming dynasty was successful, and the cultivation speed of cultivators in the dynasty also experienced tremendous changes. The cultivators all broke through 3 major realms within a quarter of an hour of being promoted in the dynasty. Even some wealthy businessmen from small families have the lowest cultivation level of the 9th level of Qi training. In the Nanming dynasty, except for the senior officials of the dynasty, the rest also have the cultivation strength of the Golden Body realm. Among them, the lowest cultivation level in the army has reached the level of martial god. Except for several other great dynasties, its powerful military combat effectiveness is unmatched by anyone. In the Nanming dynasty, there were 3 titled emperors. There are as many as 20 emperors. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 240 Assassination of Xiao Qingyun, Quasi-Immortal. Xiao Qingyun is a legendary genius of the Xiao family and the king of a country. Now he has been promoted in the southern Ming dynasty. She has both good looks and strength, so she looks down on the average son of a genius. She has incredible strength and is not worthy of her. Although my strength and talent are not incredible, I am even better than her. She must have gone to the Xiao family to propose marriage. Xiao Xuan, the head of her family, would not refuse after weighing the pros and cons. In this way, I hold the beauty in my left hand and the country in my right hand. It's really wonderful. Lin Yang raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully, and then clasped his fists. I wish my eldest brother a happy return soon. However, at this moment, an ethereal voice suddenly came from behind them. Neither male nor female looks like a ghost, but it also has a suffocating sense of terror. Brothers Lin Qing and Lin Yang turned around and saw a man in black appearing here at some unknown time. The expressions of the 2 men suddenly changed. This person's cultivation realm was clearly above them. Lin Cheng's eyes flashed and he took a step forward. I wonder what's going on, senior? If my 2 brothers can help, please tell me. The cultivation realm of his 2 brothers is both at the peak of the great emperor, and they are 1 step away from being crowned the great emperor. But this person could appear behind them silently. His level of cultivation is at least that of a titled emperor. Oh? How do you know I'm not here to take your lives? the man in black sneered. Lin Yang instantly exploded with momentum, preparing to kill the man in black. But Lin Qing stopped him with one hand, and with one look, Lin Yang knew that this person was not simple. Lin Qing smiled indifferently, with your strength, if you want to kill my two brothers. Why do you need to show up? There must be something important that my brothers and I need to handle for you. And this matter may be insignificant to you. Lin Qing's few words made the man in black smile even more heartily. Yes, he is worthy of being a jade-faced scholar. He can guess my movements. With just one movement. The man in black raised his head and laughed, seeming to be very optimistic about Lin Qing in front of him. But Lin Qing knew that this was just because they did not violate the taboo of this powerful man. Once a taboo is violated, they don't even know how they die. Although my two brothers are not very powerful, they have their own principles in doing things. I don't know what you want us to do, if it is beyond our capabilities. Lin Qing pointed it out. A strong and capable person like him would naturally understand what he meant. Hearing Lin Qing's words, the man in black smiled coldly. What you practice is the most and evil technique. If it is not suppressed by the most young and strong method, not to mention the title of Great Emperor, it is difficult for even the peak Emperor to break through, and may even explode. Lin Qing's expression changed slightly. No one knew about this except him and Lin Yang. The man in black continued, but I can help you break through the title of Great Emperor, and you don't need to rely on heaven's luck. I have been practicing for many years, but I have never heard of this matter. I don't know, Your Excellency. I have been practicing for many years, and I still don't have the trouble to talk nonsense with a first-level junior. Lin Yang used a secret voice to reach Lin Qing's ears. Brother, this statement is unbelievable. Lin Qing shook his head. I can bet that if he has this ability, my brothers can get it just by doing something, so why not give it a try? Moreover, this person's cultivation level has a vague aura of etherealness. Apart from quasi-immortals, there are only pseudo-immortals who can exude a misty aura. But the cultivation level of the man in front of him is not like that of an immortal, but rather like that of a titled emperor. Since he has the aura of an immortal, it proves that he has achieved quasi-immortal enlightenment. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 241 The Lin family invades and changes the dynasty. The two of them immediately took a step forward and kowtowed with clasped fists. Thank you, senior. Later, the two returned to the Lin family and informed the senior elders about the matter, and passed the tips bag given to him by the man in black to the two elders. The two elders took the kit and felt a sense of release. This is actually a bag containing a hint of quasi-immortal insight. One of the elders looked excitedly at the bag of tips in his hand. What the great elder said is absolutely true. With this kind of tips, it is only a matter of time before the two of us break through to the quasi-immortal realm. Then the elder's eyes flashed and he asked, the man in black asked the Lin family to come forward to kill Xiao Qingyun. Apart from that, are there any other conditions? Lin Qing nodded solemnly, no. The two elders were overjoyed, and one of them even had tears in his eyes. The two of us thought that there was no hope of transcending the immortal world, but we never thought that we could actually transcend. His voice was trembling, showing how exciting detachment was to them. Since the Xiao family may be one with the three parties, the Lin family will not be afraid. Now with this tip, the two of us can break through to the quasi-immortal level in a short period of time. By then, even if the Xiao family and the three forces attack at the same time, it will be nothing more than a matter of hands for the Lin family. As soon as this voice fell, all the middle and high-level personnel in the conference hall jumped for joy. Congratulations to the elder, the transcendent. Immortal. The elder has worked hard for so many years and is finally transcending. The Lin family has two quasi-immortals. Even if the established forces in the world see them, they have to be polite. The Lin family is finally coming through. For a time, everyone in the Lin family was talking about it, and their words were full of joy. Brothers Lin Qing and Lin Yang were also smiling. But the assassination of Xiao Qingyun still needs long-term consideration. Although the two elders can transcend the immortality by retreating and absorbing it. But Xiao Qingyun's Nanming dynasty was protected by a hint of heavenly power. If you want to take the Nanming dynasty as your own, you must give in willingly from Xiao Qingyun. This alone is already unfeasible. Within a short time, the two elders of the Lin family entered seclusion to practice. As for the attack on the Nanming dynasty, we will wait for them to leave the country before making long-term plans. Brother, are you still thinking of taking the Nanming dynasty as your own? Lin Yang looked at Lin Cheng's troubled face and knew what he was thinking. So he comforted him, the Nanming dynasty is good, but if it doesn't belong to you, there is no need to fight, it is better to focus on cultivation. If this matter is completed perfectly, with the strength of the man in black, it is not impossible to help you break through to the quasi-immortal level. After you have transcended, let alone the dynasty, how difficult will it be for you to create another era of heaven? Lin Yang's words made Lin Qing suddenly realize. Only then did I realize that I had been trapped in this endless loop. Lin Qing met Xiao Qingyun as early as when she first entered the heavens. At that time, she was avoiding the pursuit of some ancient family forces. Lin Qing was also attracted by her beautiful appearance, so he rescued her during several chases. But no matter how he tried to please him, he couldn't get Xiao Qingyun to look at him differently. As a man, how could he hang himself on a woman? So he attracted the family forces who were chasing Xiao Qingyun and informed the other party of her hiding place in exchange for a way to quickly break through the emperor. But this method made him miserable. Every time I reach a bottleneck in my cultivation, I feel like being eaten by thousands of ants. Let him live but not die. If it weren't for Xiao Qingyun, how could he be tortured like this? If the family elder had not sought the secret method, he would have been tortured to death. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 242, The Gap in Strength, the genius of the Xiao family dies. For a time, countless people were talking about it. Brothers Lin Qing and Lin Yang turned a deaf ear to this. At this time, they are bent on overthrowing the Nanming dynasty. As long as Xiao Qingyun is killed, and with the help of the men in black, the Nanming dynasty will be in their possession. But the people of the Nanming dynasty were panic-stricken about this. What the Lin brothers did in the outside world has spread to the country. Many of them have come through dire straits. Naturally, we all know the feeling of being miserable and fearful all day long. Therefore, I pinned all my hopes on Xiao Qingyun, hoping that she would be as decisive as ever. But most of them packed up their belongings and fled to other countries one after another. But how did they know that they were dependent on each other and were safe and sound? The Lin family's ambitions extend beyond the southern Ming dynasty. At this time, brothers Lin Qing and Lin Yang had arrived at the border crossing of the Nanming dynasty. The dynasty is worthy of being blessed by a trace of heavenly power, but it is obviously only separated by a dividing line. There is a huge difference. There are overgrown weeds under our feet, but within the border, there is rich spiritual energy. Lin Qing looked at the borderline of the Nanming dynasty a foot away with a sinister look on his face. Then he crouched down and stretched out his hand to touch, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. This is the system's test of the loyalty of family members. Once a traitor or invader is discovered, the awareness of prevention will be activated. Lin Cheng's face didn't change at all, he just watched quietly. The next moment, he took action. The sound of a long sword being unsheathed instantly attracted the attention of countless people. The Nanming dynasty dispatched hundreds of elite soldiers led by Xiao Jianyin. Above the city, Jamal Xiao stood proudly and looked at the invaders under the city. Since you have come to die, I will not show mercy. I will let you all stay here from today on. Before anyone could react, a thunder hammer fell from the sky. The boundless power of thunder and lightning caused the earth to tremble. The suffocating thunder and lightning instantly locked onto everyone. Countless bolts of thunder and lightning fell from the sky. When the two sides collided, a terrifying shock wave burst out. The first level of the Great Emperor. Lin Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. The Great Emperor alone had such terrifying fighting power. His face was full of horror, obviously he didn't expect Jamal Xiao to be so powerful. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jamal Xiao. No one expected that a cultivator who had just entered the Great Emperor would be there. He actually has the strength to welcome the Great Emperor to the 9th level. This unbridgeable gap between realms seemed to not exist in front of him. The genius of the Xiao family is really terrifying. The Nanming dynasty saw Jamal Xiao so brave. Military morale is soaring. The momentum was instantly majestic. Lin Cheng sneered, "Boy, your strength is indeed good, but fighting against this emperor is asking for death. What I am looking for today is Xiao Qingyun. If you know the truth, get out of here." Jamal Xiao smiled jokingly and saw him standing with Thor's hammer at his side. With one hand on his hip, he looked at Lin Cheng with a bohemian expression. An extremely arrogant look on his face. "It's just you? You're not qualified enough to fight against the king. I only need 3 moves to kill you." Even if he is just a first-level emperor, he cannot be as defiant as Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin, and Xiao Qingyun. He can kill the strongest person at the 9th level of the Great Emperor, but it is not impossible to have a happy fight with him. Being humiliated by Jamal Xiao in this way, Lin Cheng suddenly became angry. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 243, The Fall of Transcendence and the Invasion of Quasi-Immortals. At that moment, Lin Cheng's eyes widened with anger, and he stared with horror at the figures that gradually became clearer in the thick smoke. Surprisingly, it was Jamal Xiao. Then he looked at the person in the deep pit on the ground in disbelief. This scene also shocked the onlookers. Horrified eyes were cast into the pit. I saw a spear, broken into 2 pieces standing inside. Next to it was charred coal that had been split into erratic shapes by lightning. Taking a closer look, it was Lin Yang. However, at this moment, his clothes were ragged, and the emperor's essence and blood were constantly flowing out of his body. But his head was nowhere to be found. Just when everyone was confused, Jamal Xiao dropped a round, grunting object in his hand. It's Lin Yang's head. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment, looking at the carefree young man in the sky in disbelief. I originally thought that Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin, Xiao Qingyun and others were the only geniuses in the Xiao family who were unparalleled in the world. I never thought that even a young boy could be so powerful. It's so easy to kill someone in his Xiao family. Lin Yang is already a leader at his level, but in front of Jamal Xiao, he is just a scumbag. Lin Cheng has always loved this younger brother, but I'm afraid the Xiao family's genius is no match for him. One life for another, it's not a loss if you die in Lin Cheng's hands. After all, he is also a half-titled emperor. Everyone was talking about it, obviously agreeing with this. Lin Cheng was furious when he saw this. Jamal Xiao, how dare you kill my little brother? If I don't kill you today, it will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart. Then let's see who is better. Jamal Xiao is not afraid of lynching at all. The main purpose of his appearance is to delay time. Now the head of the family is practicing in seclusion, and is only half a step away from transcending the immortal. Xiao Qingyun is also struggling to break through the fifth level of the great emperor. And since the Lin brothers want to seize the Nanming dynasty, they cannot act alone. After all, the current horror of the Nanming dynasty is not something they can resist. Therefore, there must be a quasi-immortal behind them. As for why he never showed up, there is only one possibility: breakthrough and retreat. Therefore, they only need to delay and wait for the family leader to make a breakthrough. By then, even if the two quasi-immortals of the Lin family are here, they will have nothing to fear. And this battle is also related to the life and death of the Xiao family. Take your life! Lin Qing shouted violently, and a terrifying power burst out instantly. At the same time, there was a terrifying momentum coming from the Lin family. The earth trembled and the wind and clouds changed color. The entire Lin family was like a dragon coming out of the sea, turning everything upside down. Upon seeing this, the head of the Lin family hurriedly led everyone in the family to the back mountain. At this moment, terrifying power continued to erupt from the back mountain. Everyone stepped forward, as if they were weighed down by 1,000 kilograms of weight, unable to move. There were only two figures in black standing calmly with their hands behind their backs. The two looked at each other with a deep sense of teasing in their eyes. Next moment, a terrifying power burst out instantly. The huge impact turned everything within 100 miles into ruins. Waves of ethereal momentum came from the sky. At this moment, a strange phenomenon was born, and the stars changed. The sky shattered and everything collapsed. Quasi-immortal. It's quasi-immortal. And there are two of them. The two ancestors of the Lin family are really transcendent. Immortal, truly invincible in the heavens. No wonder the Lin family dares to cause trouble for the Nanming dynasty at this time. It turns out that the family has two quasi-immortals. Now the Xiao family is completely destroyed. It's a pity that the newly promoted Nanming dynasty has become someone else's bag. Even Xiao Wushi can't kill the quasi-immortal. Xiao Wushi has not shown up since he stepped into the heavens. I'm afraid this person has been found long ago. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 244, Human Face and Animal Heart, Fighting in the Nest. Under the gaze of countless people, Xiao Qingyun stepped forward wearing jade boots and draped in 3,000 blue silk threads. Her unparalleled charm is calm and unruffled, indifferent to the common people, but she still cherishes the unparalleled momentum of the common people. At this moment, countless creatures in the world were intoxicated. What a stunning beauty! Even though Lin Qing had seen Xiao Qingyun's charming face before, he couldn't help but lose his mind at this moment. He couldn't help but laugh up to the sky, and his words were frivolous. What? An Empress Xiao Qingyun, with such a peerless appearance. It's really intoxicating, but it's a pity that such a peerless beauty will be buried here today. Lin Chang's eyes showed a deep obscenity. The death of his brother has become unimportant at this moment. If possible, he wished he could straddle her. That taste is unforgettable. Of course, if you are willing to become my concubine, I can spare your life. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the sentient beings in the world suddenly darkened. What a lustful person. As soon as my brother died, he was thinking about the Empress Xiao Qingyun and wanted to spend time with her. Empress Xiao Qingyun is not someone to be trifled with. Even the titled emperor will not get any favors from her. For a time, countless people were discussing this. Even the onlookers around the Nanming dynasty couldn't help but cast their eyes on him. Regarding these, Lin Qing smiled calmly and didn't take them seriously at all. If these could affect him, he would have died 1,000 times over. Then he looked at Xiao Qingyun. If you agree, I will immediately issue a letter of appointment to the Xiao family. Jamal Xiao on the side slowly retreated into the Nanming dynasty after hearing these words. There was even a hint of using seclusion to escape. At the same time, the look he looked at Lin Qing had an unknown meaning. The geniuses of the Xiao family of the Nanming dynasty also took a few steps back. Although Xiao Qingyun has always been indifferent to the world, after joining Buddhism, he became more and more independent. He also cherishes the memory of the common people and does not see the suffering in the world. But that doesn't mean she has no temper. The Lin Qing brothers first tortured and killed innocent people, causing people to live in dire straits. Now he attacks Jamal Xiao again and even teases her. Everything offends her. At this moment, above the sky, Xiao Qingyun's eyes fell on Lin Qing, and there were waves in his eyes. What fell in Lin Qing's eyes was actually teasing him. Now my two ancestors of the Lin family have broken through to the level of immortal, and I am about to become the great emperor. Regardless of strength, family background, or even appearance, he is much stronger than you. Letting you be my concubine is also a compliment to you. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Qing was determined to win against Xiao Qingyun, and even had a somewhat condescending attitude. Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but look up at him, raising the corners of his mouth slightly. You are not even qualified to carry my shoes for this empress. Do you want to be my Taoist companion? You are wishful thinking. When everyone heard this, they were immediately shocked by Xiao Qingyun's strong attitude. Although Xiao Qingyun is the empress of the Nanming dynasty, killing her with two quasi-immortals from the Lin family is like trampling an ant to death. If Xiao Xuan of the Xiao family is not dead, then I can still understand Xiao Qingyun's momentum. But now, she is a bit ungrateful. The Lin family is now a quasi-immortal family. As long as they want, a large number of alluring saints will be sent to their homes. I really thought that being a king would be great. At this time, everyone couldn't help but discuss Xiao Qingyun's words. They were basically laughing at Xiao Qingyun for not knowing how to assess the situation. The Xiao family is now in decline, so what if she is the son of heaven? Don't they all end up dead in the end? Rather than die without a complete body, it is better to linger and maybe make a comeback. Lin Qing's originally proud smile suddenly froze at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his face became extremely gloomy, and even tempered a bit of resentment. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 245, Transcendent Immortal. Xiao Qingyun smiled slightly when he thought of this, his white jade fingers taking on the shape of orchids. A golden Buddha's name with the character swastika appeared in front of him. And then, a long golden dragon leaped into the sky. At an extremely fast speed, it sank into Lin Qing's body. The swastika Buddha's name turned into a giant one and descended from the sky to press down on Lin Qing's body. The golden dragon entered the body and the Buddha's name suppressed it, making Lin Qing couldn't help but roar. He kept trying to break free in midair, but it didn't work. In the end, all the anger in his body was dissipated, and he was replaced by a person who was as calm as water. When Xiao Qingyun saw this, he knew that Lin Qing had been converted, and then smiled lightly. Lin Qing's eyes were slightly lowered, and the light in his eyes was as calm as water. Then he walked toward Xiao Qingyun, knelt down on one knee, and bowed. Lin Qing pays homage to the king. This move expressed his immense respect for Xiao Qingyun. Hiss. Seeing this, all the creatures in the world couldn't help but gasp. Xiao Qingyun actually transformed Lin Qingdu directly. And this technique is a unique standard for senior Buddhist personnel. In order to make Lin Qing surrender to her, she even did not hesitate to reveal her identity. This means injuring the enemy by 1,000 and damaging yourself by 800. Xiao Qingyun ignored everyone's gazes, since the Lin family would choose this time to attack. This proves that the relationship between the Xiao family and the three parties has been guessed by interested people. She nodded slowly. It is fate that you become my disciple today. Today I will assign you the first task, to kill all those who offend the Southern Ming dynasty. Hiss. Everyone looked at the beautiful Xiao Qingyun in horror. At this moment, the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were dyed with a gorgeous smile, but it made people feel chilly in their hearts. What a femme fatale. Then everyone saw Lin Qing standing on the border of the Nanming dynasty with a sword in hand. The eyes are full of killing intent. At this moment, the onlookers around the Nanming dynasty were so shocked that they were speechless. No wonder Xiao Qingyun chose to stop the moment he killed Lin Qing. It turned out that he had other plans. How can a woman who can become the king of a country be just an ordinary person? At this moment, all the creatures in the world were talking about it after seeing this scene. The people standing beside them were thinking about after Lin Qing subdued Xiao Qingyun. Spend some big money or rare treasures in exchange for a moment of pleasure. Looking at Lin Qing at this moment, everyone retracted this small idea. Xiao Qingyun is not only powerful, but his methods are even more ruthless. In the Lin family. The two ancestors of the Lin family are preparing to go to the Nanming dynasty to end their lives. But at this time, he was interrupted by an intelligence agent disciple in the family. Ancestor, head of the family, it's not good. It's not good. Hearing this, the head of the Lin family suddenly became gloomy. Such behavior is against the family's decency. After the report is completed, go and receive the punishment yourself. The intelligence officer was stunned. There was no such rule before. But he didn't care about anything else and directly informed them of the intelligence received. Reporting to the head of the family, I just received information that the eldest young master, the second young master and the Xiao family's genius are fighting. The second young master was killed. The eldest young master was converted. Now he has become Xiao Qingyun's murder tool. What? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 246, Immortal's Wrath, Cultivation Loss. Ding. Detecting the natural abnormality caused by the host breaking through the quasi-immortal, activating the Eye of Heaven. Once discovered by the Eye of Heaven, you will face divine punishment. The host can choose to resist head-on. You can also choose to hide your 50,000-year mana and temporarily avoid the Eye of Heaven until your strength improves. Fight against the Eye of Heaven again, or choose to fight head-on, but there is a 99.9% mortality rate. Hearing this voice, Xiao Xuan knew what the reason was. When he was in the vast world, it was because he had accumulated millions of years of mana. As a result, he was targeted by the Eye of Heaven, but at that time he could still choose to enter the heavens and worlds to continue practicing. However, if one is now a breakthrough quasi-immortal and is targeted by the Eye of Heaven, other than transcendence, there is only one way to die. And it's still soul-destroying. The kind that is so soul-crushing. Therefore, Xiao Xuan chose to hide his aura without hesitation. In the eyes of everyone, his cultivation level at this moment is only the fourth level of the titled Great Emperor. Even a quasi-immortal cannot find out his true situation. But in fact, he is a third-level quasi-immortal with 50,000 years of magical power. It kind of corresponds to the sentence in the novel about pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Watching the terrifying momentum in the sky gradually dissipate, Xiao Xuan smiled lightly. Now, it's time to settle everything. In an instant, Xiao Xuan's figure appeared in the sky. With the help of quasi-immortal Shengyun, his flying speed is unmatched. Xiao Xuan's dispatch instantly attracted the attention of all living beings in the world. For a time, in the heavens, everything ranged from ancient family forces to small traders and pawns. One after another came to watch the head of the Xiao family, who failed to transcend but was resurrected. Many of them secretly hope that even if Xiao Xuan fails to transcend, he can remain as brave as ever. After all, they lived the most harmonious life under the leadership of the Xiao family. Almost at this time, the two quasi-immortals of the Lin family joined forces with the head of the Lin family. The entire Lin family came out in full force and divided their troops into two groups to go to the Xiao family and the Nanming dynasty. The two quasi-immortals of the Lin family naturally felt Xiao Xuan's aura and couldn't help but wonder secretly. Xiao Xuan failed to transcend, but he is still alive. How strange. Although he is not dead, his cultivation level is not as good as before, and there are even signs of falling. This is true. The head of the Lin family was filled with excitement. The two quasi-immortals of the Lin family nodded, but their expressions were still very solemn. After all, in all the heavens, they have never heard of a cultivator who failed in transcendence, but did not die. In addition, Xiao Xuan has always been acting strangely, so he does not dare to take it lightly. Second Elder, I just sent out a ray of spiritual consciousness, to investigate, and found that Xiao Xuan only has the cultivation level of the fourth heavenly emperor. If this is the case, it seems that he failed to transcend, but used some secret treasures to change his life. Only one life was saved, but the level of cultivation was lost. In this way, the fruits of victory in this war have been harvested by the Lin family. For a while, everyone in the Lin family looked in the direction of the Nanming dynasty with excitement. At this time, suddenly there was a shouting sound from the sky. That familiar voice made the head of the Lin family and the two ancestors widen their eyes in shock. Stop whoever comes. If you want to attack the Nanming dynasty, you must get through me first. Lin Cheng's eyes were extremely cold, filled with a chilling look. Facing Lin Cheng's unfamiliar and cold eyes, the two ancestors of the Lin family only felt extremely sad. The elder took a step forward with a look of sorrow on his face. Lin Cheng is the legendary genius of our Lin family. However, his sanity was wiped out due to fighting with foreign enemies. With Lin Cheng's temperament, he would definitely not want to live in humiliation. Today I will act as the sinner and help you escape from the sea of suffering and no longer be bound. After saying this, Lin Cheng felt a warm feeling in his throat. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 247, Immortal Killing Sword. Paper Tiger is not something to be afraid of. Seeing Xiao Xuan coming here, the expressions of the two ancestors of the Lin family changed drastically. Then he looked at Xiao Xuan with a calm expression, his words and deeds filled with a condescending attitude. It turns out to be the Xiao family master. I heard that the Xiao family master failed to transcend and was able to save a life. It is really not easy. The great elder's eyes showed a dirty look, making his three white eyes look even more cloudy. Xiao Qingyun looked at them indifferently. When Xiao Xuan was still at the peak of the 9th level of the titled Great Emperor, he was already able to kill fake immortals. Even a quasi-immortal can take 3 of his moves. Although his cultivation level has dropped now, his strength is even more terrifying than before. 2 quasi-immortals, I'm afraid they'll be in a row with just one strike from him. However, Xiao Xuan swung his sword. The immortal slaying sword technique, come out. With the divine sword in hand, he swung the sword. In an instant, a waning moon shrouded the sky. Then it turned into a long sword that exuded an ethereal aura. Xiao Xuan said nothing nonsense and drew two sword energy from the sheath. Let everyone behind the ancestor of the Lin family disappear instantly. Even the wailing sound disappeared without a trace before it could be shouted. It was as if those people had never appeared. What? At this moment, everyone changed their colors. Seeing Xiao Xuan massacre all the Lin family children with one sword, everyone felt numb and powerless. Even if he has fallen out of state, Xiao Xuan's fear is suffocating. And Xiao Xuan didn't give them time to think at all. His momentum surged to the sky, and a cold light shook the sky. Looking at Xiao Xuan, who was coming to kill him, the two ancestors of the Lin family smiled contemptuously. An overestimating ant. The head of the Lin family stopped the second elder with a ruthless look in his eyes. Two ancestors, I don't need help from such a small person. Xiao Xuan, today. However, before the head of the Lin family could finish speaking, a sharp sword energy directly cut his throat. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. The head of the Lin family is a powerful man at the peak of the title of Emperor with 10,000 years of magical power. If Xiao Xuan is still the strong man with thunderous methods in the past, they still find it acceptable. But at this moment, he is a cultivator who failed to escape and barely saved his life. He even lost the cultivation realm of the fifth heaven. But he was able to easily kill a powerful man with the title of Great Emperor. The pinnacle of 10,000 years of mana. This scene is so shocking. Xiao Xuan. Die. The two ancestors of the Lin family looked at each other, their eyes filled with overwhelming anger. Endless murderous intent rages across the heavens and continents, and terrifying immortal power sweeps across the sky. Looking at the two quasi-immortals who came to kill, a trace of sarcasm appeared on Xiao Xuan's lips. If you don't overestimate your own capabilities, how dare an ant challenge the power of heaven? After saying that, the immortal decapitating waning moon sword started to riot. The terrifying sword intent burst out and swept across all directions. Instantly. Whoosh! With one sword shot, the sky was split into two, and the energy of the sky continued to flow backwards. The sky falls to the south, the earth sinks to the west, and the sea water flows backwards. Countless people were shocked by this horrific scene. The killing moves of the two quasi-immortals were vulnerable to this sword. Kankan caught this move, and more terrifying things followed. I saw a long golden dragon looking up to the sky and roaring in the sky. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 248 Strong? I am the strongest. The threatening words of the man in black had no effect at all on Xiao Xuan. What responded to them was Xiao Xuan's sword energy. The sword light flashed, and the voice of the man in black stopped abruptly. The level of cultivation of the third-level quasi-immortal is not enough in his eyes. The other man in black looked shocked when he saw this. It is simply impossible to understand that Xiao Xuan is a cultivator who has failed in detachment. Why is there such a lush spiritual soul energy that can drive the immortal slaying sword over and over again? Looking at Xiao Xuan with burning eyes and murderous intent on his face, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. Xiao Xuan, even if you can kill him, he is just a third-level quasi-immortal. But I am a quasi-immortal of the sixth heaven. Even the immortal slaying sword will not be of much use without the blessing of a strong person. Faced with his clamor, Xiao Xuan did not change at all. I saw him sneer, strong? I am the strongest. Then he slashed through the air with his sword, cutting through everything. The quasi-immortal man in black didn't even have the ability to resist. Xiao Xuan didn't even look at the quasi-immortal in black who refused to rest. In silence. All the creatures in the world were completely shocked by the scene and could not speak for a long time. They didn't expect that Xiao Xuan would be so terrifying even if he fell into the realm. The head of the Xiao family is too terrifying. This level of strength is frightening. Even if the breakthrough fails and the cultivation level falls, the quasi-immortal can still be killed. Maybe he has some treasure. Even if he fails to transcend, he can still take this opportunity to become stronger. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunder on the ground, exploding instantly. Everyone thought of Xiao Xuan's changes. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to save his life after failing to transcend. Even braver than before. Therefore, Xiao Xuan's change reminded them of the Xiao family's treasure. I saw Xiao Xuan swipe his long sword and cut across the world. When the quasi-immortal saw this, he couldn't help but look horrified. Xiao Xuan, do you know who is behind me? Seeing that Xiao Xuan ignored him and looked at him with an indifferent expression, he suddenly became anxious. The person behind me is already transcendent. Killing you is just a matter of a thought. If you put me back today, maybe that person can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place. As soon as these words came out, countless people were shocked. Are there really transcendent and successful people in this world? The Emperor of Heaven was attracted by detachment and fell. Xiao Xuan remained indifferent, with a chilling look in his eyes. So what if I am detached? Even if I try my best, I will kill those who harm my descendants. As soon as these words came out, the man in black was shocked. He hurriedly took out the quasi-immortal treasure and tried to escape. At this moment, a golden ray of light passed through his chest. The man in black looked astonished, looking at his chest with wide eyes and disbelief. He is a quasi-immortal from the sixth heaven. He would die in the hands of a titled emperor. Reluctance, anger, and resentment filled his eyes. Xiao Xuan, however, didn't even look at them and took the bodies of several people into his pocket. With the bodies of these people, the strength of the Xiao family's genius will be improved again. After hearing Xiao Xuan's words, the genius of the Xiao family. There are no words to express the emotions in their hearts, but it strengthens their loyalty to Xiao Xuan. After the battle was over, Xiao Xuan was alone, looking at the vast heavens, feeling a burst of emotion in his heart. After today's battle, the Xiao family successfully became one of the top 10 family forces in the world. But the secrets in him attracted more powerful people to covet him. If you want to consolidate the Xiao family's position and gradually strengthen the family's power, you cannot take it lightly. For 3 consecutive months, the Xiao family was dealing with the consequences of this war. First, the remnants of the Lin family who went to attack the Xiao family were eliminated. Another time to deal with the plague brought by brothers Lin Qing and Lin Yang. In the end, he comforted the victims and refugees, thus winning the hearts of the people. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 249. A new secret realm opens, the battle between Tao and demons. As for those powerful family forces, although my master's cultivation level is not as good as theirs. But in that battle with the Lin family, the 4 quasi-immortals killed by my family leader were enough to intimidate those major families. Moreover, 2 of the major families have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, and the other major families have no time to take care of other things. Now that the battle between the heavens is about to begin, if you distract yourself from dealing with the Xiao family, you will expose your weaknesses. Xiao Xuan's voice was extremely cold, but his words made everyone in the Xiao family feel relieved. The dynasty of the heavens looks calm on the surface, but in fact it has already been undercurrent. In addition, the quasi-immortal peak in the dynasty has entered a state of transcendence. If the detachment is successful, the status quo will be maintained. Once it fails, the heavens will carry out the next shuffle. He is currently a third-level quasi-immortal with 50,000 years of magical power, but the ancestor of the dynasty. It only takes 1,000 years of mana, after entering the quasi-immortal realm. Once the accumulated mana exceeds 10,000 years, it will be monitored by heaven. The punishment is as small as the natural disaster, and the punishment is after the natural disaster. If it is alive, it will continue to accumulate. If you die, your soul will be scattered. But he has 50,000 years of magic power, so it's no wonder that the eye of heaven appears to look for him. After receiving this reward, his mana will still accumulate. If he hadn't hidden his cultivation level, I'm afraid the eye of heaven would have punished him long ago. With his current strength, it is far from enough to deal with the eye of heaven. Then he continued, as for those powerful men who have come to attack the Xiao family. Presumably, at the moment when the two men in black died, they had already chosen to return the way they came. Even if they appear above the Xiao family's residence, this family leader has nothing to fear. As soon as he said this, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Xiao Xuan smiled when he saw the appearance of everyone in the Xiao family. Now that the Xiao family's geniuses have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, it's time to open the next secret realm. Before that, you should practice well. If you don't have enough understanding of the secret realm this time, even if I allow you to enter, you still won't be able to understand the profoundness inside. These are 50,000 enlightenment pills. Elder Xiao Jianfeng, take it and distribute it reasonably. The dragon and tiger ranking will be launched next month. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, the senior members of the Xiao family couldn't help but gasp. 50,000 enlightenment pills. Everyone looked at the bottles and cans that could not be placed on the table, and their eyes were filled with excitement. With these, their strength and combat effectiveness will be improved again. I will obey the order of the master of the family, Xiao Jianfeng said with a strong look on his face. Looking at these high-level personnel in front of me, as well as the thriving Xiao family geniuses, he looked around and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the kingdom of the heavens. Then he didn't stay any longer and went directly back to the valley where he asked the sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, 500 years of mana. Imperial level Tsunlong armor *1, Shuozhao flame *1, immortal sword technique *1. The host understands the meaning of the immortal killing sword. Emperor level Tsunlong armor, the strongest. A lifetime of fighting on the battlefield, killing decisively. It can bless the wearer with explosive power. Can withstand the fatal blow of the titled emperor. The flame of Shuozhao contains a trace of spiritual power from Taiyin Shuozhao, which can be quickly broken through by swallowing it. Immortal sword art, a sword art for a quasi-immortal strongman. After practicing it, even a transcendent person can fight with it. Hearing this voice, Xiao Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This time's reward can help those geniuses in the family make better breakthroughs. Xiao Xian then handed over the imperial-level Tsunlong armor, Shuozhao flame, and immortal sword technique as rewards from the system. Leave it to Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, and Xiao Yan. Xiao Tianyun practices the skills of Emperor Huang Tian, and the Tsunlong armor is the best for him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 250 Demonic Cult Tradition, Murderous Intent Rising into the Sky. It's actually a golden dragon. A living golden dragon. Everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help but exclaimed in horror. In the picture, a golden nine-clawed golden dragon shuttles between heaven and earth. The golden light on its body is dazzling, and the golden dragon exudes terrifying pressure. A dragon roar sounded, and the 9-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky. And then sank into the sea. Immediately afterwards, in another scene, a strange bird with a chicken head, a swallow's jaw, a snake's neck, a turtle's back, a fish's tail, 5 colors, and a height of about 6 feet appeared. Everyone looked at the strange bird with doubts on their faces. Even if they searched their minds for knowledge, they could not find the answer. At this time, Xiao Xuan's explanation came in time. This bird is called phoenix, and it is derived from the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, together with the ancestral dragon and the first unicorn. Everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help but be horrified and couldn't speak for a long time. The 5 elements can actually give birth to such a powerful beast. Master, is that the first qilin? Xiao Yan pointed to the collection of lion's head, antlers, tiger's eyes, elk's body, and dragon scales in front of him. The ox's tail is in one body, the tail is hairy like a dragon's tail and has a horn with flesh on it. Xiao Xuan nodded, then waved his hand, and the scene in front of him froze. After the great power of Kaitian died, the 5 elements gave birth to the ancestral dragon, the Yuan Feng, and the first qilin. The 3 mythical beasts each multiplied and grew stronger, and started fighting with the ferocious beasts on the ancient continent. In the end, they won, and since then, the prehistoric continent has been ruled by 3 great beasts. The ancestral dragon of the ancient world is the head of the ancient scale armor, and controls the 4 seas on behalf of heaven. Linzu, the leader of the wild beasts, controls the vast land on behalf of heaven. The phoenix ancestor of the prehistoric world was the head of the birds in the prehistoric world, and controlled the sky of the prehistoric world on behalf of heaven. 3 tribes are fighting for hegemony, and they all want to annex the other 2 tribes to make their own race stronger. Boundless killings continue to spread in the wilderness. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Xuan waved his hand, and the frozen scene began to change rapidly. From the birth of mythical beasts to joining forces to deal with vicious beasts, we create a peaceful era for the ancient world. When the 3 clans were established and the 3 clans stood in harmony, everything dazzled everyone in the Xiao family and shocked their hearts. Especially the strength of Zulong made them unable to control themselves for a long time. The existing true dragons in the heavens are simply not even 1,000th of their size. You must know that the dragon clan that can evolve the blood of the ancient true dragon is already the ceiling of the world. Not to mention the ancestral dragon from the prehistoric era. That is pure blood. Just when everyone was immersed in shock and unable to extricate themselves, there was a sound of fighting in the sky. I saw the heads of the Zulong and Yuan Feng clans gathered together, looking down at your qilin on the ground. The 2 joined forces to massacre the first qilin on the earth. Dragons are physically powerful and almost invincible in melee combat. The Phoenix clan was reborn from the ashes, becoming more and more brave as they fought. On the other hand, the qilin clan, in addition to having many clans, is far inferior to the 2 clans in terms of ability and combat effectiveness. After many rounds of battles, the qilin clan was almost wiped out. However, just when everyone thought that the 2 tribes were going to divide the world equally, the dragon and phoenix tribes once again launched a massacre. Everyone in the Xiao family was so horrified that they could not speak. Facing such a powerful opponent, the dragon and phoenix clans sneered. Use the strength of the whole clan to eliminate the opponent quickly. You little bastard, our dragon clan will use all our strength to eradicate the danger for you. And you actually want to get rid of my dragon clan? If I hadn't noticed it earlier, I might have become your prisoner. The dragon leader hovered in the sky angrily. The terrifying dragon power suffocated everyone in the Xiao family. The leader of the Phoenix clan was burning with blazing fire, and he just let out a light chirp. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 251, The Battle Between Tao and Demons, the Decisive Battle on Mount Shumi. With the help of Kuanping, demon ancestor Luohu finally came out of seclusion. The devil is born, and the demons dance wildly. Demon ancestor Luohu proves his way by killing, and wants to kill everyone in the world. Under his leadership, countless mythical beasts and monsters died at the hands of the devil. The prehistoric land is a sea of blood, the vitality is soaring into the sky, the killings are endless, and the murderous intent is soaring to the sky. However, after the demonic path came out of seclusion, Yuan Feng was the first to attack. Although Yuan Feng commanded the Feather Clan in the world, he was defeated by the devil and finally escaped with the survivors who had only a trace of phoenix blood. Everyone in the Xiao family watched with excitement and wanted to join the demon-killing team. Cut the demon ancestor Luohu into pieces with 1,000 swords. For his own selfish interests, he did not hesitate to turn the entire ancient world upside down and turn the blood into rivers. The abominable demon ancestor Rahu should be cut into pieces by 1,000 swords. If it weren't for his instigation, how could the three tribes fight with each other? This would lead to the decline of the three tribes. Everyone in the Xiao family started talking with indignation. Xiao Xuan remained silent about this. Even if demon ancestor Rahu didn't instigate it, could this war have been avoided? Hee. Xiao Xuan waved his hand and the screen moved quickly. In the picture in front of me, all the great powers of the ancient world, including Nuwa, the goddess of creation, Emperor Jun, the demon emperor, and Tai, the eastern emperor. Everyone gathered in front of ancestor Hongjun, hoping that he could help and eradicate demon ancestor Luohu. It doesn't matter if Rahu is not eradicated and his murderous intent is not extinguished, I will seek peace for the world. Seeing this, everyone in the Xiao family couldn't help but sigh at the great and selfless love of patriarch Hongjun. Ancestor Hongjun is worthy of being a saint of heaven, and he is actually willing to sacrifice his life to help the great emperor out of trouble. It's no wonder that in the previous secret realm, he was the strongest existence in the world. Everyone in the Xiao family kept talking about the ancestor Hongjun, and their words were full of admiration. Xiao Xian's voice sounded at this moment. At this time, Patriarch Hongjun has not yet become a saint. He belongs to Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, and is on par with Luohu. If two people fight, one of them will die. The reason why they take action is because the jade butterfly has a warning. Because jade butterfly opened the sky, its Tao principles were incomplete. If you want to complete the Tao principles, you need to add the demonic principle of Rahu, otherwise your cultivation will stagnate. Luohu also feels that the way of heaven is competing with Hongjuan's lineage. The winner will surely achieve the status of saint. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. Even Taoist Hongjun was attracted to becoming a saint, which shows how powerful it is to become a saint. Even Xiao Tianyun, who didn't care about anything external to him, couldn't help but secretly think about the power of becoming a saint at this moment. And at this time, Taoist Hongjun has led his disciples to Mount Sumeru to fight against demon ancestor Rahu. In order to prove themselves as Hunyuan saints with their great merits, Taoist Hongjun and demon ancestor Luohu first faced off alone in the formation. Hongjun held the jade plate of creation in his hand, and was reincarnated as the chaos demon god, and realized that there are many supreme supernatural powers. The demons were defeated steadily, and the 4 demon kings could not stop him, even if they joined forces. The demon kings had no choice but to call out the demon ancestor. After Luohu came out, he looked at Hongjun with disdain in his eyes. I wonder who it is. It turned out to be a cricket that turned into a spirit. Then he threw his head back and laughed. Hong Jun was furious. Luo Ho, you have insulted me too much. I will never let go of you. After saying that, he used the jade butterfly to protect himself, and then he had magical power and Luo Ho started fighting. The two fought for hundreds of rounds. Due to the power of Luo Ho's magic weapon, Hong Jun gradually became exhausted. The demon lord under demon ancestor Luo Hu even spoke wildly to ancestor Hong Jun, humiliating him endlessly. Aren't you, Taoist Hong Jun, the most powerful person in history? What? This statement is false. Old Taoist, I think you should blow yourself up. In this case, it can be said that you were killed by my demon ancestor. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 252, What is good and what is evil among the saints of heaven? I saw Luo Hu operating the immortal killing sword formation, and the powerful sword intent instantly severely damaged Patriarch Yin Yang, Patriarch Qian Kuan, and Patriarch Yang Mei. Ancestor Hong Jun was protected from harm because of the protection of heavenly Dao Qing Yun. This scene shocked everyone in the Xiao family. This sword formation is so powerful. Xiao Tianyun recalled something important. The clan protecting formation at the family station was none other than the Zhuxian sword formation. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. His eyes were full of disbelief. What is the relationship between third uncle and demon ancestor Rahu? Why does he actually know how to kill the immortal sword array? The ancestors of Yin Yang and Qian Kuan are forced to have no choice but to continue to drag on. Not to mention whether the Zhuxian sword formation can be broken or not, even. Their entire group has to answer here. Therefore, the two of them looked at ancestor Qian Kuan and ancestor Hong Jun and shouted loudly. Fellow Taoist Hong Jun, fellow Taoist Qian Kuan, I leave the matter of eliminating demons and defending the Tao to you. Boom. A huge force exploded instantly, and boundless pressure swept across all directions. Boom. At that moment, both sword gates of the Zhuxian sword formation were shattered. The boundless sword intent ravaged their bodies, and after the thick smoke, there was not even a wreckage. Seeing being forced to do nothing, the ancestors of Yin and Yang and the ancestors of Qian Kuan chose to self-destruct their souls to crack the sword gate. Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed, Ancestor! Ancestor! Luo Hu originally thought that he could easily take down the four Hunyuanda Luo Jingxian. Not only was the sword gate broken, but he himself was seriously injured, and he was immediately furious. What a soul self-destruction. In order to eradicate me, he even did not hesitate to self-destruct. Humph. I want to see what you are capable of. Old Master Hong Jun, you were no match for me last time and you will be no different this time even if you ask for help. After saying that, he maximized the attack power of the remaining two sword gates. Seeing this, Patriarch Yang Mei stepped forward to fight fiercely with Luo Hu. Ancestor Hong Jun took this opportunity to sacrifice his good corpse, evil corpse, and holding corpse. The good corpse sacrificed the Qiankuan cauldron to suppress the killing sword sect. The evil corpse sacrificed the Tai Chi diagram to suppress the immortal sword gate. He held the corpse and sacrificed it to the jade dish of good fortune to suppress the immortal killing sword sect. And Tian Dao Qing Yun suppressed the Zhuxian sword sect. When Ancestor Yang Mei was fighting against demon ancestor Luo Hu, he was also severely injured by him. Ancestor Hong Jun knew that he only had one chance. Now that demon ancestor Rahu is seriously injured, and ancestor Yang Mei is pestering him, he cannot be distracted. He took the opportunity to take down the four swords of Zhu Xian, and the four swords of Zhu Xian were gone. As a result, the Xiao Xuan sword formation was broken, and demon ancestor Luohu lost his greatest reliance. The Xiao Xuan sword formation was broken, and demon ancestor Luohu was furious, pointing to the sky angrily, "What a way of heaven, what a way to slay demons and protect the way. My killing to prove the way is an unforgivable evil. Just because there is too much blood on my hands? Ha 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 ha. What about the right path? They don't have anything in their hands? What is righteousness? What is evil? Doing evil things while wearing the skin of justice? Knowing that it is evil, but carrying out a massacre for one's own selfish interests, is this right? I am just following the practice method of my original mind." But he was spurned by the world and targeted by heaven. "Since you won't let me stay, why should you let me fight for the position of saint?" Luohu sneered again and again, with unwillingness, humiliation, and resentment in his eyes, but more importantly, resentment. Then he glanced coldly at everyone present, and even stayed in the direction of everyone in the Xiao family for a moment. Even for just 1 second, everyone in the Xiao family thought that the god of death could see them. The Buddha is not me, so why should he save me? God has not helped me, why should I ask? What is good and evil, what is right and evil? Those who speak arrogantly do nothing wrong in their lives? Do evil people never have good intentions? I saw him swearing to the way of heaven, "The great road is above, I, Rahu, make an oath to the great road." Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 253, What is good and evil, what is good and evil? When everyone in the Xiao family heard this, they didn't know how to express themselves. At this moment, they also had another realization about good and evil. Recalling everything from the establishment of the Xiao family to the present. Aren't they also on the evil side? There is no fixed theory of good and evil, it is just based on one's own judgment. The powerful family power and sect view the Xiao family as evil. The Xiao family treats those who bully and attack them as evil. Good and evil are just positions. Following Xiao Xuan's wave, everyone in the Xiao family also filed into search for opportunities. No matter what state the Xiao family will be in the future, where will the head of the family stand? They will not change, for the Xiao family, for the family head, and for the enemy of the world. This time, Xiao Xuan spent a full 4 million exchange points to set up the battle between Dao and Demon. Most of it was spent on the battle between Ancestor Hongjun and Demon Ancestor Luohu. 4 million redemption points, the exchanged Dao Demon battle venue. What opportunities are there? Even Xiao Xuan didn't know it, but for the Xiao family's genius, this time was an excellent opportunity for advancement. In addition to improving combat effectiveness and cultivation, the Dao Demon War also has the ability to sublimate the soul. But this depends on their own understanding. Looking at the place where Demon Ancestor Luohu died, Xiao Xuan's eyes revealed a complicated look. Those words lingered in my mind for a long time. For a moment, he exuded an aura of desolation and loneliness. Xiao Qingyun is not in a hurry to look for opportunities. The bigger the opportunity, the better. The more it is related to a person's luck, or an inconspicuous grass, it is what others will look for throughout their lives. Therefore, she could clearly feel the aura emanating from Xiao Xuan. As the reincarnated empress, although I don't know what Xiao Xuan experienced in the prehistoric world. But what she was sure of was Xiao Xuan's situation at that time. Demon Ancestor Rahu is indeed heinous, but from his standpoint, it is just a means of survival. How about you? Why were you targeted by the right path back then, and why did you come here? In that era of rampage, with his strength, who was defeated by him? Ancestor Hongjun is the incarnation of heavenly Tao. Such a powerful being. Also calls him Taoist friend. It shows how terrifying his strength is, but why would such a powerful person be targeted by others? Perhaps it's because he is too powerful, so powerful that he has offended those decent people. So much so that they didn't hesitate to join forces to eradicate him. Otherwise, I really can't think of any reason. There will be someone who can kill such a powerful being, who can't even break through the mystery of the womb. But, even if he breaks through the mystery of the womb and returns to the peak of strength, if he can really return to that world, how will he face those people? Revenge? Let go of grudges with a smile? What will he do? Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun stopped staying and headed directly towards the venue of the Dao demon battle. No matter what he faces after breaking through the mystery in the womb, she will do her best to support him. Before that, she must strengthen herself and make herself stronger. More than 6,000 members of the Xiao family entered the venue where the Dao demon battle was filled with murderous energy. Xiao Xuan swept across all directions, and the entire field of Dao demon war was under his eyes. The birthplace of the demon ancestor Rahu. Xiao Zhiqiu searched carefully here, because Luo Hu was a villain. Most of the Xiao family members are somewhat resistant to this, and only a few of them come here. Therefore, the opportunities here are extremely rich. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 254, The Fire of Nirvana, Rebirth from the Fire. He moved, although his spells were restricted here. But their movement speed still did not slow down when they saw the red light. Xiao Jianxin's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he quickly caught up. At this moment, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in the Zhuxian sword formation. Red light was suspended in the air, and the boundless breath of killing continued to wreak havoc around them. What a powerful killing spirit! Xiao Jianxin jumped into the air and held the red light in his hand. The Zhuxian sword formation is composed of 4 divine swords, the Zhuxian sword, the immortal killing sword, the immortal trapping sword, and the absolute immortal sword. Killing the immortal is powerful, killing the immortal is dead, trapping the immortal glows red, and the ultimate immortal has endless changes. This sword not only has the killing aura of the immortal killing sword, but also emits red light. I guess it is the immortal trapping sword that has gathered the killing energy of the immortal killing sword. With this divine sword, my strength will increase greatly again. Even swordsmanship will become more refined. The corners of Xiao Jianxin's mouth curved into a perfect arc, and then he began to realize the sword's meaning brought by the sword. But in the meantime, he needed to find out what made him feel like he was being watched by countless people. Where does it come from? It's like the sense of oppression brought by the realm of spiritual consciousness. The realm of spiritual consciousness. Xiao Jianxin murmured to himself. And then suddenly realized. Immediately afterwards, he began to enter into enlightenment. At the same time, Xiao Qingyun headed towards the place where Taoist Hongjun understood the Taoism contained in the jade dish of creation. Since he is a saint of heaven, he has his own aura of heaven hidden within him. If she can absorb it and comprehend it, not only will her strength be able to achieve a breakthrough. Even the Nanming dynasty will make a breakthrough in this exploration of the secret realm. Finally, after 100 years of searching, he came to a cave world that radiated golden light. Is this the place where Taoist Hongjun achieved enlightenment? Xiao Qingyun looked at the futon in front of him, and then slowly sat on it. Her eyes were full of desire for power, and then she slowly closed her eyes. I didn't expect that this great opportunity would be found by Xiao Qingyun. Xiao Xian could see at a glance what kind of opportunity Xiao Qingyun had gotten this time, and his eyes showed full of appreciation. 300 years later, Xiao Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, a joyful excitement revealed. Although it is just a ray of black and yellow energy, if it is integrated into the physical body or even a magic weapon, it will become an undefeated. Myth. The Xianhuang Qi was originally a wonderful thing that was born at the beginning of the world. Once it is integrated into a weapon, defense will reach an unprecedented level. Moreover, Xianhuang Qi also has the function of stabilizing the world and cultivating the strongest immortal body. Xiao Qingyun's cultivation techniques can be helped even with the help of Haotian God's cultivation techniques. If you want to compete with other big forces later on, you are still a little behind. Before her level of strength is not enough to maintain the Nanming dynasty. She must have Xianhuang Qi to stabilize it. Even if she is designated by the aura of heaven, it does not mean that the Nanming dynasty must be hers. It's a pity that although the Xianhuang Qi is good, there is only one wisp. If it can be irrigated by a stick of incense, then my strength will become even more terrifying. With the stability of Xianhuang Qi, the Nanming dynasty will not be afraid of being coveted. Thinking of this, she then shook her head. With a ray of Xianhuang Qi, it can be stable. I can't be too greedy. Being able to obtain this kind of great fortune is something I can only dream of. After gathering his thoughts, Xiao Qingyun looked towards the sky. If there is something above the sky. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyun jumped up and headed towards the sky with her graceful body. With this black and yellow energy entering her body, she can now temporarily ignore the pressure of heaven in this world. Just after Xiao Qingyun thought that he was completely free from the pressure of heaven, flying in midair, she suddenly felt the pressure of heaven. Xiao Qingyun naturally knows what kind of place the prehistoric world is. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 255 Breakthrough, the Demonic Immortal Young Emperor. When Xiao Xian's voice rang in everyone's ears, the hearts of everyone in the Xiao family were suddenly filled with reluctance and regret. This time's exploration of the secret realm has greatly improved their cultivation and combat effectiveness. We even got a lot of miraculous medicines and magical weapons. If they can continue to practice here, their cultivation will be improved beyond the reach of their peers. Therefore, everyone wasted no time in searching, not wanting to miss any corner. Before leaving, everyone in the Xiao family looked at this vast land reluctantly. I don't know when the next opportunity to explore a secret place like this will be. Xiao Xian looked calmly at the fragmented scene in front of him. The scene of the battle between Hongjun Daozu and Luohu demon ancestor appeared in his mind. The immortal killing sword formation is obviously a clan-protecting formation, rewarded by the system. Why does he have such a strong sense of familiarity? It's like, that's my own thing. Later, these fragments gradually disappeared into his body. At the same time, the mechanical sound of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! The exploration of the secret realm is completed and rewards are being distributed to the host. Ding! Rewards the Chaos Realm, and obtains 1 drop each of True Dragon, Yuan, Feng, and Shurqilan Essence and Blood. Understand the Nirvana and Rebirth Realm of Sword Intent, and obtain the 4 swords of the Zhuxian sword formation and a wisp of rich black and yellow energy. Chaos Realm. In the Chaos Realm, the host's attack power is doubled. Combat power increased 5 times. The essence and blood of True Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Shurqilan, fused into one's own body to forge the physical body. Improve your combat ability and fuse weapons to increase your attack power tenfold. Sword Intent Nirvana Rebirth Domain contains the meaning of the phoenix, reborn from the fire. When the sword intent comes out, the realm appears. Within the field, 10 enemies can be attacked at the same time, and the attack power of the sword energy is doubled. For swords of the Zhuxian sword formation, Zhuxian sword, killing immortal sword, trapping immortal sword, and absolute immortal sword. The four swords came out, and the Xiao Xuan sword formation appeared. The full strength of the Xiao Xuan sword formation requires the host to transcend before it can be used. Xianhuang Qi, pure and rich Xianhuang Qi, can stabilize the world and cannot be used on the host itself. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xuan's magic power accumulated to quasi-immortal. 70,000 years. The terrifying momentum spans the ages. Shake the stars. But hidden by the system, his strength still remained at the 6th level of the titled Great Emperor. Everyone in the Xiao family naturally felt this change, and their combat power became more terrifying. But his cultivation level has not improved, and he is filled with doubts. Therefore, he turned his attention to Xiao Xuan, trying to find any clues from him. But this look made them feel like they were falling into an abyss, and the unknown fear enveloped them. If Xiao Xuan hadn't restrained his aura, they might have had their souls imprisoned. Everyone in the Xiao family felt more in awe of Xiao Xuan, and at the same time they were more curious about who his true identity was. Xiao Xuan didn't pay much attention to it, but used the essence and blood of Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Qilin. After tapping into Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yanyao respectively, these drops of essence and blood were most consistent with the techniques they practiced. Then the black and yellow energy was injected into Xiao Qingyun's sea of consciousness. In an instant, Xiao Qingyun felt that countless vitality was poured into his limbs. Then he cupped his fists and saluted, "Thank you very much, Master." With this rich black and yellow aura, she can not only stabilize the foundation of the Nanming dynasty. You can also take this opportunity to develop yourself into an immortal golden body. After doing all this, Xiao Xuan went to Wenjian Valley to enter seclusion and practice. Also leaving with him were Samsara, Mutian, and Tathagata. Everyone in the Xiao family gained a lot this time, and they all left one by one after Xiao Xuan left. In order to continue to digest the opportunities and insights brought about by this exploration of the secret realm. Time flies, and hundreds of years pass by in a flash. There was a roar from the sky, and the terrifying sound shook the sky for eternity. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 256, Heart-Beating Xiao Xuan. For a time, everyone in the Xiao family was discussing it. On the side, Xiao Tianyun fell into silence. There was a look of helplessness in his eyes. Obviously, the demonic immortal young emperor's breakthrough is not for them. At this stage, it is undoubtedly a disaster. Even though they are talented people, they still feel a sense of powerlessness. Even though they can be far ahead among the geniuses at the same level, and even kill them beyond the level. But quasi-immortality is an unattainable realm. Even one look from him can shatter them into pieces. Not to mention fighting against it. The horror of immortality is beyond their imagination. Seeing the looks in everyone's eyes, Xiao Tianyun retracted his thoughts. Okay, don't be anxious, everyone. The demonic immortal young emperor has just made a breakthrough now. I think there are still many things that need to be sorted out. I just happened to take this opportunity to increase my practice. Even if I die, I will give my master a chance to make a breakthrough. Having said this, he glanced at everyone. Now the head of the family is breaking through the critical barrier. Don't interrupt unless it's an urgent matter. Although the demon immortal young emperor is powerful, the children of the Xiao family are not soft. Persimmons. The great emperor Samsara, the great emperor Mutian, and the great Tathagata are even preparing to break through to the quasi-immortal. At such a critical moment, they cannot disturb their thoughts. Even if the demons invade by then, we should also fight for opportunities for them. As long as the head of the family and others are here, the Xiao family will not die. I will obey the instructions of the acting patriarch. Everyone in the Xiao family quickly saluted and obeyed Xiao Tianyun's words. Nodding, Xiao Tianyun looked at all the Xiao family members. Okay, from now on, let the Xiao family members who are outside retreat and start to focus on training, striving to defeat the enemy when the demons invade. Let your cultivation and combat effectiveness break through to a commanding height. Yes. As Xiao Tianyun's words were conveyed, the entire Xiao family immediately took action. A large number of resources were distributed, but most of them were directed towards Xiao Jianxin and other talented people. Because at the most critical moment, they need to use their lives to create a way for the rest of the Xiao family to survive. The rest of the Xiao family knew what they were thinking the moment they saw the resource tilt. Although they didn't speak a word, they all understood each other, and it was a critical moment of life and death. Escort Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others to retreat. As long as they are here, the Xiao family will return to its peak. In the battle between Dao and Demon, they all saw everything Zulong did for future generations. We are all members of the Xiao family, and we are both prosperous and devastated. Their talents were poor and they would not regret dying, but Xiao Tianyun and the others were different. Even if the Xiao family is really gone, under their leadership, it won't be long before it rises again. But they are different. Even if they want to take revenge, they will be powerless. And Xiao Xuan also felt the crisis this time. I saw him slowly opening his eyes, and a sharp edge burst out from his eyes. Then the cold voice of the system sounded in his mind. Ding! It was detected that the Demon King, the Demon's son, had broken through to become a quasi-immortal. The Xiao family and the demons had been feuding for tens of millions of years. It has reached a point where water and fire are incompatible, and one of them will perish. Ding! Large-scale tasks are released: kill the demon immortal young emperor and destroy the demon clan. Complete the tasks to get generous rewards. The genius of the Xiao family can also obtain a body forged by the essence and blood of the demonic immortal young emperor. All the geniuses of the Xiao family who participated in the demon-slaying battle. Everyone can get the corresponding luck among the demon clan. Please host to help the children of the Xiao family improve their strength. Hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed directly in Xiao Xian's eyes. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 257. If you want to die early, you must flatter yourself well. When the demon soldier saw this, he couldn't help but smile. In that case, I would like to thank Clan Chief Huang. No, I have to ask you to take me to visit the demon immortal young emperor. I hope you can give me a nice word by then. The Weasel clan leader's words deeply touched the little demon soldier's heart, but he was not a high-ranking figure. At most, it was just to show him the way. As for any kind words, hee, the demon soldiers all look the same. What can you do to me? She didn't say anything at that moment, but just let him in with a smile. After entering the inner door, he retreated directly and was greeted by another little demon soldier. How could the Weasel clan leader know that he would encounter such things when he came here this time? Therefore, he didn't even dare to take out the realm-breaking pill, which was because he was stingy. The main reason is that the breaking realm pill contains some toxins unique to the Weasel race. Not to mention the demons. Even if you encounter the Weasel race, you need someone with advanced skills to crack it. At the same time, the demon immortal young emperor officially came out of seclusion, and he was greeted by a group of high-ranking members of the demon clan. 2 of them are still pseudo-immortals, and behind them stand the 8 elders, who are half-step to quasi-immortal. Next are the high-level personnel with the title of Great Emperor, followed closely by hundreds of powerful people in the Great Emperor realm. Congratulations to the demon immortal for breaking through to the quasi-immortal. May the demon fairy live forever and ever. The two pseudo-immortals saluted the demon immortal young emperor. All the demon clan members behind him also followed suit and saluted. Seeing this, the demon immortal young emperor looked at everyone and nodded with satisfaction. Everyone, get up. Now that I have broken through to the level of quasi-immortal, I will definitely not treat you badly. Then he looked at the half-step titled emperors behind the two pseudo-immortals. You two are already at the level of half-step quasi-immortal. After I stabilize, I will help you two break through to quasi-immortal. When the two people heard this, they were immediately overjoyed and hurriedly stepped forward to thank you demon fairy. Seeing this, the two pseudo-immortals looked at each other. Devil immortal. The leader of the Weasel clan has been waiting in the cave for a long time. The demonic immortal young emperor smiled faintly. The weasels are the most petty. Millions of years ago. I am still at odds with the demons, but now I have taken the initiative to turn the conflict into friendship. In terms of calculations, I am not as good as him after all. After the demon immortal young emperor finished speaking, a terrifying pressure of immortality erupted from his body. One of the pseudo-immortals took a step forward. I will kill him now. Seeing this, the demon immortal young emperor smiled faintly. Don't worry, I still have something for him to do. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not dare to disobey him. At the same time, the leader of the Weasel clan who was waiting in the cave suddenly felt a pressure coming on him. It was as if tens of millions of tons of boulders were pressing down on him, making him unable to move. He hurriedly saluted to the first person. Welcome to the demon immortal young emperor. I wish the young emperor eternal prosperity. As soon as he said this, the pressure on him disappeared instantly. Clan Chief Huang, I haven't seen you for a million years. Your cultivation level has improved greatly. The demonic immortal young emperor took the initiative to speak, which flattered Clan Chief Huang. If I hadn't been close to the border of the demon clan and been infected by the demon immortal young emperor's insights, I might still be stagnant at the same place. Hearing what Chief Huang said, the demon immortal young emperor laughed heartily. Obviously this flattery is on point. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 258. The Xiao family is in crisis. Secret skills save the family. When everyone heard this, their emotions suddenly became very high. The Xiao family has been the sworn enemy of the demon clan for millions of years, and they will never stop fighting. They have been waiting for this moment for a million years. The head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan, has repeatedly undermined the demon clan's plans. If not, why would they have developed to the scale they are today? The demonic immortal young emperor would not even know that he had just reached the level of quasi-immortal at this moment. Such a great hatred must be avenged. If the Xiao family doesn't shed a river of blood, the resentment in their hearts cannot be washed away. We are always waiting for the demon immortal to send us, and we swear to serve the demon immortal to the death. Seeing the demon fairy's face full of murderous intent, everyone said in unison. Follow the demon fairy to the death. Swear to the death, to serve the demon immortal. Seeing this, the demon immortal young emperor nodded lightly. In that case, you should make good preparations and launch a war against it. In 100 years. One of the pseudo-immortals heard this and took a step forward. I have something to report. Speak. The head of the Xiao family failed to break through to the quasi-immortal realm thousands of years ago. Not only did his cultivation level fall, but now he is locked in a closed door. The geniuses of the Xiao family all returned to their master's house 10 years ago, as if they were avoiding something. When the demon immortal young emperor heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is this true? The pseudo-immortal raised his head and looked at him. Although he was ready, he was still unable to move due to the pressure of the demon immortal young emperor. Seeing this, the demon immortal young emperor applied a little pressure, and the pseudo-immortal lost an eye. How can you blaspheme me? I want you to be useful to the demons, so I will only take one of your eyes. If there is a next time, your soul will be tortured by boundless flames forever. The words of the demon immortal young emperor made the pseudo-immortal kneel down in fear and beg for mercy. How strong is Xiao Xuan now? Demon immortal young emperor asked again. Reporting to the demon immortal, Xiao Xuan is now the third level of heavenly cultivation of the titled great emperor, but he can kill quasi-immortals. Behead the quasi-immortal? The demonic immortal young emperor frowned slightly when he heard this. Obviously he was afraid of Xiao Xuan's strength. Moreover, he is still a person who has lost his cultivation level. If he breaks through to quasi-immortal, I'm afraid there are few opponents among the quasi-immortals. Seeing the demon immortal young emperor like this, the pseudo-immortal who had one of his eyes gouged out stepped forward again. Reporting to the demon immortal young emperor, according to reliable information, Xiao Xuan is currently practicing in seclusion. The Xiao family prodigy with the highest cultivation level is only the 6th level of great emperor. Except for Xiao Xuan, there is no titled great emperor in the family. Now Xiao Xuan is practicing in seclusion, presumably to break through to the realm of the titled emperor. With his qualifications, if we want to reach the peak again, it is still impossible. I think we can take this opportunity to go to attack the Xiao family. No matter how powerful the Xiao family's genius is, they will not be able to escape from your Wuzishan. Xiao Xuan loves the younger generations very much, especially those talented younger ones. If you can torture those younger generations to death, it is also a way to take revenge on him. At that time, even if he comes out of seclusion, his strength will not be as good as yours, the demon immortal young emperor. Even if he fights to the death, he will be nothing more than the soul of your subordinates. In this way, your blood feud will be avenged. The humiliation of the demon clan has been wiped away. Hearing his words, the demon immortal young emperor suddenly laughed heartily. Okay. Okay. Pass the order and attack the Xiao family with all your strength. The demon soldier who kills the number 1 child of the Xiao family will. You can get personal guidance from me. Not only that, this immortal can also help him break through to the immortal. As soon as these words came out, the entire demon world was boiling. Crunt the Xiao family. Crunt the Xiao family. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. The devil will last forever. At this time, the Xiao family is making an all-out breakthrough. Today's Xiao family is so rich in spiritual energy that it can make all the beings in the world boil. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 259, The Demons Invade and Die a Worthy Death. After the Xiao family is destroyed, all the resources of the Xiao family will be owned by the demon clan. By then, the demon clan will completely dominate the world. The Weasel clan leader only cares about the demon clan, so the demon immortal young emperor will naturally not treat you badly. Now that the demon immortal young emperor has sent me and you to go with you, we must not let go of a single member of the Xiao family. The pseudo-immortal's eyes were shining brightly, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes as he looked at the Weasel clan leader. The leader of the Weasel clan nodded when he heard this. I will do my best to prevent any remnants of the Xiao family from surviving. The other pseudo-immortal looked at him leaving and sneered. Second brother, I say your character is still not stable enough. What kind of person is the leader of the Weasel clan? The demon immortal young emperor knows better than us. Do you think he really wants to reuse such a person? Seeing the confused look on his face, he pointed with his hand, the aura on the weasel's body. However, the incense used by the demon immortal young emperor as a scapegoat will lead to death for anyone left with this mark. Seeing the pseudo-immortal's explanation, the man suddenly understood. Then he left with him and led dozens of titled emperors and troops to the Xiao family. The entire team headed towards the Xiao family in Fingpa Star. Ding! It was detected that the demons had sent troops to invade the Xiao family, and the system task was triggered urgently. Kill everything that comes to destroy the Xiao family and complete the mission. To receive generous rewards. Hearing the sound of this system, a strange color flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes. Finally come. But he was not in a hurry to get out of seclusion. Instead, he was checking his own cultivation. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, the head and patriarch of the Xiao family in Fingpa Star. Cultivation, quasi-immortal third-level heaven with 70,000 years of mana. The cultivation level has been hidden to the fourth level of the title of Great Emperor. Magic weapon, immortal killing waning moon sword. Qualification, create a dragon blood battle body. Chaotic pupils. Martial arts technique, immortal killing sword technique. Exotic treasures, jade pendant of the head of the house, ring. He, who is in the third level of quasi-immortal, is almost invincible in the realm of quasi-immortal. Even the most talented people at the same level are still no match for him. With his current strength, as long as the legendary transcendent does not appear, no one will be his opponent. So he was not worried at all about the demon invasion this time. Moreover, he just took this opportunity to test the limits of the Xiao family's geniuses. Since his rebirth, the Xiao family's geniuses have almost never encountered a moment of helplessness. Whether it is the speed of growth or the outstanding talents, they are impeccable. But this is far from enough. If you want to be the strongest, you must endure what others cannot. Time passed quietly, and in Fingpa Star, the intrusion of the demons attracted the attention of countless creatures. The leader of the Weasel clan led a group of demon soldiers to the Xiao family in Fingpa Star. Looking at the small families and sects that are attached to the Xiao family, they are developing better and better. In his mind, he couldn't help but think back to his own race and everything he had experienced. For a moment, boundless hatred came to mind. Since he wasn't having a good time back then, don't let these people have a good time either. When the two pseudo-immortals on the side saw this, they knew that the leader of the Weasel clan had become possessed by a demon. He couldn't help but nodded to the two titled emperors behind him. When the titled emperor saw this, he understood. Then, he did not hide his momentum at all, and the terrifying momentum of the titled emperor swept across the sky in an instant, killing towards the nearby sect. At that moment, everyone felt a pressure. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 260. Tianjiao goes to battle to defend the family. Behind him, a powerful man named the Great Emperor suddenly took a step forward. Presumptuous. The voice resounded throughout the eternity of the sky, as the powerful man with the title of Great Emperor roared angrily. Heading towards that ultimate sword light, another titled emperor saw it. They even headed towards the Xiao family's residence, but the terror of this sword was not as easy to deal with as they thought. A sword shot into the air, and an ethereal aura was instantly transmitted. Even the expression of the Weasel clan leader behind him changed drastically. In an instant, waves of terrifying sword intent swept over, and the boundless sword power filled the entire sky. When the titled emperor saw this, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, he couldn't even make a move. Could it be that it's Xiao Xuan? There are two other pseudo-immortals who have the same idea as him. That terrifying sword energy directly killed thousands of demon soldiers. behind him on the spot. Even many junior emperors and powerful men could not avoid this terrifying sword. I saw their eyes were ferocious, and their faces were full of terror. Shouting, "No!" A miserable cry echoed through the sky, and the next moment, the terrifying sword light annihilated them instantly. Then, countless corpses fell from the sky in the eyes of all the beings in the world. With one sword, he actually killed more than 1,000 demon soldiers, including dozens of powerful emperors. At this moment, all the beings in the world were deeply shocked. There was even more discussion about this. Could it be that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan, has left seclusion? This sword energy is terrifying, but it is still far from the head of the Xiao family. In the Xiao family, in addition to Xiao Xuan, who is proficient in swordsmanship, there is also a Tianjiao, who is known as the Sword King Xiao Jianqing. At the same time, when everyone in the Xiao family saw this scene, they were immediately excited and energetic. Xiao Jianqing appeared in front of everyone wearing a green shirt and stepping on the divine sword. Opposite him were the children of the Xiao family, who were executed by Ling Qi, the leader of the Weasel clan. Although their cultivation level is not high, their character impresses countless people. Soul Ling Qi is a method of death that scares countless cultivators. It will not only cause the flesh and blood to suffer, but also cause the soul to suffer the terrifying trauma of ice and fire. It won't make you die immediately, but it will make you unable to live or die. Xiao Jianqing's face was full of anger, and the terrifying aura belonging to the fifth level of the Great Emperor continued to explode. The feeling of being helpless as he watched his siblings die tragically in front of him. It made him fall into deep self-blame, and he believed that his own strength was extraordinary. He can fight even the middle-level powerhouses who are titled Great Emperors. But I have ignored that there are people outside the world. Only at this moment did Xiao Jianqing realize how weak his ability was. So weak that he can't even save his own limbs. At this moment, he was furious, his terrifying momentum exploded, and he faced the two titled emperors directly. "You bastard, get out of the way of this emperor. Get out of the way quickly." Xiao Jianqing was furious and roared at the two titled emperors. The thunderous sound caused changes in the situation and numerous visions. This scene caused countless creatures to change their expressions. The man who killed more than 1,000 demon soldiers, including dozens of great emperors, with one sword was actually a cultivator of the fifth level of the Great Emperor. The two titled emperors took a step forward and faced Xiao Jianqing directly. A sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Who do you think you are, you dare to order a quasi-immortal?" As soon as these words came out, Xiao Jian's heart was instantly blown away. I saw him holding the sword in both hands and raising it above his head. The roar of thunder and lightning kept coming from the sky, and the boundless sword intent instantly rushed into the sky. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 261 Heartbreaking, Xiao Jianqing. Xiao Qingyun used the immortal golden body, although he could withstand a fatal blow at the limit of his body. But on the premise of protecting himself, Xiao Qingyun transformed himself into a golden dragon. Blocked most of the attacks for Xiao Jianqing, so after one blow, both sides suffer losses. Xiao Jianqing looked at Xiao Qingyun, who was slowly falling in the sky with grief. The beautiful face that used to be full of indifference and looked down upon life and death. At this moment, it was stained with traces of paleness due to excessive blood loss. Her beautiful face was stained with blood, as if she was about to return to her hometown in the next second. Xiao Jian shouted at the top of his lungs, "Qingyun." Then he rose into the air to catch Xiao Qingyun, who had long been unconscious, and held her tightly in his arms. "Why are you so stupid? Why did you block this blow for me?" Xiao Qingyun's hands naturally dropped, allowing him to pat them however he wanted, but still closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on the grief-stricken Xiao family genius. While they were horrified by the strength of the Xiao family's genius, they were even more impressed by their deep brotherhood. Xiao Yan and Xiao Zongtian looked at each other, their eyes filled with anger. Then he shouted loudly, "If you hurt my clan sister, you will die." Xiao Yan held the flame and fired wildly at the seriously injured Weasel clan leader. The black coffin behind Xiao Zongtian instantly grew several times in size, and he went straight towards the Weasel clan leader. At that moment, the Weasel clan leader felt the terror of the Xiao family's genius. He couldn't help but show fear on his face, and shouted at the other two pseudo-immortals, "Two immortals, please save me." The two pseudo-immortals naturally saw the horror of the Xiao family's genius. Then he took action towards Xiao Yan and Xiao Zongtian. Before he could take action, the sky seemed to be wrapped in a sea of blood. The two pseudo-immortals also became one of them, and they looked at the scene in front of them with different expressions. The smell of blood in the air made them smell death. "Brother, this place is extremely weird, so you need to be more careful." For a moment, neither of them dared to act rashly. Without the interception of the two pseudo-immortals, Xiao Yan and Xiao Zongtian attacked from both sides. Surround the Weasel clan leader in the middle. They are indeed no match for a quasi-immortal, but the other party has hurt their relatives. Even if you try your best, you must kill this person on the spot. The flame in Xiao Yan's hand instantly turned into a huge firework, swallowing up the Weasel clan leader. The true fire of Samadhi appears in this world and will never be extinguished. Not even the leader of the Weasel clan at his peak could extinguish it. What's more, they were severely injured by Xiao Jianqin and Xiao Qingyun. Then Xiao Zongtian's black coffin swallowed it up, and the huge figure instantly turned into the size of a doll. In the eyes of everyone in disbelief, a quasi-immortal was actually eradicated by the four geniuses of the Xiao family. Boom! Futian! Xiao Yan exclaimed, and saw Xiao Zongtian kneeling on one knee while spitting blood. Although it swallowed the quasi-immortal, it was outside Xiao Zongtian's swallowing range. Therefore, it also suffered a backlash. If no one guides it, it will perish. However, at this time, they could not distract themselves from the treatment. Because the demon clan also has dozens of titled emperors, and more than 100 emperors. Now they have two serious injuries, and one is involved with two false immortals. The rest, except Xiao Yan and Xiao Jingyan, can still deal with the titled emperor. Xiao Junlin and Xiao Yenyao are only invincible among their peers. Moreover, the opponent still has many demon soldiers to support them yet to come. But the Xiao family has already suffered a 10th loss. It's such a pity that the genius of the Xiao family is so brave and good at fighting. The head of the Xiao family is practicing in seclusion, and the demons take the opportunity to attack the Xiao family. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 262, The Moment of Life and Death, The Wrath of the Quasi-Immortal. His eyes were full of pain, and his face was replaced by guilt. Tianyun, if you insist on doing this, I will die in this life, and I will fall into deep self-blame. Sister Qingyun has been seriously injured because of me. You know my thoughts. Best, if you insist on doing it. Then he looked at Xiao Tianyun intently, his eyes full of determination. At this moment, being stared at by Xiao Jianqing's eyes, Xiao Tianyun didn't know how he felt. He and Xiao Jianqing lived and died together many times, and have been close friends for millions of years. How could she not know what he would do if he was really allowed to escape with the rest of the Xiao family? I'm afraid that he will be trapped in self-blame for the rest of his life, and he may even die to apologize. Then, he sighed helplessly and turned towards the two titled emperors who trapped Jamal Xiao. Xiao Jianxin used the teleportation talisman to send Xiao Qingyun back to the Xiao family's residence, following Xiao Tianyun's footsteps. Tianyun, let me and you two brothers fight happily today. When Xiao Tianyun heard this, a smile appeared on his indifferent face. When the demon clan's titled emperor saw this, his expression suddenly changed. They knew the strength of Xiao Jianxin and Xiao Tianyun very well. Therefore, I don't dare to fall in love with the battle, once it drags on for a long time. Those two fake immortals are the best examples. Therefore, the two titled emperors joined forces to deal with the Xiao family. Genius. Jamal Xiao could still barely involve the other party, but the two of them were flanked. He soon fell into a passive situation, which even put his life in danger. At this moment, a sword light fell from the sky. The powerful swordsmanship domain locked the two titled emperors tightly. Devoured by Xiao Tianyun's sea of blood, the two titled emperors fell. With the two of them keeping the remaining titled emperors in check, the rest of the Xiao family's geniuses felt a lot more relaxed. In just a few hours, the demon clan was put into a passive situation. Countless people looked at the scene in front of them in shock, with incredible looks in their eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect that the Xiao family's genius would be able to make a comeback in a losing battle. If Xiao Zongtian and Xiao Qingyun were not seriously injured, it is not certain who the real winner of this war will be. Just when everyone thought that the Xiao family was about to take control of the entire battlefield, there was a suffocating pressure from the sky. A huge hole was torn open in the long river of time and space, and the boundless evil energy instantly eroded the entire heaven. Everyone looked up to the sky in horror. The demonic immortal young emperor in black robe slowly appeared in front of everyone. I saw him stepping slightly, and the whole earth was shrinking towards his feet. It was as if the whole world belonged to him. At this moment, all the creatures in the world are looking at this quasi-immortal. As a quasi-immortal rated by heaven, he is also the strongest of the demon clan. This war against the Xiao family was started by him. Now the Xiao family's losses were only 2/10, but the demon clan was almost completely wiped out. As the leader of the demon clan, what kind of actions will the demon immortal young emperor make? At this time, the Xiao family's geniuses looked towards the sky with heavy faces. His eyes were burning with monstrous anger and strong murderous intent, and he wanted to cut the demon immortal young emperor into pieces with 1,000 knives. The demonic immortal young emperor naturally saw all this. But the strength of these people did not pose any threat to him at all. They're just some idiots with a little bit of boxing and kicking skills, but they can't get on the stage. At this moment, he looked at the Xiao family's clan protection formation with great interest. A mere titled emperor is actually able to command the immortal killing sword formation. Not bad, not bad. Then, he pointed out the already dead Weasel clan leader. In the horrified eyes of everyone, he was resurrected again. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 263, Xiao Xian's Anger. Above the Xiao family's residence, Xiao Yanyao was strangled by a ray of quasi-immortal power from the demon immortal young emperor. The more he struggled, the more restrained he became. Seeing this, Jamal Xiao swung Mjolnir, and a terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky. Hitting that ray of quasi-immortal power, the expected destruction did not appear. Xiao Yanyao felt as if he was being swallowed back, and his whole body was filled with thunder and lightning fireworks. The demon immortal young emperor smiled coldly. Ignorant boy, this quasi-immortal power is just a yoke on him. The more you attack it, the more dangerous your companions will be. The only way is to defeat this immortal Jamal Xiao gritted his teeth and looked at him, wishing he could peel off the demon immortal young emperor's muscles. Just when he was about to die together with the demon immortal young emperor, Xiao Jianqin was already standing on his opposite side. Take Xiao Tianyun and others back to the family station, protected by the family formation. You can still be safe for a while, but now the head of the family is in retreat and must not be interrupted. I will try my best to delay the time and try to let the head of the family break through. The Xiao family. I leave it to you. Xiao Jian looked at Jamal Xiao intently, then jumped into the air and headed for the kill. How could Jamal Xiao, Xiao Yan, and Xiao Junlin watch him die? Therefore, Xiao Yan was left to protect Xiao Tianyun's heart, while the other two followed closely. Brother from the Kenshin clan, we cannot let you sacrifice yourself for the sake of your family. Yes, you want to become a person who cannot be forgotten in the heart of the family master in this way, and so do we. Then the two used their strongest killing moves to cover Xiao Jianqin. With the support of the three people, even the demon immortal young emperor felt troubled. Soon, Xiao Yanyao was rescued by them. Children of the Xiao family, it seems that I have underestimated your strength. The demonic immortal young emperor originally wanted to kill these people slowly. But the aura coming from the mountains behind the Xiao family made him slightly uneasy. I'm afraid if this drags on, Xiao Xuan will be released from seclusion. That's when it gets really tricky. When he thought of this, the demonic immortal young emperor directly burst into the quasi-immortal realm. Control all four of them in their own realm of consciousness. The next moment, 4 strands of quasi-immortal power turned into extremely sharp sword edges, coming towards the 4 geniuses of the Xiao family. At this time, everything here has attracted the attention of countless creatures in the world. As one of the 10 largest families in the world, the Xiao family has abundant resources that are coveted by countless people. If it were normal, no one might have any ideas about the Xiao family. However, things are not what they used to be. The genius of the Xiao family has been injured and died. So what if Xiao Xian comes out of seclusion? The genius of the Xiao family will already have become a dead soul by then. Even if he could seek revenge from the demons, the destruction of the Xiao family would already be an irreversible situation. Since you are seeking death, I, the immortal, will have no choice but to fulfill your wish and die. With the word death, the majestic momentum of the demon immortal young emperor surged into the sky. A monstrous momentum instantly rushed towards Xiao Jianqin and the others. The pressure of this quasi-immortal power was infinitely terrifying, as if it was going to crush Xiao Jianqin and others into pieces. Seeing this, many cultivators from all over the world sighed and closed their eyes. No matter how much they cherish talents, they would not dare to fight against a quasi-immortal. Such an existence almost stomps its feet in the heavens and makes the earth tremble. The genius of the Xiao family, who might also be a quasi-immortal in the future, died here. Thinking of this, they all felt sorry. Seeing that huge quasi-immortal power about to fall, the 4 geniuses of the Xiao family had a flash of light in their eyes. As the genius of the Xiao family, it is impossible for them to not have trump cards. They really couldn't beat the young emperor, who was a quasi-immortal. But it doesn't mean that we can't gather the strength of 4 people and die together. In this way, it can be considered as doing your last bit for the head of the family. However, before they could take action, suddenly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 264, Hurt my nephew, I will pay for it with my life. Chapter 264, If you hurt my nephew, you will pay for it with your life. I couldn't help but recall the first time I saw Xiao Tianyun in my mind. He was dying like this at that time. And he also promised to keep him safe for the rest of his life, but now Then he looked at the demon immortal young emperor with murderous intent in his eyes. What an uncle and nephew have a deep love. If that's the case, let your uncle and nephew be my companions on the road to hell. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan's face suddenly sank. He turned around with a gloomy face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Young Emperor Demon Fairy, let's settle the old and new grudges today. Xiao Xuan's voice was unprecedentedly cold. There were bursts of breathing sounds from all around, and everyone had an idea of Xiao Xuan's strength. He is still the first person to be able to challenge the quasi-immortal titled Emperor. So, very good. The demon immortal young emperor was so stimulated by Xiao Xuan's words that he gritted his teeth and suddenly became furious. How dare a loser with lost cultivation dare to challenge him like this? I'm afraid that you, a piece of trash whose cultivation base has fallen, don't have the ability to fight against me. Boom. After saying that, the demonic immortal young emperor stopped talking and directly erupted into a terrifying aura. A terrifying shadow instantly rose into the sky behind him, directly increasing his combat effectiveness by nearly 1,000 times. The horror of the immortal was vividly displayed at this moment. Everyone finally understood why the immortal could be called the invincible existence in the world. Even a quasi-immortal of the same level would not be able to withstand 1,000 times the fighting power. What's more, Xiao Xuan. For a time, everyone's last glimmer of hope for Xiao Xuan also dissipated at this moment. The terrifying coercion in the sky continued to sweep towards Xiao Xuan. Xiao Xuan's eyes were like thousands of stars, looking at him without fear. This blow was simply vulnerable in his eyes. I saw a sword light flashing between his forehead. A force of chaos burst out instantly, transforming into 2 terrifying sword energies that directly broke his shadow. This scene shocked everyone. He couldn't help but gasp, and his eyes were filled with horror and he couldn't speak for a long time. However, Xiao Xuan did not give them much time to think, and he only saw him speaking domineeringly. You dare to attack my nephew even if you are just a demon, you are simply asking for your own death. With a casual stretch of his hand, the immortal-killing waning moon sword instantly rose into the air. Whoosh! A huge sword light cut through the sky, and the boundless sword energy swept around. At this moment, the sky shook, the void shattered, and the eternal stars exploded. The terrifying sword intent swept across the demon immortal young emperor. Create the world, break it. The demonic immortal young emperor was not afraid, and even sneered, how dare a mere titled emperor do anything in front of me? You are overestimating your capabilities. Following his violent shout, the sky was shrouded in boundless magic mist. The monster condensed into a solid body and turned into a huge magic knife, heading towards Xiao Xuan. With the blessing of 1,000 times the mana, the knives and swords collided together, erupting with terrifying power. Seeing this, the demonic immortal young emperor sneered again and again, with incomparable confidence in his eyes. This sword, no matter how powerful Xiao Xuan's immortal-killing divine sword is, it is impossible to catch it, and you may even be severely injured by the power of the sword. And all his cultivation will be swallowed up by his own magic mist, converting his own magic power. By then, who else in the world will be my opponent? Just when he was extremely proud, a flash of light came from the sky. Countless people looked at this scene in disbelief. Under the terrifying collision, Xiao Xuan's sword light not only dispelled the boundless demonic obstacles. The residual power of the sword light went directly towards the demon immortal young emperor. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 265, Can't survive death. Being squeezed out by Xiao Xuan like this, the demon immortal young emperor suddenly became angry with shame. Xiao Xuan, you are looking for death. The demon immortal young emperor gritted his teeth, the coldness in his eyes almost overflowing from his eyes, and murderous intent burst out from him. You are indeed very powerful, but you are not capable of killing me. Do you really think that this is all I can do? The demon immortal young emperor spoke in a deep voice, with the murderous intent in his eyes undiminished. Xiao Xuan looked at him indifferently and couldn't help but sneered. How strong this family leader is, you will know if you give it a try. After saying this, he was so angry that it filled the sky. Countless white-cloaked figures were holding long swords, and their bodies erupted with the power of the emperor. At that moment, countless people were horrified. At this moment, Xiao Xuan was like a powerful man who opened up this world. Even the demon immortal young emperor's eyes shrank sharply when he saw this scene. The momentum is indeed impressive, but you are not a quasi-immortal after all. If you want to kill me, you are just asking for your own death. What he said was correct, the titled emperor could not kill the quasi-immortal. But he is a fourth-level quasi-immortal blessed by 70,000 years of magic power. Killing a mere elementary, quasi-immortal is only a matter of 3 moves. Really? Xiao Xuan lightly opened his thin lips, with a half-smile. Immediately afterwards, before everyone recovered from their doubts, I saw Xiao Xuan's momentum explode instantly. A force of chaos shot straight into the sky, and the boundless sword energy wreaked havoc in all directions. Then countless people looked towards the sky in horror. There, the kendo aura that originally belonged to Xiao Xuan had long since disappeared. At this time a strange aura surrounded the entire sky. The smell of blood and the endless aura of darkness instantly swallowed up the daylight. Everyone looked at this scene in the sky in horror. The eyes looking at Xiao Xuan became fearful and frightened. The field of swordsmanship. The field of swordsmanship that has entered the realm of Xiaocheng. The demonic immortal young emperor exclaimed out of control. Even a quasi-immortal may not be able to understand the realm of Xiaocheng Kendo. And Xiao Xuan couldn't help but realize that he could even kill 10 powerful men of the same level in the field at the same time. The demon immortal young emperor suddenly understood something. At this moment, Xiao Xuan used the power of heaven to bless the waning moon sword. At this time all the clones merged into one, and the power of flames blessed the sword body. Xiao Xuan's path of cultivation in this life was too smooth. Ordinary people may be trapped in the field for their entire lives. But he was able to draw inferences from one instance. Even without the help of the system, with his talent, he can still make a name for himself in the world. Seeing the demon immortal young emperor looking so out of sorts, all the people in the heavens could not help but be confused. In the field of swordsmanship, maybe they don't understand. However, those old guys who survived the ancient events knew it. But at the same time, they chose to know and not say anything. Telling this matter will let heaven know the fact that Xiao Xuan hides his true cultivation level. It might be possible to exude bad energy for a while, but since Xiao Xuan can hide his cultivation level, not letting heaven know about it proves that he has a way to hide it from heaven. It would be better if Xiao Xuan fell like this, but if he succeeded in transcending, there will be no one in the world who can be Xiao Xuan's opponent. By then, Xiao Xuan will be the only one in the family. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 266, It's Time to Kill. At this moment, everyone who saw Xiao Xuan's actions began to condemn Xiao Xuan's cruelty. Although the demonic immortal young emperor made mistakes in the first place, it is not easy for him to suffer such a hardship. When 2 armies fight, one of them will lose, so why would he torture others like this? The way of heaven is reincarnation. If he treats the enemy like this today, there will be a time when he suffers like this in the future. The discussion among the people made the Xiao family's genius furious. These people are so deceptive. Why didn't they say these things when we were beaten by the demons? It's clearly the victim's guilt theory. Each and every one of the Xiao family's geniuses stood up for Xiao Xuan, obviously trying to treat him with his own way. But I still have to suffer verbal violence from these people. Xiao Qingyun had just recovered a little and was about to go to the sky to try to help Xiao Xuan. However, a coercion suppressed them firmly. Everyone looked up and saw Xiao Xuan, dressed in white, standing in the air, with his hands behind his back, alone facing the condemnation of the heavens. In order to prevent them from getting involved, Xiao Xuan even used magic to control them. Seeing this scene, all the geniuses of the Xiao family couldn't help but burst into tears. The loyalty to Xiao Xuan in my heart has also reached a peak state. However, just when everyone thought that Xiao Xuan was going to deal with the demon immortal young emperor in one go, I saw him hanging the opponent high in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the sword power and sword intention of the waning moon sword were injected into his body. The demonic immortal young emperor tortured and killed my descendants of the Xiao family, destroying their souls and leaving no bones left. Today, the sword energy has entered the body, and it has been wreaked by the sword for 300 years, and it has suffered the tragic death of the Xiao family's genius. The next moment, the body of the demonic immortal young emperor was filled with countless golden sword lights. At this moment, he truly realized what it meant to be unable to survive and unable to survive. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come and challenge. My master will accompany you to the end. Xiao Xuan turned around and looked at the crowd of spectators indifferently. The people in the heavens who were stared at by his eyes trembled in their hearts. I no longer had the courage to even look at him. At this moment, they once again had a new understanding of Xiao Xuan's strength and terror. This peerless demon is not afraid of anyone at all. Faced with everyone's thoughts, Xiao Xuan ignored them and saw that he used a strand of his own hair to turn into a clone. From today onwards, this clone will be the guardian and will not be able to retire until 300 years. Xiao Xuan's cold voice made countless people sigh. But at this time, no one dared to question Xiao Xuan or even condemn him. The body of the demonic immortal young emperor was also shaking like a sieve. At this moment, his eyes were replaced by fear. Xiao Xuan stopped looking at him and then turned his attention to the titled emperors and great emperors. I saw two eyes turning into sword energy, directly killing all the remaining demon soldiers. After doing this, Xiao Xuan stopped talking and looked at the seriously injured Xiao Qingyun and Xiao Zongtian. Seeing this, he was filled with anger and didn't know where to vent it, but he was also concerned about the lives of the two geniuses. Then, Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin and others were taken directly back to the Xiao family's residence. Seeing Xiao Xuan leaving with a few people, everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say for a moment. The powerful demon immortal young emperor of a generation died on the spot. When word of this incident spreads, it is enough to shock the entire world. But what is even more shocking is what Xiao Xuan did today. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 267 Nightmare, Demonic Obstacle, Thin Line Between Life and Death. I saw Xiao Yi looking at Xiao Xuan with tearful eyes. The petite and weak appearance made Xiao Xuan feel pity, but it also strengthened his thoughts. You don't need to ask any more, there is another way to solve this matter. Xiao Xuan ruthlessly rolled his sleeves and answered coldly. Xiao Zongtian cannot die, and Xiao Yi cannot die. However, Xiao Yi's temper was well known in her family, so she knelt and crawled on the ground. Her eyes were red and her voice was choked as she said, Ancestor, Yi knows that you feel sorry for me. Maybe I am the only one who can save my father, right? Otherwise, it's just a nightmare. Why can't even you do anything about it? Is it really because it is too powerful? Xiao Yi's words left everyone present speechless. Is the nightmare really too powerful? No. Even to them it is just a small problem that can be solved with just a thought. But the difficulty lies in the fact that Xiao Zongtian absorbed the cultivation of the Weasel clan leader. Under the premise that the opponent's soul explodes, this is not just something he has to face. He also needs the spirit of a close relative to guide him out of his lost way. If it had been anyone else, there might really have been no way to save him. But Xiao Zongtian was already married and had children before entering. But the danger involved was not something Xiao Yi could bear. Otherwise, how could everyone present know that Xiao Yi was the only one who could save him, but no one spoke? Just because after entering the nightmare, Xiao Yi not only had to face the devouring nightmare, he also has to face his father's fatal blow, if he can bring out his soul. Then everyone will be happy, otherwise, both of them will be swallowed up by the nightmare. Xiao Yi naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but how could she just watch her father trapped in a nightmare forever unable to be reincarnated? Ancestor, since you don't agree with Yi entering her father's nightmare, can you tell me how to save her father? At this moment, Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Xuan firmly, with seriousness written all over her face. Xiao Xuan sighed, and then touched her forehead. This is an immortal golden body. It can protect you from any danger when you are in danger. In addition, this is my idea. After you enter, and put this idea in your father's hands, you may be able to help him get out of trouble. After hearing this, everyone in the Xiao family felt relieved. Since Xiao Xuan can give one of his thoughts to Xiao Yi to bring him into the nightmare, then Xiao Zongtian has a 90% chance of coming out of the nightmare. To enter the nightmare, you not only need cultivation above the level of the God Emperor, but also need to have body protection. Xiao Qingyun couldn't help but speak. In her memory, no one had ever entered someone else's nightmare and successfully escaped. She knew an emperor of the same level who got lost in the nightmare because he entered it to save people. Now that Xiao Zongtian has a chance to wake up, what we should think about is how to protect Yi from entering the nightmare. I don't know if you have any method, maybe you have heard of such successful examples? Xiao Xuan asked in a deep voice, looking at the geniuses of the Xiao family. However, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Apparently, no one among them had succeeded in this example. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan's expression became even gloomier. This kid, Xiao Zongtian, can do it. He can bear it even if a quasi-immortal self-destructs his soul. Although it is said that he has entered a nightmare, it is already the best probability. The two brothers I met in my previous life were when I was fighting with the quasi-immortal. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 268 Generous System Rewards. As soon as Xiao Junlin finished speaking, everyone rolled their eyes. After saying this, it was as if he had not said it. In the end, he didn't know how to fuse it. At the same time, the Samsara Emperor appeared in front of everyone with a spring breeze on his face. I know exactly how to do what little brother Xiao Junlin said, Samsara said, and pointed his finger. Xiao Yi's body was seen lying flat on the imperial concubine chair beside her. At this time, she had already fallen asleep. No need to worry, everyone. I have just fused the protective body, and now he is on his way to the nightmare to find Xiao Zongtian. Having said this, he glanced at Xiao Zongtian, and then shook his head slightly. This boy is indeed very powerful, and he has only been in the underworld for a few million years. Just sort out all the matters of the 6 paths of reincarnation, big and small, in order. Even he had to say that the underworld was created for him. When everyone saw this, the stones in their hearts dropped. In that case, you all should take a good rest. This place will be left under Xiao Yan's care, for the time being. Xiao Xuan saw that samsara had been released, so Mutian and Tathagata were about to break through. Then he turned around and left, returning to the Wenjian Valley to prepare for this retreat. TSK, I'm going to retreat to practice again. Although this old guy has not made any significant improvements in the past few retreats, but the strength and combat effectiveness have become extremely terrifying. Several times I thought he was a quasi-immortal. But this guy shouldn't be so powerful that he deliberately conceals the eye of heaven, right? After all, one has to go through the ladder of heaven to break through to the quasi-immortal realm. But this old guy is so powerful in the prehistoric world, I'm afraid a small world can't defeat him. Thinking of this, Xiao Junlin's whole body was excited, and his eyes couldn't help but widen as he looked at Xiao Xuan. Oh my god! This old guy can't really break through to the quasi-immortal level. Only in this way can we fully explain why he was able to kill the quasi-immortal. Seeing Xiao Xuan like this, Xiao Junlin probably made a good guess. Returning to Wenjian Valley, Xiao Xuan directly chose to receive this system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining all the luck of the demon clan. The genius of the Xiao family killed millions of demon soldiers. Obtaining 10% of the magic weapon luck, Xiao Zongtian devoured a quasi-immortal and gained a quasi-immortal enlightenment. Xiao Tianyun devoured 2 pseudo-immortals and obtained 2 drops of quasi-immortal blood. Xiao Qingyun transformed into a golden dragon, broke through the limit. Obtained the immortal golden body cultivation method, and a drop of golden dragon essence and blood. Xiao Yan used the power of fire to assist in killing the quasi-immortal and obtained the immortal level flame technique. 1 immortal level golden elixir, 1 acre of immortal level fertile land, and 1 immortal level spiritual mine. Because the host has reached the 4th level of quasi-immortal cultivation, he will automatically accumulate mana for 500 years. Immortal level golden elixir, perfect level golden elixir, which can help cultivators improve their physical combat effectiveness to a greater level. It is non-toxic and has no side effects. After briefly looking at the reward this time, Xiao Xuan took the golden elixir directly. The elixir instantly melted in the body. Xiao Xuan did not dare to neglect and hurriedly circulated it in his dantian to start absorbing it. Time passed, and under Xiao Yi's guidance, Xiao Zongtian successfully walked out of the nightmare. Although the soul has returned to its original place, the trauma suffered still needs time to recover. With the help of Samsara and Tathagata, Xiao Zongtian's cultivation not only quickly broke through to the 4th level of the Great Emperor. Even the practicing sky burial coffin has become more terrifying. On this day, a terrible and scrupulous aura was constantly circulating over the Xiao family and Xiao Tianyun's accommodation. This terrifying momentum instantly attracted countless people to watch. This aura. It's Xiao Tianyun, is he about to break through? Oh my god, is Xiao Tianyun going to break through to the title of Great Emperor so soon? Nowadays, apart from the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianyun is the strongest one. Even the empress of the family is not as good as him. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 269, Huangdi, Xiao Tianyun awakens. Xiao Tianyun, even though I have been reincarnated several times, I have never met anyone as stunningly talented as you. Even in the world today, there are not many people like you. At this moment, Xiao Tianyun in Xiao Qingyun's eyes was already a being that no one could surpass. Jamal Xiao looked at Xiao Tianyun's figure in the sky, with a raging aura constantly erupting from his body. Today, the gap between him and Xiao Jianqin and others is only one level. What a powerful aura, an opponent like this is worthy of my pursuit. The cultivation levels of Xiao Jianqin and others are not much different now. I just need to work harder to surpass them. In addition to the head of the family, Xiao Xuan, I have another person I admire. But, worship is worship. One day, I will definitely surpass him and become a more powerful existence. Receiving the impact of Xiao Tianyun's breakthrough, Jamal Xiao had an angry thunder and lightning in his chest that was constantly impacting him. Just when everyone was still immersed in the impact of Xiao Tianyun's breakthrough. Boom! Suddenly there was a terrifying roar from the sky. The next moment, the Emperor Heng monument appeared in front of everyone. A powerful aura of heavenly Tao rushed towards the face, leaving countless people in awe. Xiao Tianyun, standing in front of the Emperor Heng monument, looked calm and looked at the stone tablet symbolizing the strong with indifferent eyes. Immediately afterwards, a palm was waved out, and a terrifying panic force instantly blessed the Emperor Heng monument. The terrifying power continued to erupt, allowing the power of Xiao Tianyun's palm to be exerted to its extreme. The Emperor's monument was broken. This moment also means that the title given to Xiao Tianyun by Tiandao will soon be presented in front of everyone. A crisp cracking sound reached everyone's ears. Two big characters suddenly appeared on the Emperor Heng monument in front of him, Emperor Huang. My dearest relatives and loved ones all died in front of my eyes. My relatives and friends died for me. See through life. In the end, he practiced the Era-no technique, and his life experience made him realize it thoroughly, and the Era-no jutsu also allowed him to perform to the extreme. When the Emperor Heng monument disappeared, the boundless power of heaven was continuously absorbed by Xiao Tianyun. Slowly, a terrifying aura suppressed all realms. Xiao Tianyun suddenly opened his eyes, and a look of resentment flashed from his eyes. At this moment, he has awakened all his memories, but he never expected that it would be in this way. After I escaped from that family, I cultivated myself into the lower realm and went to the vast world. Who would have thought that he would accidentally enter the world of reincarnation and become a member of the Xiao family? Now, my memory has revived. Those people will probably follow their family imprints and find their way here. Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but murmur. If others heard him, they would be shocked. Even Xiao Xuan would be shocked when he heard this. Who would have thought that his nephew would be the reincarnation of a quasi-immortal? Even the system did not detect Xiao Tianyun's past life identity. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianyun's heart turned over and over again. Before awakening his memory, he had great respect for Xiao Xuan. Now after awakening his memory, for a moment, I didn't know how to face him. Just when he was silent, Xiao Jianfeng's voice came from outside. Master Tianyun, the master of the house has invited you to come over. What should come will come. Xiao Tianyun immediately stood up and walked towards the door. At this time, the 9 elders and 9 geniuses had gathered outside the door. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 270, Xiao Tianyun's past life. Although Xiao Xuan is a titled emperor on the surface, everyone in the Xiao family already knows. He used some secret method to cover the eye of heaven, thereby concealing his cultivation realm. And although he escaped from the quasi-immortal family, it was already that year. If Xiao Xuan really wanted to kill him, it would only be a matter of a look. What was different from Xiao Tianyun's expectation was that when Xiao Xuan and his group stepped into Wenjian Valley, he had already used his exploratory eyes to check Xiao Tianyun's cultivation, and was surprised after seeing his previous life. Xiao Tianyun, a direct descendant of the Xiao family, titled Great Emperor. First level, obtained the inheritance of Emperor Huang Tian. In his previous life, he was the direct descendant of the quasi-immortal family and the future leader of the family. However, after the death of his doting grandfather, she was plotted against by her father and stepmother, and was hunted by the transcendent. For revenge, she even sacrificed herself to cultivate herself, and went to the vast world. However, he accidentally fell into reincarnation and became a member of the Xiao family, and experienced the experiences of his previous life again. Immortal bones were born because they were quasi-immortals in their previous lives. Now, once they awaken their memories, if the host can help him avenge his past, he will become the most loyal guardian. A trace of strange color flashed across Xiao Xuan's eyes. He didn't expect that his only close relative also had a past life. Sure enough, the geniuses given by the system are not simple. And after he discovered Xiao Tianyun's life experience, Xiao Tianyun only felt an extremely terrifying sight locking him firmly. It felt like I had been stripped naked and stood in front of the public, with no privacy at all. Then he looked at Xiao Xuan with horror. Seeing the understanding look on the other person's face, he knew that Xiao Xuan already knew everything about him. How can I try to hide Uncle Xuan? He is a person who can be compared with the great masters. And what if I was a quasi-immortal in my previous life? I would be hunted down by others and end up reincarnated. Xiao Tianyun had a lot of thoughts in his heart, and when he thought about this, he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Tianyun, Xiao Xuan's voice, came at this moment. The moment I raised my head, I met his extremely kind eyes and friendly smile. At this moment, Xiao Tianyun found a sense of belonging here. It's true that he is the eldest son of the quasi-immortal family, but he is also Uncle Xian's only relative. Regardless of his previous identity, at this moment, he is Xiao Xuan's nephew. Xiao Xuan had an understanding of the cultivation of the geniuses of the Xiao family, and then briefly talked about the development of the family. He asked them to disperse. Originally, he wanted to tell everyone that the family was planning to move to Zhutian continent. But now, he needs to think about which direction the family's new residents should go. Before that, what he wanted was to absolutely understand the situation, so that he could destroy the quasi-immortal family. How dare he attack his nephew? Suicide. Therefore, he not only changed his original plan, but also asked Xiao Jianqin and others to go to Zhutian continent for training. Even Xiao Qingyun was asked by him to temporarily switch from his practice in the Nanming dynasty to outside experience. Jamal Xiao went to an ancient forest in Zhutian continent where there were monsters with the title of Great Emperor. Not only can you exercise your fighting power, but you can also bring it back to the roaring dog for food. There are only a few demon beasts at the level of titled emperors, and these demon beasts have almost reached the point of transformation. Some are even able to communicate with humans using language, and they have rare elixirs. If you can obtain it, it will also be a huge improvement to your own cultivation level. More importantly, that monster has thunder attributes. This is an excellent opportunity for him to improve. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 271, The Quasi-Immortal Family's Plan, A Powerful Enemy is coming. He didn't expect Xiao Tianyun to be tortured like this in that quasi-immortal family. In the past, they had no relationship and he could ignore it, but now Xiao Tianyun is his nephew. How could he remain indifferent after knowing that his nephew was so tortured? You are my nephew now. You have suffered so much. I absolutely cannot sit idly by and ignore it. Go ahead and practice hard, and when the time is right, you can repay all the hardships you have endured. Xiao Tianyun looked horrified. Although he also wanted to take revenge, the Other party was too powerful. Uncle Xian must not be involved in this matter. The quasi-immortal family in my previous life has been established in Zhutian continent for hundreds of millions of years. Its foundation cannot be shaken by the current Xiao family. I am only afraid that Uncle Xian will suffer losses for no reason. Xiao Xuan snorted coldly when he heard this. If you hurt my descendants, no matter how powerful the opponent is, you have to pay the price. Xiao Tianyun's emotions at this moment are difficult to express. At the moment when he awakened his memory, he actually thought that Xiao Xuan would kill him. How despicable are these thoughts? After Xiao Tianyun left, Xiao Xuan left Wenjian Valley. There are some things that he needs to investigate personally. At this moment, he has arrived at the edge of Zhutian continent. Surrounded by mountains and surrounded by fairy spirit, the abundant spiritual energy is refreshing. Xiao Xuan stood proudly in the sky and swung away dozens of sword energy, and the outermost monsters disappeared. Countless monsters at the peak of the titled emperor died in his hands. There are even countless monsters that are about to break through to the level of quasi-immortal and turn into human form. You must know that this area is one of the most dangerous forests in Zhutian continent. Inside, there is a quasi-immortal family living there. At the core of the forest, there is a legendary transcendent monster. But this is just a legend, and no one has actually explored it. I came here today just for the quasi-immortal family inside. Yes, this family is where Xiao Tianyun lived in his previous life. Since Xiao Tianyun's reincarnation, there have been few powerful people in the family. He couldn't help but say that a mark of swordsmanship was left here. This mark will not change at ordinary times, but when necessary, it will turn into a clone of him and solve the things that need to be settled for him. Soon, a sword mark was formed at the top of the forest. The brilliance of the stars echoes the sun, but the sword intent inside is daunting. The quasi-immortal family has existed for hundreds of millions of years. No matter what happens now, it has the foundation accumulated over the years. It is irreplaceable for the newly rising family, and this has become Xiao Xian's unofficial new family residence. Soon, he returned to the Xiao family again and told the 9 elders about his preparations to settle in Zhutian continent. After hearing Xiao Xian's decision, everyone was puzzled at first, and then recalled the family's current development. He decided to cooperate with Xiao Xuan in implementing the relocation plan. Obviously, for this new family residence, the 9 elders and senior staff were very satisfied. After all, they are a quasi-immortal family that has existed for hundreds of millions of years. Moreover, with the current size of the Xiao family, there are indeed dragons stranded on Fingpa Star. After all, every quasi-immortal world will have its own location. Although it is good to ask the Sword Valley, if you want to support the quasi-immortal family, it is still not that interesting. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 272 Love Rival? Best friend? Siblings? If it weren't for you, I would already be a quasi-immortal. How could I fail to break through and become the waste I am today? Since you don't love me, why are you showing mercy to me, giving me hope, but bringing me despair? Ah. Xiao Tianyun, if I can't cut you to pieces with 1,000 swords, I swear I won't be a human being. The man murmured to himself, and waves of demonic aura rose into the sky. But the moment he thought of Xiao Xuan, a trace of greed suddenly flashed in his eyes. Xiao Xuan, since you are still so powerful after failing to break through, it proves that you have some secret treasure. It can help you break through the shackles of heaven. In this case, give your life to me. This person and Xiao Tianyun are brothers of the same race. He was born with a stubborn disease and was a demon fetus born from the union of his mother and the demon clan. As a result, he was ostracized by his family and spent his whole day fighting for food with dogs. At that time, Xiao Tianyun was the eldest son of the family and the future head of the family. However, such a high-ranking person was willing to lend a helping hand to him. Not only did he help him practice, but he also found a suitable technique for him. He would also help when he was insulted and bullied. Even risking his life to save him. Skin to skin. It was also after that time that he discovered that he had feelings for this man. If these are nothing, then why should he tell himself that as long as he is here, there is nothing to worry about? Later, when he was in the demon clan, he did not hesitate to fight against the demon emperor, but he also wanted to put himself in the water and fire. Each of these things told him that Xiao Tianyun had an admiration for him. So, he found an opportunity to confess his love to Xiao Tianyun, but the final result was. But Xiao Tianyun's eyes were full of astonishment, as if in his eyes, he was a monster. Since he has never liked himself, why did he do these things? In the end, at the moment when his ancestor broke through, he chose to join the demon clan. He also tempted his father to poison himself, and then even instigated the transcendent person to do something to him. But he shouldn't. When he found Xiao Tianyun, he was already leaving for the vast world. But just when he was about to leave, he was still thinking about himself. This is why, if you don't love yourself, why give him hope? Thinking of this, the man's body erupted with bursts of terrifying aura. Waves of demonic energy soared into the sky. Whenever he thought of this, he hated Xiao Tianyun deeply. I hate his ruthlessness, I hate his cruelty, and even more, I hate that he turns a blind eye to his love. But soon, he realized that Xiao Tianyun might have deceived him at that moment. The purpose is to make himself feel guilty, so he must not fall into the trap. Thinking of this, there was an unknown anger in his heart. Now that Xiao Tianyun's hiding place has been found, it's time for him to go and avenge his blood. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was to go to the Xiao family and look for Xiao Tianyun and cut him into pieces, and then used Xiao Tianyun's body to get close to Xiao Xuan. In this way, he can seize the secret treasure from him and help himself break through to the quasi-immortal, even if he cannot break through. You must also further improve your cultivation and combat effectiveness. He had been looking for a way to break through long before, and now he finally found it. Xiao Xuan, like him, failed to break through the immortal and thus lost his cultivation level. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 273, Enlightenment, Now We Are Enemies. At this moment, a ray of Buddha's light suddenly appeared, piercing the sky and sweeping around. Boom! When the two sides collided, the sky shook and the void shattered. Mou was knocked back a few steps by the Buddha's light, and then he glared forward angrily. Above the sky, Xiao Qingyun stepped on the lotus flower and appeared in front of him, looking forward to it. His graceful figure and charming face are eye-catching. I saw her standing next to Xiao Tianyun, looking at him with angry eyes. At that moment, Mou completely exploded, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Xiao Tianyun, you betrayed me. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Qingyun was shocked that he could say such words. Apart from the infatuated daughter Bo Qinglang in the novel, I can't think of anyone else, but there is clearly a man in front of me. At this moment, Xiao Tianyun didn't know how to explain it. He stood with his sword in hand, and under his sword-shaped brows, his gaze fell on the opponent, flickering. Mou, listen to my explanation. Xiao Tianyun's voice was filled with excitement. But Mou didn't give him a chance at all, and directly blocked all his explanations. He even gave him a look of overwhelming hatred. Xiao Tianyun, the demon emperor is right, you are really a heartless and Unjust person. It's a shame that I'm still stuck in self-blame all these years. Looking at it today, I see that what I did back then was not wrong. It's even satisfying. Mou's words made Xiao Tianyun immediately stunned. Obviously he didn't expect the other party to say such things. He was not a fool, so he also guessed the clues. Did you do all those things? Xiao Tianyun asked. Seeing that Xiao Tianyun knew what he was doing, but he was still acting. At this moment, the anger in his heart could no longer be concealed. You know that I instigated your father to kill our ancestor, but you still treat me hypocritically. You know clearly that I asked the dynasty to hunt you down, but you still act with me. Even if you are cultivating yourself and facing the danger of your soul being destroyed, you still have to deceive me. Xiao Tianyun, you are really good at acting. You have made me suffer so much. If it weren't for you, how could I fail to break through and become a useless person? If it weren't for you, how could I have been controlled by the demon emperor and become his puppet? I wouldn't have ended up like this. Today you brought this woman to stimulate me. You just want me to be completely possessed. It's all you. Everything is because of you. Xiao Tianyun. Die. Whoosh. A black mist flashed, and 5 rays of silver light came towards Xiao Tianyun from the black mist. When Xiao Tianyun heard this, his mind went blank and his face turned pale. All of this was actually done by someone he regarded as a brother. Ancestor, sister, eldest brother, all of them are inseparable from him. Boom boom boom. A ray of Buddha's light appeared and caught all this terrifying killing move. Xiao Qingyun's beautiful eyes were full of anger, and she angrily scolded the man in front of her. No matter who you are, it's not Xiao Tianyun who can make you what you are today. It's your own inner demons, these are just excuses you make for yourself. Mou was so stimulated by his words that he went completely crazy, and his white clothes instantly turned into black robes. His whole body was surrounded by demonic energy, and his hands turned into white bones. The dry bone claws turned into a bone sword, and the sword was surrounded by black mist. Who are you? You are qualified to talk to this emperor. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 274, This sword is a tribute to the deceased friend. At the moment when the powerful sword energy was about to enter Mou's body, Xiao Tianyun's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, helping Mou resist the power of the sword. Xiao Tianyun, why are you? Mou looked at Xiao Tianyun with guilt-filled eyes. But at the next moment, he attacked him violently. Do you think everything will be fine if you block this sword for me? You are the one who wants to kill me. Quick, accurate and ruthless, this moment is vividly reflected in Mou. However, before he could be happy for a moment, Xiao Tianyun, who was seriously injured in front of him, suddenly disappeared. A desolate atmosphere hit my face, and the breeze blew. Standing in front of him was Xiao Tianyun, who was dressed in white and had a cold expression. Just one look made him unable to move. Xiao Tianyun stood with his sword in hand, looking at Mou in front of him. Indifferently, the desolate aura around him not diminishing at all. Blocking the sword for you is also to pay homage to Xiao Tianyun, who died. Now I am Xiao Tianyun of the Xiao family. There was no emotion in Xiao Tianyun's voice. The sword intent and murderous intent soaring into the sky were raging across the entire sky without bounds. However, Mou suddenly fell to the ground with blood from his mouth, like a corpse. Xiao Tianyun watched him grow up and knew his little tricks best. Whoosh! Xianyuan's sword came out, and a fierce sword intent swept across the sky. The overwhelming murderous intention fell, and the shadow of death enveloped him. Mou knew that he could no longer hide it, and it was even less possible for him to control Xiao Tianyun by taking advantage of his weakness of friendship. His body suddenly rose into the air, directly dodging this terrifying sword. Energy. I didn't expect you to be so cruel that you would even kill your own brothers. Mou looked at Xiao Tianyun with disdain in his eyes. Xiao Tianyun smiled coldly. My brother was already dead from the moment he became possessed. Whoosh. In an instant, sword light flashed everywhere, and sword energy soared into the sky. The power of the Shenyuan sword that opened up the world broke out instantly. And the sky couldn't help shaking. Mou's complexion changed drastically, and then he exploded with his own momentum to kill the opponent. Boom. The dull sound of explosions instantly exploded across the sky, and the terrifying aftereffects swept across the galaxy. An arm was broken, and endless black mist was released from it. Mou covered her broken arm in shock and looked at Xiao Tianyun in disbelief. Black blood flowed down his arm, and an unpleasant stench hit his face. His eyes were no longer as clear as before, replaced by dark eyes without the whites of his eyes. He took up residence in this person in order to find Xiao Tianyun and remove the immortal bones from his body. In order to get rid of the demonic energy from his body, he thought that his hiding was good enough. Who would have thought that he would be recognized by the guy in front of him? He looked deeply at Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Qingyun behind him. Then he turned and left without saying a word. Xiao Tianyun stopped him coldly. Are you still able to leave? Clang. A terrifying sword energy swept across the sky, directly blocking Mou's path. Xiao Qingyun recited the heart-cleaning mantra, and a huge swastika character fell from the sky. Mou was directly trapped in it, and the Buddha's light continued to bless him. Mou couldn't help but wail, and wisps of black demonic energy emanated from his body. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 275 Looking for the Treasure for the Family. After unfolding the jade ring, I found that there was a lot inside. This is a simple storage space, and its space is larger than that of Wenjian Valley. The spiritual energy inside turned into a majestic heavy rain and poured down. Even Xiao Xuan was surprised. After passing through the outermost green grassland, Xiao Xuan came to a cave. The upper sword is engraved with ancient deformed characters, as well as some patterns of ancient tribesmen making sacrifices. Xiao Xuan directly used the Eye of Insight, and the Eye of Insight covered the cave wall. The explanation of the wedge-shaped characters and patterns above also appeared in front of you. Xian Yunling, a product of the Heavenly Court era, this place was created after the Emperor of Heaven opened the Heavenly Court. This place contains all the immortal energy of the entire Heavenly era. Reasonable use can help the user's sex strength skyrocket. Xiao Xuan slowly withdrew his gaze, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. There is no need for him to describe how terrifying the Heavenly era is. In the peak era of heaven, even the Human Slaughter Alliance did not dare to reach out. If it weren't for the late Heavenly Emperor's desire to transcend, how could the methods of the Human Slayer Alliance deceive him? After all, they have a treasure in their hands that can truly transcend him. Who are there in heaven and earth? How can we not recognize such tricks? It was originally thought that after the fall of the Heavenly Court era, the Heavenly Court would disintegrate and disappear. I never thought that the Emperor of Heaven would still have such a hand. The abundant spiritual energy here is enough for all the children of the Xiao family to absorb it day and night for millions of years. Looking at this world, Xiao Xuan's eyes were full of smiles. Then a bronze sword appeared on the wall of the cave. The rusty sword body seemed to break at a touch. Bronze key, the key to unlocking the treasure left over from the Heavenly era. Xiao Xuan took it off without hesitation, and the bronze sword turned into the size of a normal key the moment he picked it up again. The mottled rust stains on it have also disappeared, and if you look closely, you can see a faint golden light. There is even a powerful blue dragon coiling around it, which is shocking. When I saw the golden light of the key pointing to a certain location on the continent of the heavens, the smile in Xiao Xuan's eyes deepened. That was his new family's residence. But before going here, you need to explain it to a few elders. Let them manage the affairs of the family well, and then leave the world. Without any hesitation. Although Xiao Xuan's cultivation level has now reached the 4th level of quasi-immortal heaven, it is still not enough to be seen in Zhutian continent. In the Zhutian continent, titled emperors are everywhere, and quasi-immortal families are everywhere, even the transcendent ones. They also exist among those ancient families. After the fall of the heavenly court era, the heavenly court also disintegrated. No one thought that the original emperor of heaven would still have a hand to preserve the order of heaven. And once this becomes known to the outside world, even those hidden detached beings will come out in full force. One can imagine how exciting these spiritual weapons are, not to mention the treasure he is about to find. After entering the heavens and realms, the realm of cultivation is also divided into 4 realms. They are the unparalleled quasi-emperor, the supreme emperor, the realm of Hadao, the true heavenly Tao, and the immortal. Each realm is divided into 4 small realms. The unparalleled quasi-emperor is the divine realm, which can be divided into gods, and gods. The supreme emperor is the holy realm, and there are saints, great saints, holy kings, and holy emperors. The realm of Hadao is the realm of respect, which can be divided into respectable persons, heavenly persons, emperors, and great heavenly persons. Xingtian Dao is the realm of emperors, and can be divided into quasi-emperors, great emperors, and titled great emperors. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 276. A visitor from the quasi-immortal family. Shualong, the god of Zhongshan, thousands of miles long, entrenched and motionless, like a giant mountain. Opening your eyes is daytime, closing your eyes is nighttime. Exhaling is summer, inhaling is winter. Do not eat or drink for millions of years. The eyes of the candle dragon emit light like an aurora, which can illuminate the underworld under the 9 netherworld. This dragon was tamed by the Emperor of Heaven and made it a patron saint. With a towering dragon head. There is a piece of advice left by heaven and earth that can help cultivators make breakthroughs. The body contains the power of the Emperor of Heaven, and anyone recognized by it will be the successor of the next Emperor of Heaven. This dragon still has a trace of true spirit. Although its strength is not as good as before, it can regain all its previous abilities. The owner, even if a transcendent person comes, is not his opponent. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this. It turned out to be Zhuolong. Under the blessing of the power of the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, even he didn't notice it. It's no wonder that the closer you get to it, the more refreshed you feel. It turns out that's the reason. It is a pity that due to the passage of time, some extremely rare and cherished medicinal combinations have fallen and become the nourishment of this place. Although there are a large number of other rare and exotic herbs here, it is still a pity for Xiao Xuan. At this moment, Xiao Xuan heard the sound of water flowing, like a waterfall flowing down. Thinking of this, he looked for the sound of water flow and went to the source of the sound, and found that there was a waterfall flowing backwards. This is the waterfall that inspired his painting. If you can gain enlightenment and practice in it, even the enlightenment room is not as good as one of his 3. There is a cave next to the waterfall, and there is a faint smell of thunder and lightning above it. Xiao Xuan couldn't help but stepped in. What caught my eyes was Yaoqi. Yaoqi water in heaven. That is the fairy water that all cultivators dream of. After years of baptism, the Yaoqi water here has not only given birth to various rare aquatic products. It also nourished many rare beasts, and even Xiao Xuan couldn't name them. Holding back the excitement in his heart, he stepped inside. The walls are inlaid with small squares, and many secret books of exercises are placed in the squares. One after another emitted terrifying thunder and lightning. After some investigation, unexpectedly, I discovered that this was a martial arts technique that was exclusive to thunder and lightning cultivators. In the era of heaven, only a show like Leizhenzi could practice it. In addition, there are several other attributes of martial arts and martial arts. Although the Emperor of Heaven is a true dragon emperor, he is also immortal body, although he does not practice many magic arts. It is indeed the most exquisite here, but these secret techniques are no longer attractive to him. But the spiritual energy here can indeed be used, and then Xiao Xuan meditated and practiced here. I don't know how long it took, but I finally let out a breath of turbidity. The products of the heavenly era are really extraordinary. In just 100 years, the impurities in my body have been completely removed. Afterwards, he calmed down and entered the system to exchange for a collection technique, storing the entire cave into the ring. A burst of green light flashed, and this small world existed in the ring. After the new family residence is opened, this place can be put to full use. Looking at the ring on his thumb, Xiao Xuan knew that this was a key step for the Xiao family to take off after entering the quasi-immortal family. Only now did he truly understand why those forces killed the family back then. Even now, as a quasi-immortal, he can't resist the temptation here, let alone the people in the vast world. Even now, he cannot guarantee that he has the absolute strength to protect this treasure. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 277, Destroy the Xiao Family? Talk nonsense. Master, the quasi-immortal, brought a few drops of dragon essence and blood with him when he came, and he has the cultivation level of a half-step quasi-immortal. It is said that it is to make up for the resources that the Xiao family has spent on helping them train Master Tianyun over the years. Xiao Jianfeng rolled his eyes and immediately spoke out what was on his mind. Humph. Xiao Tianyun is my nephew. Who are they? Mo Tianyun has been dead for thousands of years. A rundown family dares to take advantage of my nephew. They are so impatient. Xiao Xuan was furious when he heard this, and his aura continued to explode. Upon seeing this, Xiao Jianfeng hurriedly lowered his head to hide his little thoughts. Then he followed Xiao Xuan to the Xiao family hall. No matter what Xiao Tianyun's status was before, now that he is a member of the Xiao family, he cannot be bullied by others. Master of the family, that quasi-immortal relied on his high cultivation level and even threatened to destroy the Xiao family. Xiao Jianfeng directly added fuel to the fire. With Xiao Xuan's protective character, he would definitely be furious. As expected, Xiao Xuan's aura became more and more terrifying. It's just a failed quasi-immortal family that dares to utter arrogant words and destroy the Xiao family. What a courage! If you don't show them a little dignity, I really think this family leader is easy to bully. Several people from the Xiao family have to leave some traces in recent days. Otherwise it will be difficult to calm down the anger in my heart. Although he knew Xiao Jianfeng's little thoughts, if the other party didn't say such words, he won't make it up out of thin air. Then, he continued to ask. Are you saying that the person who came here is a quasi-immortal from the 5th level of heaven? Not bad, and I brought a few drops of the demonic beast's half-step, quasi-immortal essence blood. Xiao Xuan nodded, then turned to look at him. Xiao Yan has been released from seclusion? Yes, since the demon immortal young emperor was beheaded, he had some insights. It was not until he experienced it in the continent of the heavens He entered seclusion after finding enough breakthrough resources. Now he has broken through to the 5th level of the Great Emperor. This breakthrough also resulted in a generous reward, which should be received in the Enlightenment Room at this moment. Well, you go wait in the lobby earlier, and I'll call him over. After Xiao Xuan finished speaking, he dropped his money and went to Xiao Yan's yard to wait. At this moment, he is absorbing the rewards he received after this breakthrough. This reward not only improved his cultivation level, but also achieved a new breakthrough in combat effectiveness. This time he went to Zhutian continent for training, leaving his name there. As long as he mentions the control of flames, he will think of the glorious deeds he did this time. In the continent of the heavens, the prodigies of the same level are almost no match for him, and few can make him use his full strength. Even the confidants of several major dynasties in the army extended an olive branch to him, even willing to recommend themselves to their senior staff. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Yan, who had changed so much, and showed a satisfied smile. I didn't expect to realize the will of fire. It's really a great achievement. The will of fire can only be understood by practitioners who practice the art of controlling fire, at least when they are titled Great Emperors. Xiao Yan was able to realize it in the realm of the Great Emperor, which shows that his talent is unparalleled. Seeing that Xiao Yan was still comprehending, Xiao Xuan didn't talk nonsense and just pointed his finger. The power of a flame instantly blessed his body, turning into an infinitely fiery power. The way of fire is like a prairie fire, which is endless. The meaning of fire is like burning hair and destroying dry matter, and fireflies reflecting in the snow. Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, and then looked at the dots of flames on the ground, but they were constantly improving. Hearing Xiao Xuan's words again, my heart suddenly became clear. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 278. The head of this family really doesn't know what is good or bad. Master, you are here. The Mo family has sent a quasi-immortal from the 5th heaven to come here this time. The housekeeper hurried forward to report to Xiao Xuan, looking panicked. I already know, please relax. Xiao Xuan waved his hand and said in a calm tone. Then he took Xiao Yan directly into the hall. Upon seeing this, everyone in the Xiao family immediately felt at ease, and the pressure that was originally oppressed by the quasi-immortal of the Mo family also disappeared. At this moment, there were constant discussions in the Xiao family hall. Xiao Tianyan's face was filled with infinite anger, and his eyes were burning with murderous intent. Now that he is the title of Great Emperor, he may be a giant in all the worlds. But there is simply not enough to see in Zhutian continent, not to mention the gap between them is huge now. This person is not only his first teacher, but also his direct uncle Mo Chan. But he is exactly such a person. But he became the murderer of his sister. If it weren't for his recommendation, my sister would never have been chosen by the demon clan. As an innate immortal, she would not be destroyed to death by the demon emperor. Seeing him again today, he wanted to tear it apart and eat it alive. Murphy Fei is his biological sister and the only one in the family who has innate immortal roots. As soon as he was born, he caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and made rapid breakthroughs in a short period of time. He became a leader in the Zhutian continent, and when he became an adult, he killed a half-step quasi-immortal with the cultivation of the Great Emperor. As a result, he has completely become a powerful being in the heavens and continents. However, he also became the target of the demon emperor to eliminate his demonic nature, and even became the demon emperor's treasure under his recommendation. Thinking of this, infinite hatred spread out in Xiao Tianyan's heart. Behind him were two powerful men at the peak of the title of Great Emperor. The accumulated mana is at least 50,000 years old. Even if he really has some treasure that can perish together with the other party, it is impossible to surpass those two people. As soon as Xiao Xuan stepped into the hall, he felt the momentum from several people inside. Although Xiao Tianyun has made rapid progress in cultivation during this period, he is still unable to compete with the two peak-level titled emperors. In addition, each opponent has 50,000 years of magic power, so it takes a lot of energy and time to deal with one of them. Not to mention the quasi-immortal standing in front of him, even if there is only one person here. Xiao Tianyun would choose to try his best to compete with the opponent. Tianyun, my uncle came here today specifically to take you home. This is not for you to think about it. Instead, I informed you directly. If I hadn't been thinking about your father's face, how could I have spoken to you so well and angrily? The family has not argued with you about what happened back then. But tens of millions of years have passed. The family has long forgotten about that incident. As long as you go back and devote yourself to cultivation to help the family, we will not treat you badly, and we will give you an explanation for your sister's matter. Mo Chan's voice was extremely arrogant, and he didn't take Xiao Tianyun seriously at all. Who do you think you are? If you really think you are a quasi-immortal, you will be invincible. Xiao Jianfeng couldn't help it. I can't stand Xiao Tianyun being wronged like this. So he yelled angrily. However, before he could finish what he said, a titled emperor behind Mo Chan burst out with pressure. The pressure on his body, which was restrained in place, was so great that the veins on his body became engorged with blood. It is true that I am not an invincible being, but in all the worlds and in your Xiao family, this immortal is like a king. Killing you is just like crushing an ant. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 279. I beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. What a loud tone. How dare you speak lies to our great elder? You are looking for death. A titled emperor stepped forward and scolded angrily. His fleshy face was filled with endless anger, and his eyes were burning with monstrous rage. Xiao Yan on the side looked at Xiao Xuan and saw that he didn't speak, and he understood in his heart. Who are you? How can you blame our family master? A mere cultivator of the great emperor dares to speak nonsense in front of this emperor. You are really overestimating your abilities. The titled emperor had a sneer on his lips and looked at Xiao Yan disdainfully. Then he stretched out his hand, palm facing up, and saw a giant hammer appearing in his hand. Seeing this, Xiao Yan stepped forward without hesitation. This place is too narrow, so it won't be comfortable for you and my fists. When everyone in the Xiao family saw this, they couldn't help but worry and followed closely. Although Xiao Yan's combat power is very terrifying, he is absolutely crushed by his realm. He absolutely couldn't defeat him, and even Xiao Tianyun looked at him worriedly. On the Xiao family training ground, Xiao Yan and the titled emperor were already standing on opposite sides. Xiao Xuan looked at the training ground, his expression indifferent, making it difficult to guess what he was thinking. Although Xiao Yan's strength is good, he is still not good enough to deal with a peak titled emperor. Therefore, before coming here, he had already blessed him with a bit of his own telepathy. Even if Mo Chan goes into battle in person, he won't get half the benefits. Xiao Jianfeng and others did not know the inside story, and looked at Xiao Yan with worried eyes. They watched Xiao Yan grow up, even though his strength and combat effectiveness were good. But the opponent was a titled emperor at his peak, and even if Xiao Yan could leapfrog the challenge, he would not be his opponent. Master, Xiao Yan is a great emperor after all. It's incredible to face a peak title emperor. Xiao Jianfeng hesitated again and again, but couldn't help but speak. Xiao Xuan glanced at him and naturally knew what he was worried about. There is no need to worry. Since the head of the family allows him to go into battle, it means that he can defeat the opponent. This. Xiao Jianfeng didn't know what to say at this moment. The head of the family really valued Xiao Yan's strength too much. The peak of the titled emperor cannot be defeated just by defeating it. However, Xiao Tianyun on the side instantly understood the meaning of Xiao Xian's words. The expression on his face also became extremely expectant. Since the head of the family can let Xiao Yan play, it means that he has a surefire trick to win. Seeing the anticipation in Xiao Tianyun's eyes, Xiao Xian removed the realm from his body. With Xiao Tianyun's temperament, he will definitely replace Xiao Yan at all costs before he gets an accurate answer. Therefore, those words just now were also told to him, at the moment when he saw Mo Tang. Xiao Xian knew why the quasi-immortal family, which had existed for hundreds of millions of years, declined rapidly in tens of millions of years. As the eldest elder of the family, Mo Tang has to handle all matters in the family. Even the matter of external exchanges fell on him, from the moment he recommended Mo Tianyun's sister Murphy Fei to the Demon Emperor. The Mo family has already determined its next direction. The decline of a family can be seen from the birth of new children in the family. Since Mo Tianyun's death, no new baby has been born in the family. The reason is inseparable from MOU, and it is even more inseparable from the existing quasi-immortals in the family. Today, Mo Chan took the initiative to look for Xiao Tianyun. The main reason may be that their foreign friends are about to seek revenge. But with their current strength, they can no longer argue with each other. Therefore, Xiao Tianyun became the best target, and no matter life or death, they would not be involved. His eyes were cast on Mo Chan, but his main purpose of coming here this time was not revealed. At this time, Xiao Yan and the titled emperor had already exploded with power. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 280 Life and Death, Revenge and Blood Hatred. Xiao Yan held the flame in his hand and walked towards the titled emperor. The other party was so angry at Xiao Yan's words that he was defeated by a great emperor. If word of this spreads, how will he survive in the continent of the heavens in the future? He pointed at Xiao Yan in shame and anger, but he vomited blood out of anger and was finally knocked unconscious. When the other titled emperor saw this, he immediately burst out with his own power, and the terrifying momentum instantly went towards Xiao Yan. There was a posture that could directly kill Xiao Yan on the spot. However, Xiao Yan looked at the other titled emperor with a joking look on his face, his expression full of provocation. Not to mention that he still had the life-saving trump card given by Xiao Xian. Even the quasi-immortal didn't take action. What's more, the person in front of me, I think I have already been shocked by Xiao Xian. Sure enough, the moment the opponent took action, Mo Chan's figure also moved. A sharp look penetrated the clouds and headed towards the titled emperor. Transformed into a spear, the sharp spear intent swept across the sky. Whoosh! The gun intent passed by, and not only was the titled emperor repulsed, but there was also an expression of disbelief on his face. There was even a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Obviously he didn't know the reason for Mo Chan's behavior. But after seeing a hint of fear in the other party's eyes, he couldn't help but look at Xiao Xian in shock. This person cannot see the true realm of cultivation, but he can suppress the quasi-immortal of the fifth heaven. You must know that Mo Chan's fighting power can only be restrained by quasi-immortals above the sixth level of heaven. But it was impossible to suppress him to the point where he couldn't move. Except for the detached ones. Therefore, both of them couldn't help but guess that Xiao Xian's strength had reached the level of a transcendent person. At this time, the two of them only knew him by two words. Fear. Then he looked at Xiao Xuan, who looked indifferent, and felt an invisible pressure falling from the sky. But he was not afraid, because behind him was a quasi-immortal family. Even if it has gradually declined, its foundation cannot be shaken by the small Xiao family. Then he ignored Mo Chan's warning and took a deep breath. Master Xiao, the Mo family has remembered what happened today. Hearing these words, Xiao Xuan snorted coldly, noisy. If you say one more thing, I will make sure you never come back. The cold voice reached the ears of several people, instantly making them shiver all over. The fear spread from the soles of the feet to the scalp, until a tingling sensation occurred and then disappeared. The expressions of the two people changed drastically. With Xiao Xuan's strength, since he could say such a thing, we will definitely not let them go back unharmed. Therefore, they who originally came here to force Xiao Tianyun to leave, now even their momentum has weakened a lot. Being able to achieve the title of Great Emperor and survive in the world of quasi-immortals for so many years. They have seen many rises of small families destroying big families, and they have seen countless people like Xiao Xuan. Seeing that the other party stopped talking, Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Tianyun. Aside. Today's matter is the moment for you and your family to settle your grudges. Logically speaking, the head of this family should not take action. But since you have been reincarnated into the Xiao family, you are a member of the Xiao family, and you are the descendant that the head of the family should protect. But things that should be solved are easy to solve, and I can't get involved in how to solve them. It's up to you to make your own decisions. Hearing these words, Xiao Tianyun felt a warm feeling in his heart. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 281 Fighting Against the Mahists, a 300-year agreement. 300 years are enough to kill you. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xiao Tianyun in disbelief. He actually wanted to fight to the death with a quasi-immortal, which would result in death. But when you think about his deep hatred, you can understand it. Don't be ungrateful. I thought you were a member of the Mo family, so I gave you a chance. Mo Chan looked at Xiao Tianyun with an angry face, and then looked at Xiao Qingyun aside. If you are like Xiao Qingyun and can create your own dynasty, let alone an opportunity, it doesn't matter if I give you the position of head of the family directly. But you are just a titled emperor. A chance to avoid death is already the greatest limit. Don't dig your own grave. However, Xiao Qingyun sneered, don't talk about the dynasty, even if we create the era of heaven again. Coming with Xiao Tianyun is just a matter of time. The position of the head of the family? Do you think he is rare? As soon as these words came out, even Xiao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, and then he could only drink tea to cover up this expression. Mo Chan's originally proud expression turned very ugly. Due to Xiao Xuan's presence, he could only press it down forcefully. In this case, don't blame me for not remembering the relationship between uncle and nephew. I will kill you to death. Xiao Tianyun looked at him with an indifferent expression. Since you killed Murphy Fei, an eldest brother, since joining forces with the demons to take over the family property, the relationship between you and me as uncle and nephew has been severed. Now, they are just enemies with sworn hatred. 300 years later, I will definitely go to the Mo family to compete with you. Okay. Okay. Very good. Mo Chan slammed the table angrily. He originally wanted to use his current status to force Xiao Tianyun to submit so that he could serve as a scapegoat for future wars. Who would have thought that he would not be able to get enough oil and salt? And he would fight against himself even if he tried his best. Okay. I want to see how you kill me 300 years later. If you don't go, I will personally bring people to the Xiao family. By then, not to mention you, even the entire Xiao family, will become the property of the Mo family. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xuan's sneer sounded to everyone's ears. What a loud tone. How dare you destroy my Xiao family? If this is the case, the head of the family cannot just sit idly by. Xiao Xuan's voice was particularly cold and he looked at Mo Chan coldly. 300 years later, it will not only be Xiao Tianyun who resolves his grudges with you, but also the head of this family. Settle the family feud with your Mo family. Now, get out of the presence of this family leader immediately. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xuan burst out with a terrifying aura. The titled emperor on the ground fell into a coma and was directly knocked away by this power. When the other titled emperor saw this, he dared not speak out in anger, so he could only flash forward and catch the man. Mo Chan thoughtfully looked at Xiao Tianyun with venomous eyes, glanced at Xiao Xuan from the corner of his eye, then threw up his sleeves and left angrily. If he were not afraid of Xiao Xuan's true strength, he would be a quasi-immortal of the fifth heaven. How could he be bullied by a titled emperor and even be threatened with death? After Mo Chan led the people away, Xiao Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Xian, I have made you worry. This is a matter between me and them, but you are also involved. Xiao Tianyun apologized to Xiao Xuan with a guilty look on his face. Xiao Xuan waved his hand, you solve your problems and I solve mine. When did you get involved again? Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 282 The dynasty is in turmoil and winning over people's hearts. At the same time, Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianqin were standing side by side in the courtyard, and they had been silent for a quarter of an hour. Finally, Xiao Jianqin spoke, Tianyun, why don't you tell me about this? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint sigh. Kenshin, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that my previous identity is hard to tell. If I let you know that the brother you have lived and died with is not what you see, can you still accept me like this? Can we still share weal and woe as before? Xiao Jianqin couldn't help but be angry. Xiao Tianyun, I thought you and I have known each other for millions of years. You have known my character very well for a long time, but you never imagined that I would be such a miserable person in your heart. Xiao Tianyun was shocked and was about to explain when he saw Xiao Jianqin slowly shaking his head. You're confused. Do you think the Xiao family's geniuses are just as they appear on the surface? Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Junlin, Xiao Yan, even Xiao Zongtian. There are no secrets. In that one, they have a lot more secrets than you do. Even I have my own secrets. But so what, no matter what status they had in their previous life or what kind of cultivation they had, nothing can change the fact that they are members of the Xiao family in this life. So why do you have such a big burden? Xiao Jianqin's expression was very serious. This was the first time he saw such an expression. Looking at Xiao Tianyun, who was frowning and smiling helplessly, he also fell into silence. He knew Xiao Tianyun's temper very well. If Xiao Xuan hadn't given him some advice, he would have rushed to the Mo family to fight with them. Tianyun, before the master leaves, he asked me to tell you that the jade slip he gave you contains a treasure that can help you break through. Xiao Jianqin's words suddenly woke up Xiao Tianyun, and then he opened the jade slip and saw the words on it. Only then did Xiao Tianyun realize that he had always been mediocre and had been influenced by his personality in his previous life. Kenshin, you are right. It is true that I am confused. The memory of my previous life has confused everything. From the moment I was reincarnated, I was no longer Mo Tianyun. I awakened the memories of my previous life. It's just that the unwillingness and resentment in my heart before reincarnation cannot be dissipated. Xiao Tianyun had a wry smile and a hint of self-mockery on his lips, but he was relieved in an instant. At this moment, his spiritual realm was sublimated, and his fighting power also vaguely rose to another level. Life has been full of twists and turns since ancient times. I am sharp inside my heart and sharp outside my body. I will never forget my old love. Tianyun, the master of the family, asked me to bring you something else. The past is like a cloud of smoke, and the prosperity of the world is intoxicating. After Xiao Jianqin said this, he stopped talking, then turned and left. These words kept echoing in Xiao Tianyun's mind. He practiced the unique skills of Emperor Huangtian. It was like a green plant planted in the desert, instantly sublimating his whole body and mind. Uncle Xian, thank you for your advice. Tianyun will definitely live up to your good intentions. What I couldn't do in my previous life, I can definitely do in this life. This is not only an explanation for me, but also for my obsession in my previous life. After this battle, my cultivation level will be greatly improved. I think it will be easy to break through to the quasi-immortal level. Half a month later, Xiao Tianyun entered the enlightenment room and began to practice in seclusion. At the same time, Xiao Yan also gained great morale in the army and received the support of most soldiers. He became a captain of 10,000 men and gained the favor of the Murong family. In the Yun family's army, Xiao Yan holds a flame hammer and is training his soldiers. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 283, The situation is turbulent, the Xiao family's opportunity. In the Xiao family, Xiao Xuan looked at the jade slips on the table with a satisfied smile on his lips. Is that old monster really unable to bear it? In this case, I, Xiao Xuan, can only include the dynasty in the Xiao family's map. It's no wonder that the Murong family would choose to change the supervisors in the army at this time. It seems that they are already prepared. In this case, my Xiao family should also take action to expand the family's resources and territory before entering the Zhutian continent. Thinking of this, Xiao Xuan directly sent a secret message to recall all the family's disciples who were training outside. He started a 10-year retreat and cultivated and gained Xiao Yan's power of people's hearts in the army. Coupled with the military dispatch order in his hand, it only takes a matter of minutes for the Xiao family to mobilize troops and horses. The Xiao family itself has an army of 100,000. Although the number is small, they are all strong, brave and good at fighting. With the order to dispatch troops in hand, it is easy for them to have an army of 1 million. Following Xiao Xian's order, everyone in the Xiao family returned to the family to practice. Xiao Xuan also took out all the resources in the family, including the family's most precious treasure. Even he himself began to practice in seclusion after this time, although there is no opponent for him in the world today. However, the Great Yan dynasty has been able to exist for so many years without disintegrating, despite the 6 major forces devouring each other. It's not just an old monster that can control it, so there is a stronger existence behind him. In the Great Yan dynasty, Jamal Zhao's body was covered with thunder and lightning, and the Mjolnir in his hand released a terrifying thunder and lightning attack. At this moment, he was like the embodiment of thunder and lightning. Invincible. This was a competition between great emperors in the Great Yan dynasty. Jamal Xiao crushed everyone present with his absolute strength. Even if the opponent is already half-titled emperor, he will still be defeated by him. Now he has been able to control thunder and lightning as if he were one body. And his control over thunder and lightning has reached great perfection. The battle was still going on, and he was fighting against a half-step titled Emperor. It was only a matter of time before he could break through. Originally, he was the final winner of this competition. But he met Jamal Xiao, and the winner of this competition naturally had no chance with him. Jamal Xiao turned into the embodiment of thunder and lightning, emitting dazzling light on the field. The degree of control over thunder and lightning amazes everyone. The meaning of Dzogchen's thunder and lightning directly boosted his combat power, causing the opponent to fall off the ring with one move. Countless people looked at this genius of the Xiao family in horror. He was obviously just a great emperor. But it has such a powerful force. Not only is it good at thunder and lightning, but its strength is extremely terrifying. After this competition, Jamal Xiao's name will be resounding throughout the Great Yan dynasty. The winner of the competition, Jamal Xiao, got a heart of thunder and lightning, as he wished. That was the inheritance left by the Thunder Emperor, although it didn't have much effect on him. But the other party is his teacher in the art of thunder and lightning. Seeing that the other party's inheritance is here, how can he sit idly by and do nothing? In the room that belongs to him, Xiao Yanyao has been waiting for a long time. Now, his strength is not much different from Jamal Xiao. This is the heart of thunder and lightning you mentioned. It's not bad. Although it doesn't have much improvement effect. But for you, it can condense the heart of thunder and lightning, which will be of great help to improve your future cultivation and combat effectiveness. Xiao Yanyao looked at the heart of thunder and lightning that exuded the meaning of thunder and lightning, with envy in his eyes. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 284 10,000 Years of Mana, The New Genius. The moment Xiao Jianxin entered the broken realm spirit spring, he caused the monster beast to roar. However, there is a mental barrier in the broken realm spiritual spring, which is in the quasi-immortal realm, and the monster beast cannot break in at all. If he didn't take care of the treasure, how could he remain calm? It's just a restriction on him. 3 years later, Xiao Jianxin broke through the title emperor because his location was within the barrier, blessed by the power of quasi-immortal thoughts. It has exceeded the area blessed by Tiandao, so no one knows that he has been rated as the Sword Emperor by Tiandao. This realm-breaking spiritual spring is really extraordinary, but it only took me 3 years to break through to the title of Great Emperor. Even in the Xiao family enlightenment room, it would take at least 10 years. And now even my physical combat power is much stronger. If we can bring him back to the Xiao family and let the family master refine it, maybe the children of the Xiao family can use it. After saying that, Xiao Jianxin was ready to put this realm-breaking spiritual spring into his treasure bag. However, the moment he jumped away from the spiritual spring, the originally crystal clear spring water dried up instantly. This scene surprised Xiao Jianxin, as he obviously did not expect that he could only use it once. At the same time, the monster also felt something strange, the moment the spiritual spring dried up. Heading towards the core of the forest, even though there are quasi-immortal level monsters there that have not yet transformed. He also went forward without hesitation, a monster with quasi-immortal cultivation but unwilling to turn into human form. The main reason is because everything has to be done again after the transformation, not only to prevent the original body from being discovered by humans, thereby killing them and refining them into elixirs and even armor that can help them improve. More importantly, if you maintain the form of a monster and continue to practice, you have a 90% chance of transcendence. After transcending, not only can you choose your own appearance, but your strength will not be reduced to 0. Therefore, those monsters will choose to continue practicing in their own realm. If humans break in, they will become their nourishment. But today he had to go to the core. Compared with the horror inside, he was more afraid of being killed by humans. However, at this moment, a sword light pierced the sky, sweeping across the sky and heading towards him. That's the aura of the titled emperor. Xiao Jianxin looked at the fleeing monster in front of him with an indifferent expression, and then killed it. Inner elixir can help you not only break through the first level realm, but also accumulate 1,000 years of mana. This half-step quasi-immortal monster has strong skin and flesh. After being made into armor, it can at least withstand a fatal blow from a quasi-immortal. When the time comes for the Mo family's battle, he will also be able to compete with the quasi-immortal. The collision between the two sides was very fierce. After 500 rounds of fighting, the monster was finally killed by Xiao Jianxin. After collecting the corpses, Xiao Jianxin left with a rich harvest. In the Valley of Asking Swords, Xiao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, and a terrifying aura swept across all directions instantly. This momentum contains a hint of the power of the 5 elements, indicating that Xiao Xuan has integrated the power of the 5 elements. Cultivators in the quasi-immortal realm, blessed by the power of the 5 elements, are no different from the creators of heaven and earth. While the two sides are fighting, they can summon the power of the 5 elements to attack the enemy for themselves. Enough to suppress all the strong men in the quasi-immortal realm. Since ancient times, no cultivator who has practiced the power of the 5 elements has been able to defeat him. Name, Xiao Xuan. Identity, head of the Xiao family in Fingpa Star. Magic weapon, immortal killing waning moon sword. Qualifications, created dragon blood battle body, chaotic pupils. Martial skill, immortal killing sword technique. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 285, The Dongshu Dao Body That Makes People Blush. Brother, I actually know how to ride horses and make flowers. How about I invite you to visit after we go down? What? You like to be overwhelmed by the mountain? Excuse me. After a series of words, not only the person opposite, but also Xiao Xuan remembered this person's name. The head of the family. When Xiao Jianfeng saw Xiao Xuan coming, he took the 9 elders to salute. Looking at the strange expressions on Xiao Xuan and the other 3 people's faces, they knew what was going on. Then Xiao Jianfeng explained, this person's name is Xiao Yuqing, and he is an absolute dark horse. The cultivation strength of the Tianzuan realm has broken through 2 small realms 3 times in half a year. Even the geniuses in the realm of Great Heavenly Lord are no match for him. Even the geniuses of half-step quasi-emperors will be hit if they are slightly negligent. The only bad thing is that he talks nonsense. Even a warning is useless. Xiao Xian's heart moved when he heard this, and then used the Eye of Insight to check his attributes. Xiao Yuqing, Tianzuan 6th Heaven, Dongshu Dao Body, Dongshu Holy Body is also called the King of Driving. Old train driver. As long as you keep driving and stay at high speeds, you can not only improve your strength, but also continue to improve your combat effectiveness through subsequent training. People with this kind of constitution should drive everywhere in life. Seeing the introduction of the system, Xiao Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Old train driver. At this time, he didn't need to think about it in his head, he knew what kind of genius the system had rewarded him. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At this time on the ring, Xiao Yuqing was already preparing to fight with the next opponent. This person's name is Xiao Bubi, he is born to kill the Taoist body, and he is a newly rising prodigy of the Xiao family. He is only nearly 1,000 years old, but he is already a strong man in the Tianzuan realm, and won the first place in the battle between the geniuses of the Great Yan dynasty 100 years ago. Although the talents of the younger generation are far inferior to those of Xiao Jianxin and others, they are still unrivaled among their peers. Among the current geniuses of the Xiao family, his strength is even more outstanding. It was now the semi-finals, and Xiao Bubi's cultivation and combat effectiveness were far superior to Xiao Yuqing's. It is a war without any suspense, but judging from Xiao Yuqing's previous competitions, it's not as careless as it seems on the surface, so Xiao Bubi doesn't dare to underestimate the enemy. What's more, he saw with his own eyes the horror of how to do things and get braver and braver in every war. The two sides were facing each other, and before the two formally fought, Xiao Yuqing, the old train cannon, spoke. Brother Bubi, I don't know what kind of treasure you have in your hand, and why it is so different. Xiao Bubi didn't know what to say in response to these confusing words. So he looked at him carefully and then spoke slowly. This whip is called the God-killing whip. It can kill gods at the top and demon souls at the bottom. It can be said to be invincible. Xiao Yuqing looked at the God-killing whip in his hand and suddenly laughed. Even the folding fan in his hand swayed. Then did you know that there are 3 treasures in men, and they are just those 3 things? Xiao Bubi looked at him confused, obviously not knowing what he meant. He chuckled lightly and rubbed the folding fan in his hand with one hand. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 286, The Family Genius is Kidnapped. Just when Xiao Jianfeng was about to reprimand him, Xiao Xian's figure appeared on the ring. Not bad, not bad. Our Xiao family has added a genius, who is truly a role model for future generations. I will leave the task of leading the Xiao family to rise in the future to you. If others heard these words, they would definitely express their gratitude with joy. But Xiao Yuqing was different. He looked at Xiao Xian and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. That's natural. Not only does the family have to rise, but so does the power. Otherwise, how can we experience the warmth of the sun in Lantian and the smoke of jade? The corner of Xiao Xian's mouth kept twitching. He shouldn't have come to this arena, let alone speak. What a poem, what a poem. Xiao Xian chuckled and then stopped talking. Xiao Yuqing, on the other hand, added another sentence. How can you read the book if you are not wet? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Xian almost slapped Xiao Yuqing's heavenly spirit cover, causing him to be reincarnated as a human being. He restrained himself and gave him the treasure in his hand, and then left the ring as quickly as possible. Xiao Yuqing held the treasure and looked at Xiao Xian's leaving back, slightly stunned. Thank you, master, for the treasure. I will definitely safeguard the honor of the family. When Xiao Xian heard these words, he paused and then left quickly. Xiao Zongtian and Xiao Junlin followed closely behind, looking at Xiao Xian's dejected appearance. They secretly laughed for the first time. Xiao Zongtian was the first to speak. I never imagined that the head of the family would be frightened by this guy. Xiao Junlin shook his head helplessly. This guy is dishonest, but he is indeed powerful. Xiao Xian smiled helplessly when he heard this, waved his hands, and sighed. Have you ever heard of the Dongshu Dao body? Dongshu Dao body. When Xiao Xian saw this, he didn't talk nonsense and directly told the two of them. The two of them were stunned for a moment, and then quickly came to their senses. I didn't expect that there would be someone with a more special physique than Xiao Yenyao in this world. Wouldn't it be exciting if the two of them fought against each other? Xiao Junlin didn't know how to describe such a scene. Xiao Zongtian also smiled helplessly. The physiques of the two of you are the most special among you and me. But they all have one thing in common, that is respect for the people who live in the family. It shows that his heart is not bad. The dragon and tiger ranking competition passed quickly. On this day, the roar of thunder and lightning kept coming from the sky. Xiao Xuan, who has now accumulated 200,000 years of mana, slowly opened his eyes. A divine consciousness probe appeared above the great Yan dynasty, and an old dragon was turned into ashes at this moment. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan understood clearly, and the old monster from the great Yan dynasty sat down. Xiao Xuan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at the sky. The old monster had just sat down and disintegrated, and there were waves of misty voices coming from all directions. After a long time, he slowly said, "The Xiao family's era is coming. The old monster has passed away and no one is in charge of the great Yan dynasty. This is a great opportunity for our Xiao family to rise." A light flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes, and a top-secret plan took shape in his mind. The 6 major forces and the surrounding dynasties all surfaced at this moment, no matter how they fought for it. Nothing can change the fact that the final fruit of victory is the Xiao family. Although with the current strength of the Xiao family, it is easy to eradicate the 6 major forces. But for him it was too troublesome, so he might as well reap the benefits. As soon as the news of the old monster's death spread, the entire great Yan dynasty couldn't sit still. The 6 major forces are respectively in charge of the government, land, army, weapons, food, and money of the Dian dynasty. Among them, the Morong family, which is in charge of the army, is the largest. But because of this, it has become a thorn in the eyes of the other 5 major forces. Although the Morong family has 1 half-step quasi-immortal and 2 quasi-immortals with 1,000-year magic powers. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 287. Coincidentally, the leader of the meteor pirates, Xiao Xuan, left very hastily, and even Xiao Jianfeng and others showed worried expressions. Obviously, this kidnapping incident is a very serious matter for the Xiao family. Soon, news about Xiao Xuan's trip to the monster forest was spread to the Morong family. The head of the Morong family is currently watching the entire battle map, with the 4 major forces surrounding him from all directions. There is no way out, unless we can break out of the siege in this battle. But now it will take half a month for the quasi-immortal to find the treasure. To break through, he can only place his hope in the Xiao family. According to the information he learned, Xiao Xuan is a person who values friendship and loyalty. So when he saw the person who delivered the letter returning, he hurried forward to ask for the result. Reporting to the head of the family, the head of the Xiao family went to the monster forest to save people. What? When the head of the Morong family heard this, his heart suddenly sank, and he hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Can you tell me the reason?" When the 2 geniuses of the Xiao family passed through the monster forest with a batch of supplies, they were hijacked by the meteor pirates. And he threatened to kill them all if the head of the Xiao family didn't save them personally within half a month. As soon as these words came out, the head of the Morong family sat on the ground. The past 10 years of dealings with the Xiao family gave him a rough understanding of Xiao Xuan's strength. Although he failed to break through the immortal, his combat power was even more powerful and terrifying than before. It can be said that it can control the entire great Yan dynasty's army, and Xiao Xuan's contribution is indispensable. Then did Xiao Xuan say when he would come to support us? At least half a month. Just the night before the news was released, the head of the Xiao family had already gone to the monster forest. At this moment, a senior official broke in and said, "Master, the investigation is underway. The reason why that quasi-immortal didn't come to help us was because he was entangled by the Duanmu and Guyu families. Traces of them were found even in the monster forest, and there were traces of troops stationed there." As soon as these words came out, the head of the Morong family became furious. "Okay. You are actually waiting for me here. Not only did you make that quasi-immortal give up helping me, even dragging down a right-hand man like Xiao Xuan, you just want my Morong family to collapse. He had absolute trust in Xiao Xuan. Otherwise, how could he put Xiao Yan under his control? Even in every moment of life and death crisis, Xiao Yan would rush forward to block the crisis for him. In addition, the meteor pirates are a huge pirate gang in the monster forest. Not only do they occupy all areas on the periphery of the monster forest, but they are also present near the core. All passing caravans must pay protection fees, and even the prince passing there will inevitably be intimidated. It is said that the leader of the meteor pirates is a quasi-immortal with 10,000 years of magical power. There are only a handful of quasi-immortals in the world, let alone a quasi-immortal with 10,000 years of magic power? The old monster transformed in the dynasty was nothing more than 1,000 years of mana blessing. Seeing this, the senior staff member sighed slightly. Master, why don't we wait until Master Xiao comes back? The head of the Morong family snorted coldly. By the time he comes, we will have been completely wiped out. It is better to ask for yourself than to ask for others. There are 2 quasi-immortals in the family, plus the half-step quasi-immortal, even if the 4 major forces have 4 quasi-immortals. Our army is already so capable, even if we delay for time, we can still wear them out. When the time comes, those forces that are good at icing on the cake will naturally come to help us. The senior staff member wanted to say something more, but was directly interrupted by the head of the Morong family. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 288 Wei Ju's Meteor Pirate Copycat. It can actually control soul-catching spirits, which is different from ordinary soul-catching techniques. Soul-catching spirits are refined from the souls of half-immortal level demonic beasts. They can not only control people's minds. Its voice kills people invisibly, and even the people killed cannot feel the breath of death. I have admired the name of the Xiao family master for a long time. When I saw him today, he was indeed extraordinary. Meteor looked so happy that she looked like a carefree little girl. Even if Xiao doesn't have the help of the exploring eye now, he may not be able to see through her true face. Xiao Xuan calmed down and looked sideways, seeing 2 men following behind her. One of them had a delicate face, holding a jade flute in his hand, and an otherworldly and peerless aura emanated from him. But his face was too pale, and the corners of his eyes and eyebrows showed a sickly look. It is obvious that the poisoning has been deep. If the poison continues, it will not be long before the soul returns to its hometown. This person is the second in command of the meteor pirates, and he is also a strategist-like being. Compared to that woman who was underestimated, the one in front of her was truly terrifying. Someone once said that it would be better to die under the influence of the first master than to be taken away by the second master. In the hands of the second master, life would be worse than death. On the other side was the third master, with a silly smile on his face, bare hands, and even wearing fairy-level armor. He doesn't look like a bandit, but like a simple and honest farmer. The difference is that he has an extra pair of armor on his body. Xiao Xuan glanced at them lightly. I'm already here, so where is the genius of the Xiao family? After hearing Xiao Xuan's words, Lu Xing pursed his lips and looked at him dejectedly. Master Xiao is really protective. In order to prevent you from misunderstanding our 3 brothers and sisters, I entertained them with delicious food and drinks. If I guessed correctly, Xiao Yi and Xiao Xiao were competing in martial arts at the moment. As long as you go in with us, they will come by themselves without us calling. Meteor said, his starry eyes instantly filled with tears, and his aggrieved look made people laugh. Xiao Xuan didn't show the slightest expression that he could become the master of the meteor pirates. Especially when it looks so cute on the outside? I'm afraid there's something sinister inside. Although he is not worried about these people's dirty tricks, the lives of Xiao Yi and Xiao Xiao cannot be joked about. Then he strode toward the stronghold. Seeing Xiao Xuan like this, the second master and the third master, behind him, looked at each other and pulled Mei Xing inside. By the way, he also brought her a piece of candy, and the second boss by. Jiaju's expression became extremely soft at this moment. Lu Xing is good, we have guests at home, we have to entertain them well. Otherwise my sister will be angry. Then he followed Xiao Xuan closely with Meteor and took him to the hall of the cottage. After entering the village, Xiao Xuan discovered that there were two worlds. Here, one world is filled with laughter, while the other is shrouded in endless darkness. A strong chilling aura filled the entire sky, and this scene made an idea arise in Xiao Xuan's mind. There may be a fourth person here. That person is the ruler of the entire village. Stepping into the lobby, there are already two people waiting here. Xiao Xuan recognized the identities of the two at a glance. One was the head of the Duanmu family and the other was the head of the Lu family. Seeing Xiao Xuan coming, the two stood up to greet him. Duan Muqing, Lu Shige has met the head of the Xiao family. Upon hearing the two people's greetings, Xiao Xuan did not return the greetings, but looked at them coldly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 289, The Conditions That Make Xiao Xuan's Heart Beat. The heads of the two major families did not expect that they would be killed by Xiao Xuan. Before coming here, they expected that Xiao Xuan would definitely join. The second master of Meteor Village stepped forward with a surprised look on his face. Obviously he didn't expect Xiao Xuan to kill them here. Master Xiao, if you want to kill someone on my territory, can you ask for my permission? The third master on the side exploded with his own momentum, locking Xiao Xuan in the realm of spiritual consciousness. Xiao Xuan turned around indifferently and his eyes fell on Meteor, with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. I can kill my master if he wants. So what if you have any objections? What's more, with your strength, it's not difficult to stop my master, right? Xiao Xuan's strength and sharpness made them feel oppressed instantly. The second master's entire face collapsed, his eyes were burning with murderous intent, and he faced Xiao Xuan directly. At this moment, a slender hand gently placed on his wrist, and when he looked sideways, he saw that it was Meteor. But at this moment, there was no carefree look in her eyes, instead, there was endless killing. Master Xiao really has a good eye. He can spy out my intentions just by meeting him face to face. I thought I could use those two little girls to contain you for a moment, but I never thought. But these two guys were left out. Since the Xiao family leader has a new stable competition, why not conspire with Meteor? With a wave of her hand, Duan Muqing's body turned into ashes and disappeared in front of everyone. His crystal clear eyes had a charming look. The petite and exquisite body exudes a terrifying and murderous aura. She looked directly into Xiao Xuan's eyes, her tone was extremely lazy, but it had intoxicating magic power. When the second master and third master on the side saw this, they retreated consciously, with expressions of incomparable awe on their faces. Xiao Xuan looked at the woman in front of him with interest, smiling with a hint of inquiry. It seems that you are the feared master of the Meteor Pirates. Meteor smiled slightly, you knew it from the moment you stepped into the village, didn't you? But how can you see through my disguise, with the help of two worlds? Xiao Xuan shook his head and chuckled when he heard this. What if I said, I only knew it from the moment you opened your mouth? As soon as these words came out, not only the second master and the third Master were stunned, but even Meteor looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief. What? Even the murderous Meteor was extremely surprised at this moment. Since you stepped into Meteor Village and saw the two worlds, have you been acting? The purpose is to deceive me. Xiao Xuan nodded, not afraid of angering the other party. He guessed that there was someone else. But he didn't expect such a result, which surprised him. Tell me, what is your purpose? You can't really be tempted by the conditions they offer. Xiao Xian's direct words made Liuxing stunned at first, and then laughed. Master Xiao is indeed very courageous. I thought that today's move was perfect. I didn't expect that there would be so many holes in your eyes. Since Master Xiao is so forthright, I won't beat around the bush. Meteor smiled slightly, and then looked at Xiao Xuan intently. I want you to help me get my original soul back. Xiao Xuan raised his eyebrows. What if I don't help? No, you will help and you will not refuse. Meteor's words were so firm that Xiao Xuan couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Then she smiled sweetly, and the sweet smile and charming eyes perfectly blended together, creating a strange beauty. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 290, Kidnapping at Your Doorstep. Xiao Xuan smiled indifferently when he heard this, and the admiration in his eyes was even greater. Miss Meteor is indeed a woman with a pure heart. Just those words made Zhao's heart flutter. For thousands of years, you are the first person. Having said this, he paused for a moment, and then looked at Meteor. If you want me to help you find your soul, you can. I want to know the ins and outs of the matter, and I, Xiao Xuan, will definitely not do anything that is unclear. As soon as these words came out, before Meteor could speak, the second and third masters behind him erupted with terrifying momentum. Xiao Xuan was not afraid at all, and didn't even take them to heart. Looking at Xiao Xuan, who was calm and composed, the two of them were even more angry, and their eyes fell on Meteor. As long as he says a word, they will launch an attack on Xiao Xuan. However, Meteor shook his head, and then gave a pure smile, which made even Xiao Xuan lose his mind for a moment. Then she sighed. Why is the Xiao family master so aggressive? Since the Xiao family master wants to know about me. How about you? You are really sure that you can help me get my soul back, and even conquer the world? There is nothing that the head of this family wants to do that cannot be accomplished. Xiao Xian's plain voice contained a strong sense of confidence. After hearing this, Liuxing smiled charmingly, and the second and third masters outside the door also walked in at this moment. After a while, Meteor looked at him. Since Master Xiao is so confident, then show your ability. Let the three of me, my brother and my sister, see if you can help me. After hearing this, Xiao Xuan appeared in the sky above Meteor Village. Then a cold voice came from the sky. Let's take action. The second master and the third master jumped into the air, and when they saw that the other party was unwilling to even draw their swords, their faces suddenly became unhappy. Master Xiao, are you looking down on my two brothers? Xiao Xuan glanced at it, and saw a sword light piercing the sky, and the terrifying sword power swept across the sky. Everyone in Meteor Village looked at this scene in astonishment. Even the second master and the third master looked at Xiao Xuan in disbelief, obviously not expecting that the other party would be so powerful. Then the two of them clasped their fists in greeting. I'm the second boss of Meteor Village, by Jiajiu. I'm Qin Xuyin, the third boss of Meteor Village. Then the two of them broke into a terrifying momentum. Seeing how powerful Xiao Xuan was, they did not hide their strength. Directly use the combined attack skill, and the two terrifying auras merge into one. At this moment, time suddenly stopped, and everything became stationary at this moment. The boundless terrifying aura continued to rage around, and the terrifying Murderous intent swept towards Xiao Xuan. This blow made Xiao Xuan a little surprised. It turned out to be in a still state. For such a combined attack skill, the higher the level of cultivation, the more powerful this move will be. If you are practicing as a quasi-immortal, you will not dare to be careless. Even if you encounter a transcendent person. Facing this blow, Xiao Xuan was not afraid. If they were quasi-immortals, they might be a little afraid. But the two titled emperors still couldn't do any damage to him. A force of chaos instantly surrounded the two of them, and two-sword energy appeared directly and cut through the sky. Not only did he break the two's combined attack skills, but he also knocked them back several steps. This single blow alone frightened the two of them, and Xiao Xuan's power made them unbelievable. This move stops time, and even a meteor will be trapped for a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour can't do much for them, but in a battle, it's enough to kill the enemy. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 291 The War Begins. 100,000 years ago, the meteor was in the critical period of breakthrough, and this time it reached the point of becoming a quasi-immortal. Even if a transcendent person comes here, he still has the terrifying strength to fight with him. However, such fighting power has aroused the fear of some people. Although he was born into a quasi-immortal family, he was an unpopular concubine. With the joint efforts of the quasi-immortal family and various forces, the hiding place of Bai Jiaju and Qin Shuyin was found. On the condition of their lives, Meteor Soul Li was forced to come to the rescue in advance. This just happened to fall into their trap. The meteor soul left the body, not only the strength was greatly weakened. It may even be life-threatening, not to mention reaching the quasi-immortal level. However, Meteor not only rescued Bai Jiaju and Qin Shuyin, but also broke through to the quasi-immortal level and slaughtered those people with absolutely terrifying combat power. Despite this, her soul was still taken away by the Mo family and controlled by magic. In that battle, the second master's body was left with the root of the disease, and the third master's body was destroyed. It was at that time that her personality changed, and the soul of a quasi-immortal beast was used for her own use. Although the monster soul is useful, it has a terrifying and deadly poison. Once the entire body is eroded by the giant poison, even if the main body's soul is retrieved, there is no way to recover. In the process of searching for a cure for the injury, Bai Jiaju discovered a way to delay the erosion of the giant poison. He also built a pair of quasi-immortal level armor for the third master, which has extremely strong defensive capabilities. Since then, the three of them have settled down in Meteor Mountain Village and have become kings. This is where the poison in your body comes from, Xiao Xuan pointed out. Bai Jiaju was not surprised at all, and even smiled bitterly. It's a pity that I can't hold on much longer. This is a perfect grade of melatonin and regeneration pill that can remove all toxins, without any side effects. The purpose of the regeneration pill is to help cultivators whose physical bodies are damaged to quickly recover from their injuries. Seeing Xiao Xuan take out such a precious thing, without hesitation, the two people's eyes were filled with defensiveness. Those who join my Xiao Xuan sect must not only be absolutely loyal, but also must be absolutely obedient. When the two saw this, they took the elixir with both hands and felt the changes the elixir brought to their bodies. They all showed shock towards him. First they were confused, then they understood, and then they clasped their fists in greeting. At this moment, they no longer had any doubts about Xiao Xuan. When Xiao Xuan handed them a magic weapon forging book, they felt even more admiration in their hearts. We will reorganize the army in the shortest possible time and give you an extremely powerful army. Then Xiao Xuan explained some things and left with Xiao Yi and Xiao Xiao. After Xiao Xuan left, a group of senior staff from Meteor Village gathered together. Bai Jiaju and Qin Xuan looked at the magic weapon forging book in their hands with great excitement. Second brother, maybe we can avenge ourselves. We can also get my little sister's soul back. Qin Xuan's hands trembled with excitement, and his body was burning with a raging flame of war. Bai Jiaju nodded. I didn't expect the Xiao family to be so mysterious and powerful. I hope he doesn't forget about us after seizing the treasure. Seeing this, Meteor on the side shook his head lightly, since Xiao Xuan can hand over such precious things to us. It is enough to show his courage. He even took out 2 perfect pills without hesitation. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 292, Roar when you see an injustice on the road, then continue to move forward. Soon, Xiao Bang took the Xiao family's 300,000 troops to the border of Fengpa Star. In order to enter this battle, the Xiao family made preparations 10 years ago. The purpose is to seize the fruits of victory in the entire war. Even if it was a war of attrition with them, Xiao Xuan could afford it, but in order not to leave any further trouble, Xiao Xuan chose to fight quickly, otherwise, wait until those people react. It is absolutely impossible for the Xiao family to continue to crush all the forces with absolute superiority. Looking at the back of Chopin leaving with a group of soldiers and horses, his eyes kept flashing. What position the Xiao family will occupy in Zhutian continent depends on this war. However, he is not worried about the outcome of the war. On the contrary, he is looking forward to what gains this war will bring him. It's not about having many soldiers, it's about being skilled. At this time, on the edge of Fengpa Star, Xiao Yan had led an army of 200,000 to fight with the enemy. 200,000 people versus an army of tens of millions, the outcome was unquestionable. However, Xiao Yan reversed the situation in such an irreversible war and greatly damaged their military morale. With a flaming hammer in hand and the invincible talent of the great emperor, even if the opponent is a strong man with half-step title of great emperor, he is no match. With the flame hammer in hand, the boundless power of flames is constantly devouring all directions. The terrifying power of fire burned blazingly on the 5 emperors of the same level who were fighting against him. In just 10 days, the opponent once again lost millions of troops. At this moment, the momentum of the Xiao family army behind them continued to rise, and their morale was high. Kill! Kill! The roar of 200,000 people shook the sky and made the earth tremble. In this scene, even the tens of millions of troops on the opposite side showed timidity. But in a battle between 200,000 and 10 million troops, no matter how powerful the fighting power is, there will be a moment when it is exhausted. Therefore, the local army quickly adjusted the combat plan and started a war of attrition. And it mainly attacks Xiao Yan. As long as Xiao Yan dies, the military morale of the Xiao family army will be low. So they directly joined forces to mainly consume Xiao Yan's combat power. Xiao Yan's body was burning with blazing flames, and his eyes burst out with strong fighting intent. I've come just in time to show you my invincible talent. Boom! The flame hammer lit up the entire sky, and the boundless power of flames instantly filled the entire battlefield. In the entire realm of the great emperor, no one dares to fight against him. With Xiao Xian's terrifying fighting prowess, even the most talented people at the same level would not dare to confront him head-on. Seeing this, everyone once again increased their fighting manpower. From the 10 people fighting at the beginning, the number has increased to 20, and now there are more than 30 people. Even the half-titled emperor has joined the war of attrition, in a multi-person battle. Xiao Yan soon began to struggle and retreated continuously. As expected, the military morale of the Xiao family army was greatly affected. In a short period of time, then let Lu Jiejun kill dozens of people. Seeing this, Lu Jiejun was even more determined to kill Xiao Yan. As soon as Xiao Yan died, the Xiao family army would be defeated without any attack. But Xiao Yan was not afraid at all, because this was just one step in his plan. At this moment, a cry came from the distance, "Brother, I'm coming." An unstoppable force of thunder came from the sky, and the endless power of thunder and lightning cut through the sky and struck directly. Jamal Xiao, release the power of thunder quickly. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 293, Who Will Win? While escaping, he did not forget to show off his words, "We fight against each other's gums, and the two bodies merge into one and secretly grind against each other." When the titled emperor saw this, he became furious and instantly exploded with his own momentum. The invincible titled emperor domain blessed Xiao Yuqing, making him unable to move for an instant. How could he not know the terror of the titled emperor, but his mouth wouldn't allow it. "Kill me. Just as I said, I'm going to die and someone else breaks into the house." He regretted it as soon as he said this, but what he had to do now was to find a way to escape. But as soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the titled emperor with a mean look on his face. I really agreed with that sentence. There is Yan Ruyu in the book. At this moment, the titled emperor completely exploded, and the terrifying pressure made Xiao Yuqing unable to move. "How dare you speak nonsense in front of this emperor?" The terror of the titled emperor made Xiao Yuqing change his color instantly. No matter how many poems he said, he would never be able to improve his cultivation so much. I saw a terrifying sword light falling from the sky and heading towards him. Xiao Yuqing was immediately frightened and his face turned pale. After this move, he really rose to the occasion. In a life and death crisis, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. "Brother, help me." At this moment, the power of flames instantly destroyed the killing move of the titled emperor. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying fireman appeared in front of the two of them. A hammer of flames, with invincible momentum, directly severely damaged the titled emperor. Before the other party could react, another bolt of thunder and lightning restrained him from behind. The terror of thunder, lightning, and fire was vividly displayed at this moment. After the two terrifying auras dissipated, the figures of Xiao Yan and Jamal Xiao appeared in front of him. "Your mouth is so powerful, why can't you keep up with your fighting ability?" Xiao Yan couldn't help but tease him, and was about to say something when 10 more powerful men in the realm of great emperors came to kill him. With just one swing of his hammer, those cultivators were killed. Jamal Xiao on the side directly pulled Xiao Yan away, for fear of leaving a little late. Those words were applied to myself, and the scene was simply unimaginable. Being invincible in the world is just a matter of time for me, but before that, I have to experience what I need to experience. "Brother Xiao Yan, did you know that you are missing one of the 5 elements?" Hearing these words, Jamal Xiao couldn't help but twitching the corners of his mouth, and this guy started again. Xiao Yan was very surprised. "Hey, you can tell fortunes, so tell me, what do I lack in the 5 elements?" "Lack of water. I was born with a lack of water in the 5 elements." Xiao Yan obviously didn't react, but when he thought about it carefully, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Hey! You are young, why are you talking so much?" After saying this, Jamal Xiao pulled Xiao Yan away without saying a word. Waiting a little later. "The fireworks are probably lit." Xiao Yan on the side finally understood why this guy was surrounded by so many people. In this battle, the Xiao family's army turned the situation around with an absolute advantage and defeated the remaining troops. All the commanders of thousands and captains of thousands were killed. The battle lasted for 2 full months, and the Xiao family lost no more than 100,000 people. The enemy not only lost millions of troops, but the remaining troops were all integrated into the Xiao family's army. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 294, Generous Rewards, Wolfish Ambition. They are not only fighting for Xiao Xuan, but also fighting for themselves. Without Xiao Xuan's help, their army's combat effectiveness may have to wait thousands of years to become strong. The army can wait, but their hatred cannot wait. A war that lasted for hundreds of years. In the end, the Xiao family crushed the other heroes with absolute advantage and became the final winner. In this battle, 5 million enemy troops were annihilated and 4 million prisoners of war were resurrected. This does not include the powerful men from the surrounding dynasties who came to support several major forces. They were all killed to pieces by the genius of the Xiao family. Xiao and Xiao Yi became famous all over the world in this battle. All the heavens, all the worlds, and even all the heavens and continents know that the Xiao family has 2 geniuses who are like female war gods. Although it is not as powerful and terrifying as Xiao Qingyun, there are few with such fighting power in the entire world. The terrifying fighting power of the Xiao family allowed the world to see Xiao Xuan's thunderous methods and decisive solution. But what made people stand out in this battle were the people in Meteor Village. When the war entered a fierce stage, Meteor brought 5 million troops to support. Comprehensive encirclement from the southeast to the northwest, cutting off the retreat of several major forces from the source. And Meteor killed 4 quasi-immortals with an innocent smile. The opposite words of charming, and innocent seemed to have found their place in her mind. The ruthless methods of killing everyone have made countless people frightened. Bai Jiaju's commanding ability was fully demonstrated at this moment. Chen Shuyin used his absolute combat ability to become a brave general who bravely killed enemies on the battlefield. The army they command has entered an uninhabited territory, and their powerful combat capabilities are suffocating. The Great Yan dynasty originally had regulations that prohibited quasi-immortals from participating in battles. But when the 6 major forces competed, this regulation had been abolished. Therefore, after the 3 people joined the war, the entire situation was completely reversed. The Xiao family won a great victory. Not only did they receive extremely generous rewards, but they also captured millions of troops. After decades of cultivation and adjustment, the Xiao family's combat effectiveness has been adjusted again. The original 1 million troops were added to the existing 3 million troops in Meteor Village. As well as the 5 million troops captured, the Xiao family now has 9 million troops. And these are not counting the soldiers guarding the Xiao family station. After an inventory and inspection, Xiao Jianfeng submitted the accurate numbers to Xiao Xuan. Active soldiers of the Xiao family, 11.5 million. Now the Xiao family's high-end combat power already has dozens of people, and the terminal combat power accounts for thousands of people. Coupled with the presence of Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianxin, and Xiao Qingyun, the Xiao family is already unrivaled in all the worlds. In this battle, Xiao Tianyun and Xiao Jianxin accumulated up to 5,000 mana. Xiao Tianyun even broke through to the 2nd level of the titled emperor and accumulated 20,000 years of mana. In the realm of the titled emperor, as long as the quasi-immortal does not emerge, Xiao Tianyun can be said to be invincible. Xiao Xuan was sitting in Wenjian Valley and was practicing in seclusion. This time he has been stuck in the 4th level of the quasi-immortal for a long time, even though his magic power has been accumulated for 100,000 years. But it's still a bit difficult to face the real strong ones. Therefore, it is time to break through to the 5th heaven. His current Strength has almost no problem against the strong men in the quasi-immortal realm. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 295 The Real Dragon is printed, and the Real Dragon Emperor appears. Seeing this woman's appearance, the other two people also looked at the door with indignation. Yes, thanks to us supporting her so much, in the end, she actually wants the true dragon seal in the hands of the three of us. Another person looked at the sky with vicious eyes. We are instructed by heaven to be in charge of the true dragon seal. When the new king is born, he will be handed over to him, but now Yandu is in chaos. Princes killed each other, princes died violently, and even the emperor did not hesitate to kill his own flesh and blood in order to consolidate his throne. Having said this, the three of them erupted with terrifying aura, intimidating all parties for a moment. Then he looked at the other two people, since the dynasty has been destroyed, and the true dragon seal has been coveted by others, it would be better for you and me to gather the rest of the forces and completely overthrow the Xiao family. Instead of changing the name of the country, it is better to belong to us. At this point, the three of them looked at each other and nodded. Yes, the head of the Xiao family is decisive in killing. He did not hesitate to place spies in the core of Yandu 100 years ago. But now the 6 major forces have been almost completely destroyed. It would be better for our three parties to rise up and destroy the Xiao family, and then ask heaven who will be the emperor. As soon as these words came out, the other two people agreed, and the 6 major forces were the founders of the great Yan dynasty. Its strength and foundation are not something they can shake. This time the Xiao family has risen. With the 6 major forces almost uprooted and the royal family fighting among themselves, this might be a perfect opportunity for them. It is indeed good to join forces to deal with the Xiao family, but don't forget the final results of the 5 major forces. At this moment, a man with white hair and a boyish face walked up to several people, emitting an aura that belonged to a quasi-immortal. The true dragon seal belongs to the true dragon, although it is kept by you. Don't forget it. After the true king rises, whether you hand him over or not, the true dragon seal will automatically appear. Seeing this, the half-step quasi-immortal on the side quickly interrupted his words. Since the true dragon seal is in our hands, it proves that the great Yan dynasty will usher in an era that belongs to us. When I learned that Xiao Qingyun was the genius of the Xiao family and had a royal dynasty in his hands, the idea has already entered their minds. Now that the great Yan dynasty has been destroyed, the true dragon seal has not yet appeared. This is an excellent opportunity for them. The 6 major forces were destroyed, and the dynasty was in decay. If we don't launch an attack now, we'll wait until later. The Xiao family is just a newly rising small family. How can it be compared with us? Yes, Xiao Qingyun's ability to win people's hearts is not only due to her looks and confusing Buddhist words. Elder Guyu, I advise you to join us in fighting against the Xiao family. With your strength and your family's fighting power, how can the Xiao family be our opponent? When the time comes, you only need to stop a few of the Xiao family's geniuses for us, and we will divide our troops into 3 groups to destroy the Xiao family. Yes, the high-end combat power of the Xiao family is no more than meteor. That is, Xiao Tianyun and others. He has just been promoted to the title of Great Emperor. As long as you and I work together, how can we not destroy the Xiao family? Elder Guyu shook his head and sighed. It's hard to go against God's will. I have different aspirations from you and don't agree with you. Then he opened the door and entered the Bodhisattva temple, and at this time, Xiao Qingyun's figure had disappeared inside. When everyone saw this, they shouted that something was wrong. No, this little girl will definitely go to the Xiao family to deliver a Message. We need to gather our troops quickly to deal with the Xiao family. But if you want to deal with the Xiao family's geniuses, you need a quasi-immortal to suppress them. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to summon troops so hastily. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 296, What a Terrifying Sword Energy. A great battle unfolded at the heart of the great Yan dynasty, with blood spilling across the sky. Mountains of corpses and wreckage littered the ground, and the entire sky echoed with painful wails. In a war involving tens of millions of strong men, Xiao Tianyun, Xiao Jianqin, and others used their absolute strength to fight their way out. Even the most powerful person in the title of Great Emperor is still defeated. In front of them, with every burst of moves, a titled emperor dies. The thunderous methods of Xiao Qingyun, Xiao Yan, Xiao Jianyan, and others made the world see the horror of the Xiao family's genius. At this moment, the quasi-immortal powerhouse hiding in the darkness could no longer sit still. Die to me. A quasi-immortal stepped forward, attacking Xiao Tianyun with absolute terrifying power. Xiao Tianyun couldn't help but turn slightly to the side, perfectly dodging this terrifying blow. But how could he escape the terrifying combat power of a half-step quasi-immortal? When he stabilized his body, he saw that half of his body was stained with blood. With the strength of a quasi-immortal, even if he is a titled emperor, he cannot cross this gap. Boy, you do have some abilities, but that's all. The quasi-immortal snorted coldly, and then prepared to continue taking action. On the Xiao family's side, Gu could no longer sit still, so she directly jumped into the air to break this move. Seeing the Xiao family taking action, the three parties no longer hesitated and directly unleashed their terrifying aura. For a moment, several quasi-immortals appeared at the same time, causing thunder to roll in the sky, and countless powerful forces exploded across the sky. This scene also attracted countless strong people to watch. Oh my god! A battle between quasi-immortals. This is the first time I've seen it in my lifetime. There are only a handful of quasi-immortals in the entire universe, and several of them have already fallen during the last battle between the 6 major forces. Now that the 3 major forces have gathered together, I am afraid they will also invite those people from Zhutian continent. Didn't you say that quasi-immortals are not allowed to participate in the war? Why did you even invite people from the Zhutian continent? Oh, in the face of the huge temptation of interests, the rules and regulations are just a cover. The 3 parties have really spent a lot of money. They even invited their ancestors to come out. It is said that they have deduced where the real dragon seal is. As long as this battle is over, he will be able to ascend the throne. No wonder they spent a lot of money this time. They actually invited 6 quasi-immortals to come here, 2 of which have 80,000 years of magic blessing. It's no wonder that all the forces in the world have chosen to remain silent. There are not many such strong men in the world. It seems that this time, the Xiao family's rise is to make wedding clothes for others. Who says it's not the case? In a world where the jungle prevails, the only way to survive is through tactics. It would have been better if Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, had achieved the quasi-immortal breakthrough, but it's a pity. So what if we break through the quasi-immortal and quasi-immortal? No one in the entire universe dares to mess with 2 quasi-immortals with 80,000 year old magic power. The Xiao family is just waiting to be destroyed. Those legendary disciples only have one chance to die. Cut the grass and root it out. Just in time. The 6 quasi-immortals looked at the people opposite and sneered. The next moment, they burst out with aura, terrifying pressure that shocked all directions and swept across the sky. Do you? And meteor flew directly to the sky to fight without any nonsense. At this moment, a quasi-immortal with 20,000 years of magic power was killing Xiao Tianyun. Bai Jiajiu and Chen Su were so angry that they used combined attack skills to fight. Their combined force was enough to destroy a quasi-immortal. If you want to play dirty tricks on our descendants, don't even look at who your grandfather is. Humph. Chi-Chi, the two titled emperors, dare to talk nonsense in front of me, so I will let you sacrifice your sword today. The quasi-immortal's face was full of ridicule, obviously not taking the two of them seriously. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 297, Killing a Chicken to Scare the Monkey, the Price of Offending the Xiao family. If the fight continues, they will be in danger. Although Xiao Xuan only has the cultivation level of a titled emperor, his combat power is no less than any of them. With the help of the combined attack skills of those two titled emperors, the final outcome of this war is yet to be known. Standing in front of the four meteors, Xiao Xuan faced the other five quasi-immortals alone. The unique and proud posture is intimidating. Everyone who attacks the Xiao family has become a dead soul under the sword. Xiao Xian's voice was particularly cold, and his expression was as cold as ice. The domineering aura exuded made countless people tremble with fear. The five quasi-immortals were also angered by Xiao Xian's words and instantly exploded with their own momentum. Xiao Xuan, you are so loud. I really think you are invincible by killing a few quasi-immortals. The final result of this war will belong to us. You must die here today, otherwise it will be difficult to quell the anger in my heart. For a moment, everyone was filled with murderous intent and rage, and the terrifying quasi-immortal domain locked onto Xiao Xuan. He cut off all possible escape routes and continued to taunt him. Seeing this, Xiao Xuan chuckled disdainfully, and the expression on his face became more and more indifferent. I saw the waning moon sword floating in the air and standing between the eyebrows, gradually emitting sharp light and pointing directly at everyone. Why kill a chicken with a bullseye? Today, the head of my family will kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Let the world see the consequences of offending my Xiao family. Hiss. Xiao Xian's strong words made everyone gasp. Facing the five powerful quasi-immortals, he dared to speak so wildly. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. How dare he speak such arrogant words? Seeing Xiao Xian's cultivation as the great emperor, he faced the five quasi-immortals alone. They even dared to speak so wildly, and they felt that their dignity had been offended after having been pampered for many years. Waves of terrifying murderous intent soared into the sky, and waves of terrifying momentum rushed into the sky and swept across the sky. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth, I will die for you. A weak person in the realm of the titled emperor dares to be rampant in front of me, damn it. I will send you to eternal hell and never recover. You will be tortured by your soul all day long. What a great Xiao Xuan. Xiao has a strong self-confidence, let's see how Ben Xian destroys it today. For a moment, several terrifying quasi-immortal auras swept over him. The terrifying killing moves caused endless riots, stars exploded wherever they passed, and galaxies shifted. Everything was shattered, annihilated, and turned into ashes. In the entire sky, countless people's eyes are fixed on this. Boundless terrifying aura poured out, and a terrifying aura of death filled the air. The boundless aura of destruction continues to spread across the entire sky. The heaven and earth tremble, and everything collapses, as if it is about to perish at this moment. The five quasi-immortals took action at the same time, and even the transcendent ones did not dare to be careless here. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Xiao Xuan. How would he face such a powerful and terrifying killing move? Many people looked at him with a hint of sigh and dismay. In their hearts, Xiao Xuan must die. At the same time, the geniuses of the Xiao family also gathered together, looking at Xiao Xuan fighting alone in the sky. Please, log in to continue reading. Chapter 298, Kill the Quasi-Immortal with One Sword. At the same time, the other 4 quasi-immortals were also shocked after hearing these words. His eyes were shocked, and he looked at Xiao Xuan's figure with fear. They felt in their hearts that they had looked up to Xiao Xuan. Who would have thought that he could be so powerful? At the same time, as soon as the words of the quasi-immortal, with 50,000 year magic power came to the ground, there was an uproar. What? The title of the great emperor can control the power of the 5 elements. Impossible. Even a quasi-immortal cannot master the power of the 5 elements. Judging from the aura of Xiao Xuan, the head of the Xiao family, when he draws his sword, it does contain the aura of the power of the 5 elements. That is the qi of the 5 elements that contains the power of the great Tao. How did he, a titled emperor, understand it? Incredible. You can't find this in all the heavens and all the worlds, even in the heavens and the continent, you can only count it on your fingers. The head of the Xiao family is really incredibly powerful. With such terrifying comprehension, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the best in all the worlds. For a time, countless unbelievable eyes were cast towards the sky. Surprise, shock, admiration, all kinds of emotions emerged one after another. Xiao Junlin stood behind Xiao Yuqing at some point and sighed, the mystery of the family master is not only that. There was a look of admiration and yearning on his face. Xiao Tianyun on the side shook his head helplessly. They say that my talent is incredible. Compared with Uncle Xian, it is really not good enough. Yes, even if I am a talented seed player with quasi-immortal qualifications, I can't even hope to win. Xiao Yanyao continued to talk coquettishly as always, but his words revealed his deep admiration for Xiao Xuan. Xiao Jianqin on the side kept silent, and Xiao Yuqing looked over in surprise. Unexpectedly, I found that the other party was actually in a state of enlightenment. This boy's understanding of the way of the sword is so terrifying. Just a burst of sword energy made him fall into enlightenment. When he opened his eyes again, a terrifying sword energy appeared. However, the people around him looked calm, as if this was a normal thing. Seeing this, Xiao Yuqing suddenly laughed at himself. He seemed to understand why these talented people had such a big reaction after hearing those words. Is this just the tip of your iceberg? He looked up at the sky and murmured to himself, with a hint of inquiry in his expression. At the same time, high in the sky, Xiao Xuan put one hand behind his back and looked at the people in front of him with an indifferent expression. Is this your strength? You are simply vulnerable. Forget it, let me show you my strength so that you can know what a truly strong person is. Clang! An extreme sword light rushed into the sky and cut through the eternal stars. The boundless sword power swept across the world, and the terrifying power of the 5 elements turned into colorful streams of light blessing the sword body. The power of this sword made everyone fear, and countless looks of fear came from all directions. The power of a sword can destroy the world. Facing this sword, the 5 quasi-immortals changed their expressions one after another, and their faces were even more frightened and angry. Do you really think you are invincible if you can control the power of the 5 elements? If the 5 of us join forces, can't we break his killer move? If you were a quasi-immortal, we would still be wary of you, but it's a pity that you are just a titled emperor. After all, you are not popular. For a time, angry voices came from all directions. The terrifying killing move condensed on the sky, causing thunder to roll, storms to rise, and everything in the world to collapse. Please, log in to continue reading.